Chapter 1041. Can I kill you with this attitude? Yes. The strength displayed by Yang Mucheng made everyone tremble with fear, and even gave the blood demons a chill in their hearts. It has always been them who control the life and death of others. But now, their life and death are controlled by others. This old monster Yang, who was at the peak level of spiritual consciousness, was actually more terrifying than them. Perhaps only Jean Moluo can deal with him personally, Wei Yanhai thought. There are 3 Jean Moluo in the Law Enforcement Hall. These 3 Jean Moluo have the highest cultivation strength in the entire Moluo Tianxiang Temple, except for the sect leader. At first, when chasing Yang Mucheng, the 3 war demons did not take action. In Wei Yanhai's view, it was enough for the hundreds of blood demons to take action. These people are enough to destroy 5, 6 or even more sects like Chunyangyi's sect. But who would have thought that these people are simply not good enough? And only a real war demon can defeat this old monster Yang. Why don't you compete? Yang Mucheng turned and looked at Meng Qi. Previously, that slap not only shocked everyone, but also made Meng Qi, his companion, stunned on the spot. For a moment, he even forgot to attack the blood demon Luo in front of him. Compared to what? Meng Qi sighed dejectedly. I lost. You can kill more than 10 people with one slap. But I have only killed less than 10 people now. How can I compare with you? As he spoke, Meng Qi shook his body, and his huge body suddenly shrank to 3 or 4 meters. Seeing Meng Qi's appearance, Yang Mucheng helplessly shook his head. I thought I could finally compete with the opponent. But who knew that Meng Qi had already given up just halfway through? However, although Meng Qi gave up, it did not mean that Yang Mu would let these blood demons leave here. Thinking of this, he looked at Wei Yanhai. Old monster Yang, I made a mistake. Your strength is beyond my imagination. However, we blood demon Luo are not the kind of people who give up easily. When I left the demon Luo Tianxiang Temple, I fought against 3 warriors. Master Mo Luo said that he wants to take you back. If you don't want to, then I can only take your body back. Wei Yanhai raised his head. His pupils were quietly placed on Yang Mucheng's body, and he spoke word by word. Yang Mucheng raised his brows and said with a smile, You are only half-step to the divine way, and you are still a little behind. If you can reach the spiritual level, you may be able to shout in front of me. Compared with your strength, you are still a step behind me. What else can you do to lead me? Return the body to the sect? Wei Yanhai's eyes flashed with determination, and he said slowly, I have my own means. Great Mara has mercy. As soon as Wei Yanhai finished speaking, many blood demons around him seemed to have sensed something, and they clasped their hands together and shouted their demon trumpets. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and looked forward in surprise. But see, Wei Yanhai slowly took out an object from his arms. The object turned out to be a black sphere the size of a fist. It looked like a black pearl, but it contained strange and terrifying power. Crack! Without any hesitation, Wei Yanhai squeezed his right hand, and while the black sphere turned into countless fragments, a black golden smoke suddenly floated out. Wei Yanhai took a deep breath and actually inhaled the black and golden smoke directly into his body. When the last wisps of black gold smoke were absorbed into the body, Wei Yanhai's aura suddenly surged up, like a tide breaking through a dike at this moment. After feeling this rising aura, Yang Mucheng's expression was no longer as calm as before. The elders of Wandao Sword Sect, who rushed towards the battlefield, were suddenly stunned. This sudden burst of aura made everyone's face look extremely ugly. Early Shinto! Hu Yunyan was even more shocked. Because, in Jiuzhou, there is no shortage of secret methods that can quickly improve one's cultivation strength. But most of these secret techniques are controlled by the first-line sections. Could it be said that my uncle has already started fighting with the people from Moluo Tianxiang Temple? This aura has reached the early stage of Shinto. Could it be that someone among these blood demons has used that? As an elder of the Wandao Sword Sect, the generation that has experienced the war between good and evil, naturally knows how terrifying these people are. In the Law Enforcement Hall, when some blood demons perform certain particularly important tasks, they will be distributed some Mara relics. After using these Mara relics, a warrior's cultivation level can be improved to a higher level without any hindrance. But the price paid was his own life. During the battle between good and evil, these evil warriors holding Mara relics brought countless nightmares to the righteous sect. Quick! Without any hesitation, Hu Yunyan unleashed all his cultivation. His already extreme speed increased dozens of times compared to before, and he rushed thousands of feet away with a bang. Several other elders also realized that the situation was not good and immediately rushed forward. The breath increased crazily. Not only did Yang Muqing's expression become serious, but the expressions of the surrounding warriors also changed slightly. But, at this time, Wei Yinhai's entire body was completely enveloped after absorbing the black gold smoke. When this aura stabilized and stopped at the Shinto realm, Wei Yinhai's body was revealed again. When everyone saw Wei Yinhai revealed again, their eyes widened in shock and they exclaimed, "But see!" At this moment, Wei Yinhai no longer looked human at all. His whole body seemed to be splashed with a layer of black paint, and two winding devil horns sprouted from his smooth forehead. The originally slightly rough skin has grown into fine scales, like a lizard. Both hands and feet turned into sharp claws, like wild beasts. Great Mara has mercy! Seeing Wei Yinhai's appearance, all the blood demons around him knelt down, as if they were seeing a god. Countless warriors watching the battle were trembling with fear, and could not even stand firm under this aura. It's over! This blood demon is so terrifying! He actually has a backup plan! No wonder they said they couldn't capture old Monster Yang alive. So they had to take his body back to the sect. Can old Monster Yang be his opponent? A bunch of frightened eyes looked forward. All of them couldn't hide their astonishment. Boom! Letting go of his clasped hands, the aura that had always been condensed on Wei Yinhai's body exploded again. And at this moment it condensed into substance, like a circular wave, rushing out rapidly. Boom! Yang Mucheng was in the wave, and was hit hard at this moment. His body trembled, and he immediately lost his balance, and staggered back a few steps. Every step he took was sonorous and powerful on the ground. And he took dozens of steps back before he could stop. Saw this scene, Wei Yinhai, who had turned into an inhuman being, raised the corners of his mouth proudly. Old Monster Yang, can I kill you with this attitude? He finished. With one step, the entire plane undulates like an angry sea. Chapter 1042 Demon Relics. Boom! The flat ground surged crazily and vastly. Large areas of rocky ground writhed and undulated crazily, and cracks surged in all directions. This step has just fallen. Wei Yinhai's whole body was already tumbling up, like an arrow shooting out of a string. In an instant, he was in the sky above Yang Mucheng, and he immediately struck down with a punch. Boom! A burst of explosions resounded loudly, and the ground beneath Yang Mucheng's feet exploded on the spot. A deep pit of several hundred feet was blasted out, and countless rocks rolled down the slope, making crackling sounds. Above the deep pit, Yang Mucheng had already spread his hands like wings, swept out smoothly, flew away, and landed steadily. Old Monster Yang, you said that I can't kill you unless you are a Shinto cultivator. Now that I have absorbed the demonic relics and have reached a Shinto cultivator, can I kill you with this kind of strength? Wei Yinhai clutched the scaly bird. He looked at Yang Mucheng with his palm, as if Yang Mucheng had become a plaything in his hand. Master Yang! Meng Qi frowned and stepped forward quickly. Wei Yinhai flicked his finger, and an invisible fingerprint seemed to penetrate the space and directly hit Meng Qi's body. Just hearing a bang, the mountain-like Meng Qi's body trembled and flew out on the spot. The huge body rolled out with a sound as if the sky was falling apart. Meng Qi, step back. You are no match for him. Seeing that Meng Qi wanted to stand up, Yang Mucheng shouted quickly. Wei Yinhai, who is in the Shinto realm, is simply not a character that Meng Qi can deal with. And the golden-haired rat only left Kyushu with Meng Qi and went to Meng Qi's clan. How could Yang Mucheng watch him be buried here? He is not my opponent. Are you my opponent? Wei Yinhai said with a smile. Nowadays, his aura was the same as that of Yang Mu, just like an eagle and an ant. As long as he wants, he can kill Yang Mucheng at any time. But, judging from Yang Mucheng's previous actions in stopping Meng Qi, it seems that he has some means to deal with him? Yes! Facing Wei Yinhai's doubts, Yang Mucheng took a step forward and nodded. Wei Yinhai just smiled and did not speak, but there was a look of ridicule in his eyes. This old monster Yang is really too arrogant. Yes. However, now that Wei Yinhai has absorbed the demonic relics, and his cultivation has increased to the divine level, it is equivalent to risking his life to fight with old Monster Yang. Old Monster Yang may never be able to recover. Right. But he still didn't show any fear. Could it be that he still has some trump cards? Original. In everyone's imagination, Yang Mucheng, who should have been afraid, no longer had the slightest resistance, and would even bow down and bowed down. But instead of showing the slightest bit of the posture he should have shown, he was so fearless. This scene surprised everyone. and they all looked forward. I want to see what kind of trump cards Yang Muchung has hidden. However, Yang Muchung smiled faintly and stepped forward. Boom! In an instant, a roiling air wave exploded to its absolute extreme. A shocking demonic shadow was quickly released from Yang Muchung's body. At the same time, Yang Muchung's aura was like Wei Yanhai, who had absorbed the demonic relic before, and his aura was constantly rising. Moreover, this momentum is more violent and terrifying than Wei Yanhai. Even in just a short moment, Wei Yanhai's aura was suppressed. How can it be? Feeling the momentum rising steadily, even suppressing himself, Wei Yanhai's face with a hint of ridicule finally showed a touch of incredible shock. Mo Lu! You are too cruel! At this moment, the faces of the surrounding blood demon Luo also changed drastically. They thought Wei Yanhai, who had absorbed the magic set up by Mo Luo, was enough to easily kill Yang Muchung. However, this situation not only made Wei Yanhai despair, but also made the blood demon Luo of the law enforcement hall extremely desperate. I do not believe! Wei Yanhai let out a roar, shouted loudly, and clenched his fists. With just a crack sound, his body suddenly tripled in size out of thin air, tearing his black gold monk's robe to pieces. Under the monk's robe, he had transformed into a big black demon king that looked human but not human. Under the roar, there was no sign of human voice, and it was completely like the reincarnation of a heavenly demon. At the same time as the roar came out, Wei Yanhai fell down on all fours, stepped on the ground, and suddenly transformed into a black light, fiercely charging towards Yang Muchung's position. Call. This astonishing speed is like a black lightning, which is almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Roar! In an instant, Wei Yanhai rushed in front of Yang Muchung. The scaly claws were slashed like a white crane drying its wings, and the sharp claws were like 10 sharp blades crisscrossing through the air. Tear! There was a sharp roar in the void, and even the space was torn apart. This shocking blow made the hearts of the warriors around him almost jump out of their throats and eyes. Even if there was another powerful Shinto man standing here, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die under this blow. Can you block it? All eyes were looking forward. But see, Yang Muchung stood there, slapping the white jade palm in front of him, and directly shattered the 10 sharp golden rays. How can this be? A hint of extreme anger flashed in Wei Yanhai's eyes. Boom! His limbs flicked on the ground, and his sharp claws dug a pit into the entire ground. Under this terrifying shooting power, Wei Yanhai's whole body surged up in an instant, like a tiger descending from the mountain or a dragon rising from the sea, and he pressed in front of Yang Muchung in an instant. Eat my last blow! There was a roar. Wei Yanhai raised his right paw and pressed it down hard. At that moment, his right paw expanded several times with a bang, and hit Yang Muchung's head in the air. When this claw was struck, the surrounding space exploded, and in an instant, it was already on top of Yang Muchung's head. Although the target of this claw was Yang Muchung, the warriors around him felt this shocking force. Everyone felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts, and they could not breathe. Boom! Before this claw could reach, the terrifying force had already caused the surrounding ground to crack crazily, and the entire earth collapsed desperately, revealing a trace of an animal claw with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Wei Yanhai's eyes flashed with ferocity. He was absolutely confident that this single blow with all his strength was enough to beat Yang Muchung into powder. However, just when Wei Yanhai was full of confidence, Yang Muchung raised his head. The eyes under the mask were full of complicated expressions. That look was clearly ridicule, disdain, and contempt. At the same time, it is death. Chapter 1043. Anyone can kill. That's right. It is death. When Wei Yanhai angered a war demon from the law enforcement hall, the way that war demon looked at him gave him this feeling. This is an unprecedented feeling of death. Under such gaze, Wei Yanhai felt his scalp explode. Without any hesitation, the rapid advance suddenly turned into a rapid retreat. There was almost no hesitation in this one-to-one transformation. This? Retreat without fighting? What on earth is it? Everyone around them stared with wide eyes, feeling baffled. Because, one moment, Wei Yanhai had vowed to kill Yang Muchung. But at the next moment, he suddenly stopped and even retreated. And the retreating posture has the feeling of a wild dog running away with its tail between its legs. Just when everyone was confused, they saw Yang Muchung smile faintly and grab the air with his right hand. Chang! The green lotus sword turned into a green sword light. Then, at this moment, Everyone saw an extremely bright sword light blasting out in an instant. This sword light did not destroy the world as everyone imagined, but instead seemed to bring a gentle feeling of spring breeze and rain to everyone. And this is the embodiment of the killing intention. Spring breeze, drizzle, rising wind, falling snow, all can kill people. You, the bright sword light, with a trace of blood, directly chopped Wei Yanhai from head to toe. Wei Yanhai, who was retreating rapidly, seemed to have been suddenly cast a restraining technique, and his whole body was suspended in place, unable to move. This, Wei Yanhai slowly raised his head, the incredible look in his eyes getting stronger and stronger. I saw a subtle invisible blood mark slowly appearing between his eyebrows. Immediately, under the gaze, his whole person suddenly exploded into two halves. The beast-like body shattered, accompanied by a shocking sound. Rain of blood suddenly fell. Boom! The body that was split into two pieces crashed to the ground, making a dull sound. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone stared at this in disbelief. Wei Yanhai, who had taken the demonic relic and had reached the divine realm, died at the hands of Yang Mucheng and died under Yang Mucheng's sword. Great Elder! He killed the Great Elder! Kill him and avenge the Great Elder! Saw this scene. The remaining blood demons present immediately came to their senses. Immediately, bursts of anger, resentment, and murderous roars came from all directions. Then, these blood demons unleashed their strongest internal energy and cultivation, heading towards Yang Mucheng's position desperately, sweeping in crazily. Time seems to be moving again at this time. All the warriors watching the battle looked over with shock on their faces. Looking in disbelief, Yang Mucheng stood in the center of the battlefield, still looking proud, when everyone looked at them. Before the blood that filled the sky when Wei Yanhai was killed had not spilled down, countless blood demon Luo were already like crazy ancient tyrannosaurs, rushing towards Yang Mucheng's position. Go! Even though Yang Mucheng beheaded Wei Yanhai, but that sword was not without consumption for him. As his right hand spread out, the green lotus sword turned into countless green lights and disappeared quietly, and the demon-like turbulent momentum on his body also weakened a lot. But, under the bombardment of these hundreds of blood demons, Yang Mucheng's terrifying murderous intent increased instead of decreasing, rising violently and reaching an astonishing extreme. Since you want to die, then I will help you. Yang Mucheng grabbed the void with his right hand. Suddenly, a strange force quickly passed through the field, and the blood that burst out from Wei Yanhai's body suddenly stopped under this force. Rise! He pinched a seal Jew, and the spiritual energy poured out from the sky, blasting into every drop of blood. Under this infinite spiritual energy, the drops of blood turned into blood swords as long as thumbs. Then, Yang Mucheng pushed with his right hand and shouted attentively, Destroy! Duo! 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 The next moment, countless bloody swords roared out and shot in all directions. A second ago, the blood demons who were rushing towards Yang Mucheng were directly hit by these blood swords. It was directly blasted into a sieve, and then it was smashed to the ground like rag bags. Call! These blood swords appear as quickly as they disappear. This last blow exhausted the last bit of strength in Yang Mucheng's body. The blood swords that pierced through the blood demons lost the support of their spiritual energy, and when they flew in midair, they turned into a blood mist and dissipated in the air. But those blood demons were killed at this moment. Seeing this shocking scene, all the warriors watching the battle were completely stunned. Yang Mucheng had really done it. He really relied on his own strength to kill all the demons from the law enforcement hall who came to hunt him. Killed? Old monster Yang really killed everyone by himself? This is too scary. Looking at the corpses all around, and looking at Yang Mucheng, who was standing with his hands behind his back and his breath reaching the lowest level, everyone was stunned. It wasn't until a moment later that bursts of exclamations came from all directions. Shocked, amazed, incredible. All kinds of emotions are included in it. At first, Yang Mucheng single-handedly faced the blood demons of Maoyuo Tianxiang Temple, but everyone just felt that he didn't know how high the sky was. Now I understand that his strength is terrifyingly powerful. Slowly and leisurely, he absorbed the energy and blood of the surrounding blood demon Luo into his body, and then issued the Juzi order to absorb their souls into it. As soon as the souls of more than 100 spiritual warriors entered the Juzi order, they started fighting. After all, this Juzi order can only accommodate one soul. Only by devouring others can one stay in the Juzi order. After accepting the order, I felt my body. This battle seems to be a near miss. But in fact it also implies a crisis. Wei Yanhai took the demonic relic. Although his cultivation level improved, the sudden increase in cultivation level affected his spiritual thoughts. So, at that time, Yang Muqing's glance, mixed with spiritual attacks, made Wei Yanhai lose his mind. And then he killed him with his sword. If Wei Yanhai had remained rational and still fought desperately when being attacked by his own spiritual thoughts, he would most likely be the one who fell to the ground at that time. Master Yang, you are too strong. Ming Qi looked at the corpses around him and admired them unabashedly. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. He was about to speak, raised his brows, looked into the distance, and smiled helplessly. These guys finally came. Chapter 1044. Kill a talkative person. Call. Just when everyone was shocked, a more terrifying aura was already surging rapidly. This momentum was even more terrifying than that of Wei Yanhai, who had previously been promoted to the Shinto realm. Even when that momentum surged in, it already caused the entire space to tremble. Who is it? What level of strongman is this? The aura has already arrived before the person arrives. A strong person with this kind of aura is probably at the pinnacle of Shinto. Could it be that the 3 war demons from the demonic Heavenly Elephant Temple are here? Waves of exclamations continued to ring out. This terrifying aura can already be heard even from a distance. The whole earth was shaken by the shock. Some warriors under the realm of spiritual consciousness could not even stand firmly under this momentum. They were directly crushed by this momentum and fell to their knees, with cold sweat flowing all over their bodies. Could it be? Ming Qi's body trembled, as if facing a formidable enemy. Don't worry. We are friends. Yang Mucheng waved his hand to reassure Ming Qi. Call. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the shocking aura began to surge rapidly and even reached the top of everyone's heads. Then, without any hesitation, this figure fell directly from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! The earth trembled crazily, as if the sky was falling apart. This sudden momentum made everyone tremble. But see! The figure that fell from the sky smashed the entire ground into a deep crater like a meteorite. Countless cracks were densely packed and spread out like lightning. When the dust dispersed, they saw that the man was wearing a black robe, covering his face so that no one could tell his identity. The only thing that was clear was the other party's terrifying aura. This isn't the momentum too strong? Friend or foe? Looking at this man, the warriors watching the battle all around were making guesses. They are probably enemies rather than friends. Someone speculated. Why? Someone was puzzled. The person who spoke stared at the black shadow falling from the sky, squinted his eyes and said, Old Monster Yang has never had any partners since he appeared in the evil path. No matter when facing pursuit, ambush, or ambush, he always comes alone. A person who went alone. This black shadow arrived after Old Monster Yang killed Blood Demon Luo. He only glanced at Old Monster Yang, and then cast his eyes around. I think he is more concerned about the Blood Demon Luo around here, rather than Old Monster Yang. Maybe this person is the Demon Luo Tianxiang Temple people. What? After hearing this warrior's analysis, everyone's hearts couldn't help but jump. Maoyue Tianxiang Temple is a first-line sect with countless powerful people, even internally and externally. The law enforcement hall claims to have 30,000 demons, but their strength is not the highest. The truly terrifying ones are the 3 war demons, who are the first of the 30,000 demons. Could it be that this is Jean-Imo Luo? Of course not. This person is none other than Hu Yunliang, the elder from the Wandao Sword sect who came here after being ordered by Jin Liang. Even though he was thousands of miles away, he felt Wei Yanhai's aura that suddenly reached the early stage of Shinto. So he rushed over without sparing any effort. Along the way, countless evil sects were so scared that they trembled, thinking that a powerful enemy was coming. Original. Hu Yunliang believed that Yang Mucheng was hopeless. After all, when Yang Mucheng left Wandao Sword sect, he only had the cultivation level of Grandmaster Zifu. It had only been 3 months, and no matter how powerful he was, he still couldn't fight against a powerful Shinto man. Even Hu Yunliang had already thought about the rebuke he would face from Jin Liang when he returned to Wandao Sword sect with Yang Mucheng's body. However, in fact it was exactly the opposite of what he imagined. When he felt it, he found Yang Mucheng standing there calmly. Nothing happened. The Blood Demon Luo all around was already dead. Especially Wei Yanhai, who had broken through the early stage of spiritual consciousness, was killed by a sword. After being shocked, Hu Yunliang didn't pay attention to Yang Mucheng at all. That's why there are speculations like that of the warriors watching the battle. See my uncle, Hu Yunliang, who came back to his senses, immediately bowed to Yang Mucheng. Although, the man in front of me is just a boy of 17 or 18 years old, but his seniority is huge. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Mucheng's voice came immediately. Don't call me uncle. See, Master Yang. Hu Yunliang was stunned. Although he didn't know what the other party meant, he responded immediately. This worship. Suddenly, the warriors around him were shocked. What? Is this attitude? This peak Shinto seems to be very afraid of old monster Yang. Call. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen figures quickly descended from the sky. What is even more shocking about these landing figures is that each one of them is in the Shinto realm. Even the lowest one has reached the middle stage of Shinto, and each of them is much stronger than the previous Wei Yihai. However, when these people saw Yang Mucheng, they were stunned for a moment. And then, they all bowed and shouted, Master Yang. Master Yang! These blood demons? Hu Yunliang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the others chasing after him. No matter who came again, they would be able to protect Yang Mucheng's Zhou Quan. Therefore, he took the time to ask about the fate of these blood demons. I killed. Yang Mucheng wrote lightly, although they had already guessed in their hearts. After getting confirmation from Yang Mucheng, all the elders, including Hu Yunliang, couldn't help but curse in their hearts. He was able to kill so many blood demon Luo by himself. With this kind of strength, as long as you don't encounter those powerful people in the evil path, you can basically walk sideways. Does such a master uncle still need their protection? Master Yang, when are you going to go back? Hu Yunliang couldn't care less about his surprise, and said again quickly, I still have some things to do for the time being. Yang Mucheng waved his hand. Just joking. He went out specifically to look for the innate sacred tree, preparing to reach the divine sea cultivation level. But in the end, he couldn't accomplish anything. So he just went back? I came out to find something. After I find that thing, I will go back. Yes. After hearing this, Hu Yunliang and many elders couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. What they feared most was that Yang Mucheng stayed outside and refused to go back. After all, although their strength is not bad, this is the territory of the evil path after all. Yang Mucheng has killed so many blood demons, and almost killed all the blood demons in Maluo Tianxiang Temple. It is impossible for Maluo Tianxiang Temple to just give up. The next one who comes is Zhan Maluo. Master Yang, let's leave quickly. Hu Yunliang couldn't help but urge. Wait a minute. I'll kill the talkative one first. Yang Mucheng's eyes turned and landed on the sword-scarred man on one side. This moment, the sword-scarred man's complexion instantly turned pale. He fell to his knees with a bang, banged his head heavily on the ground, and shouted for mercy. You talk too much. I have wanted to kill you for a long time. Yang Mucheng flicked his right hand and said calmly, I hope you will be mute in your next life. Boom! Before the sword-scarred man begged for mercy, his head exploded, and a headless corpse was thrown high and hit the ground hard, making no sound. Yang Mucheng's face was dull. He glanced at the silent warriors watching around him, and then he slowly raised his hands and turned around to leave. This day, the name of old monster Yang is completely boiling in the evil world. Chapter 1045 The Evil Situation. Have you heard? 176 blood demon Luo who were chasing old monster Yang were killed. In order to kill old monster Yang, the great elder of blood demon Luo even used the demon Luo relic. But in the end, he was killed by old monster Yang and died under his sword. On this day, the news of this battle spread wildly. Although some people don't believe it, the plain corpses and the crisscrossed battle traces are still shockingly displayed on the battlefield, giving a heavy slap to the face of anyone who dares to doubt. Isn't the Maluo Tianxiang Temple a huge loss of face? Someone asked. Of course. A well-informed person nodded and said, after learning that the blood demon Luo army was wiped out, the 3 war demon Luo from the law enforcement hall personally took action. Fight the devil. Call. After hearing this name, everyone couldn't help but feel numb. These are the most powerful group of people in the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Except when the sect is in danger, he rarely takes action or even shows up. Now, in order to hunt down one person, 3 war demons were dispatched in succession. But, after everyone thought about it, they thought it was normal. After all, the Mara Celestial Temple is known as the 30,000 Maras. But there are only 3 war demons, less than 200 blood demons, and the rest are the most common demons. Blood Demon Luo is the backbone and true foundation of the law enforcement hall. Now that they are all dead at the hands of Yang Mucheng, how can the Demon Luo Tianxiang Temple give up? At the same time, there is a black market outside the evil world, and the blacklist is updated at the same time. This? Impossible! Why did it suddenly jump to the top 40 places? In the black market, everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, who had been ranked 36th on the blacklist. In stunned silence, all the bounty hunters couldn't help but widen their eyes, and couldn't believe what they were seeing. The top 40 positions are all important figures from the righteous first-line sections. Can old monster Yang squeeze into this level? Notice, the improvement of the blacklist ranking is not just like the 4 major lists of heaven, earth, black and yellow. As long as there is enough strength. It is a special method calculated based on all comprehensive conditions such as the identity, status, reward amount, and record of the wanted criminal. Yes, no matter how strong old monster Yang is, he can't possibly jump to the same position as the 36 sect masters of the righteous path at once. Right. Countless people were shocked and doubtful. But, when they saw the updated results on the blacklist, they were completely awakened. That extra line of achievements made every bounty hunter who wanted to kill Yang Mucheng and earn a large sum of money completely give up the idea. Joke. One person killed 167 Blood Demon Luo and beheaded Wei Yanhai, whose cultivation had increased to the level of Shinto. How many people could compete with this kind of strength? It can be said without hesitation, whether it is the right path or the evil path. People who can possess this kind of combat power are respected wherever they go. But some people also doubt that even if Yang Mucheng has such strength, his position on the blacklist should not jump directly to the top 40. Look down the blacklist. Now, even the most idiotic person understands the reason. After the battle with the law enforcement hall of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, 17 followers of old monster Yang appeared. The one with the highest cultivation level has reached the peak of Shinto. The remaining 16 people have cultivation levels above the middle stage of Shinto. It can be said, as an exaggeration, Yang Mucheng and these 17 followers can immediately establish a sect and establish a small first-line evil sect as long as they are willing. In less than 100 years, they will surely have a place among the first-line sects. Until then, those bounty hunters finally understood why Yang Mucheng's position on the blacklist was directly promoted so high. Underneath the record and identity, there is a reward. Whether it was the Chuniangyi sect that had been flattened, or the Maluo Tianxiang Temple that had continuously increased the bounty several times, they were all completely disfigured by the treasures Yang Mucheng carried. Juzi Ling, the secret realm of the Immortal Palace, the evil Jade Staff, countless heavenly and earthly treasures. Every time something is thrown out, everyone will go crazy. But, no matter how fanatical he was about treasures, when he saw Yang Mucheng's blacklist ranking, he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. And he no longer had the slightest idea of coveting and snooping. Certainly, apart from these external speculations, the most intuitive thing is that Yang Mucheng's ranking on the Xianbang jumped to the top 10 at once. According to many people's calculations, Yang Mucheng's strength can at least rank among the top 5, or even the top 3. But because he has never had a formal fight with a powerful person from Xianbang, he cannot give the most intuitive judgment. Just when the entire evil path was experiencing various shocks, Yang Mucheng, Meng Qi, Hu Yuliang, and golden-haired Shu are on their way to the northwest again. Certainly, Hu Yuliang and others were eager to take Yang Mucheng back to Wandao Sword Sect, because they have already learned that the 3 war demons from the Maluo Tianxiang Temple have also taken action. These 3 war demons are all unparalleled strong men. The one with the highest cultivation level has even reached the realm of Divine Sea, and is even ranked in the heavenly ranking. If a being of this strength wants to kill you, unless you return to the Wandao Sword Sect, there will be no way to escape in heaven or on earth. But Yang Mucheng was unwilling. His time is limited. Although, in the short 3 or 4 months since he came out, his cultivation has reached the peak of divine consciousness, he is still far away from reaching the Divine Sea realm. The innate sacred tree was his only choice. Otherwise, he will completely miss the opportunity to open the immortal gate, leave Kyushu, and reach a higher level of cultivation. Hu Yuliang and others were also helpless. Yang Mucheng's seniority is too high. When they came out, whether it was Hua Yuanao or Jin Liang, they all gave many instructions. This is the master uncle of Wandao Sword Sect. You must treat him respectfully, and not be negligent. If someone else had asked you to go back to the sect and you would not have gone back. They would have knocked you unconscious and taken you back tied up. But when facing Yang Machung, they had no choice but to wait carefully. Monkey and Golden Mouse don't matter. It was originally expected that the clan elders would be able to arrive in Kyushu in 10 days and a half. However, because Jojo's spiritual veins are severed and its location is inconspicuous, even if there is a natural coordinate like Mingchi, it will take too long to find it in the Hingyu. In addition, it takes a certain amount of time to build the Immortal Gate, so it was delayed. Instead of waiting dryly, it is better to follow Yang Machung to find the innate sacred tree. Just as Yang Machung and others were heading northwest, one of the geniuses chosen by Mr. Elegance had already achieved his request first. And this genius is none other than Xiaoqing, who ranks among the top 3 in Mr. Elegance's heart. Chapter 1046 Mr. Elegant and Xiaoqing. Gentlemen! Xiaoqing looked at the young man in front of him with respect in his eyes. Xiaoqing, who was born in a fairy family, knows the terrifying aspects of the other party's identity better than anyone else. Although Mr. Elegance's sect has always been a single lineage, it is not as prosperous as other sections. But every disciple who can enter this sect will become an extremely master in the immortal sect in the future. I didn't expect that you would reach the half-step state of nirvana so quickly. You have met my requirements. Mr. Elegant is smiling. Let's go. I'll take you to see the assessment venue. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Elegant waved his right hand. Phew. At this moment, the sky and the earth were spinning, and the sun and the moon were upside down. When Xiaoqing regained consciousness, he found that he was no longer on the Lihan star, but appeared in a strange star. This star is deserted, a place where no human beings have set foot, and the concentration of spiritual energy is average to high. This is our assessment venue? Xiaoqing looked shocked. Although he already knew how terrifying Mr. Elegance was, it was definitely not something that ordinary families and sects could do for the other party to take such a star as his own. That's right. Mr. Elegant nodded and said, This is the star. All the geniuses will gather here. However, this is only the first round of assessment. Only those who stand on this star to the end will more than 100 people can continue to the next round. Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows and smiled bitterly. Gathering so many geniuses from the stars together, and having to go through such brutal competition, only Mr. Elegance can do it. Sir, what are you thinking about? Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask when she saw that Mr. Yaya seemed to be concentrating on something. Because, with his strength and cultivation reaching the level of Mr. Elegance, it is difficult for him to worry about anything. Oh, I think of a genius from Kyushu, Mr. Elegance said casually. That genius can care about Mr. Rang so much. He must be very strong. Right? Xiaoqing's heart moved. The strength is average, but the talent is terrible. When I left Jojo Zaya's Hangsing, he was only half a step into the Purple Mansion. I allowed him 10 months and relaxed the conditions for the assessment, allowing him to reach the Divine Sea stage. Then you can take part in the first round of assessment. Mr. Elegant waved his hand. I don't know what level of cultivation he has reached now. Xiaoqing had a look of disbelief on his face. In 10 months, it is impossible to reach the Shanghai stage from the half-step Zifu. Right? Even for me. With the support of the entire family, it took me several years. Moreover, Xiao Zhanqing is still this is a star that is weakened, and the concentration of spiritual energy there can only be considered inferior. That's right. Mr. Elegant put his hands behind his back and nodded. The concentration of spiritual energy on that star is too thin. After the Immortal Gate is closed, not only the various inheritances have been cut off, but also the path for advancement of all warriors has been completely blocked. On the entire star, the highest cultivation level has only half a step to nirvana. Moreover, the spiritual energy concentration of this star is still dissipating. Maybe, it will become extremely difficult to reach the level of Shanghai in 1,000 years. Xiaoqing opened his mouth wide. He was born on the Lihan star, which is a star with extremely high concentration of spiritual energy. Various inheritances have never been cut off and have always been in their prime. So, he learned a lot of things. Some stars with thin spiritual energy can hardly produce warriors and monsters. In the family library, there are also countless records about the consequences of the weakening of the star's spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy is thinned to a certain level, whether it is a warrior or a demon clan, the path to promotion will be completely blocked. Just like you can never fill a bucket of water with only a glass of water, then I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to reach the realm of Shinto. Xiaoqing showed a trace of regret. He really wanted to meet the talent that Mr. Elegance missed so much. If it were anyone else, it might not be possible at all. But if it were him, there might be a glimmer of possibility. There are still 6 months to go, and by then tens of thousands of stars will gather here. Mr. Elegant waved his hand, said proudly, Yang Muchung, I believe you. You won't let me down. Call! 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 3 figures quietly descended from the sky and arrived at the site of the battle between Yang Muchung and Law Enforcement Hall Imoluo. Although more than half a month has passed since the battle, this area is still stained by the original battle. No one dared to touch Blood Demon Luo's body, so it was left lying in the wilderness. They were all killed by one move. One of them checked the wounds of many blood demons, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. Although they had heard rumors before coming here, but after seeing the wounds with their own eyes, they were still a little unbelievable. Old Monster Yang is definitely not an ordinary person, one of them said, no matter what his identity or background is. If he dares to compete with our Mara Tianxiang Temple, even if he is the emperor, I must kill him immediately. Another person shouted coldly, stop arguing. It's important to catch up with him, according to the information provided. Old Monster Yang's target has always been in the northwest. As long as we follow the northwest, we can catch up with him. The last person's words immediately stopped the quarrel between the two. Apparently, he has the highest status among the 3. Yes. Fight against Mara. The being who was revered as the Great War Demon looked at the corpses on the ground and said loudly, these blood demons are all believers who have dedicated their lives to the Great Demon. Their corpses should not be thrown into the wilderness. You two go after Old Monster Yang first. I will catch up with you after I collect the corpses of these children. Let's kill Old Monster Yang together. Great Moro has mercy. The expressions of the other 2 war demons immediately became solemn. These 3 people. It is John Mo Luo, the highest being of the Mo Luo Tianxiang Temple. Any one person has the absolute strength to defeat a second-tier sect, or even destroy a small first-tier sect alone. Now, these 3 people came out together to deal with Yang Muchung. Old Monster Yang, if I don't kill you, I will sacrifice your soul to the Great Devil. The Great Devil cannot quell his anger. We 3 war demons are here to hunt you down personally. Even if you go to the poor blue sky or go to the poor netherworld, you will die without a burial place. War Demon Luo said in a cold voice. Just when the 3 war demons were chasing after them, Yang Muchung had followed the fingerprints all the way to the northwest. However, what he didn't expect was that the location of this innate sacred tree was actually in the Eclipse Wind Domain. Chapter 1047 Eclipse Wind Domain. Is this the Eclipse Wind Realm? Looking at the large area in front of him, Yang Muchung's eyes showed a hint of horror. As early as a long time ago, he had heard of the name of the Eclipse Wind Territory. At that time, he had just cultivated the golden elixir. In this area, even if the nascent soul powerhouse enters it, there will be absolutely no return. It's because of the wind and sand that can wipe out everything in this area. Yang Muchung has always thought that these descriptions contained a somewhat exaggerated tone. But I didn't expect that now that I saw it with my own eyes, I understood the horror. The wind blows the rocks and sand. The gravel hitting his face actually caused a feeling of raw pain in his skin and flesh. The storm hit him like 1,000 cuts. Buzz. After pinching out a seal, the vast inner energy surged out of the body, forming a shield 10 feet in diameter, which directly pushed away all wind and sand. Without any hesitation, Yang Muchung stepped directly into it. Master Uncle. An elder was about to speak out to stop him. Hu Yunliang shook his head helplessly. This period of traveling gave them a clear understanding of the character of their great uncle. Once he decided on something, no one could stop him. Since he had said that he would return to the Wandao Sword Sect after finding the innate sacred tree, the top priority now was to find the innate sacred tree for him and leave this place where evil was raging as soon as possible. In the vast desert, the wind and sand were raging, and the young man wearing a big black robe slowly moved forward against the wind and sand. The rows of deeply sunken footprints behind him were immediately buried by the wind and sand. The environment in the erosion wind territory was beyond Yang Muchung's expectation. This wind is mixed with supreme power. It was as if a strong man's attack caused him to expand his internal energy shield to more than 10 feet at first. But as the erosion wind domain deepened, it was continuously compressed to less than 5 feet now. Of course, in addition to the cruel environment in this area that is enough to kill everyone below the realm of spiritual consciousness, the rest are the great demon kings hiding in the desert. At first, Yang Mucheng was still a little panicked when he was attacked by these big demon kings. Because not only him, almost no one could imagine that monsters could survive in such an environment. But gradually, Yang Mucheng got used to this situation. Take a rest. After looking at the sky, Yang Mucheng stopped. There is a characteristic in the erosion wind domain. Once night falls, the spiritual energy in this area will become extremely violent. And the power of the wind and sand will be several times that of the day. If you continue to walk at this time, the physical energy and internal energy consumed will increase exponentially. Of course, this kind of violent spiritual energy is also a rare training opportunity for Yang Mucheng. Yes, great uncle. After hearing Yang Mucheng's order, Hu Yundian nodded and immediately investigated the surrounding area. When his eyes fell on a certain place, his expression suddenly changed, and his skinny right palm smacked towards the desert without any warning. Boom! This moment, everyone felt their feet numb, as if there was an earthquake. Then, something hundreds of meters away quickly exploded, and a fountain of blood quickly rushed out from the bottom of the desert, then quietly stopped, dyeing the surrounding yellow sand bright red. Seeing this scene, everyone has already become accustomed to it. There are many monsters similar to this in the Eclipse Wind domain, always hiding under the desert. Even some warriors, who often come to the Erosion Wind territory, will feel extremely headaches when facing these monsters. But once these monsters encounter a warrior with powerful spiritual thoughts, they will no longer have any deterrent effect. No matter how mysterious they are, they cannot hide in front of the divine thoughts that can penetrate everything. Drink! 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 The explosion of blood caused a commotion beneath some peaceful sand dunes in the distance. Hu Yiliang's eyes lit up, and he slapped the palm several times in succession. And immediately several fountains of blood flew up. Because these desert demon kings have been hiding under the desert all year round, their vision has deteriorated a lot. But their sense of smell and hearing are extremely sensitive. After a while, there were no more signs of the monster hiding around. After solving the monsters, the elders did not stop, and were still setting up a temporary camp. After all, this is a desert, unlike other terrains with mountains and rivers. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! An elder flicked his right hand repeatedly, and white command flags quickly flew out of his palm. 36 command flags in a row covered an area of 100 feet in radius. Then, with a squeeze of his right hand, a transparent light curtain rose up. This light curtain can block more than 90% of the power of wind and sand. At the same time, once something breaks into the formation, it can also send out a warning to inform everyone. There are also elders who are responsible for summoning a palace. After all, Yang Mucheng is the great uncle and cannot sleep in the wilderness like this. Certainly, Yang Mucheng can also summon the secret realm of the Immortal Palace. But he is not strong enough now, and has difficulty in summoning and releasing it freely. Moreover, this secret realm of the Immortal Palace is too big a target for the monsters in the Eclipse Wind region. They are obviously standing on the top of the mountain waiting for the monsters to attack. Some elders also ran directly under the sand dunes and dug out the corpses of the monsters. After all, the corpses of these monsters are enough to serve as food. Without any exaggeration, almost everything from eating, drinking, sleeping, and sleeping was taken care of. For a time, Yang Mucheng had nothing to do. Looking at the gradually dimming night, Yang Mucheng simply sat down. As soon as it got dark, he could start practicing. In this half-month, the growth rate of cultivation is not too fast, but it is also increasing steadily. Now, he has reached about 70% to 80% of the peak of his spiritual consciousness. He will reach the perfection of his divine consciousness within half a month. There is absolutely no big problem. We have reached the level of Zifu cultivation. After Yang Mucheng cast his eyes on Juzi Ling, his eyes lit up. Notice, raising ghosts is not such a simple process. It took more than 100 years for the Chunyanggi sect to raise a great ghost king in the spiritual realm. And it still took the entire sect's strength to do so. Of course, the reason why Yang Mucheng was so fast was because too many strongmen died in his hands. Basically, they are all spiritual thoughts or above. So the speed of raising ghosts is faster than that of Chunyanggi sect. However, even though it has reached the level of Zifu, it is still far behind. At least, this ghost's level of cultivation must reach the strength of the great ghost king before it can help me. Juzi Ling is weak first, and then strong. Yang Mucheng could foresee that the power of this Juzi order would definitely be considerable in the future. As for the Shirlong mountain range between the eyebrows, He was still the same as before, with a bad temper and no intention of communicating with Yang Mucheng at all. Even Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts were blasted out as soon as they entered. This made him very helpless. As communication failed again, Yang Mucheng also let out a long sigh and simply gave up the idea of continuing to communicate. He glanced at the completely darkened sky and slowly started to use the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Chapter 1048 The Power of Heaven and Earth. As the night grew darker, the entire eclipse wind territory seemed to be covered by a layer of sky. When the last trace of darkness completely enveloped the entire wind eclipse domain, the aura that was already violent became even more sinister. Compared with the wind and sand during the day and at night, it is like a good baby. Even with the restrictions of the magic circle, the infinite spiritual energy still poured in, forcing the elders to resist with all their strength. However, contrary to the situation where everyone tried their best to resist this spiritual energy, Yang Mucheng was at the center, absorbing the purest violent spiritual energy in the world. Uncle Master is practicing again. Yes, this spiritual energy is so explosive, even more brutal than some evil spirits and blood evil forces. I didn't expect that my uncle could actually incorporate this power into his body. The elders around him couldn't help but smile bitterly when they saw that the spiritual energy that they regarded as powerful beasts was actually absorbed into Yang Mucheng's body without any reservation at this moment. Think back to the beginning. The first time they saw Yang Mucheng absorbing this violent spiritual energy, they were frightened on the spot. It should be noted that for them, the reason why spiritual energy can be absorbed is because they are gentle enough. Once you inhale these violent spiritual energy, it is like adding poison to a pool of spring water, and even evil warriors dare not try it easily. However, when they saw that Yang Mucheng's cultivation was slowly improving in a stable manner after absorbing the violent spiritual energy, they were completely stunned. From the first shock to the normal situation now, everyone is not surprised. Call. The wind howled. This moment, everyone could even clearly see that the reversing wind turned into thousands of strands at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards Yang Mucheng. Looking from a distance, the surging spiritual energy, even at this moment, formed a terrifying whirlpool, like a wild dragon flying across the sky. Boom! Just when everyone was shocked by Yang Mucheng's technique that could swallow the spiritual energy of all things in the world, suddenly, the writhing dragon broke directly. This is? Master Uncle! What's wrong? Unexpected. Each of the elders raised their heads in shock and looked at Yang Mucheng with puzzled faces. However, Yang Mucheng raised his head and looked into the distance with a solemn face. Not good! Mingqi, who had been sleeping soundly, jumped up like a cat that had stepped on its tail. Then, everyone felt it. It was a terrifying force. It does not belong to an individual, but to the purest power in heaven and earth. In the dark sky, the calm black clouds were so dense that even sunlight could not penetrate them. As if being stirred up by a pair of invisible hands, they quickly turned into a terrifying vortex. With the emergence of this vortex, a tornado appeared across the sky and earth in the very center of the vortex. Then, this tornado suddenly appeared. The violently rotating wind was surrounded by white jumping lightning, and each lightning flash illuminated the entire sky. After this hurricane, which could destroy the world, appeared, it swept towards the location of the camp crazily. Quick! At this moment, even Hu Yuliang's expression was completely shocked. Notice, it is difficult for man to resist God. The most terrifying thing in the world is the power of heaven. This kind of power of heaven and earth that can destroy everything is the most terrifying existence. Boom! The hurricane arrived almost instantly, reaching the camp in an instant. It can only be seen that wherever the hurricane passed, the entire world was completely torn apart. On the flat sand dunes, it was as if it had been swept by a wild dragon, leaving behind a terrifying bottomless abyss. Those monsters hiding under the desert were directly pulled out from the deepest part of the desert by the terrifying suction force, and then were completely chopped into pieces under the raging wind. And, is this the power of heaven and earth? Looking at the scene, Yang Mucheng felt like his heart was trembling. 3 moments. The hurricane came over the camp. Suddenly, the 36 battle flags surrounding the camp were almost uprooted without any suspense. Under the suction force erupted in the hurricane, everyone could clearly feel that their bodies seemed to have lost control. Generally, it seems as if it is constantly being thrown into the hurricane. Duo! Hu Yuliang's eyes widened angrily, and the soles of his feet slammed into the ground. At this moment, the peak of the divine way was completely revealed. A force powerful enough to compete with heaven and earth surged rapidly and swept across all directions. Roar! Seam. The hurricane also felt Hu Yuliang's provocation. Under the surging wind, it actually let out a roar like a wild dragon. Then the huge eye of the storm began to turbulence due to Hu Yuliang's violent momentum. And it swung down like a divine dragon waving its tail, facing the bombardment of the power of heaven and earth. Hu Yuliang gathered all his cultivation and fiercely headed towards the eye of the wind. Chang! A sword energy that traversed the sky and the earth blasted out quickly, like slaying a dragon, directly hitting the eye of the wind. There was just a bang sound, and the hurricane that penetrated the heaven and earth was completely exploded under this finger. So strong! Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. The power of heaven and earth has different manifestations. Ming Qi on the side explained in a low voice. The aura concentration of the Jiuzhou Xiaozhan star is already very thin, so this eye of the wind is not powerful. If it were replaced by aura concentration, the higher stars may not be able to withstand the power of this eye of the wind. So scary. Yang Mucheng lost his voice in shock. The idea just occurred to him. But see, the hurricane that was completely blown to pieces by Hu Yuliang actually exploded and turned into countless small hurricanes, scattering in all directions. As this hurricane exploded in the camp, many elders were affected and were struggling to resist. One of the small hurricanes even bombarded towards his location. So fast! Yang Muqing's heart skipped a beat. But this moment, Yang Mucheng didn't have the slightest fear. He also wanted to try the terrifying power contained in this world. Boom! Facing this small hurricane, Yang Mucheng raised his robe and gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The black sleeves of his robe flew up and down, and two roaring dragons suddenly emerged. He flipped up his long sleeves and caused the two wild dragons to dance up and down, rushing towards the small hurricane like two dragons playing with pearls. This small hurricane was only the size of a person, and the two wild dragons Yang Mucheng swung out were each several hundred meters long. But the next scene that Yang Mucheng didn't expect happened. But he saw that the small hurricane was like a steel needle piercing a balloon, easily tearing his two mad dragons apart, and the momentum continued unabated. Follow Yang Mucheng and attack. Chapter 1049 The Realization of Divine Thoughts. Before Yang Mucheng made his move, he was extremely confident. He used his inner energy as a guide to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and summoned two evil dragons. With a surge of internal energy, he brought up the two aura dragons to circle and ride. Like swimming dragons, anything that entered it would be torn into pieces by the two mad dragons. But this small tornado is condensed into an extremely high concentration. Although it is small in size, it is indestructible. Boom! The aura dragon was torn apart by the small tornado in an instant. Combine! Looking at the small tornado rushing towards him, Yang Mucheng clasped his hands together and took a stance in front of him. He made an arc with both hands, like a Tai Chi-like posture. Suddenly, the spiritual energy surging in the world was pulled at this moment, and rushed towards him, gathering in front of his Yang Mucheng. With the injection of this surging spiritual energy, the 3-foot-long shield in front of Yang Mucheng exploded violently at this moment, growing to more than 10 feet away in an instant, and condensed into substance. Boom! The hurricane flashing with white lightning struck the shield. This shield, which was enough to withstand the bombardment of a powerful Shinto man, was suddenly torn apart in front of the tornado controlled by the power of heaven and earth. Suddenly countless clouds and mist exploded all over the sky. Bang! Yang Mucheng pushed with his right palm and slapped it away, hitting heavily on the hurricane. This palm finally withstood the attack of this small hurricane. But Yang Mucheng was able to fight the power of heaven and earth head-on. At this moment, he only felt a shocking force coming towards him. His body trembled suddenly due to the impact, and he immediately lost his balance and staggered back a few steps. So powerful! Is this the power of heaven and earth? The terrifying small hurricane slowed down slightly and struck Yang Mucheng again. Yang Mucheng remained expressionless, although he has reached the peak of his spiritual thoughts. Compared with veteran powerhouses such as Hu Yuliang, his control over his spiritual thoughts is still far behind. It's like having a treasure in vain, but unable to use it to its maximum effect. I see. I have been walking into a strange circle, because among warriors of the same level of cultivation, my spiritual will is the strongest, so I completely use my spiritual will as brute force, instead of the previous 4 or 2 powerful force. The power of heaven and earth this time has given me a great inspiration. Yang Muqing's eyes flickered, looking at the sweeping hurricane. The stars in his eyes flashed more and more intensely. Master Uncle! This moment, everyone has dealt with the small hurricane that escaped, and they all came to their senses. However, they discovered that one of the small hurricanes was already sweeping towards Yang Mucheng, and all the elders suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Don't move! My uncle seems to have some understanding. Hu Yuliang quickly stopped the elders, who were preparing to help. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yang Mucheng's eyes widening angrily, and a surge of spiritual thought surged out of his body. At this time, his black hair was raised, his eyes were shining with lightning, and his whole body gathered a huge aura. His black robes were flying up and down, and he was rapidly gathering infinite spiritual energy. Drink! When this momentum reached its highest peak, Yang Mucheng gave a deep shout and raised his right fist, as if he were drawing a bow. And as he closed his right hand, everyone around him felt that the vast spiritual energy was rolling in like a whirlpool. And among the dots of light, a long feather was quickly formed. Arrow. This feather arrow was transformed by the spiritual energy of nothingness. But at this moment it seemed like a real existence, and the condensed light was dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's whole body was tense from head to toe, like a strong bow ready to go. Just when everyone looked away, just when the small hurricane was about to hit Yang Mucheng moved. Call out! His prepared punch, using his spiritual thoughts as a pulling force, mobilized Zhou Tian's spiritual energy, turned it into a supremely sharp arrow, and shot it out directly. The air around him exploded, and a loud sound suddenly sounded. Everyone felt their eyes blurred when they saw a bolt of lightning flash past. And then the supreme sharp arrow hit the small hurricane hard. Boom! In an instant, two forces that could destroy the world collided violently, and a loud and shocking sound erupted. Hiss! Hiss! A bunch of eyes looked away. Everyone felt their scalps numb and shocked. But see! That supremely sharp arrow roared out, burst out suddenly, and directly penetrated the small hurricane on the spot. Immediately afterwards, this golden supreme arrow, which was only a few meters long, pierced the void, tore apart the space, and shot out with a bang. Wherever it passed, the strong wind pressure swept wildly, creating a ravine on the ground as fast as a dragon and a snake. Countless sand dunes were exploded on the spot. This punch seemed to penetrate the entire eclipse wind territory. Call. With this punch, Yang Mucheng's aura quickly diminished like a popped balloon, but the golden light in his eyes became more and more intense. Is this the true control power of divine thoughts? Even if a true Shinto strongman is here, the punch I punched before was enough to kill him. Fortunately, I have always been complacent, thinking that I have mastered the true meaning of divine thoughts. Unexpectedly, my control of divine thoughts is still at the level of a layman. I understand in my heart. Yang Mucheng became even more delighted. Although, that night, he was disturbed by the force of the storm and was unable to practice. But he unexpectedly understood the true method of divine thought. Although his cultivation level has not improved, his strength has increased several times. The reason why Wei Yanhai was able to be killed before, it was because Wei Yanhai used the demonic relic that he forcibly broke through to the Shinto realm. He was not a true Shinto powerhouse. As for the previous punch, Yang Mucheng was confident that even if a real Shinto strongman stood there, he could kill him with one punch. Tying! 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 Unexpected, the golden-haired rat that had been lying on Monkey's head suddenly jumped off its head, as if it sensed something, and looked into the distance. What's wrong? Yang Mucheng was surprised. Boss! Just now, I felt the aura of the innate sacred tree suddenly revealed, right in front, said the golden-haired rat. Found it? Yang Mucheng was overjoyed when he heard this. Without any hesitation, he quickly stood up and rushed towards the place where the aura of the innate sacred tree was revealed, running for hundreds of miles. Along the way, the shocking traces left by Yang Mucheng's previous punch were clearly visible. The towering sand dunes were all completely flattened, and the sand flowed, following the traces of this road. Yang Mucheng didn't find the place he was looking for until he was in the center of the eclipse field. A huge ancient tomb. Chapter 1050, Suspicious Tomb. But see, the original location of this ancient tomb was hidden under a sand dune. The sand dune was thousands of feet high and covered hundreds of miles in radius, completely covering the ancient tomb. And Yang Mucheng's punch just happened to pass by, causing the ancient tomb hidden under the sand dunes to finally reveal its traces. Certainly, to everyone, the most eye-catching location of this ancient tomb is the towering huge black stone monument. Yang Mucheng understood who the owner of this ancient tomb was after just one glance. Kuzai, the most powerful person in the immortal sect. Unexpectedly, this innate sacred tree is actually hidden in this ancient tomb. If this is the case, it can be explained. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. After all, this innate sacred tree is a tree demon in the Tai realm. How can ordinary people have such a thing? If the innate sacred tree is here in the doubtful tomb, so everything can be easily explained clearly. Immortal Gate. In a hidden valley, a man in a green shirt was sitting alone in front of the chessboard. At some point, his eyes suddenly opened. Little friend, I didn't expect that by such a coincidence. You would come to one of my suspicious tombs again. I wonder if you can get the things I left behind in my doubtful grave. Kuzai smiled faintly. But with his delicate fingers that were as good as a woman's, he lifted up a white chess piece and dropped it under the chessboard without any hesitation. However, it is not that easy to enter my tomb. Who is at the doubt tomb? Everyone who saw this huge stone tablet exclaimed in surprise. After all, the strength of this most powerful person in the immortal sect is really terrifying. But now, his life and death are uncertain. But his tombs have been left on the stars. Such a mysterious figure and existence are naturally extremely longing for people. However, when everyone came to the ancient tomb, for some reason, including Yang Muchung, Meng Qi, and Hu Yunliang, they all had the strange illusion that the world seemed to have transformed into a chessboard. And they were the chess pieces. This strange feeling came and went as quickly as it came, disappearing almost instantly. Just when everyone was wondering what was going on, the originally flat desert began to violently turbulent at this moment. Boom! Unexpected, a violent explosion suddenly resounded. However, he saw that at this moment, under the control of an inexplicable force, the countless gravels quickly formed a large tentacle-like existence. What? A sudden change occurred, and everyone was stunned. But the large sandstorm quickly rolled up, centering on the crowd, and rolled upwards, as if to completely surround everyone in it. Like catching swimming fish. This scene appeared so quickly that even Hu Yuliang, who had reached the pinnacle of divine cultivation, was unable to react. In an instant, his whole body was wrapped tightly by this terrifying giant net. The yarns and thin hairs that make up this giant network seem to be connected to each other, as if there are only 3 or 4 gravels. But what is jaw-dropping is that each of these yarns condenses into substance, as if steel is generally hard. Roar! Meng Qi originally wanted to rely on his scale armor to prevent the sand net from shrinking, just like exploding the black mysterious chain, and completely smash it into pieces. But who would have thought that when it had just grown to several tens of meters in size, the sand net would quickly shrink. The yarns crisscrossed Monkey's body, causing crisscrossing wounds. Meng Qi was so frightened that he did not dare to resist, so he could only shrink his body. It knew in its heart that if it continued to resist, it would be cut into countless pieces of flesh by the sand net. Yang Muchengdu was speechless at this scene. Notice, Meng Qi has dragon blood, and his body scales are as hard as iron and steel, which is its most powerful shield. But in the end, under the twisting of this sand net, there was no resistance at all. This scene was really terrible, but strange. Yang Muchung and Meng Qi were only one step apart. Even the golden-haired mouse was wrapped in the sand net, like a flock of birds enveloped by birds. On the contrary, Yang Muchung stood outside intact. Finally, I understand. Looking at the huge ancient tomb in front of him, Yang Muchung's eyes showed a hint of enlightenment. Still remember, back then, when he first stepped into Kuzai's suspicious tomb, he received a very strange mission. The third hidden mission. This third hidden mission is related to Kuzai, the most powerful person in the immortal sect. At that time, Yang Muchung suspected that the other party might not be dead. But that thought just flashed through his mind. But now, after seeing this scene, he became more and more determined in his previous thoughts. Ding! The third hidden mission is the strongest person in the immortal sect. The current progress is January 5th. Mission rewards? Mission failed? That finally changed. Although, regarding the change of this task, only a progress bar appeared. But it also gave Yang Muchung a goal to move forward. Boom! 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 Crazy bombardments continued to resound. The sand lines that make up the sand net are obviously thin hair strands, but each one is crystal clear. Regardless of how everyone's attacks were blasted away, they were all firmly blocked in front of this sand net. Even Hu Yunliang, who was at the pinnacle of Shinto, couldn't blast away these hair-thin sand lines. Just when Yang Muchung was about to cut off the sand net, the sudden desert trembled crazily and opened a huge gap, as if it was like a ferocious beast that opened its mouth to devour people. He directly swallowed these more than 10 powerful Shinto men into the desert. Damn it! This moment, even an idiot, Yang Machung knew that the being who was manipulating everything behind the scenes must be Kazai. No one can easily capture a group of powerful Shinto men without even showing their faces. The most powerful person in the immortal sect. You are indeed terrifying. Yang Machung narrowed his eyes. This feeling of being manipulated is very annoying. Remember, when he first felt this way, he was still in the mortal world and the emperor of Dakian Kingdom. Ever since he became the uncle of the 36th master. Ever since he became the bloodthirsty emperor and empress of the Dakian dynasty. No one has dared to control everything like this from behind. The most powerful person in the immortal sect? I want to see what tricks you want to play. Yang Machung clenched his fists and looked at the huge ancient tomb that was revealed. But even entering the ancient tomb is not that easy. Just when Yang Machung was about to enter the ancient tomb, a burst of swishing sound suddenly broke out on the ground. Yang Machung raised his eyebrows and looked at the desert like a wriggling dragon, a cold light suddenly appearing in his eyes. Chapter 1051 Sand Scorpion Beast Killer King. The ground rolled and squirmed, as if a dragon was lurking. But see, the bulge under the ground came rushing like waves, and in an instant it rushed to Yang Machung's feet. Then, along with the sandstorm that was hundreds of feet high, a behemoth emerged from the desert. Oh! Yang Machung frowned slightly. I saw. This monster that suddenly appeared should be the great demon king in the desert. From the outside, it looks like a huge scorpion with a body as big as a mountain. Obviously, it was speeding under the desert before, causing the desert to bulge high. The scorpion tail behind it was raised high, and the sharp poisonous needles glowed with a green light, obviously containing deadly poison. The two huge jet black forelimbs are like giant pincers. If caught, even a mountain peak will be pinched in two. Sand Scorpion Killer Beast. With a raised brow, Yang Machung quickly recognized the big demon king who appeared in front of him and prevented him from entering the ancient tomb. Although, this kind of monster, as a great monster king, does not have much intelligence and only knows how to fight and kill based on instinct. After entering the erosion wind domain, Yang Machung and others had encountered many, but most of them were killed by Hu Yunliang and others. But the one in front of him was obviously bigger than the ones he had encountered before. This should be the Sand Scorpion Beast Killer King. Right. Narrow your eyes. While Yang Machung was still sizing up the sudden appearance of the great demon king, the Sand Scorpion Beast Killer King had already let out a series of sharp roars. It opened its mouth wide, as if it took a sharp breath, and the suction force surged like the eye of a storm rolling in its belly. Call! The next moment, it spit out suddenly. A black ray swept over crazily. Yang Machung took a closer look and couldn't help being shocked. What spit out from the mouth of the Sand Scorpion Killer King was actually a piece of condensed venom. This venom not only has terrifying cutting power, but also corrodes the earth into a terrifying ravine. Tongue! Yang Machung tiptoed a little and jumped up quickly at this moment. Phew! Just as he stood up, a harsh sound of breaking wind filled the room with shock. I don't know when. The Sand Scorpion Killer Beast King also leaped up at the same time, pressing down in front of Yang Machung like a hill. At the same time, he picked up the giant pliers that could crush the mountain peak and cut it in the air. It's not that easy to be my heir. I don't know. Can you fix it? Kazai stared at the chessboard, a pair of eyes that seemed to ignore the limitations of space and time and fell directly on Yang Machung while speaking. But he saw that he slowly picked up 3 white stones with his white jade fingers and slapped them on the chessboard, almost at the same time. At this moment, 3 terrifying sand springs suddenly erupted in the desert in 3 directions under Yang Machung's body. Under the sand spring, 3 Sand Scorpion Beast Killing Kings rushed out again. The size of each of the 3 Sand Scorpion Beast Slaying Kings is no less than the previous one, and is even more terrifying. At the same time as it appeared, the terrifying giant pincers struck Yang Machung on the head with an extreme whistling sound. This moment, Yang Machung fell directly into the siege of 4 Sand Scorpion Beast Kings. Right now, Hu Yunliang, Meng Qi, Golden Mouse and others who were swallowed up by the sand net and the desert. When they opened their eyes again, they found that they had appeared in a dark space, and each of them was locked in a cage made of special material. This cage has great magical powers and seals off 100 meters of space. making those who are locked in it feel that they are unable to lift up their entire body, and cannot even move their spiritual thoughts. Such great power! This is Tai's divine power! Who on earth can control the universe with this kind of divine power? Although the inheritance of the 9 provinces is broken, but among the 10,000 Dao Sword sect, the due strength of the Tai strongman is still recorded, after the great magical power of sealing off the space is deployed. As long as you are in this space, even if you also have Tai cultivation, you cannot escape. Just when everyone was shocked, they saw that the dark space in front of them was in turmoil. When the picture changed, a huge light curtain actually appeared. Oh my god! Great uncle! What is that? He was actually besieged by 4 sand scorpion beast killing kings. Above the light curtain, what appeared was Yang Muqing's current situation. It's okay not to look at it. After looking at it, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. The sand scorpion beast slaying king is a half-step Shinto demon king, although his cultivation is not as good as that of Wei Yanhai, who was killed by Yang Mucheng before. But because these demon kings do not have much wisdom, and only know how to rely on instinct to fight, they will be stronger. One sand scorpion killer beast king is difficult enough, let alone all 4 of them. Can you block it? In front of everyone, when the 4 giant pincers that could flatten the mountain fell from the air, everyone's hearts were in their throats. If you are hit by this in public, even if you are made of steel, you will be smashed into powder. When everyone was surprised, Yang Mucheng could not hide his shock. The sudden appearance of the other 3 sand scorpion beast killing kings blocked all his escape routes almost instantly, especially when those 4 giant pincers smashed down. It was even more difficult to retreat and avoid. The 4 big demon kings were like yellow scarf warriors wielding giant hammers, smashing down with infinite force. Since there is no way to retreat and no way to avoid it, there is no need to avoid it. Laugh! Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his whole person seemed to be suspended in the void for a moment. At this moment, the inner energy in his body swept through his body, and his robes fluttered in an instant. He even stepped on the void and punched these 4 giant fists with a bang. Boom! This punch made the void tremble, and the air became stagnant. One is as big as a mountain, the other is skinny. The statures between the 2 were simply out of proportion. But Yang Mucheng used his tiny body to withstand the simultaneous attacks of the 4 demon kings. Boom! A sky-shattering cloud suddenly exploded in midair, and a trembling ripple spread rapidly in all directions. Everything within sight was completely flattened. In the void, a ring of clouds and mist that tore through the air exploded. However, before Yang Mucheng could get happy, the second round of attacks from the 4 sand scorpion beast killing kings had arrived. These sand scorpion beast killing kings seemed to be controlled by someone, and their movements were as agile and consistent as they were in the early stages. When Yang Mucheng blocked their first round of attacks, their other giant pincer also danced in the air, hitting them hard. On Yang Mucheng's body. Chapter 1052 Anger. Boom! The terrifying power was displayed incomparably at this moment. The madness invaded Yang Mucheng's body, and swept through his whole body in an instant, spouting out a mouthful of blood mist. Yang Mucheng's body suddenly shot backwards, like an arrow from a string, in a loud sound like a meteorite falling to the ground. It crashed into the desert. This moment, the entire erosion wind domain seemed to be trembling, centered on Yang Mucheng's body. Countless gravels rose into the sky like splashing sea water. Not only was the entire sand dune flattened, but a large crater with a radius of thousands of feet was created. Countless golden gravels rolled towards the crater like seawater pouring in. The 4 sand scorpion beast killing kings showed no intention of giving up. After a brief stagnation, they rushed towards the area again. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing loudly, Yang Mucheng directly grabbed the Yama mask from his face. Kuzai! I don't care whether you are really dead or fake. I don't care whether you are the strongest person in the Immortal Sect or the strongest person in Hingyu. It's impossible for you to trick me into applause. Click! He clenched the mask in his hand. The infinite killing intent in Yang Mucheng's eyes exploded crazily, and the long hair on his back grew crazily at this moment. Each of the 3,000 black strands grew to several hundred feet in length. Hundreds of feet of black hair were swaying in the air, and on each black hair, there was a golden inner energy twisting crazily. Roar! When this endless internal energy was twisting, Yang Mucheng's body erupted with an extreme dragon roar. Amidst this burst of dragon roars, a surge of extremely terrifying energy and blood suddenly emerged from Yang Mucheng's body. At the same time as this force of energy and blood exploded, A golden shadow measuring several thousand feet taller than Yang Mucheng appeared outside Yang Mucheng's body. This terrifying phantom, which was hundreds of feet tall, turned out to be the shape of a five-clawed golden dragon. Die to me! Boom! Amidst a burst of angry roars, Yang Mucheng stepped on the ground with the soles of his feet. With just a dong sound, the desert beneath him completely collapsed, forming a terrifying footprint hundreds of feet long. The next moment, Yang Mucheng's whole body was flying out quickly. At this moment, together with a huge dragon shadow wrapping his body, they rushed out together and struck hard towards one of the Sand Scorpion Killer Beast Kings. Hisses. The Sand Scorpion Killer King, who was the target of the attack, suddenly let out a sharp scream and quickly waved two giant pincers in front of him. But it's too late. Growing up in the Erosion Wind territory, it possesses extremely hard scales from birth, which can block a powerful strike from a powerful Shinto warrior. But under the complete explosion of Yang Mucheng's terrifying energy and blood, it was as fragile as paper. This moment, everyone only saw a scene they would never forget. The Sand Scorpion Beast Killer King who dominates the Erosion Wind territory was actually penetrated by a five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon rushed in from its head and rushed out from its back, when a shocking amount of blood splashed like a waterfall. The body of the Sand Scorpion Beast King was torn apart completely by this unstoppable force and turned into countless fragments on the ground. Boom! At this time, only then did the sound of Yang Mucheng and the five-clawed golden dragon outside his body break through the sound barrier. The terrifying five-clawed golden dragon flew close to the ground, creating a deep ravine in the ground. Hisses. The remaining three Sand Scorpion Killer Kings looked at the scene in front of them in horror, their whole bodies trembling uncontrollably. However, before they could react, Yang Mucheng had already waved in the air. Call. At this moment, the five-clawed golden dragon, which was thousands of feet tall, danced its claws and was photographed impressively. One of the Sand Scorpion Killer Beast Kings was smashed into a pulp on the spot, and the ground beneath it sank at this moment, forming a deep mark of the dragon's claws. Seeing this scene, the last two Sand Scorpion Killing Beast Kings let out a shrill cry, and without any hesitation, they turned around and ran away into the distance. What? Escaped actually? The escape of the two Sand Scorpion Beast Kings immediately shocked Hu Yunliang and others. To know, this great demon king, who has no consciousness at all and only knows how to kill, is a relentless existence and does not know what fear is at all. But under Yang Mucheng's attack, they not only became afraid, but even began to run away. Huh? One of the Sand Scorpion Killing Beast King quickly fled into the distance, while the other one made a high leap, like a diving fish to dive into the desert. Easy to come, hard to go, Yang Mucheng sneered. Boom! On the shadow of the five-clawed golden dragon, every scale burst out with infinite golden light at this moment, as if two suns appeared in the sky. This dazzling light even made Hu Yunliang and Meng Qi, who were watching the battle, unable to open their eyes. Just when the light exploded to its extreme, Yang Mucheng once again carried the huge five-clawed golden dragon and shot out of the void. Crash! There was a sound of tearing through the void in the air, and a golden shadow swiftly passed by in the sky above the Eroding Wind territory. Just like the scene when a vivid five-clawed golden dragon flew through the void. Bursts of harsh and shocking dragon roars broke out in the lakes, seas and mountains. Almost instantly, Yang Mucheng caught up with the fleeing Sand Scorpion. The huge dragon claws reached down from the air, and the previously arrogant Sand Scorpion was directly caught in its palm like an ant, and then crushed into pieces. Hiss! Hiss! The remaining Sand Scorpions felt the breath of their companions, and disappeared one by one around them. They screamed in fear, and their huge bodies quickly rushed towards the depths of the desert. Roar! Yang Mucheng turned his eyes, and a breathtaking light burst out from his pupils. This piece of divine light seemed to ignore everything and fell directly on the Sand Scorpion. A low roar came from his throat, and he raised his right hand and pointed it into a sword. At the same time, the huge five-clawed golden dragon outside Yang Mucheng also raised its claws at the same time. In an instant, spiritual energy from 100 miles radius poured in, forming a shocking long sword. Break! Then, Yang Mucheng pointed his right hand towards the desert, and the golden long sword erupted with a harsh sword sound, and quickly exploded towards the desert. Bang! At this moment, the flat desert seemed to explode. A golden flying sword that shone to the extreme shot out from the void toward the depths of the desert, instantly penetrating the body of the Demon King, who had fled tens of thousands of meters under the desert. Then, under the control of Yang Muchung. The golden flying sword burst out with a condensed infinite spiritual energy. Immediately, the body of the sand scorpion beast king exploded completely in the depths of the desert. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, turned around gracefully, dispersed the five-clawed golden dragon that enveloped him, and landed lightly and deftly in front of the gate of the ancient tomb. Judging from his understatement, it seemed that those who were killed earlier were not the four great demon kings, but just four insignificant ants. Chapter 1053 Ancient Battlefield. After killing the four great demon kings, Yang Muchung slowly fell to the ground. Whether it was the sudden arrest of Hu Yunyang, Meng Qi and others, or the sudden appearance of the four sand scorpion kings, Yang Muchung felt like he was being spied on. He believed that behind him, there was a pair of big hands invisibly controlling everything. But he was not in a hurry at the moment. Instead, he slowly absorbed the energy and blood of the four great demon kings, and absorbed their souls into the juicy order. Squeak! Until he's done it all. A harsh sound slowly resounded. The closed door of the ancient tomb quietly opened. Boom! The door of the tomb was fully opened, and a breath that had been covered in dust for a long time rushed towards his face like a tide. It was mixed with an unpleasant smell of corruption, which made people frown. The huge tomb hall is like a wild beast lying in the eclipse field, and the wide open door of the tomb is more like the open mouth of this wild beast. What a trick! Yang Muchung sneered. They captured Hu Yunyang and several others and used them as threats. He was forced to go in personally, looking at the dark and deep stone tomb. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. Good! I want to take a look at what you, the most powerful person in the immortal sect, have arranged. Without any hesitation, Yang Muchung stepped directly towards the ancient tomb. In the eyes of Hu Yunyang and others, Yang Muchung seemed to have been swallowed alive by this ferocious beast. Almost at the moment Yang Muchung's body was entered into the ancient tomb, the entire entrance to the ancient tomb was completely sealed. Phew! And this time, Yang Muchung also arrived at this extremely strange ancient tomb after a period of whirlwind. Is this Kazai tomb? After his consciousness returned to clarity, Yang Muchung looked around in shock. This was completely different from what he had imagined, and completely different from the ancient tombs he had broken into before. There are no palaces, no tombs, and no coffins, but only patches of white bones stretching for thousands of miles. It looks like an ancient battlefield. In this battlefield, there are many flags that have long been dilapidated, and these flags represent the ancient forces in Kyushu. Who is killing the game? While Hu Yunyang and other elders were still wondering why there were so many bones in an ancient tomb, Meng Qi had already shouted out, "Uh-huh." At this moment, everyone looked over. Kozai had heard of it, all of them. This is the most powerful person in the immortal sect. But, what is this killing game? Meng Qi whispered. Kozai has countless doubtful tombs, and he has placed his most precious treasures in each doubtful tomb. Once these treasures are released, countless strong people will rush to grab them. However, not even 1 out of 10 people survived. The elders of our clan called these ancient tombs left by Kozai the Kozai Killing Bureau and did not allow us, the demon race, to take a step forward. Whenever an ancient tomb is opened, a heavenly spirit and earthly treasure must be born. Isn't it normal for people to be killed or injured in order to compete for the treasure? Hu Yunyang said with a different expression. Meng Qi smiled bitterly and shook his head. What is the most powerful person in the immortal sect? That is, no matter how high your cultivation level is, as long as you enter his territory, you have to look at his mood. If he wants you to live, Jioyo Yama will kill him. I can't protect you. If he lets you die, even the 9 Heaven Saint Emperor can't protect you. The inheritance of Jiojo has been cut off for too long, and even the strongest person in the immortal sect doesn't know it anymore. Just when Hu Yunyang and others were talking about the strongest person in the immortal sect, Yang Muchung had already recovered from the previous shock. Almost immediately, he released the Ghost King in the Juzi order. After countless devourings, this Ghost King has reached the cultivation level of the Zifu Grandmaster. He is 3 meters tall and wears nether armor that resembles the scales of a black beast, making him look like a ghost. Xiao Qianyang, check the surroundings. If there is anything unusual, notify me as soon as possible. Yang Muchung glanced at this Ghost King. Yes. The Ghost King's soul still retains Xiao Qianyang's consciousness. But since the Juzi Ling is in the hands of Yang Muchung, as long as its soul is immortal, it must be controlled by Yang Muchung. Xiao Qianyang reluctantly responded and walked towards the distance. Since this ancient tomb was once an ancient battlefield, the environment here is somewhat similar to the forest bone domain. It is filled with evil spirits, which is conducive to the cultivation of ghosts. It can be seen that after Zhao Qianyang appeared, the dense white mist-like evil energy around him was like the tide of a broken embankment, rolling towards its body and constantly enriching its body. Huh? Unexpected. Yang Mucheng was surprised, and he picked up a slightly broken flag from the pile of bones at his feet. This is actually the flag of the Dacian dynasty. Yang Mucheng looked shocked. In the royal library, Yang Mucheng had seen some knowledge about the inheritance of the Dacian dynasty. At that time, the Dacian dynasty was the largest country in Kyushu. However, because the inheritance of the immortal sect was cut off, the Dacian dynasty fell apart. Later, it was dissolved into countless sects and countless small countries, and it became the chaotic war among heroes today, the state of separation between good and evil. I originally thought that period of history was made up by historians to put themselves in a flattering position, but I didn't expect it to be true. Don't dare to neglect. Yang Mucheng continued to investigate forward. He found that in addition to the flags of the Dacian dynasty, there were even many flags of the Monster dynasty, and even many banners of the immortal sect. Apparently, these beings all came for the rare treasures in this ancient tomb. But in the end they fought with each other, so that an ancient battlefield was formed here. However, the evil spirit here is so strong, I'm afraid there will be many ghost tribes. Right. Yang Mucheng's heart moved, almost as soon as the thought came to his mind. He heard a rustling sound. That is? He looked ahead, but he saw 3 or 4 skinny skeletons standing there like jackals. The golden elixir in the skull's head was beating continuously. It was obvious that they had smelled the rich energy and blood in Yang Mucheng. Tongue! 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 Almost at the same time, the 3 skeletons jumped up quickly and pounced like cheetahs. Yang Mucheng didn't even look at it. He felt as relaxed and comfortable among the corpses as if he were wandering around in his own back garden. Before the 3 skeletons got close, they were slapped away by Zhao Qianyang, and the golden elixir was smashed to pieces. Even the evil spirit of these Bone clan was completely absorbed into Zhao Qianyang's body. It seems that I will have to stay in this ancient battlefield for a while longer. Yang Mucheng glanced around, condensed for a moment, then quickly stood up and swept forward. Chapter 1054 The Mysterious Visitor. Original. Yang Mucheng planned to leave this ancient battlefield quickly and enter the depths of the ancient tomb. But then I thought about it. The concentration of evil spirit in this battlefield is very strong, which is the best opportunity for the Ghost Clan to practice. Zhao Qianyang only stayed inside for a moment, and his body became more condensed than before, and his combat effectiveness increased a lot. If Zhao Qianyang can be promoted to the realm of spiritual consciousness in this ancient battlefield, he will be able to deal with the traps in the ancient tomb. Yang Mucheng's body rolled up and jumped directly onto a mountain of corpses. The next moment, he directly released the surging energy and blood in his body, and a terrifying vitality quickly spread to a radius of 4 or 5 miles. If he were not worried that there would be something more terrifying in this ancient tomb, Yang Mucheng would even directly release all his energy and blood power to attract all the ghosts. Kaka kaka. The sounds of bones turning could be heard. But see, on the ground, the bones piled up piece by piece were propped up from the bottom up, and the skeletons quickly emerged from the ground. Go! Yang Mucheng glanced at Zhao Qianyang. Phew! Zhao Qianyang's mind moved, and he quickly floated out, raised his turtle claw, and slapped the head of a bone race that looked like a lion heavily. This slap directly beat the opponent to pieces. Then, Zhao Qianyang opened his mouth and sucked the evil spirit that escaped from the opponent's body directly into his body. Roar! The next moment, a sharp neighing sound sounded. An unknown bird bone race flew over quickly. Its wings spread hundreds of meters, and its whole body was as clear as jade. It was so majestic that it flew directly from the air. It was obvious that it felt the terrifying power emanating from Yang Mucheng. Vitality. In an instant, he passed through Zhao Qianyang's blockade and headed towards Yang Mucheng. Een. The neighing sound resounded, and the bird bone clan stretched out its giant claws and came to bully him like an eagle attacking a rabbit. The sharp finger hooks directly grabbed Yang Mucheng's head, as if to scratch his head into pieces. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly, flicked his fingers, and blasted out an invisible force. This bird bone race, which had just reached the level of spiritual consciousness, seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and was shattered into pieces in an instant like an egg hitting a stone. If you let in any more Bone Clan, I will destroy you. Yang Mucheng looked at Zhao Qianyang and said coldly. Yes. Zhao Qianyang's heart trembled, and he did not dare to disobey. With the juicy Ling in Yang Muqing's hands, as long as the other party has a thought, he can easily obliterate his existence, and even make his life worse than death. There are many lonely ghosts in this ancient battlefield. If Yang Muqing is willing, he can find a more powerful ghost to replace him. Present, Zhao Qianyang almost used all his strength to frantically kill the ghosts, who were driven by the power of qi and blood. After taking a look at Zhao Qianyang's actions, Yang Muqing also nodded secretly. He simply sat down cross-legged and absorbed the sinister energy in this area. After all, he has now reached 70 to 80% of the peak level of his spiritual consciousness. If he can absorb all the sinister energy of this ancient battlefield, he will reach the perfection of his spiritual consciousness. Rise! This moment, Yang Muqing clasped his hands together and quickly formed a seal in front of him. At this time, he released the ancient heaven swallowing technique to the extreme. Just see, in the ancient battlefield, the rich evil spirit almost turned into white mist, like a strong wind rising, and as if it was poured into the eye of the wind, rushing towards Yang Muqing's body desperately. Call. This moment, in the areas where the evil spirit was forcibly removed, the crystal clear white bones withered rapidly, were quickly covered with cracks, and turned into pieces of powder after a while. What a strong evil spirit! The evil spirit here is even greater than that in the forest bone domain. Presumably, the reason why the wind and sand in the eclipse wind territory are so terrifying is precisely because the evil spirit here has been exposed, which has caused the entire eclipse wind territory to be in such a desperate situation. Feeling his continuous improvement in cultivation, Yang Muqing was very satisfied. At this moment, the Taiku heaven swallowing technique started to operate rapidly. At this moment, one can clearly feel that the rich evil spirit in the void and space is rapidly decreasing in an extreme manner. The dry bones on the ground around him turned into pieces of powder, as if a strong wind was passing by. However, Yang Muqing ignored one point. For the ghost tribe and the bone tribe, the evil spirit is their foundation. Just like water, his crazy absorption of evil energy is equivalent to draining out all the water in the pool, leaving the ghosts and bone tribes who rely on evil energy to survive. Roar! At this time, from the depths of the ancient battlefield, a thundering roar quickly came. This terrifying roar caused Zhao Qianyang's ghost body, which had condensed into a substantial form, to be in turmoil at this moment, almost dissipating. There was a sound of wind and bones flying around. At the same time, this roar also interrupted Yang Muqing's ancient heaven swallowing technique. Yang Muqing slowly opened his eyes, and only then did he realize that his crazy absorption of evil energy had caused serious consequences. I saw, in the ancient battlefield, countless ghosts and bone races have already rushed over. Densely moving shadows surrounded him in almost all directions. And that roar came from the deepest part of the ancient battlefield. With the sound of bones colliding, countless ghosts gave way to a huge path, along with the sound of heavy footsteps. The owner of the previous roar was gradually clearly revealed in front of Yang Muqing. This is? Yang Muqing frowned. But he saw a huge bone dragon that looked like an ancient tyrannosaurus walking slowly with its limbs on the ground. Its heavy body stepped on the ground step by step, and each step made a deep depression in the ground. It has a terrifying body shape and a very rough skeleton. It is conceivable that this monster must have been a terrifying monster with dragon bloodline during its lifetime. On both sides of the skull dragon's body, there are two huge wings full of holes, and the edges of the wings are as sharp as knives. The bone dragon's eyes were filled with blazing flames, like torches and red flames. The previous roar came from this big bone king whose cultivation had reached the state of spiritual consciousness. However, what surprised Yang Muqing was not the big bone king, but another petite figure sitting on its back. Woman? Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows. He could see that since this woman appeared, all the ghosts in the ancient tomb had surrendered. Obviously, this woman is the most supreme being in this ancient tomb. Chapter 1055 Arsenal. A living person? When Yang Muqing looked at each other, the woman was also looking at Yang Muqing. When she felt Yang Muqing's surging energy and blood, Yang Muqing could feel a trace of unconcealable passion and envy in his eyes. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to enter this killing chamber. While talking, the woman sitting on the back of the bone dragon slowly stood up. Only then did Yang Muqing realize that there was nothingness under the other person's knees. And this beautiful, petite girl seems to be a ghost tribe, a great ghost king in the Shinto realm. Yang Muqing said nothing. He knew that the other party was not kind. Nowadays, We can only adopt tactics as they see fit, and remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing situations. Why do you want to swallow the evil spirit in the ancient tomb? The woman stared at Yang Mucheng quietly. The other person has the appearance of a girl, about 14 or 15 years old. But she has a dashing and heroic appearance, and has a proud attitude that even a man would be ashamed of. At the same time, she possesses a beauty that would captivate the entire country, with hair as beautiful as clouds. Perhaps because she is a ghost. The girl's face is more arrogant and cold. Practice, Yang Mucheng replied honestly. Then do you know that for us, the evil spirit of the entire ancient tomb is the foundation for us to stand on? If it is absorbed by you, what should we do? Axiana looked at Yang Mucheng with a sneer. Axiana was one of the first group of tomb explorers to break into the ancient tomb. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, he already had a cultivation level beyond half a step of nirvana. It's a pity that no matter how high her cultivation level is, she has no way to escape after entering this murderous situation. In the end, she relies on the evil spirit in the ancient tomb to transform herself into a ghost. For the ghost clan, the most important thing is naturally the evil spirit. Without the nourishment of evil energy, no matter how strong one is, one's cultivation level will gradually fade away, and eventually one will become a lonely ghost without consciousness. These evil spirits have been absorbed by me and transformed into a part of my cultivation. What do you want me to do? Yang Mucheng asked with a half smile. There is no possibility of him vomiting out whatever he eats. It's very simple. Axiana stared at Yang Mucheng and said, a warrior absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice, and after death, his cultivation will return to heaven and earth. After killing you, not only will the evil spirit you absorbed previously come back, even your cultivation will turn into evil energy, making this place even richer. Yang Mucheng stared at Axiana with a strange expression on his face. What are you looking at me for? Yang Mucheng's gaze made Ocean Nu look a little surprised. You have such a high level of cultivation. Are you willing to be trapped here and be a lonely ghost forever? Yang Mucheng asked. If you are willing to follow me, I can take you out and take you out of here. As soon as he said these words, countless ghosts around him suddenly became commotion. After all, no one wants to be trapped in one place forever, imprisoned like a prison. Why should I believe you? Axiana looked at Yang Mucheng. I have a treasure of the ghost clan here. As long as you go in, I can take you all out. Yang Mucheng raised the Juzi Ling in his hand. Yang Mucheng did not lie. Juzi Ling does have a carrying function and can accommodate the ghost clan. However, once they enter the Juzi order, whether these ghosts live or die depends entirely on his thoughts. As long as he is willing, whether it is the ghosts as small as mice or the Asian slaves, they will become the food that Zhao Qianyang devours in an instant. If he could devour so many ghosts, Zhao Qianyang's cultivation would probably be able to reach the divine realm or above in one go. Right? Ha ha! Just when Yang Mucheng was still making small calculations secretly, Axiana's laughter interrupted his thoughts. Do you think we are all idiots? The magic weapon in your hand does have a very powerful evil spirit. But how can this kind of magic weapon that can contain the ghost clan not have any restrictions on the ghost clan? Axiana looked at Yang Mucheng with a sneer and said, when we enter the token, we will definitely be restricted by you. Although we are separated from this ancient tomb, we have become your slaves. Is my guess correct? After a pause, Axiana continued. Plus, why should I listen to you? If I kill you, wouldn't it be better to take the token and study it myself? Yang Mucheng was stunned for a while. Really? The other party was so smart that he was able to see through Yang Mucheng's plan. That's it. I originally planned to save some effort. After all, there are so many ghosts like you, and it is very difficult for me to deal with them. Yang Mucheng's subordinate Zhu Xiling shook his head. In this case, we can only take action seriously. Axiana looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile and said, it's a matter of life and death for everyone. So I can't be careless. With your qualifications and talents, you must be able to transform into a ghost after death. Since you were imprisoned in this place, this is the first time I have said so many words to a living person in space. But it's a pity that you will become a dead person in a while. Her expression suddenly turned cold, and she pointed forward. In an instant, the Infinite Bone Clan and Ghost Clan standing behind her rushed towards Yang Mucheng, who was on the mountain of corpses. A vast expanse of white bones, like a huge billowing wave of bones, struck in an instant amid a shocking roar. Zhao Qianyang let out a roar and stepped forward quickly. Call! With a wave of his hand, His giant claws covered with scales brought up a roaring black wind, which was swept out in an instant. A piece of bone race was shot to pieces. Suddenly, a piece of skeleton was tumbling, and a large rain of bones seemed to fall in the sky. Even the ghosts who rushed in front were beaten to pieces. But they recovered immediately. Yang Muchung didn't intervene and just watched quietly. He found these ghost tribes and bone tribes seem to have been trained by Axiana like an army. All attacks and retreats are very clear. Woo! Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded. I saw a vicious dog with 3 heads. It dug its limbs on the ground and clawed out a deep hole, then quickly flew towards Zhao Qianyang. Zhao Qianyang reacted quickly and immediately slapped it, smashing the head into pieces. But the nascent soul of this evil dog was actually hidden on the rightmost head. This slap only made its body tremble. And then it swept over with unabated force. It rushed in front of Zhao Qianyang with a roar, and the sharp mouth full of fangs bites it hard, making it unable to move. If it were other warriors, their throats would have been completely bitten by this ferocious blow. But Zhao Qianyang is a ghost, and has the juicy order to protect his body, so he will not die so easily. Call! 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 With rapid tumbling waves, countless 3-headed evil dogs flew over quickly, biting Zhao Qianyang's body with sharp fangs. The hard scales on his body were directly bitten by these vicious dogs, making a click sound and sparks flying everywhere. Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung frowned slightly, raised his hand, and photographed Zhao Qianyang back. Pap! The 3-headed vicious dogs, which had no target, fell to the ground one after another. After a brief moment of daze, the remaining Bone Clan and ghosts turned their attention to Yang Muchung, who was standing on the mountain of corpses. Chapter 1056. The Ghost King Tide. Give up? Axiano looked at Zhao Qianyang, who was slowly disappearing in midair, and looked towards Yang Muchung with a smile. Let's do this. You hand over the token, I won't kill you either. Give up? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows, but there was no such word in his mind. Shaking his head, Yang Muchung tensed up his muscles and put on a fighting stance. There used to be people like you who would not give up until they saw the Yellow River. Axiana shook his head and sighed. In that case, I can only apologize. If a person does not do it for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. If one day I leave this ancient tomb, I will definitely take your bones back to your hometown and let you return to your roots. Finished. Axiana's eyes flashed with cold light, and he pointed forward. Call. The next moment, the countless Bone Clan and Ghost Clan that were approaching under the mountain of corpses were like a big tide, rushing towards Yang Muchung's position like a mad tide. Boom! 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 This scene looks like a huge ghost kingdom. All kinds of evil spirits with green faces and fangs. All kinds of skeletons with white bones. And all kinds of birds and beasts were like dark clouds at this moment, rushing towards Yang Muchung's position without any scruples. If the previous attack on Zhao Qianyang was like a tidal wave in the river, then this scene now is like a tide of ghost kings, as if it is going to completely engulf Yang Muchung. Master Uncle! Master Yang! Hu Yunyang and others, who were in another dimension but could still see the scene, turned pale when they saw the roaring tide of ghost kings. This is really terrible. This is clearly a large army. Who can survive in such an army? No matter how high your cultivation level is, you will be consumed to death under this endless invasion. Certainly, Yang Muchung, who has presided over countless large-scale warrior battles, understands the horror of this tactic better than anyone else. A large number of ants will bite an elephant to death. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you will still be drowned alive by the ants. There is only one way to deal with this tactic, and that is to use absolute strength to kill these people so that they dare not attack again. Snort! Looking at the wave of ghost kings sweeping towards him, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He stood there, not moving at all, but his clothes were flying and his long hair was flying, as if he was standing in the center of Hingyu. Just when the endless tide of ghost kings rushed towards him, he stamped his feet fiercely, and a surging and terrifying force quickly swept through his body in all directions, shaking like thunder. This force stirred up countless dust and bone powder, flying up and down. Under the shocking eyes, it quickly turned into a vast and huge herd of millions of animals, with a sound like thunder. With the sound of running, he rushed towards the Ghost King crazily. The surrounding ground trembled crazily as it was trampled by these two terrible impacts. Countless skeletons rolled down the slope on the Bone Mountains. Boom! Suddenly, these two terrifying entities collided fiercely. Immediately, a shocking wave rolled up crazily, sweeping in all directions. And countless bones and dust even rushed up to a height of several thousand meters. The force generated during the impact swept across all directions, engulfing everything within sight in an instant and razing it to the ground. Snort! Seeing this scene, Axiana raised the corners of his mouth and shook his head slowly. But see, although everything in the dust-filled place can no longer be seen with the naked eye, the surging power of blood and energy in it is still as vast as the sea, which is shocking. However, the countless ghosts were still unabated at this moment. Instead, they were moving forward with a more terrifying posture than before, as if they were going to completely drown Yang Macheng. It's over! Axiana's beautiful eyes lit up with color, and he had already come to a conclusion quietly. However, just as she finished speaking, a terrifying force broke through the endless dust cloud. Yang Macheng was already at this moment, holding a long sword and fighting out single-handedly. The rich spiritual energy surged through his body, like flames flying and churning. From a distance, he looked like a golden dragon wandering among the mountains, rivers and seas, whispering. But the gesture of this burst of momentum did not bring the slightest sense of beauty to Axiana. She only felt a terrifying crisis rushing towards her, and it was already in front of her in the blink of an eye. Wherever Yang Macheng passed, whether it was the big ghost king condensed into substance or the big bone king with a body like a mountain and a jade-like skeleton, they were torn apart in an instant by him. That golden figure carved a path of corpses in this ancient battlefield. In an instant, he rushed in front of him. War slave! Axiana drank in a deep voice. And then she made a sweet sound, and picked up the lower bone dragon with her thin fingers. A piece of evil energy quickly condensed and formed a white rain. Then, she grabbed it hard, and an unimaginable force burst out from her thin body. The bone dragon, which weighed thousands of tons, actually stood upright after being grabbed by her with one hand. Roar! The bone dragon let out a roar and raised its huge claws. Then, like a dark cloud, it hooded up and slammed down towards the position where Yang Macheng was. His body is like a mountain, and his claws are as powerful as a mountain avalanche. What? Seeing the overwhelming giant claws smashing down from the sky, Yang Macheng closed his eyes. The sword that was originally directed towards Axiana suddenly turned around and brought up a brilliant sword light, fiercely towards the awe-inspiring bone dragon, cut off the dragon claw that was smashed down. Boom! A terrifying explosion, like a satellite hitting the earth, resounded crazily. Yang Macheng felt an unstoppable and terrifying distance roaring in and pouring into his body. His sword that was slashing towards the dragon's claw was not only restrained, but also lost its balance under the terrifying force and shot backwards. Roar! 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 Seeing this, countless ghosts roared and charged towards Yang Macheng crazily. This wave of attacking ghosts and bone tribes was even larger and more terrifying than the previous ones. It seemed as if they were going to drown Yang Macheng in almost an instant. However, just when countless beings were about to rush in, Yang Macheng spread his arms. An overbearing force swept out crazily. Before those countless beings could get close, they were blown away by this terrifying force, and once again turned into a rain of bones that filled the sky. In the rain of bones that filled the sky, Yang Macheng's black robe flew up and down, and he walked out slowly step by step. He actually tore apart this terrifying Ghost King tied all by himself. Chapter 1057 The Big Ghost King Who Controls Everything. Difficult. At this time, even Axiana couldn't help but frown. Over the years, many strangers have broken into this ancient tomb. There were many beings with higher cultivation levels than Yang Macheng, but there had never been anyone like the young man in front of her, giving her a very difficult and troublesome feeling. Roar! 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 Waves of low roars came from all around. Apparently, these bone clansmen were also shocked. Although they only have one enemy, they don't dare to be lazy at all. Just like no matter how large the number of sheep is, no one dares to attack the lion. Snort! I saw some bone clans and ghosts around, and I wanted to try to get closer. But Yang Macheng's eyes widened angrily, and he shouted in a deep voice. Immediately, those guys were like rats that had seen the light, and they all took a step back in fear. No one dared to take a step forward anymore. Yang Macheng had already scared them out of their courage. Useless things! Arsenal let out a low drink, somewhat hating that iron cannot become steel. She pulled the reins and drove the bone dragon under her to walk slowly. The ghosts around her immediately separated like a tide, making way for a path. Axiana standing on the back of the bone dragon. Although petite, gives people an extremely terrifying feeling of pressure. You are strong. Axiana looked at Yang Muchung and said word by word. But if you think you can compete with us at this level, you are totally wrong. Since these ghosts are scared out of their wits by you, and don't dare to fight you again, then let me show you your strength. Arsenal pulled the reins. Her thin figure gives people a sense of care, and standing on the back of the bone dragon gives people a very contrasting sense of disobedience. Boom, boom, boom. Every step the terrifying bone dragon took seemed to trigger a small earthquake, causing the bones around it to tremble. Axiana's gaze towards Yang Muchung suddenly turned away and became extremely gloomy. Her thin 5 fingers pulled up the reins, and the bone dragon, which was slowly and leisurely, as if walking in the back garden of her home, suddenly let out a roar and started to flap its huge bone wings crazily. The pair of wings, which were full of holes and holes, making people doubt whether they could even fly, actually brought about a harsh and whistling hurricane. The sharp wind swept through the void, bringing with it a piercing scream. The almost substantial gust of wind created terrifying ravines on the ground. Even Yang Muchengdu lost his balance in this gust of wind and couldn't help but take a few steps backward. And, with the help of this terrifying hurricane, the bone dragon quickly tumbled to its feet, and its body like a hill quickly turned over with unimaginable dexterity. Roar! A low and terrifying roar came. The bone dragon opened its big mouth, and a strong and extremely strong evil spirit quickly gathered in its throat, and then spit it out fiercely. A gray-white light pillar pressed directly down from the sky. This light pillar ignored everything and was incomprehensible. Everything enveloped by the light beam was blasted into powder. Boom! The terrifying beam of light quickly swept over Yang Muchung in an instant. Facing this beam of light, Yang Muchung opened his eyes angrily, and the dragon pattern between his eyebrows suddenly burst into intense light. A ray of light like a dragon's pattern quickly rose into the sky, and then quickly and violently hit the gray-white light pillar. Saw this scene, whether it was Hu Yungyang, Ming Qi and others in another dimension. Their eyes widened, or the countless ghosts on this ancient battlefield were all startled. Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated toward the rear. However, the dragon pattern and the gray-white light pillar were facing each other, and there was no horrific scene of a comet hitting the earth as everyone imagined. The terrible attack between the two sides was completely annihilated at this moment. To be precise, they should die together. War slave! Axiana shouted sharply. And the next moment, the bone dragon under her feet quickly folded its wings and dived towards Yang Muchung's position. But see! Axiana grabbed the reins with her left hand, stretched out her right hand, and grabbed the void. A stream of strong and evil energy quickly gathered in her palm, forming a pale white mist war gun. At the moment when this white mist war gun was formed, it was already thrown hard by Axiana. Call. The terrifying white mist battle gun tore apart the space at this moment. This moment, it was the galloping wolf, the howling wind, and the lightning tearing through the void. It had already arrived in front of Yang Muchung in an instant. So fast! Even Yang Muchung couldn't help but feel a warning sign in his heart, and quickly turned aside to hide. The white mist war gun almost brushed against his cheek, and shot into the earth with the power to penetrate everything. The remaining power of the war gun was not reduced, and it shot into the ground with a bang. Yang Muchung turned his head and looked. His pupils shrank to the extreme, but he saw that the white mist war gun had completely disappeared on the ground, leaving only a bottomless gun hole. This was a manifestation of the ultimate concentration of power. If it is concentrated, even if it is not dead, it will be seriously injured. You were able to escape once, but I don't believe you can escape this time. Axianu, who was standing on the back of the bone dragon, let out a low roar. Boom! The next moment, her black hair was raised high, and each of the 3,000 black hairs grew to hundreds of meters long. Each hair strand hundreds of meters long is wrapped in layers of gray-white mist. The mist has almost condensed into substance, like a crystal-clear ice crystal. Obviously, she was mobilizing her strength to control the evil spirit of this ancient battlefield. Buzz! 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 Waves of buzzing sounds resounded loudly. Just see, as Asiana's power reached its peak, the endless gray mist also condensed into a war gun that was as solid as a gun behind her. These battle spears are not just one like before, but there are thousands of them. Each handle is crystal clear, and even flashes with a pale cold light. When they appeared, they were already suspended behind Arsenal. The sharp spear tips were moving slowly, pointing at Yang Muchung at this moment. Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. This great ghost king who controls the entire ancient battlefield is truly terrifying. It's over! When these gray-white war spears were condensed to the extreme, the cold light in Axiana's eyes became more and more dazzling. As she shouted, her hands violently pushed forward. Call! Immediately, these thousands of war spears, like rain, poured overwhelmingly towards Yang Mucheng. Chapter 1058 The dragon pattern shows its power. The dense war spears brought about an endless whistling wind, and in an astonishing manner, almost blocked all directions of Yang Mucheng. Each war spear roared with a terrifying power that could penetrate space. Rise! At the moment when thousands of war spears were blasted out, Axiana danced his hands in front of him, as if making a semicircle in front of him. Just hearing the sound, the war spears were moved rapidly, in a spiral posture, like drill bits, and like thousands of powerful crossbows. It happened, and the center of this endless attack was none other than Yang Mucheng. Facing this earth-shaking attack that could penetrate everything, Yang Mucheng's face showed a trace of solemnity. Chang! He pointed with his right hand, and the sword-hiding gourd in his arms was pushed away by a huge force, and 36,000 famous swords roared out. Each famous sword, wrapped in infinite internal energy, spiritual energy and killing intent, quickly rose into the sky, carrying golden rays of light, and bombarded the many war spears. Ding! 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 A dense and terrifying sound sounded one after another. The attacks from both sides erupted with endless sparks and dazzling light. This moment was even more unbearable to watch. The sword light, sword rain, and dissipated power that exploded during the collision shot out in all directions unscrupulously. Every time it hits an area, it will be torn into pieces in an instant. The surrounding ghost and bone tribes, faced with the terrifying aftermath of the battle, turned back again and again with horrified expressions. What? Arsenal was shocked. She didn't expect that her attack would be restrained by Yang Mucheng. However, something she didn't expect happened again. I just saw Yang Mucheng standing there, his right hand fiercely grabbing the void. Immediately, thousands of long swords surged up quickly and moved forward to suppress them. Damn! A trace of anger flashed in Axiana's eyes. She stepped lightly with the soles of her feet, and the bone dragon under her immediately took command, and its huge wings suddenly spread out, bringing with it a howling wind. Immediately, the long sword was blown away on the spot and stuck upside down on the ground. In the ancient battlefield scene in this scene, countless bone races and ghosts were stunned and silent. Notice, Axiana is the big ghost king who controls everything here, an existence that has reached the level of Shinto cultivation. And under her feet, the bone dragon named John's slave was also a big bone king who had reached half step of the divine way. Now that he is ahead in cultivation, with 2 against 1, is it even possible to suppress this kid? Certainly. The most surprised person was naturally Arsenal. It seems that I have underestimated you. With your strength, you do have the capital not to take everything seriously. But you shouldn't be an enemy of a true Shinto master. Axiana let go of the reins and slowly raised his palms. There was nothing else between her petite hands. But when she slowly lifted them up, they were extremely heavy, as if they were holding up an invisible mountain. At this moment, a terrifying force surged rapidly. Then, Yang Mucheng saw the bones on the ground slowly tumbling up under the pull of this terrifying force. Yang Mucheng stood there. He only felt a huge headache. Originally, he was just absorbing the evil spirit to improve his cultivation. Who would have thought that he would provoke such a big ghost king? And this guy is still a true Shinto powerhouse. This kind of powerful Shinto, who has reached Shinto through cultivation, is the same as Wei Yanhai, who relied on elixirs to forcibly reach Shinto. Don't know how to use it. Yang Mucheng was secretly moved. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, it uncontrollably occupied his entire mind. Ever since I got that magic weapon, it has stayed in the space and has never been used. Boom! Just when Yang Mucheng was condensing, he just saw the countless white bones rising up and gathering above Axiana's head, slowly forming a bone spear hundreds of feet long. This bone spear is crystal clear, exuding a glistening white jade luster, like amber or jade, and it reveals something strange in its splendor. At the moment when the terrifying bone spear was formed, the piercing sound of gunshots also erupted at the same time. Chang! This terrifying sound of gunshots immediately resounded throughout the ancient battlefield. Then, the moment it was formed, the white jade bone spear suddenly arrived in front of Yang Mucheng with a terrifying power that penetrated the space. Boom! This terrifying bone jade battle spear brought up a terrifying wind force, blowing away the Bone Clan and ghosts from all directions on the spot, like duckweeds in the wind, and flew thousands of meters away on the spot. However, Yang Muchung seemed to be the only one left at the location where the Bone Jade war gun struck down. Run away, Master Uncle! This is the full blow of a powerful Shinto man. Seeing this scene, the imprisoned Hu Yunliang and many other elders suddenly lost their voices in shock. Although they were not at the scene, they could already feel Arsenal's terrifying offensive. Axianu is a powerful person in the divine way, and this is an ancient battlefield, a place filled with evil spirits, and your cultivation level is weaker than hers. How to deal with this situation of being suppressed everywhere? Not to mention, Yang Muchung was standing motionless now, even closing his eyes at this moment. His gesture made everyone stunned. Are you scared out of your wits? At this time, even Xianu's eyes couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise. But she immediately regained her clarity. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he pressed his hands downwards fiercely. After two superpositions of power, the Bone Jade War Spear, which was already roaring extremely fast, became even faster at this moment. However, just when the Bone Jade War Spear was about to hit Yang Muchung's body, Yang Muchung moved. He raised his head sharply. A burst of bright light burst out from the dragon pattern between his eyebrows, and he looked towards the sky. This moment, the eyes that shot out from his pupils actually condensed their essence at this moment. Axiana looked at him, and a terrifying dragon roar resounded from the depths of his soul. The dragon's roar almost turned into reality, and Axiana felt as if a crazy and raging dragon appeared in her mind, as if it wanted to smash all her spiritual thoughts to pieces. At this moment, she felt that her soul was about to be broken and her spirit was about to burst. The half-struck Bone Jade War Spear dissipated on the spot in this gaze, as if it was peeling off a cocoon, and Xianu screamed and fell directly from the back of the Bone Dragon War Slave. Chapter 1059. The innate sacred tree appears? This Shirlong mountain range is an existence that even the powerful Tai cannot conquer, and Yang Muchung only relied on the two dragon tail bracelets to communicate with him and use part of his strength. Even a portion of his power and spiritual thoughts are many times stronger than those of Xenu. Fortunately, she was a condensed ghost body, and her spiritual thoughts were originally stronger than those of ordinary warriors. Otherwise, the previous impact might have destroyed her soul. What a powerful force! Seeing Xianu being blasted to the ground, Yang Muchung couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He just wanted to test the power of the Shirlong mountain range before, but he didn't expect it to be able to achieve such an effect. When he looked towards Axianu, he saw Axiana falling to the ground, his body becoming transparent, as if he would disappear at any time. Obviously, he had previously mixed the power of the Stone Dragon Mountain range into his spiritual attack, and it had a miraculous effect. It's over! Yang Mu took out a long breath and walked towards Axianu. Roar! The war slave roared and quickly blocked Yang Muchung's path with its huge body. Before it had time to attack, Yang Muchung slapped it with his backhand and flew it away like a mosquito. If you want to kill, just kill. Looking at Yang Muchung walking towards him, Axiana closed his eyes and looked like he would die generously. The princess of the Dacian dynasty will never surrender or beg for mercy. Axiana's words immediately caused Yang Muchung's raised palm to slowly fall down. Are you from the Dacian dynasty? Certainly. Yang Muchung would not connect Arsenal with the current Dacian dynasty. He hasn't given birth to a child yet. So where would an heir come from? And where would a princess come from? The only conclusion is that this Axianu was the princess from tens of thousands of years ago, when the inheritance of Kyushu was still intact. You are? Axiana was also stunned. She had been trapped in this ancient tomb for so many years, and she no longer knew what was happening in the outside world. At first, she was still waiting full of hope for the Dacian dynasty to send troops to rescue her. But gradually she became desperate. After the immortal gate was closed, the spiritual energy dissipated, and everyone was cut off from the inheritance path. Even, in the end, the largest country in the 9 provinces had completely disappeared in the long river of history, and no one had even heard of its existence. Nowadays, someone has actually heard of Dacian, which makes Arsenal shocked. I am the contemporary emperor of the Dacian dynasty. Yang Mu grew up and kept his story short. After taking a look at Xianu, who seemed to still not believe that he was a mortal enemy at one moment and became a friend at the next moment, Yang Muchung shook his head and said, That's all. You can be regarded as the ancestor of the Dacian dynasty. Meeting each other is fate. Just come into my place, and I will find a way to take you out. How could Arsenal tolerate resistance in this meeting? Immediately, Yang Muchung included her, and the war slaves in the Juzi order. For Axianu, there is naturally a preferential treatment to enter the Juzi order. But other beings in this ancient battlefield are not so lucky. Yang Muchung once again activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique, frantically absorbing the evil energy around him, until the last trace of evil spirit was absorbed. Yang Muchung's aura increased again, and after a while, it reached its peak like a volcano accumulating. Breakthrough! Slowly open your eyes. Yang Muchung showed a hint of pride. Finally, his cultivation has reached divine sea perfection. Of course, Zhao Qianyang's cultivation level has also reached the level of the Great Ghost King in the middle stage of spiritual consciousness after devouring many ghost and bone tribes. Now, although Zhao Qianyang can't help with some things, he could already take charge of himself. Compared with the last time he summoned it, Zhao Qianyang's body was 3 points smaller, but his body was also more condensed, and his aura was more powerful. Looking at the area that was all reduced to ashes, Yang Muchung did not stay long, but continued walking towards the depths of the ancient tomb. Yang Muchung knew the ancient battlefield in this ancient tomb was just an appetizer for him. Deep in the ancient tomb, I'm afraid what it contains will be even more terrifying. Yang Emperor, is the outside world really what you said? Has even the Dacian dynasty turned into a small country that everyone can bully? When Arsenal heard Yang Muchung talking about things about the outside world, he felt a trace of sadness in his heart. Of course, her rationality told her that the Dacian dynasty in Kyushu had long since had nothing to do with her. But when she thought of the once huge empire, it actually fell apart. And Yang Muchung, the contemporary emperor, was even bullied by eunuchs before he could fully control the palace. This made her unable to hide her anger. That's right. Yang Muchung nodded. Nowadays, there are countless countries and sects in the 9 provinces. However, how long will it take before my Dacian dynasty can reunify the 9 provinces? Nowadays, Lontang of the Dacian dynasty has cooperated with Wandao sword sect to be able to practice Dao Jin Deng cultivation in a place with thin spiritual energy like that in the mortal world. One's qualifications are basically not too bad. Then being sent to the 10,000 Dao sword sect means that one has accumulated a lot of knowledge, but only has a small amount of talent. And one's cultivation base has grown rapidly. The fastest ones have even reached Sifu. But a lot of them are stuck in nascent soul cultivation. It can be seen that once these Lontang ancestors return to the Dacian dynasty, the strength of the entire Dacian dynasty will increase hundreds of times. As for Yang Muchung, his purpose is very simple. That is, to step through the immortal gate and find a way to solve the severance of Kyushu's aura. If the aura of Kyushu can be restored, in the future, the battle flag of the Dacian dynasty will not only be planted all over Kyushu, but may also be spread across countless stars. If that's the case, you might be able to become the Emperor of Eternity, the Supreme Divine Emperor. Axena praised without any hypocrisy. However, neither Yang Muchung nor Axiana knew. At this time, the pair of pupils that had been watching them showed a faint smile. You want Cheng Wei to be the Emperor for Eternity and the Supreme Divine Emperor? This is something that even I, Kuzai, can't do. Even you can do it. Are you worthy? Smiling lightly, Kuzai actually grabbed a handful of white chess pieces directly from the chess basket and threw them onto the chessboard. Pa-da-da. Waves of crisp sounds resounded. But at this moment, a gray-white wind suddenly blew up from the deepest part of the ancient tomb where Yang Muchung was located. These terrifying strong winds are hundreds of feet high and occur in hundreds of places. This moment, the originally peaceful ancient tomb finally turned into a shocking killing situation at this moment. And at the same time, Yang Muchung, who was in the ancient tomb, also discovered at the same time that an extremely pure aura burst out from the deepest part of the ancient tomb. And that breath is the innate sacred tree that Yang Muchung has been looking for. Chapter 1060 Ancient Alien Species. That is? Yang Muchung looked forward. Something seemed to be awakening in the gray-white gusts of wind. A huge aura spread out at this moment. There are hundreds of gray-white hurricanes in total, and each hurricane contains a terrifying momentum. Yang Muchung could feel that some of these auras belong to warriors, some to monsters, and some to the ghost clan. The awakening of these existences is all due to the appearance of the innate sacred trees. Innate divine tree! Aksenu, who also saw the gray-white violent wind burst out, cried out. Those guys all woke up because of the birth of the innate sacred tree. Which guys? Yang Muchung's heart trembled, and he asked quickly. They are beings from the same era as me. At that time, we broke into this ancient tomb together. But because my strength was too low, I could only stay in the outside world. Those powerful beings have already entered the ancient tombs. Arsenal looked at Yang Muchung and said, each gray-white hurricane represents a powerful being. The stronger the hurricane, the more powerful that being is. How high does your strength rank among these beings? Yang Muchung asked. About mid-range level, Arsenal said. Once, Arsenal's strength is indeed not ranked among these beings. But she successfully transformed into a ghost clan, and practiced an evil spirit for so long, reaching the divine realm. I don't think I'm like I was when I visited the tomb tens of thousands of years ago. So I'm not ranked at all. Midstream? Yang Muchung breathed a sigh of relief. With his current strength, there is basically no problem in dealing with beings with Shinto cultivation. What's more, he also has the Stone Dragon Mountain Range and the dragon pattern between his eyebrows as his trump card. Just rush away from that hurricane! Yang Muchung's eyes changed. He clearly felt that the larger these gray hurricanes were, the more terrifying their strength became. So, he went straight to a modest gray and white hurricane. Over there! With a turn of his body, Yang Muchung flew over quickly. When he saw that thing clearly, he couldn't help but shrink his eyes. I just saw that in the center of the gray hurricane was a huge pale stone statue 3 people high. This hurricane was swallowed up by the stone statue. As the hurricane disappeared, fine cracks spread quickly on the surface of the stone statue. Click, 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 click. There were bursts of sounds. Following the cracks, the mottled stone statue SHL fell off bit by bit, as if something was struggling inside. Then, with a loud sound, the stone statue was exploded. As the things inside the stone statue slowly became clear, Yang Muchung finally saw what kind of existence was sealed inside the stone statue. It was actually a huge bat. It has black and gray hair all over its body, an ugly humanoid face, and 2 claws attached to its huge fleshy wings. And this existence that looks like a bat is actually a big demon king. And it is actually an existence with spiritual cultivation. These are... Yang Muchung lost his voice in shock. I don't know. There were many monsters and humans who broke into the ancient tomb together. But they never came out. After I ruled the outer ancient battlefield, I sent many ghosts to explore the depths of the ancient tomb, Axiana said in horror. Later, I learned that these existences had turned into stone statues. Turned into a stone statue. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, seeing the big demon king bat emerging from the stone statue, Yang Muchung wouldn't have believed Axiana's description. But this time, Yang Muchung no longer has much thought to shock these existences. When this big demon king broke free from the stone statue, his eyes were clearly confused. Perhaps it didn't know why it was frozen into a stone statue, or why it was suddenly released. After a brief moment of shock, it immediately spotted Yang Muchung not far from itself. Roar! The great bad demon king let out a roar, kicked hard on the ground with its strong feet, and soared into the sky with its wings flying. With a sudden and extreme speed, he rushed towards Yang Muchung. Those sharp feet were like steel hooks, slamming into Yang Muchung's shoulders. Get away! Shocked by the shocking speed of this great demon king, Yang Muchung let out a low shout, and immediately slashed at the opponent with his fingers like swords. A trace of horror flashed in the eyes of the great demon king. With almost no hesitation, it quickly folded its wings, suddenly protecting its body like a bird. Then, he ate Yang Muchung's sword alive. The sword light condensed with infinite spiritual energy cracked on the gray body of the great demon king like the tide hitting the rocks, and countless sparks exploded. What a strong defense! Yang Muchung's heart skipped a beat. What can be asserted is, he had never encountered this type of great demon king before. Not only that, there was no record of it even among the 10,000 Dao sword sect. Maybe this kind of great demon king would have been extinct when the immortal gate was closed, or perhaps left Kyushu through the immortal gate. But, the terrifying power contained in Yang Muchung's sword completely exploded. Boom! Although the big demon king blocked Yang Muchung's sword, the huge power directly broke its wings, and immediately chopped the big demon king in an extremely rising state like crazy, falling hard towards the ground. Boom! There was a loud sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and dust flew on the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Muchung quickly descended from the sky, tore open the shrouded dust, and saw the injured demon king. The wings used to resist Yang Muchung's sword had been completely broken, and a large amount of bright red blood flowed from where the wings connected to the body. It is indeed an ancient alien species. Even after suffering such serious injuries, he still showed no signs of submission, and was still extremely fierce. Seeing Yang Mucheng coming in front of him, the big demon king let out a roar, then quickly stood up and flew towards Yang Mucheng. Roll! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and he suddenly raised the soles of his feet and stepped forward. Suddenly, the big demon king who wanted to attack and hurt someone was directly kicked in the chest by Yang Mucheng. The power of his angry kick was so huge that he directly stepped back on the demon king, who had already stood up. The terrifying force even trampled his chest right through. Although everything was under Yang Mucheng's control from the moment the big demon king appeared to the time he was killed, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He slowly raised his head, looking at the other locations where there were more than 100 gray storms that were slowly converging and being swallowed up. He narrowed his eyes. Could it be that at the center of every storm is this terrifying ancient alien species? Chapter 1061 Mystical Token. As the hurricanes disappeared, each powerful existence slowly woke up at this moment. The terrifying aura quickly spread throughout the ancient tomb like a plague. The terrifying presence can be felt almost everywhere. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that cannot be avoided. Yang Mucheng slowly put away the soles of his feet, collected the blood of the ancient alien monster king under him into his body, and smoothly poured his soul into the Juzi Ling. What is supposed to come will come. Roar! 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 A stream of terrifying gray-white hurricanes rotated rapidly and plunged into the ferocious-looking stone statue. When those stone statues swallowed up the gray hurricane, they broke free from the rocks covering their bodies and jumped out from inside. These beings who emerged from the stone statues were not only the great demon king, but also some warriors. What on earth is it? Didn't I suddenly become petrified after entering the ancient tomb? Why did I come back to life at this time? Those countless existences, after breaking free from the stone statues one by one, they couldn't help but think. But soon, they discovered another aura. Innate divine tree. Yes, it is the innate sacred tree. When we entered this ancient tomb, it was because we were attracted by the aura of the innate sacred tree. But after we came here, we found that we had been trapped. At this time, everyone sensed something was wrong. It's as if someone is arranging something behind, treating them as chess pieces, and walking according to the steps they want. Boom! Just when everyone was shocked, they saw that the light exuding the luster of the innate sacred would deep in the ancient tomb suddenly disintegrated at this moment. In an instant, it transformed into countless pale rays of light, quickly rushed into everyone's hands, and transformed into a token. When everyone gets this token, they all receive a piece of information at the same time. A piece of information about the innate sacred tree. I see! I see! The only way is to kill other people and seize the token from their hands. There are a total of 128 tokens. Only those who collect the tokens can get the innate sacred tree and leave here. Almost at the same time, everyone has received this message. But the information Yang Mucheng received was somewhat different from others. Clenching the token in his hand tightly, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with a chill. Only by obtaining other tokens can we rescue Ming-Chi, Hu Yunliang and others. As expected? Kuzai, even if you are the most powerful person in the immortal sect, you shouldn't play tricks on me like this. I will remember this. One day when we meet, I will give you back 100 times, 1,000 times what I have given you today. Clench your fists. Yang Mucheng stepped on the sole of his foot and quickly rushed towards the depths of the ancient tomb. Somewhere in the ancient tomb, a figure was flying rapidly. This figure is exquisite and graceful. Judging from the body shape alone, she is definitely a rare beauty. People can't bear to leave after just one glance. But now, this beauty's face was full of panic, because behind her, there was a very scary demon king that was chasing her crazily. This big demon king is a huge python with a size of more than 2,000 meters. This python is covered with bright patterns, and the exposed fangs are emitting a faint blue light. It is obviously it contains highly toxic substances. What's even more terrifying is that this python has 3 heads, and each of its heads has a huge horn. Why is it alive? It is the guardian beast of the innate sacred tree. This beauty was trembling in her heart and could not hide her fear. At first, she saw with her own eyes that countless beings were devoured by this 3-headed python. Could it be that now we have to wait for ourselves? Call. The sound of a rapid gust of wind resounded quickly and violently. Immediately afterwards, I saw 3 pythons leaping, like a pale lightning passing through the space, quickly passing through the void, And then the beauty that was rushing across the sky completely disappeared. The three pythons seemed to be chewing something slowly, with blood and broken bones slowly flowing down the corners of their mouths. Oops! Just as Yang Muchung watched the terrifying gray hurricanes disappear quietly, Axiana couldn't help but exclaimed again. If everyone survives, that guy might also survive. Who is it? Yang Muchung asked in surprise. Three-headed pythons. Although Axiana's strength is already much higher than before, he still can't help but feel frightened when he mentions that kind of monster. It is a great demon king with 3 huge heads. The 3 heads exist independently and share the same body. It is also the guardian demon king of the innate sacred tree. When Yang Muchung heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Original. Those who have entered the ancient tomb are already very difficult to deal with. If another 3-headed python appears now, then it will be even more difficult to deal with. That's all. Let's ignore it for now. Yang Muchung calmed down. The most important thing now is to get all the other tokens. Over there. Immediately, Yang Muchung turned his eyes and quickly looked somewhere. He immediately felt several auras gathering there not far from him. With almost no hesitation, he quickly turned around and rushed towards the location in front of him. Somewhere, several girls looked at the big demon king approaching them step by step with pale faces. This big demon king looks like a lizard man, is 3 to 4 meters tall, and is covered in thick armor. At first glance, it doesn't look much different from the stone statue. But now, there is such an existence, with absolute strength, suppressing them, and several warriors are unable to fight back. Take it out! The great demon king squinted his eyes, spitting out his flaming tongue from time to time from the corners of his scaly mouth. And the occasional trace of color in his deep gaze made people's scalp numb. Do not worry. No one will come to save you. Now! Everyone in the entire ancient tomb has received the information in the token. They are all busy fighting for the token. Who else can notice you? Although several girls were afraid, but everyone firmly grasped the token in their hands, showing their resolute attitude. Taking a look at the expressions of the girls, the great demon king sneered. In that case, don't blame me for being rude to you. Laugh. The big demon king gave a cold shout, suddenly raised its right claw covered with scales, and blasted towards the girls with a fishy wind. Chapter 1062 The Great Demon King of Ancient Alien Species. Ah! Facing the attack of this big demon king, several girls were completely stunned. These existences are all ancient alien species. Their cultivation is more advanced than ordinary demon kings, and their personalities are more cruel. If it wants to kill someone, absolutely no one can stop it. Call. Just when the right hand like a steel nail struck unceremoniously, when the air was completely blasted through, and when several girls present covered their eyes in fear, a sudden figure suddenly appeared landed from above. Boom! Like a straight javelin. It suddenly hit the middle of the big demon king and the girl. Ancient alien species? A trace of astonishment flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes. The appearance of ancient alien species is generally similar to humans, such as walking on 2 legs, such as walking upright. But their appearance still maintains the appearance of monsters. For example, this is the case with the ancient variant of the lizard species in front of you. It is covered with blue-gray scales, with a long tail trailing behind it, and is more than 4 meters tall. The Great Demon King in this form is more suitable for fighting than the Great Demon King, who must maintain his true state at all times. This kind of ancient alien species is very common among the immortal sect, Axiana reminded quickly. I see. Yang Muchung nodded. Original. In Kyushu, this kind of ancient alien monster king is also common. Just because with the closure of the immortal gate, these ancient alien species either left through the immortal gate, or exhausted their lifespan in Kyushu due to the dissipation of spiritual energy. I didn't expect that someone would come here to die again. The Great Demon King waved his right hand and brushed away the dust floating in front of him. When he saw Yang Muchung, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the 5 fingers were like steel nails digging hard towards Yang Muchung, fiercely digging into Yang Muchung's heart. Careful! Seeing this scene, several girls turned pale with fright and quickly shouted out warnings. Original. When they saw someone coming to save them, they were extremely excited. But when they saw that it was a young man who came over, they immediately gave up much hope, because the cultivation level of this big demon king has reached half step of the divine realm, while the young man's strength is only the perfection of divine thoughts. With such strength, they can't even protect themselves under the attack of the Great Demon King. How to save them? Don't worry. I can easily deal with this ancient alien species. Amid everyone's exclamations, Yang Muchung even turned around and said to several people with a smile. Then, he lightly launched the attack of the Great Demon King. At the same time, he slapped back with a palm. And there was a dong sound. This palm even made the Big Demon King take a few steps back. Boom! 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 The Great Demon King staggered back, each step hitting the ground with a loud force, leaving a deep set of footprints. The Great Demon King stopped and looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. It couldn't believe that this kid with only perfect spiritual thoughts could actually knock him back with one palm. Besides, the 4 or 5 girls were even more shocked when they saw Yang Muchung coming. They didn't have much hope in their hearts, because Yang Muchung, who only has a little cultivation, there is no way he can be the opponent of this ancient alien species. However, this Demon King, who seemed almost invincible in their eyes, was actually driven away by Yang Muchung with a palm. This scene completely shocked the 5 girls. So you have some strength. No wonder you dare to interfere in my affairs. The Great Demon King narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Muchung with a sneer. I'll let you know the consequences of meddling in your own business. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the Big Demon King took a step forward, it seemed as if a big drum was beating continuously, hitting everyone's hearts hard. And the faces of the 5 girls became paler and paler. Although Yang Muchung withstood the blow from the ancient alien monster king, but they still didn't believe that Yang Muchung could confront him head-on. Once this Big Demon King becomes serious, they will be the ones to suffer next. What to do? Let's fight to the death. Yes. No matter where we escape, we will be found by this Big Demon King. Rather than being killed so cowardly, it is better to fight to the death. Maybe there is still a glimmer of life. However, just when everyone was preparing to fight to the death with this Big Demon King for the last glimmer of life, Yang Muchung helplessly looked back at everyone and said, Leave this guy to me. You stay here. Don't drag me. The hind legs. Only then did the 5 girls realize that this young man, whose cultivation level was lower than theirs, did not have the slightest fear in the face of this aggressive Demon King. Did he think that after blocking the opponent's blow, he could fight with him? Does it compete head-on? Not only did these girls show shocked expressions, but even the Great Demon King's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Hey, I haven't met a guy as arrogant as you in a long time. Since you came here to seek death, don't blame me for being rude. Although, men's meat is sour and smelly, not as delicious as women's meat. It's also rich in energy. The Big Demon King changed his steps and accelerated towards Yang Muchung, and its words made everyone present even more shocked. This Big Demon King has actually eaten people, when they thought that they would be eaten by this Big Demon King soon. Their scalps were numb, and they screamed in fear. Boom! Arriving 3 steps away from Yang Muchung, the Great Demon King stopped. But see! It flicked its fingers, and a sharp finger wind rushed towards Yang Muchung like lightning. As expected of an ancient alien species, he could actually use martial arts. When this finger was blasted out, even the void was completely penetrated by it, and the surrounding space exploded into a cloud of torn air. A harsh whistling sound also erupted at this moment. Obviously, this Big Demon King didn't want to talk to Yang Muchung and directly planned to kill him. The 5 girls standing behind Yang Muchung couldn't help but exclaimed. But, just when this finger was about to hit Yang Muchung took a fierce step forward, and at the same time Howard punched out, fiercely facing the terrifying wind of the finger. Boom! The space trembled with this punch, and the void was stagnant. The pointing wind was stopped by Yang Muchung's punch, and flew back faster and more violently than before, even leveling a mountain not far away to the ground. Everything within the field of vision was obliterated into powder. Chapter 1063, the first token is obtained. What happened? He actually knocked back this move? Everyone's eyes widened, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. A warrior with perfect spiritual consciousness not only blocked the half-step attack of the Shinto Demon King, but also knocked back the opponent's attack. This is simply impossible. At this time, Yang Muchung clapped his hands lightly, looked at the Great Demon King whose expression changed instantly, and said calmly, Is this the strength of the ancient alien Great Demon King? I originally expected you to perform better, but I didn't expect it. Having only such little strength really disappoints me. If you have no other abilities, then I declare that it will be your end. Boom! What Yang Muchung said completely stunned the 5 girls present. Is Yang Muchung going to kill this Big Demon King? With the perfect cultivation of spiritual consciousness, Do you want to kill a great demon king who is half a step into the realm of Shinto? Just when everyone thought they had heard wrong, they were shocked to find that Yang Machung had disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he suddenly flashed in front of the great demon king. Even more so, he slapped the opponent's chest hard with a polite slap. You? The great demon king was furious. This is the first time, since its recovery, that it has been looked down upon and despised by others. In anger, it let out a low roar, and all the muscles in its body swelled up at this moment. And then it fiercely attacked Yang Machung's palm. But in the end, it was shocked to find that the power in the opponent's palm was particularly terrifying, and it quickly surged into its body without any hindrance. Pei Mo's unstoppable force directly suppressed it completely, and even knocked it out of balance. It flew backwards, like a cannonball that was shot hard. Boom! This big demon king almost rolled across the ground, knocking down one mountain after another, and used his body to carve out a huge and spacious road in the rugged ancient tomb. How can this be? Seeing this scene, the 5 girls were shocked and lost their voices. Originally, they had given up any hope. He thought that like this young man, he would be directly killed by this big demon king. But after seeing this scene, all of them opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen a ghost. However, Yang Machung stood quietly, as if he had done an insignificant thing. Roar! There was a thunderous howling sound that resounded crazily. In the distance, under the collapsed mountain peak hid by the great demon king's body, a mighty giant shadow flashed out. As soon as this giant shadow appeared, it violently knocked away the surrounding dust and rushed towards the location of everyone. Everyone looked at it intently and couldn't help but turn pale. The big demon king was beaten by Yang Machung and showed his original shape. And now he is transformed into his original appearance. Boom! 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 The great demon king, who had transformed into a giant lizard hundreds of feet tall, was crushing it like a hill. Those strong limbs can trigger a violent earthquake every time they fall to the ground. Around where its feet landed, the ground exploded with dense cracks. This horrifying scene made several girls present panic. Although the speed and agility of the great demon king, who has revealed his true form, may be slightly inferior to those before, but in terms of strength, defense, and attack, it has definitely been enhanced several times. The rushing great demon king was like a huge wave that could sweep the world. Yet it was so arrogant. It is unscrupulous, as if it doesn't care about anything. Boy, you piss me off. I won't make it easy for you. I'm going to eat you bit by bit. The crazy demon king rushed down and ran rampant. No matter what was in front of it, it was hit and collapsed in an instant. Countless rubbles were shot madly in all directions. This terrifying scene made several people the girl couldn't help but lose her beauty. Even under this terrifying momentum, the girls were so frightened that their hands and feet became weak, and they could not even stand firmly. However, Yang Machung still stood there without any fear. Even though the wind that the great demon king brought up when he ran wildly blew his long hair and made his robes rustle, he still stood there as proudly as a mountain peak, unmoving, facing the big demon king who suddenly showed his true colors. Yang Machung smiled coldly, and slowly raised his right hand. This simple movement brought about a surging spiritual energy, which was rolling in the air. In the air wave, a huge golden palm blasted away the endless wind, and suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Boom! Then, this terrifying shocking palm struck down in the air, and struck hard towards the great demon king. Boom! As if the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering. The entire earth sank suddenly on the spot. In an instant, it was hit by an invisible force, creating a depression hundreds of meters long. And this depression looks like the palm of your hand. And the huge body of this big demon king was slapped to the ground by Yang Machung's overwhelming and shocking palm. Boom! 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 This terrifying force poured down in an instant, with such violent downward pressure that the entire earth exploded. The terrifying power was unstoppable and swept in all directions. It was like invisible big hands tearing out terrifying cracks in the entire ground, causing the distant peaks and hills to explode completely in shock. The 5 girls who were watching the battle hiding behind Yang Machung were violently swept away by the strong wind brought by this palm on the spot, and they hit the ground with a bang 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 sound. The girls hurriedly got up and immediately looked towards the battlefield. They wanted to see what happened to the ancient alien monster king under this terrifying blow. At this sight, everyone was stunned. The big demon king was directly slapped in two by Yang Machung, and his body was smashed into the ground. There was no more movement, and even the breath completely disappeared. With this terrifying blow, he was able to kill a half-step demon king on the spot. This terrifying strength shocked the 5 girls, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Powerful! It's simply too powerful! No wonder he didn't have the slightest fear when facing the great demon king. With his strength, there is no need to take these existences seriously. As for Arsenal, she was even more shocked. With Yang Muqing's strength and cultivation, not many people could surpass him even during the peak period of spiritual energy in Jiuzhou. How did he practice? Why is the strength so terrifying? Call. In the body of the great demon king, that was completely broken into 2 pieces. A gray light immediately shot out from its body and flew into Yang Muqing's hand. Yang Muqing reached out and grabbed it. After seeing clearly what was contained in this light, Yang Muqing's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. This gray-white light is the token of this great demon king. Chapter 1064 The Hidden Space. There are a total of 128 tokens scattered throughout the ancient tomb, and every powerful creature has its own piece. If you want to leave this ancient tomb, if you want to get the innate sacred tree, if you want to save Hu Yunyang and others, you must get the other 127 tokens in the hands of others. Now, I finally got this token. Young hero! This is the token for the 5 of us! The 5 girls looked at each other, nodded heavily, and each took out their own tokens. See this? Yang Muqing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of time to get these girls to take out the tokens. Unexpectedly, they actually took it out on their own initiative. Now that I have handed over the token, I will not take it for nothing. Let's do this. You follow me. I will protect you. Yang Muqing took the token and looked at the 5 people. The 5 girls were overjoyed. It is a joy for them to be able to follow such a powerful young man as Yang Muqiu and protect them. Except Yang Muqing. In the ancient tomb, many people were frantically collecting tokens. The Big Demon King and the Big Demon King are fighting each other. Fighting between warriors. For the sake of the token and the innate sacred tree. Even the brothers turned against each other completely the moment they got the token. Huh? A young man with long hair looked at the token in astonishment. He put together what he got from others, and his own total of 8 tokens. These 8 tokens actually merged together, and the seemingly irregular patterns on the tokens began to swim like tadpoles at this moment, forming a map after a while. Map? This is the map in the ancient tomb. 8 tokens can be fused into a brand new token. Could it be that in addition to the innate sacred trees, there are other spiritual treasures hidden in this ancient tomb? The long-haired young man held the token in his hand, and quickly flew towards the location of the map without any hesitation. But when he flew to the location pointed by the map, he did not find the valley marked on the token. The valley marked on the map is not here! What on earth is it? The long-haired young man looked puzzled. He looked at the token in his hand, suddenly had an idea, poured his inner energy into it, and shot it fiercely into the void. Buzz! The plain white space suddenly trembled at this moment. Just like the clouds and mist were pushed aside to see the bright moon, the empty space slowly appeared, and a huge valley appeared. Right here! I didn't expect that there is a cave hidden in this ancient tomb. What a powerful spiritual energy. I wonder what is hidden in this space. After a moment of concentration, the long-haired young man flew directly into this space. Call. Flying rapidly towards the front. Behind Yang Muqing, 5 women were hanging in the distance. After a brief understanding, Yang Muqing learned that these 5 people were not natives of Jiuzhou, but disciples from other stars and other sections. After learning that Kazai's tomb appeared here, he came to visit the tomb, get the treasure from the tomb. Their sect is called Tianfeng sect, and comes from Guangyuan star. But, no matter what they said, Yang Muqing didn't know where Guangyuan star was, nor what kind of sect the Tianfeng sect belonged to. However, based on the comparison of sect strength, Yang Muqing had an idea. It turns out that among all the immortal sects, the Wandao sword sect, which is ranked among the best in Kyushu, can only be regarded as 5th tier at best. Moreover, it is still the most downstream category among the 5 lines. The factions behind the immortal sect are all very powerful. Any sect will occupy a star. Some particularly powerful sects may even occupy a galaxy as their territory. Certainly, occupying a galaxy as his own territory. This kind of thing is really unbelievable to Yang Muqing. But in the eyes of the girls, it was extremely ordinary. For such a large sect, stars containing extremely high concentrations of spiritual energy are equivalent to resources such as elixir gardens and mines. After use, you can replace it at will. At the same time, The number of stars a sect possesses also represents the strength of the sect. It seems that there is a huge gap between the world inside and outside the immortal sect. Phew. Just when Yang Muqing's heart was condensing. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying force burst out from the ground quickly. This huge force was like a pair of terrifying big hands grabbing him tightly, pulling him down from midair. At the same time, there were bursts of cheers all around. Ha ha! It worked! Only a boy with perfect spiritual consciousness dares to appear in such an upright manner? Hear laughter all around. Yang Muqiang looked around with a slightly startled look. He discovered that some kind of strange formation had been set up at his feet. Obviously, when he was flying earlier, it was because of the appearance of this inexplicable formation that his body lost its balance and fell to the ground at that moment, as if it had been filled with lead. The one who controls this formation is a half-step Shinto realm, a warrior in the early stage of Shinto. At this time, these two people were looking at Yang Muqiang with smiles. It seemed that they were like spiders spinning their webs in place. And Yang Muqiang was the prey that accidentally hit the spider web. Brother, we are very lucky. This kid has a total of 7 tokens on his body. A short and fat man looked at Yang Muqiang, and a smile like a big harvest suddenly appeared on his greasy face. I originally thought it would be difficult to collect 8 tokens, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. It's them. And this time, the 5 girls who were following Yang Muqiang also noticed what was going on here, and they couldn't help but feel stunned. Sister, let's go quickly. The 5 female disciples of Tianfeng's sect immediately recognized the 2 people. One tall, one short, one fat and one thin. When they saw Yang Muqiang being restrained by the other party, they even panicked and went to save him. However, the older female disciple in the lead stopped the others, shook her head, and said, No! Master Yang can deal with these people. Can this young man deal with it? Hearing what senior sister said, the other female disciples couldn't help but feel a little doubt in their hearts. You know, although these 2 people don't look amazing, they are definitely not characters to be trifled with. Now, they listed the formations and all the means, waiting for Yang Muqiang to jump in himself. Faced with this situation, can he continue to save the day? But, due to the order of the senior sister, they all stood on the spot and watched the scene happening on the ground. Chapter 1065,000 Mountain Formation. 8 tokens? Yang Muqiang couldn't help but be startled when he heard the short and fat man's words. Didn't it mean that you have to collect 128 tokens to get the location of the innate sacred tree? Judging from what the fat man said before, it seems that there are some situations that he is not aware of. Brother, it seems that this kid is still in the dark and doesn't know what's going on. The short fat man burst out laughing. Then let me tell you. Outside the formation, a tall and thin man walked proudly in front of Yang Muqiang. You're right. As long as you gather 128 tokens, you can get the location of the innate sacred tree and leave here. However, by gathering 8 tokens, you can obtain the location of other spiritual treasures in the ancient tomb. Although these spiritual treasures are not as good as the innate sacred trees, they are still rare treasures. We have been setting up an ambush here for 3 full days and have hunted 2 people. I thought it would take a long time to get the 8 tokens, but I didn't expect you to come to my door so early. Oh! After hearing the words of these 2 men, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, Yang Muqiang couldn't help but his eyes lit up. With his current strength, it is still too difficult to directly participate in the battle to snatch the innate sacred tree. At least one has to reach the level of a spiritual master or a half-step in the divine way before there is any hope. But I didn't expect that there was such a secret hidden in this token. As long as you collect 8 tokens, you will get the location of a spiritual treasure, including the 2 people you hunted. That means you have a total of 4 tokens in your hands now. Right. Yang Muqiang raised the corners of his mouth. You kid, you are about to die. But you still dare to think about the token in our hands? The thin man looked at Yang Muqiang in surprise, and then a sneer appeared on his face. It seems that you probably don't know what kind of situation you are in now. The formation under your feet is called the 1,000 Layers of Mountains Formation. As soon as we exert our strength, the power of tens of millions of mountains will immediately press down on the air, completely crushing you into a piece of flesh. At this time, the short fat man showed a trace of impatience on his face and said, Brother, if you are nagging him, just kill him. As he spoke, he looked at the 5 Tianfeng sect girls not far away in the sky, with a hint of lust in his eyes. I haven't enjoyed a woman for a long time. These 5 women are enough for us brothers to have fun for a long time. Do it! The words just fell. The two people's hands quickly condensed marks. Boom! At this moment, he only saw 72 beams of light corresponding to the earthly evil star, centered around Yang Muqing's body, and within a radius of 100 feet. With the emergence of these 72 light pillars, a terrifying aura surged up. The clouds and mist billowing in the air above the ancient tomb actually revealed a towering and terrifying aura. Everyone looked forward, and their expressions changed greatly. A mountain peak was formed in the sky above the formation, which was almost condensed into substance. As this mountain peak formed, it rolled down crazily with a mighty force. This terrifying scene is like a mountain god moving mountains and seas, turning the sun, the moon, the world around. This mountain peak is tens of millions of feet tall. If an ordinary person sees it, he will definitely bow his head, as if seeing a god. In fact, with their cultivation reaching their level, both the pair of mysterious men who control the Thousand Layers Mountain Formation and Yang Muqing are already gods in the eyes of mortals. Not good! The 5 girls of the Tianfeng sect fell trembling with fear as they looked at the mountain that crashed down on their heads. They regretted it at first, and then couldn't help but feel happy. Regrettably, if I had intervened earlier, I might have been able to save Yang Muqing. Fortunately, he was saved from death precisely because he did not intervene. When such a terrifying mountain peak comes crashing down, even a powerful Shinto man will be smashed into a pulp. Master Uncle! Master Yang! Hu Yunyang and others looked at the mountain that was smashed down, and their hearts trembled. The Kyushu inheritance has been broken for a long time. How have they seen this kind of immortal martial arts, or this kind of immortal formation? Even Hu Yunyang, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the divine way, couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he saw the huge mountain crashing down on his head. Drink! Facing this 1,000 mountain formation, Yang Muqing's energy, blood, inner energy, and spiritual thoughts were all mobilized to the extreme at this moment. At the moment when he was under the pressure of thousands of mountains, Yang Muqing shouted in a deep voice and stepped hard with the sole of his foot. Boom! His gentle kick actually caused the mountain to collapse and the earth to break apart. Click! 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 A terrible explosion resounded loudly, and along the soles of Yang Muqing's feet, the entire earth was torn apart, and a crack thousands of feet long spread crazily. A terrifying wind pressure spread out from his body, and the ground around him was blown away at that moment, making it spotless and clean. Then, his punch hit the mountain that was pressing down on him. What? Yang Muqing's actions made everyone look shocked. This is 1,000 mountains. One mountain weighs 10,000 caddies, and a mountain weighing thousands weighs 10 million caddies. When such a terrifying existence is smashed down, no matter what your cultivation level is, you will still be smashed into pieces. Boom! A terrifying loud sound resounded, and everything around was torn apart crazily. However, under the shocking gazes, Yang Muqing's aura that had reached its peak was crushed directly under the mountain peak. And Yang Muqing's terrifying and high-spirited aura was completely suppressed at this moment. Boom! A steady loud sound resounded. This mountain, completely condensed with spiritual energy, towers into the sky. Standing like this in the ancient tomb, the foot of the mountain is connected to the earth, as if taking root, as if this mountain peak has been here since ancient times. The thin man in the main formation showed a disdainful smile and sneered. This kid is really brave. He actually wants to use his own strength to compete with our brother's Jinzhong mountain. This mountain is squeezed down and crushed. He squeezed it so hard that no meat was left. Brother, if we knock down 1,000 mountains, that kid will definitely have no place to die. But what if the 7-sided token on his body is also crushed? The fat man suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly he spoke. The thin man shook his head and said confidently, Don't worry. The token will not be crushed so easily. If you are worried, let's lift Jinzhong Mountain and take a good look at it. The short fat man nodded repeatedly when he heard this. However, before he could speak, the 1,000-layered mountain that seemed to have taken root on the ground suddenly began to stir. At the same time, at the bottom of the Jinzhong Mountain, a terrifying momentum rushed out. Chapter 1066. Bargaining? What? This sudden momentum made everyone widen their eyes in disbelief. Even more, the 5 girls of Tianfeng sect, who had already turned pale and had completely given up hope, opened their eyes in disbelief. Boom! A terrifying momentum surged crazily from the bottom of the mountain, exploding desperately with a shocking attitude. and the mountain peak that had previously pinned Yang Muchung down suddenly surged with vast power. "Break it for me!" The exciting roar resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, a shocking sword energy quickly rose into the sky. Chang! A sword energy that could penetrate the heaven and earth surged out from the bottom of Qianzhou Mountain rapidly. And even the mountain peak that could suppress everything was easily shattered at this moment. Boom! Amidst the shocking explosion, a silent wave spread rapidly. Thousands of mountains suddenly turned into nothing and disappeared directly into the void. A figure stood there proudly, with endless fighting intent in his eyes. And his thin body shrouded in black robes seemed to contain infinite potential. And he actually broke through a Shinto, a half-step Shinto, and the crazy suppression of Qianzhou Mountain. This? How can it be? The two brothers looked at each other for a while. They set up a formation here and killed countless beings. A boy like Yang Muchung, who only has perfect spiritual cultivation, will not have any accidents at all. But who would have thought that this young man who was already treated as a piece of fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered, would use his own strength to break his restriction and break their alliance? The short fat man's face suddenly became extremely ugly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he moved slowly. It looked like he was planning to take action. Laugh! At this time, Yang Muchung raised his head and looked over. This gaze that condensed into substance immediately caused the short fat man's complexion to change drastically. He couldn't help but kick, 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 and take a few steps back. "We are willing to hand over the token." The thin man glanced at Yang Muchung with a gloomy face, and then spoke after a moment. "However, after you find the spiritual treasure, you must give us 50%. 50%? Yang Muchung looked over with a half-smile. The thin man was so stared at by Yang Muchung that his whole body felt weak, and his scalp was numb. He smiled and quickly changed his words. 40%, 30%, 2%. Yang Muchung interrupted the other party's bargaining and said coldly, "Throw down the token and get out of here." Boom! Yang Muchung's words made the two of them feel shocked and looked horrified. They had no idea that Yang Muchung would be so domineering. "Boy, the two of us only need 20% of the spiritual treasure, which is already a good deal for you. Don't be ungrateful and try to push the envelope further." The thin man was unwilling to accept it, and stepped forward and shouted in a deep voice, "Don't think I'm afraid of you. If we really fight, you may not be our opponent." At this time, the short fat man also took a step forward. He seemed to want to regain the face he had been scared off by Yang Muchung, and shouted with a gloomy face, "That's right. In this mountain formation, in addition to Qianzhou Mountain, there is also Wanzhou Mountain. You'd better obediently obey our suggestion. Otherwise, everyone will be destroyed, and no one will be able to get the spiritual treasure." Call! 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 At this time, the 5 girls of Tianfeng sect also landed quickly. The leader, the senior sister named Yu Yao, bowed to Yang Muchung and said, "Master Yang, why don't we give them 2%? Point?" Yang Muchung smiled faintly, looked at the short fat man and the thin man, and slowly shook his head. "Originally, you two left the token and left here, and you could still save a dog's life. But you are bargaining like this, and you even dare to threaten me. I have changed my mind. You both have to die here." Boom! Yang Muchung's words shocked everyone. What? Does he plan to kill these two people directly? Just when Yu Yao and the others couldn't believe what they were hearing. Just when the short fat man and the thin man had not yet understood the meaning of Yang Muchung's words, they suddenly discovered that Yang Muchung had suddenly disappeared on the spot, and came down. In an instant, he appeared in front of the short fat man. What a speed! This terrifying speed shocked everyone present. The short fat man felt a chill and danger that penetrated his heart, and he rushed toward him quickly. With almost no hesitation, he clapped his right hand and summoned a talisman. With a clang sound, the talisman soared into the sky quickly, forming a huge sky blue shield in front of him. This huge shield is extremely thick and looks as solid as a city wall, giving it an indestructible appearance. "Brother, take action quickly and kill this kid." And as the shield appeared, the short fat man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His heart quickly fell back into his stomach, and he drank loudly. He had absolute confidence that he could use this shield to stop Yang Muchung for a moment. And at that time, once his eldest brother comes back to his senses and summons the 10,000 mountains, he will definitely be able to smash this kid into dust easily. Boom! However, just when the short fat man was thinking about the scene of his two brothers dividing the spiritual treasure equally after killing Yang Muchung, A terrifying explosion resounded loudly. He just saw that his indestructible shield was easily pierced by a white jade palm. Boom! This sky blue shield, which was enough to block a powerful strike from a powerful Shinto man, was as fragile as paper in front of this white jade palm, and was torn apart in an instant. Not good! Seeing this scene, the short fat man felt that his scalp was exploding. He let out a strange scream on the spot, and shot out quickly towards the back. Have to say, as a half-step divine powerhouse, this fat man is already very fast. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not keep up with Yang Muchung's speed. The moment he retreated, the white jade palm suddenly brought up a phantom and grabbed his neck with great dexterity. In a series of clicking sounds, the half-step Shinto warrior's neck was broken on the spot, and his whole body was smashed to the ground like a dismantled toy. Saw this scene, the skinny man's complexion suddenly turned pale. He was forming seals, and his hands that were preparing to summon an attack stopped in midair. Boom! After casually throwing away the fat man's body, Yang Muchung turned his eyes and looked at the thin man with a half-smile. Who gave you the courage to bargain with me? Chapter 1067, A Different World. Who gave me the courage? These words were like thunderous bolts of lightning, hitting his ears hard, so shocking that his whole eardrums were trembling. Seeing the young man slowly turning around, the thin man's head turned into a ball of paste. If he had known this would be the result, he would not have dared to bargain. After his companion was killed, under the gaze of Yang Muchung, the inner psychological defense of this powerful Shinto man was completely destroyed at this last moment. Do not kill me! I can't stand it anymore. The thin man let out a wailing sound, then stood up suddenly and fled away into the distance desperately. Want to escape? Yang Muchung sneered disdainfully. He gave these people a chance as early as the beginning, but they didn't take it seriously. Not only did they bargain with themselves, they even planned to fight back. It is simply impossible to escape now. Die! He grabbed the air with his right hand and brought up a shocking sword energy. There was a sound of tearing brocade silk. Then, the thin man who was escaping quickly was cut off in the air. In the large splash of blood, the light of the 4 tokens turned into gray-white light pillars and rushed into Yang Muchung's hands. Got it! Yang Muchung grabbed the token with a hint of joy in his eyes. It really comes together. Just see. There are 11 tokens in total, 8 of which quickly merge into one. The patterns on the token also continue to swim, and finally slowly gather together to form a brand new map. It's really different from the previous maps. Is there a spiritual treasure hidden in this map? But Yang Muchung did not rush to find the location on the map on the token. Instead, he turned his right hand and collected the 72 flags around him. At the same time, he rummaged through the bodies of the fat man and the thin man, and then found the formula and seal for driving the 1,000 layers of mountain formation. It was only after it was confirmed that these two people had no value at all, that their energy and blood were absorbed, and their souls were ingested into the Juzi order. Master Yang, did you kill both of them? Yu Yao looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. Why? Are these two people famous? Yang Muchung smiled. He was not interested in knowing about old people who lived tens of thousands of years ago. In my opinion, it's nothing more than that. Yu Yao and several other disciples were speechless. These brothers are nicknamed the Mountain-Moving Immortals. Although their strength is ordinary, the 1,000 layers mountain formation is extremely terrifying. No matter how strong you are, if you fall into the 1,000 layers mountain formation, you will only die. The number of powerful Shinto men killed by them was countless. Ordinary people would be crushed to pieces under the Qianzhong mountain formation. Now, when facing Yang Muchung, he was completely killed without even showing off his special skills. So strong? Yang Muchung couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Yu Yao's explanation. He immediately took out the formation flag and the mental formula, and reviewed it in his mind. A look of astonishment suddenly flashed in his eyes. This 10,000 mountains is too terrifying. Fortunately, they didn't use the 10,000 Chong mountains as soon as they came up. Otherwise, no matter how strong my body is, I would be crushed into pulp in an instant. However, now that this mountain formation is in my hands, it's not bad. After entering this ancient tomb and fighting with these figures from tens of thousands of years ago, Yang Muchung immediately felt the huge gap between the two sides. Internal energy quality and quantity. Martial arts. Compared to these existences, Yang Muchung discovered that due to the sharp decrease in the concentration of Jiuzhou's spiritual energy, the quality and quantity of internal energy in the bodies of contemporary warriors could not keep up with those of warriors of the same level outside the immortal sect. Yang Mucheng had a deep understanding of this when he dealt with Yi Qinghan in Xianjue Mountain. Although they are all at the same level of cultivation, no matter how the warriors from Kyushu attack, they are no match for each other. This is equivalent to the same two adults. One can get enough heavenly and earthly treasures to strengthen his body every day, while the other can't even eat enough. If these two beings fight, the result will be clear at a glance. It is a pity. Today's Kyushu is in this embarrassing position of not even having enough to eat. Besides, the thing that makes Yang Mucheng feel inferior to these warriors the most is martial arts. Because all the inheritance of Kyushu has been broken. Not many people know those martial arts that truly originate from outside the immortal sect. Although these martial arts are complicated and difficult to learn. In fact, once learned, their power will be very terrifying. On the contrary, most of Kyushu's martial arts have been simplified. Although they are easy to learn, their power is less than 1/10 of the original moves. That's fine. Holding the mountain formation flag, Yang Mucheng secretly thought about it. My current martial arts skills are far behind those of these people. It would be a good choice if you can get some handy martial arts skills here. However, for now, it's better to get the spirit treasure first and increase your strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to cope with other characters in the future. With everyone, Yang Mucheng followed the map on the token and arrived at a barren valley. He and Yu Yao flew over the valley for half a day and found nothing unusual. The entire valley is very ordinary. Not like a place where spiritual treasures grow. But according to the guidance of the token, Yang Mucheng could feel that there were faint fluctuations of strange spiritual energy in this valley. Apparently, this valley is not as simple as it seems. Maybe it's like this. Yang Mucheng's heart moved. He picked up the token in his hand and pointed downwards. Suddenly, a gray-white light blasted out from the token and headed towards the location of the valley. Just saw that there were ripples in the valley area. Then, as if the void was torn open, another strange cave appeared inside the extremely ordinary valley. And in this cave, vast spiritual energy fluctuations immediately came, as well as the auras of various heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. Found it! Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with joy. He immediately turned around and quickly flew down from the sky, flying towards the open cave. Yu Yao and the others looked at each other and quickly followed them into this space. What a strange space! Everyone who saw this space couldn't help but let out a burst of admiration. In fact, when Yang Mucheng saw this space, he couldn't help but secretly admired it. By the way, I wonder if there is any treasure protecting Demon King in this space. Thinking in mind, Yang Mucheng did not go in immediately, but sent Zhao Qianyang out of the Juzi order. Chapter 1068 The Fountain of Great Fortune. You can't blame Yang Mucheng for being too cautious. After all, wherever there are treasures in the heavens and earth, there will be monsters guarding them. Therefore, it is better to be cautious in everything. After seeing that Zhao Qianyang walked around the cave and found nothing unusual, Yang Mucheng walked in. But see, the location of this cave is not large. It is about dozens of miles in size, and it is only equivalent to a corner in a small valley. But this cave is a rare treasure land for cultivation. The most conspicuous position in the center of the small valley is a lake with a diameter of more than 100 meters. In the center of the lake, spring water is constantly gurgling. These are not ordinary springs, nor are they spiritual liquids, but something more. A high-grade and rare spring of great fortune. Standing above and looking down, the entire lake is crystal clear, and even the pebbles and grass at the bottom of the lake bed are clearly visible. The Fountain of Great Creation. Here is the land of spiritual treasures revealed by the combination of 8 tokens. The valley originally looks very ordinary, but even if you discover the strangeness in it, you can't open the magic array without the guidance of the token, let alone know what is in this area. What a powerful spiritual energy! Even one drop of the spiritual energy contained in the great fountain of creation is comparable to an entire pool of innate spiritual liquid that I once absorbed. If I could absorb the entire great fountain of creation, it would be enough to directly increase my cultivation of divine mind perfection by half. I was excited. After making a seal, Zhao Qianyang in midair rushed toward the location of the great fountain of creation with some reluctance. At this time, Yu Yao and Hu Yunyan all felt that Yang Mucheng had been too careful. Zhao Qianyang had already checked the entire space before, and there was no abnormality in it. So they entered now. However, now that I am entering the fountain of great creation, I have to continue to explore it again. Boom! However, the next moment Zhao Qianyang was about to touch the fountain of creation, A terrifying black shadow quickly rose up and hit Zhao Qianyang's body directly. Almost at the same time, Zhao Qianyang's body was torn apart by the black shadow. After being broken, Zhao Qianyang quickly regained his shape in a puff of smoke. He looked in all directions with a horrified face, obviously not knowing what had broken him into pieces before. Over there! Yang Mucheng's eyes were sharp, and he spotted the guy who attacked earlier at a glance. There is a huge turtle next to the great fountain of creation. This big turtle is covered in gray and rugged color, lying there motionless like a huge rock. At first, no one ignored its existence. It was when Zhao Qianyang approached the fountain of creation that the big turtle became alert. The great demon king of the Shinto realm! Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He has experienced so many places and entered many secret realms. How could he be unprepared? Let me deal with it! Just when Yang Mucheng was about to take action against the big demon king, a black light burst out from the Juzi Ling in his arms. And Axianu, riding the bone dragon, quickly flew out of the Juzi Ling. After squinting at Yang Mucheng, Axiana helplessly shook his head. After all, it's impossible to live in your house without putting in any effort. Certainly, Axianu is talking about Juzi Ling. Although the Juzi order has a great nourishing effect on the ghost tribe. Once the ghost tribe enters the Juzi order, their life no longer belongs to them, but to Yang Mucheng. In addition, Axianu was originally a militant character. Although his ghost body was almost shattered by Yang Mucheng's divine thoughts before, he recovered after being nourished by the Juzi order. Now that the ghost body is recovered, how can it watch the battle coldly? Oh well! Seeing Axiana take action, Yang Mucheng did not stop him. Instead, he walked towards the fountain of great creation on his own. What a powerful spirit! Standing in front of this lake, Yang Mucheng felt that the pure spiritual energy had almost turned into a breeze, blowing towards his body, causing all the pores on his body to involuntarily move at this moment. He relaxed, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. To know, Yang Mucheng has absorbed a lot of quasi-heaven level spiritual treasures, and he has long been immune to ordinary spiritual treasures. Now, when facing this spring water, the body started to actively absorb it. It can be seen that this great spring of good fortune has at least reached the level of heaven. 70%. No, 60%. If I can absorb all the spring water, my cultivation will be able to reach at least 60% of the perfection of divine thoughts. If we find another spiritual treasure place, even becoming a master of Shenyan will be just around the corner. Feeling the turbulence of spiritual energy, Yang Mucheng raised his head. But see, at this time, Axiana had already brought the war slave into contact with the big turtle. Call. The wind howled. The bone dragon, known as the war slave, flapped its two huge wings that were hundreds of meters long and quickly grabbed the big turtle's body. And that big turtle was not a mortal thing. When the war slaves came, its huge body suddenly retracted, and its head and limbs were immediately put into the rock-like turtle SHL. A sharp and piercing sound came. The war slave's sharp claws did not tear the turtle's SHL, nor even left a mark on its SHL. Damn it! Sensing Yang Mucheng's gaze, Axianu, who had originally planned to kill the big turtle in one go, suddenly felt a little uneasy on his face. He cursed secretly, grabbed it with his right hand, and pointed a gray war spear fiercely at it. Blast away at the big turtle. And the big turtle also sat firmly in an unchanging posture to cope with all changes, with its whole body hidden in the turtle SHL. Whenever any attack came, it would smash it with its tail like a meteor hammer. Open. Even Exeda's war spear, which could penetrate Shinto warriors, was shattered by a hammer. I don't believe it! Axiana gave a low shout and slapped the war slave with his right hand. Call. Immediately, the war slave folded his wings and shot down like a sharp arrow. At this moment, Axiana's eyes widened even more. She let out a sweet sound, and the ghostly aura surged crazily and reached its peak. In Qian's thin 5 fingers, a gray aura quickly gathered together, forming a terrifying war spear. This war spear is condensed throughout its body. Although it is a condensed gas, it is as crystal clear as jade. The moment it was formed, it was already blasted out by Xiannu, pointing directly at the big turtle. Boom! Feeling the horror of this shocking blow, the big turtle was trembling with fear, and put its head, limbs, and even its tail into the turtle SHL. A surging demon power surged up rapidly, condensing on its turtle SHL. It was obviously preparing to gather all its power to resist Axianu's attack. Chapter 1069 The Terrifying Thing About Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung jumped into the spring of great creation with a smile, nourishing his body with the spring water while watching the battle between the two sides with a smile. When he saw Arsenal using all their cards at the bottom of the box, he knew that the battle had come to an end. Boom! A terrifying burst of sound resounded rapidly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the terrifying war spear, with an indestructible attitude, suddenly penetrated the back SHL of the big turtle, and even penetrated its body with unabated force. The moment it penetrated the opponent, the big demon king was killed on the spot and pinned to the ground. How about it? Axiana jumped off the back of the war slave and looked at Yang Muchung as if demonstrating. Apparently, she was still a little unconvinced by her previous defeat at the hands of Yang Muchung. It's okay. Although your cultivation level is high, your combat experience level is obviously insufficient. Yang Muchung shook his head and evaluated the previous battle scene. If you had fought it with me before, you would have saved a lot of energy. First use the war slaves to harass and make the turtle lose its confidence. Then hide aside and give the turtle a fatal blow when its head is exposed. This method of yours is too arrogant. When Yang Muchung said this straightforwardly, Xiannu suddenly felt a little confused on his face. He snorted coldly, somersaulted onto Xiannu's back, and quickly ran towards the distance. Yu Yao and others chased after him, but Xiannu's speed was too fast. They only caught up a short distance before being left far behind. In desperation, they turned around and flew over. Master Yang, she ran out. Run away, and you will come back sooner or later. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes comfortably, waved his hands to the nervous Yu Yao and the others. She was a princess in her previous life, so it is inevitable that she will have some petty tempers. The ancient tomb is full of dangers. Not only are there various dangers, but other warriors and demon kings are also waiting for opportunities to take action. It would be good for her to go out and learn a lesson. You guys stay here and protect me. I will absorb this great spring of creation first. Only by increasing your strength can you protect yourself in this ancient tomb. After she encounters danger outside, she will naturally come back. Yang Muchung simply closed his eyes. He didn't have much thought to take care of these spoiled little girls in his hands. If I didn't kill her in the first place, I would have given her a chance. Let's start. Close your eyes. Yang Mu took a long breath and quickly activated the ancient heaven-swallowing technique. Suddenly, the great spring of creation around him seemed to be boiling at this moment, and streams of crystal-like pearl-like spring water jumped rapidly on the lake, as if being pulled by some kind of force. Generally, they kept rushing towards Yang Muchung's body. Even at this moment, the spiritual energy in the entire cave sky turned into thousands of whirlpools, pouring into Yang Muchung's Dantian Chi Si. Wow! The great fountain of creation is boiling crazily. The water level, at this moment, is continuously lowering in a manner visible to the naked eye. Saw this scene, Yu Yao and the others present couldn't help but look shocked. They came from the immortal sect and had seen all kinds of strange worlds caused by cultivation. But when they saw this scene, they couldn't help being shocked. At this time, Yang Muchung's whole body seemed to have transformed into a huge black hole. In the entire cave sky, endless spiritual energy leaked out as if the sky had been pierced, and continued to pour into Yang Muchung's body rapidly. This terrifying absorption speed even made Yu Yao and others almost bite off their tongues in shock. Boom! Even the rapid influx of spiritual energy caused bursts of thunderous sounds in the air. He has absorbed 1/3 of the entire fountain of creation. He hasn't broken through yet. Yu Yao and the others, who had been protecting Yang Muchung, showed a look of shock. Their cultivation level is comparable to that of Yang Muchung. He just barely reached the perfection of spiritual thoughts. 1/3 of the entire great fountain of creation is enough for the 5 of them to reach the level of Master Shen Yin. They have even reached half-step to the divine way. But Yang Muchung still shows no sign of breakthrough, let alone the slightest sign of saturation. It's so terrible. Such a large amount of spiritual energy is enough to allow any powerful person with complete spiritual consciousness to break through several times. A female disciple looked shocked and couldn't believe what she saw. Yu Yao narrowed her eyes. Only she knows what this is all about. The practice of a warrior is equivalent to robbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The warrior itself is equivalent to a container. The size of their container is related to the strength of the warrior. The bigger this container is, the stronger the warrior is. Of course, the more spiritual energy he needs to steal from heaven and earth as he advances. But Many people clearly know that opening the 999-mile Great Perfection Purple Mansion will make them stronger. But in fact few people actually do it. This is because once the container belonging to the body of a warrior exceeds a certain level, the difficulty will increase many times even if it only reaches a small level. It's really scary. After Yu Yao understood everything, she was even more shocked. This is all because she once saw a strong man who opened up the 999-mile Zhaojian Purple Mansion. That strong man was in exactly the same situation as Yang Maicheng at this time. However, the spiritual energy needed for that strong man to advance was not as much as Yang Maicheng's. Not even 1/5. This means that Yang Maicheng is several times more powerful than the powerful man, who also opened up the Zhaojian Purple Mansion. Certainly, Yu Yao didn't know that Yang Maicheng had not only opened up the Z Mansion to the level of great perfection. The strength of his body has also reached a very powerful stage. Even his spiritual thoughts have been condensed into a thread, which is definitely not something that ordinary strong people can achieve. Anyone who gets one of these three can become a genius. But Yang Maicheng is one person who combines all three. It is precisely because of this. His strength far exceeds that of beings with the same level of cultivation. Of course, the strength of his mind, body, and Zifu also makes it difficult for Yang Maicheng to advance to a small realm, which will be 100 times that of other ordinary warriors. And even compared to the same level, the energy required to reach the Zhaojian Purple Mansion is even more terrifying. So, the great spring of creation in the entire cave is enough to allow a strong man, with perfect spiritual thoughts, to reach half step of the divine way, or even break through to the true spiritual level. However, it can only allow Yang Maicheng to reach about 60% of perfection. Chapter 1070, Being Targeted. Chi. Crazy spiritual energy rolled in like a whirlpool, and Yang Maicheng was immersed in this extreme practice. Due to the improvement in strength, he has been unable to practice in such a calm manner for a long time. Now the spiritual energy provided to him in the great spring of creation is extremely sufficient. Although, the spiritual energy in this great spring of creation cannot directly improve his cultivation by a small level, but it also makes his strength continue to improve every moment. Just when Yang Maicheng was so madly improving his strength and cultivation, Axiana left this cave. For Arsenal, she had gone from being a princess of a country to having to look up to others. From being favored by thousands of people to being ignored by others. The gap was so huge that she simply couldn't accept it. Yang Maicheng, you are a big bad guy. Back then, I was the brightest pearl of the Dacian dynasty. Now, I have become a ghost. I don't believe it. I have to rely on you. I can still practice as a ghost, and I will be able to reach the level of a ghost immortal in the future. Axiana's heart moved. You can also find the 8 tokens yourself. You can also find a cave and practice yourself there. Call. Thinking of this, Axiana quickly drove the war slave and rushed towards the distance. However, at this moment, a swift black shadow rushed up and suddenly blocked Axiana's way. This figure was the long-haired young man who first gathered the 8 tokens together and discovered the hidden cave in the ancient tomb. Big Ghost King! When the long-haired young man saw Axiana, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked like he had found a treasure. Ha! This weapon of mine is missing a weapon spirit, but I haven't found a suitable weapon spirit yet. Unexpectedly, I met a Big Ghost King. What? You want to capture me as a weapon spirit? Arsenal was furious. Notice, some magic weapons will develop their own spiritual intelligence over time, and this spiritual intelligence is called a weapon spirit. The generation of weapon spirits will greatly increase the power of weapons. Of course, there are also some weapons that can use the power of sealing ghosts and gods to seal ghosts into weapons and turn them into weapon spirits. The stronger the ghosts sealed into weapons are, the stronger the weapon spirits they will transform into will be in the future. No doubt. For the long-haired young man, Ashian knew, who was cultivated as a great ghost king, was already the limit of what he could capture. I am going to kill you! Hearing what the long-haired young man said, Axiana slapped the war slave fiercely. Immediately, the bone dragon under her feet went crazy, opened its mouth unceremoniously, and spit out a mouthful of gray-white flames quickly. What a violent temper! The long-haired young man was startled, but his eyes were filled with joy instead of surprise. The more this happens, the more powerful the weapon will be after sealing her into it. Looking at the gray-white flames rushing towards him, the long-haired young man slowly grabbed a dark sword. There were no other treasures in the cave before, only this sword. The long-haired young man from the Xianmen sect can naturally tell that this is a heaven-level weapon that has not yet been launched. Only by killing a strong man and using the strong man's blood can this sword be awakened. Now! I choose you! Call. The long-haired young man grabbed the black sword and slashed it gently with his right hand. I just saw that an obscure and extremely dark sword light slashed away quickly. And then the gray-white flames in front of the long-haired young man spread out on their own, like the tide hitting the rocks. Come! And the terrifying gray-white flames almost passed over the body of the long-haired young man, falling on the ground, and attached to all directions, making the air crackle. What? The sword in his hand! A trace of trembling flashed in Axiana's eyes. Grabbing it with her right hand, countless evil spirits quickly formed a rein in her palm. Then, the reins entangled the war slave at his feet. Without any hesitation, Axiana grabbed the reins and fled towards the distance quickly. Call! At this moment, the war slave seemed to feel the panic of his master. His wings flapped wildly, and his huge body used this unimaginable dexterity to continuously flee towards the distance. Want to escape? The long-haired young man raised his eyebrows. Notice, you can't encounter ghosts all the time, especially a big ghost king like a Shinnu. Once you escape, it won't be that easy to catch you again next time. Just try the power of this sword, he said to himself. The long-haired young man glanced at the pure black sword in his hand, shook it fiercely, and slashed forward. Chong! In an instant, dozens of sword lights, as dark and rich as night, were struck out quickly by it. Each ray of sword light was hundreds of feet long, passing through the void like a half-moon. Axiana controlled the war slaves and kept running away. Those black sword lights that did not hit her were swept across the mountains and woods wherever they passed. In the surrounding space, a spectacular cloud of air was spread out. Hey hey! Seeing Axiana's embarrassed appearance, the long-haired young man raised his lips proudly. I can't continue playing with you anymore. This is an ancient tomb after all. Besides me, there are other warriors and other great demon kings. I have to quickly subdue you and seal you in the sword to avoid long nights and endless dreams. Grab the sword. The long-haired young man's eyes opened angrily, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. Then, he raised his sword and chopped it down. Clang! A black light that was condensed to the extreme chopped down in the air. Not good! Feeling the extreme approach of death, Axiana was horrified. When she raised her head, she saw the sword light that was suppressing it in the air, and she suddenly felt cold all over. With almost no hesitation, she quickly pulled up the reins and ducked to one side. Then, a crisp tearing sound sounded. She even saw that this terrifying sword light cut along the wings of the war slave like a knife cutting tofu. The golden body and jade bones that had been tempered in the evil spirit for countless years were suddenly chopped into pieces by this extremely condensed sword. The war slave with broken wings suddenly lost his balance and crashed hard towards the ground with Axiana. Boom! In the distance, there was a terrifying sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and the entire ancient tomb seemed to be shaking at this moment. Escape! Although Axiana fell from a height of 10,000 feet and was completely shattered, she still remained conscious. Without any hesitation, she turned over and ran away into the distance desperately. She knew that no matter how unhappy she was with Yang Muchung before, only Yang Muchung could save her at this moment. Although, Arsenal is already very fast, but the opponent's speed is faster. Want to escape? As soon as Axiana raised her front foot, the long-haired young man was already standing in front of her with a smile. This moment, Arsenal felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 1071 arrive. Want to escape? Wang Ruochen slowly fell down. He could tell that Arsenal had no way to escape at this moment. Although this great ghost king in the early days of Shinto had good cultivation, it was obvious that he was still unable to exert this power to its maximum. As for the bone dragon named John's slave, it is not worth mentioning. What? Accompanied by the joking voice, and the sight of Wang Ruochen suddenly appearing in front of him, Xian Nu's face turned ashen for an instant. At this moment, she knew that she had no way out. Since there is no way to escape, then fight to the death. A fierce look flashed in Axiana's eyes. Drink! With a low voice, she slapped her palms on the ground, and her whole body writhed rapidly, pointing his right hand towards the void and grabbing it. A crystal-clear gray war spear was formed in an instant. Then, she shook her right hand, and in an instant, the shining cold light swept towards the long-haired young man like stars. How dare you resist when death is imminent? What's wrong with being my weapon, spirit? Wang Ruochen shook his head, blocking the black sword in his hand with a smile, and easily blocked all Axiana's attacks. At the same time, A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the long sword in his hand quickly counterattacked with an incredible gesture. Chang! The power of Axiana's spear was exhausted, and he could still resist. In shock, he quickly retreated towards the rear. Although her movements were already very fast, but her body was still slashed by the long-haired young man, leaving several jagged wounds. Not good! Now, Arsenal's heart has sunk to the bottom. She knew that Wang Ruochen in front of her was already powerful beyond her imagination, regardless of whether it is due to combat consciousness or combat experience. The opponent's strength far exceeds his own, even if both parties are strong in the Shinto. And even if he has a half-step Shinto bone dragon as a helper, he is still no match for the other. Only he can save me now! My heart trembled slightly. Arsenal thought of Yang Mucheng. However, she knew that in her current state, she could not escape from the other party's hands. Slave John! Go back quickly and let him rescue me! Arsenal shouted. Immediately, the war slave whose wings were cut off let out a low roar and ran quickly towards the cave where Yang Mucheng was. At this moment, it was Wang Ruochen's turn to be stunned. He originally thought he was meeting a lone great ghost king, but looking at the other person's appearance, it seemed that he had companions. Want to go and report something? Wang Ruochen snorted coldly, and slashed the black long sword in the air, bringing up a terrifying sword light that could cut the entire ancient tomb in two, and then quickly blasted towards the war slave. Arsenal placed all its hopes on John's slave. How could he possibly watch John's slave die in front of his eyes? Chang! The right hands come together and point across the void. A strange force quickly surged in all directions. Under this force, countless evil spirits transformed into thousands of strands in a manner visible to the naked eye, and quickly gathered together. At this moment, a shocking sound of gunshots resounded over the ancient tomb, along with the sound of Jingzha's gunfire. A war gun that was more than 1,000 feet long and almost stretched across the entire ancient tomb was rapidly formed. At the moment it was formed, it fiercely attacked Wang Ruochen's sword light. Boom! 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 The full blow of the two Shinto warriors was so terrifying. The attacks that could destroy everything collided fiercely above the ancient tomb. This violent impact tore and exploded the surrounding space. A wave of air visible to the naked eye was like a wave sweeping across the world, sweeping out in all directions. On the spot, all the distant mountain peaks were completely razed to the ground. Boom! Axiana's whole body was severely blown away by this terrifying air wave. The terrifying power almost tore her ghost body into pieces. As for Wang Ruochen, he was moved back a few steps by the wave of air. Escaped? Wang Ruochen, who stopped, could not help but raise his eyebrows when he looked at the place where the sky and the earth met and heard the sounds of war slaves running away in panic. Immediately, he returned his gaze and fell on Axianu. Use all your strength to resist my attack, so that the bone dragon can successfully escape and invite the pursuers over? That's right. Axianu knew that his plan had been discovered, so he didn't even try to hide it at all. She stared at Wang Ruochen and shouted coldly, If you had any sense, let me go as soon as possible. If he comes, he will beat you to death. Wang Ruochen raised his eyebrows, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Could it be that his cultivation level is very high? Wang Ruochen's heart skipped a beat. If there is a more powerful existence behind Arsenal, then he can only choose to give up. After all, not everyone has the courage to ignore beings who are stronger than themselves. His cultivation level is not high. He only has perfect spiritual thoughts. But if he wants to kill you, it will be easy, Axiana said bitterly. Ha! The divine way is perfect? Wang Ruochen pricked up his ears and was stunned for a moment. After confirming several times, he couldn't help laughing. You actually threaten me with a being with perfect spiritual consciousness? This kind of cultivation is like an ant in front of me. Not worth mentioning. If he doesn't come over, forget it. If he does, I won't even be able to see him. Let's kill together. Wang Ruochen only thought it was funny. He didn't expect that Axiana would actually bring out a warrior with perfect spiritual consciousness to scare him. He didn't know how many warriors he had killed with this level of cultivation. Don't hold out any hope. I will first put you into the weapon and seal it as a weapon spirit. When I awaken this heavenly sword, I can sweep across the entire ancient tomb. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ruochen took a step forward and grabbed forward with his right hand. Suddenly, a surging force surged up. Axianu only felt that infinite power from the sky, and the earth was constantly squeezing from all directions, suppressing her whole body and making her unable to move. The whole person's consciousness also gradually disappeared at this moment. Sweep the tombs? Do you think you can do it? At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the side. Wang Ruochen was startled, and quickly looked to one side, but was shocked to find that at some point, a young man wearing a black robe had appeared next to him. He didn't even notice this sudden gesture. Chapter 1072 Fight. You? They should be the reinforcements of this big ghost king. Right. Wang Ruochen looked at the young man who suddenly appeared next to him. He felt it. Ever since the other party appeared, Axianu, who had been imprisoned by himself and whose consciousness was about to disappear, actually started struggling again at this moment. Therefore, in an instant, Wang Ruochen determined the identity of the other party. At this time, Yang Mucheng was also sizing up the other party. He had just finished practicing in the cave when he felt the war slaves coming towards him like crazy. But he didn't see Axianu. After asking carefully, I realized that Axianu was already in danger. I came all the way and saw this scene. Let her go! Yang Mucheng's cold voice continued to sound. Ha ha! You alone are qualified to order me? Wang Ruochen grabbed Axianu with one hand. At this moment, Axianu had been shrunk into a black ball by him. If it weren't for Axianu, he was still trying his best to resist. If you do, maybe even your consciousness will be wiped out in an instant. Hearing the sound, Wang Ruochen looked over with a smile. When he found out that Yang Mugua really only had the perfect cultivation of spiritual thoughts as Axianu said, he suddenly sneered with disdain. I said before, if you don't show up, that's it. If you do, I will kill you as well. Say it. Wang Ruochen waved his right hand gently, and suddenly a sharp whistling sound resounded between heaven and earth. In that flat space, there seemed to be clouds and waves rolling, bringing up a storm, and fiercely bombarded Yang Mucheng. Arrogant! This Wang Ruochen was controlling Axianu with one hand and attacking Yang Mucheng with the other. He was actually doing two things at the moment. But this Wang Ruochen also had his own abilities. Although he struck casually, he caused a storm. The invisible energy swept up the flying sand and rocks, like Wu Ming's majestic walking mud pills. And in an instant, it arrived in front of Yang Mucheng with a gesture that swept the heaven and earth. Snort! Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold, and he waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, the clouds and mist were pushed aside to see the bright moon, and the flying sand sweeping across the sky and earth was torn apart in an instant. The vision that swept the world also disappeared in this instant. I said, let her go! Oh, you can actually block my casual blow. Wang Ruochen looked surprised. Yang Mucheng was able to withstand his own blow, which was completely beyond his expectation. However, even so, he still didn't take Yang Mucheng to heart. A boy with perfect spiritual thoughts. If I don't bother you, you should pray to God and worship Buddha instead of coming here to die. If that's the case, then I'll help you. Wang Ruochen snorted coldly. Call out. He had been holding on to Axianu's hand and suddenly let go. Looking at the pale-faced Axianu, Wang Ruochen smiled faintly and said, Is this boy the one you asked for help from earlier? Okay, then just open your eyes wide and take a good look to see how I kill him. After I kill him, I will put you into the weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ruochen's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. He took a step forward, almost as if he had transcended the limitations of time and space, and appeared in front of Yang Mucheng without any warning. Even more so at the same time, he struck out with a palm, hitting Yang Mucheng in the face without any hesitation. Wang Ruochen has absolute self-confidence. With his spiritual training, it is only a matter of one move to kill a warrior with perfect spiritual thoughts. With this palm strike, this kid will definitely die. It should be you who should be damned. You dare to touch even my people. Yang Mucheng let go of his momentum and punched out with the same punch. Seeing Yang Mucheng's actions, Wang Ruochen sneered in disdain. With such little cultivation, you dared to fight with him head-on? Boom! There was a loud bang, and fists and palms met. At this moment, Wang Ruochen's confident face suddenly became extremely ugly. He only felt that a terrifying force emerged from Yang Mucheng's fist that he could not bear. This force swept over him quickly in an instant, pouring into his whole body and squeezing all the bones in his body with a crackling sound. Boom! Under this explosion of power, Wang Ruochen's body trembled. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and with unprecedented anger, he lost his balance and fell backward. Every step he took was firmly on the ground, leaving a rugged and sonorous footprint on the earth. How can this be? Wang Ruochen, who was pushed back and even vomited blood, looked up at Yang Mucheng with a look of disbelief on his face. When the other party repelled his attack at first, he didn't pay attention, just thinking that he was too careless. But this time, he took the initiative and used all his strength. But he didn't expect to be suppressed by the opponent on the spot. He already felt that the young man, who suddenly appeared in front of him, was probably not much inferior to him in terms of strength. Wang Ruochen couldn't believe that the young man, who had perfected his spiritual consciousness, was actually more terrifying than him. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Very good. Your blood is qualified to unseal this sword for me. Clang. Wang Ruochen took out the long sword he obtained from the cave with a gloomy expression. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ruochen, holding a long sword, jumped into the air, quickly headed towards Yang Mucheng, and slashed in the air at the same time. Ugh! Shwa! Shwa! Immediately, 72 black half-moon-shaped sword lights exceeding 100 meters fell from the sky quickly and slashed towards Yang Mucheng. Every sword light here is more condensed and more terrifying than when Wang Ruochen dealt with a Xiannu before. Almost as soon as the sword light appeared, it completely blocked the entire void and completely filled the surrounding space. Chang! Yang Mucheng grabbed his right hand and took out a famous sword from the sword gourd, which also produced a continuous sword light. The same 72 sword lights erupted. The sword light struck by Yang Mucheng was not inferior to Wang Ruochen at all, and was even more powerful. Then, the attacks from both sides collided fiercely, and were completely eliminated in the space. Although, seeing that his attack was shattered by the opponent again. But this time, Wang Ruochen showed a proud look that could not be concealed. Watch out! 72 whirlwind slashes. Clang. In Wang Ruochen's words, he once again struck out 72 sword rays. However, at the same time as the sword light blasted out, he made a fierce move with both hands in a subtle gesture. In an instant, 72 sword rays merged into one at this moment and formed a sword, slashing it down with a force that was as powerful as a powerful sword. Chapter 1073, Cut Off with One Sword. Each of these 72 sword lights is more than 100 meters long, and they are extremely condensed. It's as dark as night, and cannot be washed away. However, after Wang Ruochen's 72 swords were combined into one, the sword light that could penetrate the heaven and earth suddenly shrank to less than 2 or 3 meters. Although this sword light does not seem to have the same infinite power as before. In fact, due to the rapid concentration of power, the power contained in it is actually more powerful. This, Arsenal's eyes widened. She could clearly feel the power in Wang Ruochen's sword, even though she trusted Yang Mucheng in her heart. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Snort! Facing Wang Ruochen's slashing sword from above, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and his inner energy rushed out crazily. At the same time, the famous sword in his hand swiftly struck upwards. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked Yang Mucheng appeared. He just saw that the famous sword in his hand, which was once indestructible and capable of killing everything, was cut open by Wang Ruochen's sword like a knife slicing through tofu. Wang Ruochen's sword, while crushing Yang Mucheng's attack, pressed downwards with a horrified attitude. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The sword light that did not hit Yang Mucheng struck hard on the ground, cutting the entire earth in half. Where Yang Mucheng was originally, there was a terrifying bottomless sword mark. You actually dodged it. Wang Ruochen, who couldn't make a single hit, turned over gracefully, slowly landed on the ground, and looked at Yang Mucheng with amusement. But next time, you won't be so lucky. The sword in your hand? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. The nameless black sword is a weapon I found in the cave of the ancient tomb. This sword has not been opened yet, and has no weapon spirit. Wang Ruochen was full of confidence and looked at Yang Mucheng, as if the other person had become his own turtle in the urn. This sword is mine! Yang Mucheng was overjoyed. You seem to have made some mistakes. Right. Whether you can survive or not is a question. You are still thinking about grabbing the sword from my hand. Wang Ruochen shook his head. You two are just right here. One can use blood to open the sword, and the other can use soul to strengthen the weapon spirit. Next. It's over. You are proud enough to be able to let me use my true strength to deal with you. But it is a pity that you will die here after all. As soon as Wang Ruochen finished speaking, he struck out with his sword again. Clang! The clear and crisp sound of the sword without any echo resounded through the void. That sword, which was like a jet black thick ink, slashed from top to bottom, and with an attitude that could cut off everything. It fiercely pressed towards Yang Mucheng. Although the sword seemed ordinary, in fact, it quietly completely blocked Yang Mucheng from all directions, making him unable to hide or escape. In his opinion, Yang Mucheng has no way out, no matter what the opponent brought out to resist. The nameless black sword in his hand was enough to cut it into 2 pieces. Is it? Although Wang Ruochen blocked all his escape routes. But in fact, Yang Mucheng had no intention of retreating at all. Looking at the crazy suppressing sword power, his heart moved slightly. I have a total of 36,000 famous swords in my hand. Although there are many, none of them can compete with this nameless black sword. Even if I take it out, it will be cut off easily like before. Now, we can only use the Qinglian sword. The Qinglian sword is Mo Fan's sword. This sword was not suitable for Yang Mucheng, so he rarely used it. Now in this situation, it has to be used to resist. Seeing the sword light that could tear everything apart, Yang Mucheng's eyes showed neither sadness nor joy. He grabbed the Qinglian sword and slashed it towards the sky. Shang! The shocking sword light brought out a green light, splitting the entire sky into 2 halves in an instant. Then, the 2 sword lights of cyan and black that destroyed everything collided fiercely. This astonishing confrontation even caused the surrounding space to crackle. Boom! The 2 people fighting against each other lost their balance due to the tearing and squeezing of this terrifying force, and they violently shot towards the rear. How can this be? Whether it was the previous casual blow, the subsequent attack with all his strength, or the current attack using the nameless black sword with all his cultivation levels, they were all intercepted by Yang Mucheng. At this moment, Wang Ruochen was shocked again. Spurting out a mouthful of blood mist, Wang Ruochen flew backwards, like a kite with its string broken. Not good! This kid is too powerful! Wang Ruochen's heart trembled. Previously, when he heard Asiana talk about how only a warrior with perfect spiritual consciousness could kill him, he was full of disdain and ridicule. But now, after seeing how powerful the other party is, he can no longer laugh. I have to get out of here first! Looking at the nameless black sword in his hand, Wang Ruochen's heart moved secretly, and his thoughts were racing. Open the nameless black sword with blood, and then drive it into the weapon spirit. By then, my strength will be greatly increased, and it will be more than enough to kill this kid. In an instant, after arranging the next route in his mind, Wang Ruochen's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Yang Mucheng fiercely. However, this does not matter. He has 3 souls ascending to heaven, and 7 souls leaving his body. Because Yang Mucheng actually disappeared on the spot, and at the same time that the other party disappeared, a killing intent of death came quickly. What shocked him even more was that this murderous intention came from behind him. It's over! With a scream in his heart, Wang Ruochen didn't hesitate at all. He slapped the ground with his right hand, and his whole body rose up in an instant, trying to avoid the invasion of death and murderous intent. However, as soon as he made a move, he saw an extremely destructive green sword light sweeping behind him. Shang! At the moment of life and death, Wang Ruochen quickly mobilized all his internal energy, and his raised body twisted in midair in an extremely strange posture. The bright sword light brought with it a shocking bloodstain, and directly cut off Wang Ruochen's body. Then, his right arm holding the nameless black sword was cut off by Yang Mucheng with a sword. At the same time, the nameless black sword held in the severed arm's hand also spun and flew out, landing steadily on a white jade sword. In the palm of your hand, Wang Ruochen looked forward, and his scalp suddenly went numb. The person who cut off his right arm and took away the nameless black sword was none other than Yang Mucheng, the perfect and powerful man who had always been looked down upon by him. Chapter 1074 Shen Yuan Sword. Ah! The pain of a broken arm was unbearable for Wang Ruochen. But in fact, what is more unbearable is the anger in my heart. He didn't expect that a boy who he could kill at will would actually destroy him so easily. Ha ha! Do you believe it now? When Axiana saw the pale Wang Ruochen, he couldn't help laughing. Previously, she said that when Yang Mucheng came, he would definitely be able to kill him. But at that time, Wang Ruochen didn't believe it. Now Yang Mucheng easily chopped off Wang Ruochen's right arm and took away the nameless black sword he took from the cave. Listening to the laughter, Wang Ruochen wanted to tear Axianu into pieces. But what he hated more was Yang Mucheng. I lost! Wang Ruochen lowered his eyes, hiding the hatred in his eyes very well. I am willing to pay for my own life. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to offer you a reward that satisfies you. Wang Ruochen whispered. He knows. It is not a wise behavior to continue to challenge the other party at this moment. The other party only has perfect spiritual thoughts. When encountering the begging for mercy from such a strong Shinto man, he will definitely be in high spirits. Agree to his request, and let himself live. When I get through this disaster, I will never let you go. No matter how strong you are, your cultivation is weaker than mine. In this ancient tomb, every 8 tokens can open a cave. After I find other magical weapons, and heavenly and earthly treasures, I will deal with you again. By your life? Yang Mucheng interrupted Wang Ruochen's thoughts. Yes, Wang Ruochen said respectfully. As long as you are willing. I do not want to. Yang Mucheng shook his head. He had already cut off Wang Ruochen's arm, and the two of them had a life and death feud. If you let the other party go just for some petty gain, isn't this tantamount to letting the tiger go back to the mountains? Isn't it tantamount to laying hidden dangers for yourself in the future? Not to mention, Wang Ruochen had previously vowed to kill him and use his own blood to strike for the nameless black sword. If he hadn't been strong, he might have died under the opponent's sword. How could he have given the opponent a chance to survive? What? Wang Ruochen's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. However, before he could react, a black sword light roared towards him quickly. A huge head writhed up, and blood quickly rose into the sky. And Wang Ruochen's headless corpse also shuddered and crashed to the ground like a felled tree. Is this just starting with blood? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. But see, after the nameless black sword killed Wang Ruochen, the blood on Wang Ruochen's body seemed to be drawn. It slowly clung to the black sword body to form a strange pattern. And 2 holes were formed on the hilt. A wonderful text. Xin Yuan. This sword is called Xin Yuan. Yang Mucheng grabbed the black sword and swung it into a sword flower, making the air whistling as he cut it. He nodded with satisfaction. Ever since the blood-drinking sword was chopped into pieces last time, he has never had a weapon that he can't take advantage of. Although the Qinglian sword can be regarded as a magical weapon, it is not suitable for him. This Xin Yuan sword is as mysterious as the bottom of an abyss. But it couldn't be more suitable. How are you? Put away the Xin Yuan sword. Yang Mucheng turned his eyes, and then looked at Axianu. Although he had arrived in time, but Axiana had been injured by Wang Ruochen before, and his ghost body was almost broken. It was obvious that he would be gone soon. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. A sad smile appeared on Axiana's face. However, before I die, I can see you kill Wang Ruochen, which can be regarded as fulfilling one of my wishes. Even when a person is about to die, his words are good. Yang Mucheng looked at Axianu, thought about it, and made a decision. With Axianu in such a state that her soul is about to disappear, only something extremely sinister can make her condense into a ghost body again. But time did not allow Yang Mucheng to search for other caves in the ancient tomb. Without any hesitation, Yang Mucheng directly opened Zhao Qianyang in the Juzi order and included Axianu in the Juzi order. Before, although Axianu can live in Juziling, he is like a tenant in Juziling. So Yang Mucheng has no way to mobilize the evil spirit in Juziling to save him. Therefore, if you want to save Arsenal, you can only make Arsenal the June spirit in the Juzi order. Buzz, I saw that Axiana's body, which was originally broken and about to fall apart, suddenly became condensed under the nourishment of Juziling. It has to be said that this Juzi Ling is an absolute sacred object to the Ghost Clan. Axianu, who was still dying before, only nourished him for a short moment before regaining his energy. Certainly, the one suffering the most now is Zhao Qianyang. Under the nourishment of countless souls, his cultivation finally reached the realm of spiritual thoughts, and he finally became the great Ghost King. But before he could fulfill his mission for Yang Mucheng was directly kicked out of the Juzi order and became a lonely ghost who was about to disappear. Yang Emperor, it is about to dissipate, don't waste it. It is also a great Ghost King after all. Put it into the Xin Yuan sword and use it as a weapon spirit. Axianu, who had recovered, looked at Zhao Qianyang who was gradually disappearing like dust, and shouted quickly. Her voice also reminded Yang Mucheng. At first, when he arrived, he heard Wang Ruochen keep saying that he wanted to capture Axianu as a weapon spirit. Is there anything different about this weapon spirit? Glancing at Zhao Qianyang who was about to dissipate, Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his right hand, put it away, and blasted it into Xin Yuan's sword. This moment, a different feeling really came to my mind. The previous Xin Yuan sword looked like a tool that existed solely for killing people. But now Xin Yuan Jian seems to have a soul because of the existence of the weapon spirit. Is this the function of the weapon spirit? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. There is a natural difference between an item having a soul and a thing without a soul. The role of the weapon spirit is not just that. Axianu's voice sounded again. Quick! Quick! Take this guy's things and leave. It seems like something is coming. Certainly. No need for Axiana to remind him. Yang Muchung could feel that there seemed to be some terrifying existence in the distance. Approaching at its peak. Maybe he was attracted by the aftermath of the previous battle. Ingesting Wang Ruochen's soul into the juicy order. His energy and blood were also absorbed. As for the other party's things, Yang Muchung didn't even look at them. He rolled up his sleeves, put them all away, and immediately rolled up a hurricane and soared into the sky. Not long after Yang Muchung left, the terrifying existence rushed over quickly. Chapter 1075 Void Transient. Boom! 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 The terrifying existence was walking crazily close to the ground. And everything it passed, whether it was mountains, rivers, vegetation, or rocks and peaks, was easily shattered by it. What appeared in front of Yang Muchung was a huge three-headed python. From 7 inches away, 3 huge heads sprouted out like branches. Each of these 3 heads is extremely huge, giving people a terrifying sense of intimidation. The 2 huge pupils are like lanterns, with gaze that can be condensed into substance. And at the same time, they are constantly looking for the life around them. Are these the 3 pythons? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. Each head of this 3-headed python has a cultivation level of the Shinto realm, and the cultivation level of the head in the center has reached the late stage of the Shinto realm. The 2 heads on both sides also have the cultivation level of the middle stage of Shinto. Call! When Yang Muchung looked at the 3 pythons, the big demon king seemed to feel something and immediately turned his head and looked towards where Yang Muchung was. However, it saw nothing. The 6 huge eyes turned in a circle, and the 3 pythons seemed a little frustrated. And then, they dragged their huge bodies and slowly left towards the distance. It was not until the 3 pythons left that Yang Muchung cautiously jumped out from a certain corner. It's so scary. How could there be such a great demon king? Yang Muchung couldn't conceal his shock as he looked at the 3 pythons leaving. It must be very powerful. Right. Nature. Arsenal nodded. Don't look at these 3 pythons. The head with the highest strength is only in the late stage of Shinto. But its 3 heads are at odds with each other in offense and defense. Coupled with its huge body and physique, it can be regarded as the peak of Shinto. It may not be its opponent. This 3-headed python is the guardian beast of the entire ancient tomb. It will devour all tomb visitors who enter the ancient tomb, whether you are a demon or a human. Axenis said slowly. It turned out that when they first entered this ancient tomb, everyone was scrambling to grab the innate sacred tree. I don't know how many strong men were torn apart by these 3 pythons. 2. Yang Muchung nodded. The bloodline of these 3 pythons is probably at a higher level than the ancient alien species he encountered before. Although he had not directly fought against this 3-headed python. At such a close range, Yang Muchung could feel the terrifying aura of the opponent. These 3 heads are well equipped for offense and defense. This is not just a simple collaboration between 3 powerful Shinto warriors. They all belong to one another, regardless of their strength or acuity. They are far stronger than warriors of the same level. Now this guy doesn't look like he is guarding the innate sacred tree. Instead, he looks like he is hunting people who enter the ancient tomb. Narrow your eyes. Yang Muchung thought secretly. Notice. Basically all the guardian beasts will stay near the heavenly spirit and earth treasure. And they will not leave even if the world collapses. Now this 3-headed python actually chose to leave on his own initiative, and even rushed to the battlefield between himself and Wang Ruochen. This sign was definitely unusual. Maybe it is actively hunting. It seems that this innate sacred tree is more difficult to obtain than I imagined. Yang Muchung smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's all. Let's deal with the matters at hand first. Thinking in mind, Yang Muchung drew his attention back. There are many things on Wang Ruochen's body. In addition to the Xinyuan sword, there are also tokens that have been merged into one. The map on the token has been fully displayed. It is obvious that Wang Ruochen has found the cave marked on the map and has found the Xinyuan sword in it. In addition, there are many skills on the opponent's body. Xianwu. These martial arts are all real immortal martial arts. They are not the castrated versions of martial arts in Kyushu. Yang Muchung just looked at these martial arts and immediately understood the gap between the two. Although, it is very complicated and difficult to learn these immortal martial arts. But once learned, Their power is self-evident. I didn't expect this guy to gain quite a lot. Yang Mucheng simply stopped, waiting for Yu Yao and Zhang Nu, who came from Dongtian, so that he could study these martial arts. Whether it was Wang Ruochen or the two brothers who were killed by him before, they all provided Yang Mucheng with a lot of martial arts skills. However, although there are many martial arts, it does not mean that all martial arts are suitable for Yang Mucheng. After a while, Yu Yao and others and the war slaves rushed over. At the same time, Yang Mucheng also selected a body martial skill from among the many martial arts. Void Transient. This instantaneous transformation of the void is a true heaven-level movement technique. Its essence is separated from the ordinary internal energy movement, but mobilizes the void's spiritual energy. As long as the spiritual thought is moved, it can immediately move to a certain position. The stronger the divine thought, the wider the range it covers, and the more times it can be used. However, this void transit was strictly speaking a low-grade heaven-level weapon, not even as good as Yang Mucheng's demon god sacrifice. The reason is that this void transit is incomplete, missing part of its content, which greatly affects the range of movement. Perhaps it was for this reason that Wang Ruochen was not able to learn it at all, so he did not use this unpredictable movement technique when fighting Yang Mucheng. That's it. Let's learn this body technique first. Using the system, I learned this body in martial arts. Yang Mucheng found some lists of martial arts skills on Wang Ruochen. This list included his demon god sacrifice and some of the martial arts skills he had learned. If the level of JoJo martial arts is compared with that of immortal martial arts, I'm afraid it will automatically be a level lower. I originally thought that the demon god sacrifice must be at least a high-grade heaven-level martial skill, but it turned out that it can only be regarded as a mid-level heaven-level martial skill. The Wuxiang Tribulation Divine Finger was originally a mid-level earth-level martial skill. When placed among the immortal martial arts, it is now only considered an earth-level martial skill. As for the other martial arts, they are not even at the ground level, or they can barely pass the ground level. But at any rate, I still have 2 heaven-level martial arts with me. Yang Mucheng breathed a sigh of relief after learning 1 more heaven-level martial arts. Unfortunately, Wang Ruochen and the Immortal Moving Mountain didn't have many attack skills suitable for Yang Mucheng. As for heaven-level martial arts, there is only one. This gave Yang Mucheng, who originally thought that the heaven-level skills in the Immortal Sect were like cabbage on the street, had a clear understanding. It is in the Fairy Gate. There are not many real heaven-level martial arts. I originally thought that the martial arts skills I had learned were enough. Now that I fight with these people, I realize that I am still far behind. Yang Mucheng clenched his fists. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1076. Sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. For the next period of time, Yang Mucheng continued to wander around the ancient tomb. As for Yu Yao and the others, Yang Mucheng asked them to stay in an abandoned cave. After all, their strength could no longer keep up with the upcoming battle. If they continued to follow Yang Mucheng, it would not have the slightest effect, but would actually drag him back. It was easy for Xianyu and Zhang Nu to enter Zhiling directly, together with Yang Mucheng. Since the war slaves are Xianyu's companion pets, they can all live in the Juzi Order and use some of the abilities of the Juzi Order. All souls that enter the Juzi Order will become nourishment to enhance their strength. Of course, if you have been in a temporary state, this is not possible. Within a few days, although Yang Mucheng also encountered several large and small battles, when he rushed there, he found that the battles were over. At the same time, he also discovered that some of the weak ones in the ancient tombs had been completely eliminated, and most of the remaining ones were powerful beings. These people more or less have 7 or 8 tokens in their hands, or even more than 10 tokens, and have all entered the cave once or twice. Of the original 128 people, less than a dozen were left by Ling Ling. In the entire ancient tomb, all the people are like big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating shrimps. Only the strongest will survive. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Certainly, some of the remaining people in this group also chose to join forces. The most notable one is the small team headed by a red-haired old man. The red-haired old man is wearing a big red robe, and his cultivation has reached the late stage of Shinto, which is comparable to the 3 pythons. There are 4 other people in his team, 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom have reached the level of Shinto cultivation. Throughout the tomb, there is a frantic pursuit of other characters. Most of the treasures in the cave have fallen into the hands of these people. But, in order to resist the red-haired old man's team, other people in the ancient tomb also organized themselves and formed another team. These two teams were fighting like crazy. Although the team of the red-haired old man is small in number, each one is powerful. Although the other team had a larger number of people, they suffered a lot in repeated battles because they were forced to form an organization and did not work together. In order to resist the red-haired old man, the other team could only search for loose people like Yang Muchung, who had not joined any organization in the ancient tombs, and try to win them over. Yang Muchung watched the show with peace of mind. He didn't want to join either of these two teams, because, as a person in power, he naturally knew the purpose of these people. Since you are in a high position, you only need to use your words, and naturally there will be people below working for you. Just like the red-haired old man, every time he gave an order, the 3 men and 1 woman under him would work desperately for him. But in the end, most of the benefits were taken away by the red-haired old man. As for the other team, people are distracted and everyone is thinking about themselves. Even if there are more people than the other party, it is of no use. On the contrary, it is squeezed by the other party, and there is no room for survival. When these two sides were fighting to the death, Yang Muchung finally caught an opportunity. This day, he was still walking around the ancient tomb as usual, when suddenly an astonishing aura erupted from the distance. "It's a fight!" Yang Muchung's eyes lit up, and he immediately swept forward. While he was still in the air, he had already reflected all the situations on the battlefield in his mind. The ones who took action were a man and a woman in the red-haired old man's team. The man's name is Sunny Jian. He has sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a straight figure, and a sharp look in his eyes. The girl's name is Xiao Dongyu. She is delicate and beautiful, and is a rare beauty. Now, these two people suppressed 6 or 7 people from the other team, especially Xiao Dongyu. Although he was beautiful, he had a heart of snakes and scorpions. An old man who wanted to escape was directly cut by her scimitar, cut into 2 parts at the waist, and he was completely dead without even letting out a scream. "Take it out!" Xiao Dongyu opened his palms with a smile, and said to the group of pale-faced warriors in front of him, "I have wasted 3 or 4 days on you losers. If you are more sensible, you should take out the tokens earlier. I can give you a happy life. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will execute you one by one." Xiao Dongyu, you snake, scorpion and poisonous woman. In the crowd, a young man roared angrily. He looked at Xiao Dongyu with eyes full of anger. At first, the two of them had sworn an oath to each other after entering this ancient tomb. But when the 128 tokens appeared and all the warriors were vying to fight, Xiao Dongyu relied on her beauty to seduce Sunny Jian and become his woman. Now, Xiao Dongyu is following Sunny Jian and doing things for the red-haired old man. Xiao Dongyu. Who is he? Sunny Jian saw some clues in the young man's eyes and said angrily, "He's just a loser. Compared with you, he's not even qualified to carry your shoes." Xiao Dongyu said to Sunny Jian with a flattering face. When Sunny Jian stopped asking, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, his voice suddenly rose, and he said in a cold tone, "I will give you one last chance, whether to hand over the token or not." Everyone looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Do they still have a chance to choose? The old man who was killed by Xiao Dongyu before was the strongest person in their team. The remaining people didn't have the strength to resist at all, so they could only submit obediently. I got the token. Sunny Jian got the token. A trace of pride flashed in his eyes. The master will be very happy when he finds out. Brother son, these people? Xiao Dongyu asked in a low voice. Of course I'll kill him, Sunny Jian said coldly. However, as soon as Sunny Jian finished speaking, he saw a handsome figure not far away from the corner of his eye, wearing a black robe walking towards his location. His thoughts changed, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face, because he didn't remember seeing such a person. The people on the other side also looked at Yang Muchung with strange faces. In this way, a dozen people just watched helplessly as the young man walked with his hands behind his back and bare hands, came to their side, and came to this tense battlefield. Who are you? Sunny Jian didn't know the origin of the other party, so he asked cautiously. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Yang Muchung grinned and said something that made everyone almost faint. Hand over the token, and I will spare the lives of both of you. Chapter 1077, Taking Advantage of Others. As soon as Yang Muchung spoke these words, not only Sunny Jian and Xiao Dongyu were stunned, but even those from the other team who knew that they were near death couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at idiots with their eyes. Looked at Yang Muchung. To know, there were so many of them. but they couldn't do anything to Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu. Now, such a young man who appeared out of nowhere just came to them and planned to take advantage of them. This is simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. Oh, is it you? Sunny Jian glanced at Yang Mucheng, reacted after a moment, and said with slight doubts, "You know me?" Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. "I don't know you, but the master mentioned you. He said that the remaining group of people here are the most troublesome." Sunny Jian looked at Yang Mucheng, and after a moment, he couldn't help but shook his head and said disdainfully, "I didn't know you were like this. How he looks like the most troublesome guy." Certainly, the red-haired old man subdued Sunny Jian and others, which meant that he had the entire ancient tomb in his hands. He can get any news immediately, he found, under his control. There was another person who was collecting tokens. He even made several attempts in person, but was dodged by Yang Mucheng. With keen intuition, the red-haired old man immediately realized that Yang Mucheng was not that easy to deal with. However, the red-haired old man did not take Yang Mucheng to heart. After all, he discovered that Yang Mucheng only had the perfect cultivation level of spiritual consciousness. And this kind of cultivation level could not cause him much trouble at all. As long as he wants, he can kill Yang Mucheng at any time. "Oh, really? I didn't expect that old guy would care about me." Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. "You dare to call the master like that?" Sunny Jian frowned and shouted angrily, "Boy, I know you have been collecting tokens. Take out your tokens, and then follow me to kowtow to the master honestly. Admit your mistake, and maybe the master will forgive you once he's in a good mood." Yang Mucheng shook his head, looked at Sunny Jian with squinted eyes and said, "Didn't I understand what I said earlier? Hand over the token and I will spare your life." Finished, Yang Mucheng let go of his hands behind his back, and his restrained momentum was completely released at this moment. His long robe danced without any wind, making a crackling sound. Everyone around looked at Yang Mucheng in stunned silence, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. He really plans to fight Sunny Jian, but he only has perfect spiritual thoughts. Sunny Jian has the cultivation level of the early stage of Shinto, and that Zhao Dongyu has also reached the early stage of Shinto. Moreover, they both have many magic weapons. Is this kid crazy? Seeing Yang Mucheng's posture, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Yang Mucheng really planned to fight these two people. To know, Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu were able to defeat so many of them at the early stages of Shinto simply because of the treasures they obtained from the cave. Can a boy like you be able to fight against the two of them? Did I hear you correctly? Sunny Jian raised his eyebrows, and then he sneered and shook his head. Zhao Dongyu, I'll leave it to you to deal with. I'll kill the others. We've been out for so long. The master should be anxious. Get the innate sacred tree with the token as soon as possible. Kill the 3 pythons, and leave here. Good. Zhao Dongyu nodded, just as Sunny Jian walked towards the other people. Zhao Dongyu also came to Yang Mucheng. She looked at Yang Mucheng with a playful face and sighed. Such a beautiful young man. But it is a pity that he will soon lose his head and body, she said. He grabbed a silver knife with his right hand. The silver knife was only about the size of a palm, but it had a strange luster on it, and a strange color spread across the blade. When Zhao Dongyu held it in his hand, he could feel invisible bloodlines spreading out from Zhao Dongyu's palm and converging on the silver knife. Base! As the invisible bloodline circulated, the silver knife suddenly burst out with a bright sword light. Then, under Zhao Dongyu's swing, the sword light, which could compete with the bright moon, roared out on the spot, slashed horizontally, and slashed towards Yang Mucheng's waist. I see! Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. The power of this silver knife looks terrifying, but it is actually replenished by extracting life force. With Zhao Dongyu's strength, she was simply unable to blast out such a powerful sword light. But because of this silver knife, she was able to blast out an attack that was comparable to a true Shinto powerhouse. Presumably, this silver knife also belongs to the spiritual treasure in the cave. However, this knife might look scary to others, but to Yang Mucheng, it couldn't be more evil. This is a magic weapon that can injure an enemy 1,000 times and destroy oneself 800 times. Call! Just when this dazzling and terrifying sword light suddenly lit up like a falling golden crow, everyone thought that Yang Mucheng would be completely killed in the next moment. Just when the terrifying sword light was about to sweep over Yang Mucheng, but it suddenly disappeared on the spot. Clang! The sword light cut through Yang Mucheng's shadow and blasted into the depths of the ancient tomb. A mountain peak on the far side was flattened, What? There was a hint of surprise in Zhao Dongyu's eyes. Even Sunny Jin, who was about to kill the others, stopped and looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise. You can actually avoid the attack of the Blood God Sword. Sunny Jin looked at Yang Mucheng, who seemed to have never moved. And he already understood in his heart that this boy who dared to come alone and take advantage of them must have real abilities. In that case, in order to avoid long nights and endless dreams, I'd better kill you first, Sunny Jin said coldly, and grabbed a war gun made of white jade from behind. The white jade battle spear held in his hand was actually filled with a chilly air, and the billowing white mist could clearly be seen. Even if you get a little closer, you can feel the cold feeling emanating from the war gun. Hisses. After seeing Sunny Jin take out his weapon, everyone present couldn't help but gasp again. Apparently, what Sunny Jin used was also a weapon obtained from the cave. And now, is it possible for Yang Mucheng to win alone against these two Shinto warriors who use heavenly weapons? Perhaps he will be completely killed in an instant. At this moment, such an idea could not help but appear in everyone's mind. However, when they looked at Yang Mucheng, they couldn't help but were stunned. They found that Yang Mucheng was still standing there calmly, without any sign of paying attention to the two of them. Chapter 1078 Try. Extremely arrogant. Seeing Yang Mucheng's posture, whether it was Sunny Jin, Zhao Dongyu, or another group of people, such an idea could not help but arise in their minds. Because, in the competition of cultivation, Sunny Jin and Zhao Dongyu were victorious. Comparing weapons and magic weapons, Sunny Jin still won. What capital do you have to fight against these two people? Do it! Certainly. The most angry ones were naturally Sunny Jin and Zhao Dongyu. The two looked at each other, with a trace of extreme anger flashing in their eyes. Clang! Zhao Dongyu picked up the Blood God Sword with his right hand and slashed towards Yang Mucheng again. At this moment, she slashed 3 times in a row, and each time, the sword light was brighter and more astonishing than before. When she struck out with these 3 knives, a wrinkle appeared at the corner of her eyes, and her hair turned a little gray. You must know that after reaching the level of Shinto, although it cannot be said to be immortal, even more than 1,000 years is nothing to a warrior. The vitality that Zhao Dongyu overdraws with these 3 swords is absolutely huge. But she herself didn't know it, and just stared at the sword light sweeping towards Yang Mucheng. 3 shocking sword lights formed a formation up, down, left and right, blocking almost all of Yang Mucheng's roots. Boom! 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 At the same time, Sunny Jin also quickly fired the war gun in his hand. This war gun made of Mingyu was an extremely evil thing. When he shot it out, even the surrounding space seemed to be completely frozen. The temperature of the entire ancient tomb dropped rapidly at this moment. When it reaches freezing point, the falling snowflakes can even be faintly seen in the void. Boom! The attacks from both sides were in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. Let's see how you hide! Sunny Jin hissed. Previously, this kid dodged Zhao Dongyu's attack. The astonishing method and terrifying speed made him unable to even realize what was going on. Now, he also took action at the same time to completely block Yang Mucheng's direction in the sky, making it impossible for him to avoid and hide. It's over. This kid is over. Even if he goes to heaven or earth, I'm afraid he won't be able to dodge this blow. Feeling the attacks from Sunny Jin and Zhao Dongyu, many warriors present felt their scalps go numb. With such a fierce attack, even if they were just missed, they would be killed in an instant. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, was attacked by both sides. Under such power, he was probably dead, with almost no way to survive. However, just when this intensive attack was about to completely blow Yang Mucheng into pieces, Yang Mucheng disappeared without any warning. He disappeared again! Quick! Look! He's up there! At this time, suddenly, someone with sharp eyes spotted Yang Mucheng. They discovered that Yang Mucheng, who was being targeted by both sides a moment ago, appeared in midair several miles away the next moment. Moreover, the previous attack seemed to have done no harm to him at all. What on earth is it? No one expected that Yang Mucheng could easily escape such a terrifying bombardment. Certainly, these 2 consecutive dodges are exactly Yang Mucheng's newly learned Void Transcend. You can ignore space and all rules, as long as your spiritual thoughts can reach the place. You can reach it immediately with a single thought. In this battle, Yang Mucheng used his newly learned martial arts for the first time. This is... Sunny Jin looked at the air in astonishment and suddenly came back to his senses. This is some kind of teleportation technique. Every time it is used, It consumes a lot of mental energy and energy. He can't hold on for long. Boom. As he spoke, he stepped heavily on the ground with the sole of his foot, and his whole body exploded in an instant. And even more suddenly, he rushed towards Yang Muching's position in midair. Roar! The coldness erupting from the Mingyu battle spear in his hand became more and more terrifying. Even at this moment, the surrounding space was frozen. What's more, a faint sound of the roar of a cold dragon resounded through the void. Boy! Let me see how you escape this time! A cold light flashed in Sunny Jian's eyes, and a huge shadow of the cold dragon burst out from outside the Mingyu war spear. At the same time, the rolling coldness kept coming from all directions, wrapping his body layer by layer. Under the shocking eyes, he actually transformed into a ferocious cold dragon. With an ultimate posture, he rushed towards Yang Muching's position fiercely. Roar! The shocking roar resounded throughout the entire void at this moment. Just saw that the cold dragon was writhing and rushing towards Yang Muching desperately. The crazy rush caused pieces of hexagonal ice flowers to condense in the surrounding space. I will definitely kill you with this sword! Zhao Dongyu clenched the blood divine sword tightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he overextended his life force again and swung the sword. This knife is no longer as bright as before, but is like blood, glowing with a strange red color. With a horrifying attitude, it is fiercely heading towards the position of Yang Muching, slashing crazily. Come and chop. Do you need me to take action? At this time, Axiana's voice came from the Juzi order. Both of them have magic weapons and weapons in their hands. If it's one-on-one, you don't have to worry. But if it's one against two, it might be a little tricky. No need. Yang Muching shook his head. In this battle, I want to try what I got from Wang Ruochen and the immortal moving mountain. Previously, I just tried the void transit. And there are 2 more things next. Rejecting Axiana's proposal, Yang Muching narrowed his eyes. After entering the tomb, whether it is the Shenyuan sword, the Thousand Layers mountain formation, or the void transit, they are all his latest acquisitions. The easiest way to quickly understand these existences is to use it in battle. Now, Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu are the best touchstones. Drink! He turned his eyes and looked at Sunny Jian, who was rushing towards him madly, and immediately sneered. Flick the fingers of your right hand. Boom! 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 Waves of whistling sounds resounded rapidly. Just saw that the 72 command flags, like a whole body, fell from the sky quickly and surrounded Sunny Jian. This is the Qianzhong mountain formation. What is this? Sunny Jian looked at the flags flashing around him, with a hint of cold pride in his eyes. It's just a small trick. Let me see how I kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly shot out of Sunny Jian's eyes. Clang. At the same time, the Mingyu battle spear in his hand also burst out in its original posture crazily. Chapter 1079, 1 verses 2. Boom. The terrifying spear light rose into the sky, seeming to penetrate the void. Click. 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 This moment, I only heard a dense freezing sound. And then I saw that even the space was condensed into pieces of transparent frost at this moment. And the entire void seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. And that terrifying gunshot seemed to pierce through the entire space. What? This? The shocking sound of gunshots resounded through the void. At this moment, when several people from the other team felt the power of Sunny Jian's attack, their faces turned pale with fright. And they were all shocked. Although this shot was not aimed at them, each of them could feel a chill that penetrated their hearts. Even under this blow, their breathing was suppressed. Horrible! Saw this scene. Such an idea could not help but appear in everyone's mind. Apart from this idea, they could no longer draw any other conclusion. I'm afraid this blow can kill it. Right. At this time, everyone's eyes turned towards the sky, looking at Yang Muching, who was attacked by the gun light. However, when they looked at it, they couldn't help but be stunned, because Yang Muching's face did not look like what they had imagined. Faced with this shocking shot, he showed an inescapable expression of despair. On the contrary, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes, as if he could kill Sunny Jian casually. What? How dare you make fun of me when you are about to die? Feeling the disdain in Yang Muching's eyes, Sunny Jian became even more furious. He clenched his hands suddenly, and a majestic coldness quickly swept across all directions. Even when this coldness spread around, it condensed into substance, forming a white mist visible to the naked eye. This piece of white mist is not an ordinary thing. It is the purest frost. Even if there is only a trace of coldness in it, it is enough to freeze a strong man with spiritual cultivation into ice in an instant. Peace. When this terrifying white mist formed, it covered the body of the ice dragon. And like a terrifying torrent, it rushed towards Yang Mucheng. However, facing the terrifying attacks caused by the superposition of these two forces, Yang Mucheng nodded slightly and looked at Sunny Jian with a hint of ridicule. Then, he closed his fingers imperceptibly. During this thought, a strange force surged out of the void and condensed into the void with a unique structure. Everyone's eyes only felt blurry. And then, they saw a mountain with a diameter of several thousand feet suddenly appeared. And then it smashed towards Sunny Jian. This scene is a long story. But in fact it only happened in a blink of an eye. Too strong. Before Yang Mucheng took action, everyone was still speculating on what methods this young man used to deal with these two people, and what kind of capital he had to maintain such composure and calmness when facing these two powerful Shinto men. But now, his casual wave made everyone's eyes almost bulge. In the hearts of everyone, Yang Mucheng seems to have escaped from the category of mortals, and directly ascended to the ranks of gods. Because besides gods, who else can move mountains and seas, and turn the world upside down with just a few moves? Who is he? And he condensed a 1,000-layered mountain. This method of condensing gas has reached a superb level. If I were facing a mountain, I might not even be able to resist. He will be crushed to pieces on the spot, said an early Shinto warrior in shock. All the warriors around nodded. Condensing gas is a method that everyone has. But how well it can be transformed depends on the individual's strength. Some people can draw a masterpiece with a pen, but some people can't draw a sketch. In this condensed mountain peak of Yang Mucheng, you can see not only the rugged mountains and strange rocks, but also the solitary pine standing on the rocks. It seems that this mountain peak is not condensed, but moved from a distance by turning the world upside down. However, with this mountain, is it possible to defend Sunny Jian? Everyone was confused and looked forward with surprise. But immediately, their doubts turned into an uproar. Boom! The mountain that was crushed from top to bottom, with a destructive attitude, directly shattered the condensed cold, and even smashed the ice dragon into countless pieces on the spot. No matter how Sunny Jian mobilized his inner energy to gather it, he could not reunite it. How can this be? Sunny Jian felt that his soul was about to be frightened at this moment. He didn't expect that with his full blow. He couldn't resist Yang Mucheng's casual swing. But, facing the pressing mountain, he had to use all his strength to resist. Even in his dream, he never thought of this scene. Previously, this kid dared to stand up and take advantage of others. At that time, he jokingly thought that this kid's head had been kicked by a donkey. Do you know what it means to be too high and too high? Huh? Yang Mucheng showed a trace of doubt. Halfway through Qianzhong Mountain, Sunny Jian used his Mingyu War spear to block it in midair, unable to press down another level. Looking at the pale-faced Sunny Jian, he raised the corners of his mouth, and then slapped downwards again. Die to me! Boom! Immediately, the Qianzhong Mountain, brought down by the superposition of the two forces, crashed down on the spot. He directly blasted Sunny Jian down from midair. Thousands of mountains hit the ground heavily, as if they had appeared there since ancient times and took root. Seeing this scene, Zhao Dongyu's heart trembled, and he stepped back a few steps in fear, barely able to hold the silver knife in his hand. Laugh! Yang Mucheng turned his eyes to Zhao Dongyu. At this moment, Zhao Dongyu only felt that 3 souls left the body, and 7 souls ascended to heaven. She clenched the silver knife tightly, let out a scream, and struck out quickly. When this knife was struck, her entire face looked older, transforming from a young and beautiful woman into an old look of 70 or 80 years old. Snort! Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed coldly. He grabbed the Xinyuan sword and slashed into the void quickly. After the Xinyuan sword was launched, it hit the weapon spirit again, and its power was several times more powerful than when Wang Ruoqing used it before. The black sword light that was condensed to the extreme directly split open Zhao Dongyu's life-extending sword. The terrifying sword energy slashed down quickly. Woo! Zhao Dongyu's body trembled, and he was nailed to the spot as if a immobilization technique had been used. Chapter 1080. The Wild Goose Plucking Its Feathers. There was a sound of tearing brocade and silk. I saw. Zhao Dongyu's body was suddenly torn into 2 halves under the shocking and incredible gazes, with blood spilling to the ground. Quiet. There was dead silence. From when Yang Mucheng started to deal with Sun Yijian and Zhao Dongyu, to when he killed the two of them, everything happened in the blink of an eye. He fought 1 against 2, and killed the two of them with a mighty force. His swift and fierce posture was overwhelming. Everyone looked at Sun Yijian, who had been pressed into the bottom of the mountain, at Zhao Dongyu, who was split in half by a sword, and then at Yang Mucheng, who flew down from midair. It wasn't until a moment later that everyone came back to their senses. Then, waves of shock, exclamation, and incredible cries kept coming. He actually killed Sun Yijian and Zhao Dongyu. Both of these two people are both Shinto cultivators, and they also have heaven-level treasures to protect their bodies, and they were actually killed by him in one blow. Looked at Yang Mucheng. Everyone just found it incredible. Previously, they all thought they were dead. But who knew that the situation turned around, and the arrogant Sun Yijian and Zhao Dongyu were killed instead. The power of Shin Yuan Sword and Qianzhong Mountain is indeed good. Killing the two powerful Shinto men also gave Yang Mucheng a certain understanding of his two new fighting methods. However, the process of the Thousand Layers Mountain formation is still a bit complicated. It's okay to deal with someone like Sun Yijian. If you encounter someone more powerful, I'm afraid the opponent will be able to crack it before the formation can operate. We have to find an opportunity to transform it. Thinking in mind, Yang Mucheng began to clean the battlefield. This battle was undoubtedly a great gain for Yang Mucheng. Whether it is the Mingyu War Spear or the Blood God Sword, they are both heaven-level treasures. The Mingyu Battle Spear can be used by Xian Nu. It is the most sinister and evil thing, and it has a great nourishing effect on her ghost body. Xian Nu has become the moment spirit of the Juzi Order. The increase in her strength is equivalent to the increase in Yang Mucheng's strength. So Yang Mucheng will not feel distressed if this heaven-level treasure is given to her. Although this blood magic sword is an evil thing, it can also be used for desperate purposes at the last moment. Yang Mucheng held the Blood God Sword, thought about it, and accepted it. Zhao Dongyu didn't understand the mystery of this blood magic sword, so he just used it to simply extract the power of life. If this Blood God Sword is used by Yang Mucheng, with the same vitality extracted, the power exploded will be several times, or even dozens of times more than that of Zhao Dongyu. This is an absolute gap. If I encounter an enemy I can't handle, and I use the Demon God Sacrifice, then I use this Blood God Sword, which is enough to turn all my life force into one blow. No matter who the opponent is, they will die. Secretly laughing at himself, Yang Mucheng conveniently put the Blood Divine Sword into the dragon pattern space between his eyebrows. Certainly, this was a life-threatening situation, and Yang Mucheng didn't want to encounter that kind of situation. Apart from these, the rest is the token. Since Yang Mucheng was a gangster, the tokens from Sun Yijian's side and the other side were now in his hands alone. After checking, most of these tokens have been combined on their own. It is obvious that all the caves indicated on the map have been explored. However, there are still a few separate tokens, which happen to be combined with the several tokens in Yang Mucheng's hand, forming a map of the cave again. Another map of the cave. Yang Mucheng held a token and could not hide the excitement in his eyes. There is absolutely no junk in the cave inside this ancient tomb. Whether it's the great fountain of creation that he absorbed previously, Sun Yijian's Mingyu Battle Spear, or Zhao Dongyu's Blood Magic Sword. What I need most now is naturally the treasures of heaven and earth. If the treasure in this cave is a heavenly and earthly treasure, that would be great. I will be able to reach the level of a master of Shenyan. This map seems to be not too far from my current location. I can get there soon. His eyes turned. Yang Mucheng chose a direction. As for the people in front of him, Yang Mucheng had no intention of paying attention to them. But, just because Yang Mucheng ignored them, it didn't mean that these people would be willing to let go of Yang Mucheng. Just when Yang Mucheng was about to leave, a sharp female voice suddenly came over. These tokens are all ours, and you just took them away like this. Isn't it outrageous? I saw. Among the crowd, a timid middle-aged woman squeezed out of the crowd and looked at Yang Mucheng with a stern face. Yang Mucheng took the token and looked over with a half-smile. When he saw it, everyone else in the team was so frightened that they all stepped back. He kept a distance from the middle-aged woman on the spot, as if he was afraid of getting into trouble. Someone else shouted again. Zheng Baidan! You are crazy! You have to see who the other person is when plucking his hair. Judging from the performance of everyone, this middle-aged woman named Zheng Baidan often does this kind of thing. Really? After Zheng Baidan finished speaking, several people in the crowd were secretly moved. After all, they have clearly seen all the treasures in the cave. Even if they get 10% of it, it will be enough to make their mouths full of oil. What do you want? Yang Mucheng asked with a sneer. We also have a share of the spiritual treasures in the cave, Zheng Baidan said. Do you think it's possible? Yang Mucheng laughed. He knows what the other person is thinking. Previously, when Zheng Baidan faced Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu, her face turned pale with fear, and she didn't even dare to fart. She didn't dare to be so presumptuous because she knew that if she angered Sun and Zhao, she would die without mercy. Burial place. Now, although Yang Mucheng killed Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu, he did not act too brutally. These people subconsciously believed that Yang Mucheng was not in any danger, and even wanted to get a share of the action and benefit from Yang Mucheng. You seem to have made some mistakes. Yang Mucheng looked at Zheng Baidan calmly. Zheng Baidan was bewitching other people at the moment, and they all benefited from Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng's words interrupted the other party's movements. I'm not here to save you. The reason why I came here is just to take advantage of others. The reason why I didn't deal with you is not because I am kind, but because you are not worthy. Yang Mucheng turned his eyes and shook his head secretly. He just found it funny. Some people actually think that if they don't kill people, they are easy to bully, and they are kind. Even if he takes 10,000 steps back, he can be regarded as saving the lives of these people. These people should never covet their own things. Zheng Baidan's face turned red and seemed a little unbelievable. When she saw Yang Mucheng appearing when Sunny Jian and others were killing people, she naturally regarded him as the one who came to save them. However, she did not expect that Yang Mucheng's words completely shattered her wishful thinking. You? Zheng Baidan also wants to try again. After all, Yang Mucheng holds a map of the cave and several magic weapons. If he gets one, he can make a lot of money. Die! However, she had no chance. She just said the word you. And Yang Mucheng got angry and called her on the spot. An invisible force swept through the void quickly, like a rushing wave, and arrived in front of Zheng Baidan in an instant. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and Zheng Baidan's chest immediately sunk, and the corresponding position behind his back also bulged sharply at the same time. The blood mixed with the internal organs all over the body were blasted into pulp at this moment, and turned into a blood arrow and flew out. As for her, she was like a kite with its string broken on the spot, flying dozens of meters upside down, hitting the ground heavily, and making no sound anymore. Humph! Even if you are plucking your hair, you have to look at the target. You can take advantage of anyone. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly and left with a puff of sleeves. The remaining few people were so silent that they dared not speak anymore. This is how people are, fearing power but not being moral. Yang Mucheng saved them, but instead of being grateful at all, they accused Yang Mucheng of taking away all the loot, and even wanted to jump out and take advantage. Now Yang Mucheng killed a person on the spot, which made them wake up. If you want to pull out the tiger's whiskers from the tiger, you have to pay the price with your life. Don't pay too much attention to these people. Yang Mucheng walked directly to the location guided by the token map. Somewhere in the ancient tomb. Almost at the same time that Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu were killed, a red-haired old man suddenly woke up from his practice. Owner? Immediately, a man next to the red-haired old man whispered. Hey! Someone killed Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu. The red-haired old man narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly. Are they those 3 pythons? The man asked in a low voice. No. The red-haired old man shook his head and said, The 3 pythons have always been within the range of my spiritual thoughts and have not moved. The ones who took action this time should be other people in the ancient tomb. The man remained silent. The red-haired old man in front of him is named Shuiyun Huang. His cultivation has reached the late stage of Shinto, and his skills can reach the sky. Even facing the 3-headed python dragon, he still has the strength to fight. Most of the countless caves in the entire ancient tomb fell into his hands. It can be said that, except for the 3 pythons in the entire ancient tomb, he has everything under his control. Zhou Xiaoyan, find that person and kill him! The red-haired old man Shuiyun Huang said in a deep voice. This moment, the aura of his body was erupting like crazy, almost comparable to 3 pythons. Yes, master! The man named Zhou Xiaoyan felt frightened and unable to breathe under this terrifying momentum. He suppressed the terrifying aura and couldn't help but say, Master, the other party can kill Zhao Dongyu with the Blood God Sword and Sunny Jian with the Mingyu War Spear. Even if I go there, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with it. Other side, the red-haired old man sneered with narrowed eyes, took out 3 talismans from his arms, and handed them to Zhou Xiaoyan. With these 3 talismans, you can kill the opponent, which is more than enough. Chapter 1081 The Perfection of Divine Thought. The location pointed to by the token map is 60 miles away. From the outside, it looks like a vast plain with nothing unusual about it. Only when you get closer can you feel the faint power fluctuations emanating from it. This is it! Yang Muchung summoned the token and opened the illusory array. There was a turmoil of space ripples, and the space on the plain was torn open, revealing a large mountain and river. At the foot of the mountain, there was a big demon king entrenched there. The sound of steady breathing continued to come from the monster's nostrils, and every breath brought a shocking roar like a violent wind passing by. Heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. Yang Muchung turned his eyes and discovered a big tree full of fruits not far from the big demon king. On the treetops, there are actually fruits that are as crystal clear as Yuanying, and faint spiritual energy fluctuations slowly spread along the fruits. When the breeze blows, the refreshing fragrance of the fruit slowly floats, making all the pores in the body relax. Roar! As if sensing something, the sleeping demon king suddenly raised his head, his dark golden eyes bursting with cold murderous intent. And with a roar, he charged directly towards Yang Muchung. Naturally, it was Arsenal who took up the challenge. After getting the Mingyu War Spear, Axiana couldn't help but want to test the power of this war spear. A fight broke out immediately. As for Yang Muchung, he came under this big tree. With Axiana's strength, it was more than enough to deal with this big demon king. So he didn't need to spend too much thought at all. All of his attention at the moment was attracted by the fruit tree in front of him. Whether it was the nascent soul-like fruit or the green leaves, this fruit tree was no ordinary thing. Try it first. Yang Muchung's eyes couldn't help but heat up as he looked at the fruit that was swaying in the wind and exuding a strange fragrance. He could feel that these fruits contained very pure power, even no less than the great spring of creation obtained in the previous cave. Pick one off and put it in your mouth. Crack! The fruit is unexpectedly crisp and melts in the mouth, as if it flows down the throat and finally gathers in the dantian. What a pure power! This one mouthful of fruit is enough to be worth half a month of my hard work. There are hundreds of fruits on this whole fruit tree, which is more than enough for me to reach the level of a master of Shenyan. Yang Muchung was extremely excited to reach his level of cultivation. Even if he practiced hard for half a month, he might not be able to increase his inner strength at all. Now that he has grown so much after just one bite of the fruit, why doesn't he like it? Boom! At this time, the battle on Arsenal's side was over. The lion-shaped demon king knew that he was no match for Axianu, so he was still struggling to hold on. Finally, he was shot directly between the eyebrows, knocking him down from midair. Hearing the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, Yang Muchung looked over immediately. This big demon king has been frozen into a lump of ice by the ice power of Mingyu's war spear, and its life has completely disappeared. He ignored the body of the great demon king. Yang Muchung immediately started practicing. There are many ways to absorb spiritual energy, and eating the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure is the simplest way. Although the effect is the same, the speed is very slow. For Yang Muchung, he has a simpler way. Boom! In the cave, the space became visibly stagnant at the moment when Yang Muchung activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique. A terrifying devouring force crazily devoured everything around it, and the crystal clear fruits hanging on the treetops were the first to bear the brunt, turning into countless pure powers at an astonishing speed, flowing rapidly into his body along his pores. At this moment, Yang Muchung seemed to have transformed into a huge black hole, devouring it tyrannically. Every fruit withered and shriveled up at an extreme speed. 70%, 80%, 90%. As each fruit withered, the purest power also poured into Yang Muchung's body, and his cultivation level also improved crazily at this moment. It seems that being able to reach the cultivation level of a master of Shenyan is indeed more than enough. It's hard to hide the joy in his eyes. This trip to the ancient tomb was totally worth it. It was a huge profit. Without even seeing the face of the innate divine tree, he has already reached the level of divine mind grandmaster. If he takes the innate divine tree again, even if he does not reach the level of divine sea, he will probably be very fast. Work hard and break through the shackles. Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily. And at this moment, the ancient heaven swallowing technique reached its absolute extreme. Boom! At this moment, it can be clearly seen that the countless fruits on the fruit trees withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into pieces of dense white mist composed entirely of spiritual energy. Then this dense white mist it rolled towards Yang Muchung, rushing through the hundreds and thousands of pores all over his body. At a certain moment, Yang Muchung felt as if there was a chain in his mind that suddenly broke. At the same time, his aura, which was accumulated at the critical point like a volcano, finally reached a higher level after a brief stagnation. Master Shen Yin! His eyes opened, and a horrifying light burst out from his pupils. A mouthful of turbid air like a wild dragon was spit out by Yang Muchung like a white refining, and it remained in the void for a long time without dissipating. You've made a breakthrough! Arsenal's expression was extremely complicated. Yang Muchung's breakthrough was within her expectation, but it was also beyond reason. Along the way, he did not know how many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures he had absorbed. If he had been another person, his cultivation would have already reached the early stage of Shinto, or even the middle stage of Shinto. Yang Muchung has only reached the level of Master Shen Yin. It is conceivable how terrifying the power of the spiritual master who has devoured so many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures to reach will be. If I can get the innate sacred tree, it will be very easy to reach the realm of the divine sea. Yang Muchung clenched his fists. He had an October date with Mr. Elegance. At that time, only when he reaches the realm of Shanghai can he take part in the assessment, fight with the geniuses from countless stars, and reach a higher level. Then we have to work harder. There should be many heavenly and earthly treasures in this ancient tomb, Axiana said hurriedly. Yes. Yang Muchung also nodded. For a time, the atmosphere in the venue rarely relaxed. After entering the ancient tomb, one thing happened after another, giving everyone a sense of unknown oppression. Just when Axiana wanted to speak, Yang Muchung, who was still smiling, suddenly frowned. Suddenly, he looked outside the cave, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Whoever is sneaking around, get out of here! Chapter 1082 9 Dragon Poisonous Jiao. Whoever is sneaking around, get out! Yang Muchung's words made Axiana stunned. She quickly followed Yang Muchung's gaze and looked outside. However, he saw that in the shadow, a black smoke slowly rose, condensing into a human figure in midair, and then transformed into the posture of a burly and strong man. Seeing the other party's appearance, Arsenal felt his scalp numb. The other party had arrived near them unknowingly. If Yang Muchung hadn't discovered it, they might have died without knowing how. Hee, you are indeed quite capable, and you were able to detect my approach. No wonder you were able to kill Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu. But now that I'm here in person, that's all for you. With a whoosh, the man made of condensed black smoke walked out of the void. This person is none other than Zhou Xiaoyun, said by the red-haired old man Shui Yun Huang. He held his arms in his arms and looked at Yang Muchung with a half-smile, looking aloof. I'm not like Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu. Those two losers. Be good and let's catch you. Maybe I can let you die faster and avoid some physical pain. Boom. The words just fell. However, Zhou Xiaoyun didn't make any move, but the energy and blood all over his body burst out suddenly. The condensed aura and cultivation turned into a wave of air visible to the naked eye, even blowing away the dust in all directions. Early Shinto? Axiana raised his eyebrows. This level of cultivation is almost the same as that of Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu. Don't compare me with those two losers. I haven't just reached the divine realm, but I have been there for hundreds of years. Zhou Xiaoyun shook his head with a sneer on his face. Notice, in the same realm, there is also a huge gap. For example, in the realm of Shinto, the gap between those who have just reached the realm of Shinto and those who have reached the realm of Shinto for hundreds of years is even more obvious. Not only is the sheer size and focus of the spiritual thoughts, but the amount of internal energy accumulated is also absolutely terrifying. Even if Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu join forces, they are not Zhou Xiaoyun's enemy. What's more, Zhou Xiaoyun still has the 3 talismans given by Shui Yun Huang. He has already secured victory before this battle even begins. I'll fight with you! Axiana shouted loudly, and Jiannu had already rushed out from the Juzi order, turning into a gray light. Standing on the back of the war slave, Axiana was full of fighting spirit. He held the Mingyu battle gun and pointed at Zhou Xiaoyun and said, even if it has been hundreds of years since you reached the Divine Way stage, so what if you want us to die obediently? The people of Dacian dynasty are not afraid of a battle. Yang Muchung looked at Axiana's movements and raised his brows, but did not stop him. Although Zhou Xiaoyun's strength is strong this week, it's not at a level that defies heaven's expectations. When he appeared, he was so calm and confident, so he must have some backup plan. Let Axiana check it out. which will also allow me to buy some time to stabilize my cultivation. You really can't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Xiannu, who had summoned the war slave and held the Mingyu war gun, shook his head and sneered. But his voice suddenly dropped. In this case, then, suffer death. Boom! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiaoyan flicked his finger, and 9 black lights and shadows shot directly into the air. Then, he held up a sealed Ju with both hands, and the 9 black lights and shadows all let out a roar that sounded like a dragon, but not a dragon, and even exploded into 9 poisonous dragons covered in pitch black. Each poisonous dragon was covered in the black light surged, and when it reappeared, it turned into black lightning, crashing towards Xiannu. The 9-headed poisonous dragon fired at an extremely fast speed, tearing apart the air and bursting into pieces. With a shocking sound of thunder, it arrived in front of Xiannu on the spot. Drink. Xiannu did not dare to neglect, and immediately ordered the war slave to avoid his sharp edge with a cooing sound. The war slave's huge wings soared into the sky, avoiding the first wave of attacks from the 9 dragons' black shadow. At the same time, he quickly raised the Mingyu war spear in his hand, bringing up a shocking shadow of the gun, and struck fiercely at the 9 dragons' black shadow. Hit past. Boom! 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 The terrifying attacks between the two sides collided fiercely. The black shadow of the 9 dragons actually directly blasted away the gun shadows that filled the sky from Xiannu. The terrifying explosive power directly knocked Xiannu and the war slaves under her away. Oh! This thing. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and quickly looked forward. I saw. After the 9-headed poisonous dragon tore apart Xiannu's attack in midair, its speed only stagnated slightly, and then resumed its previous speed. Looking at the bombardment of 9 dragons, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He could feel that this thing was definitely not a mortal thing, and maybe it was also a treasure that the other party obtained from the cave. Condensation. The 9-headed poisonous dragons attacked from 9 directions. Xiannu shouted loudly, and 3,000 black hairs stood up. An extremely cold power quickly spread out with the Mingyu war gun in her hand, sweeping in all directions. Just after hearing a caw-caw-caw sound, I saw that the 9-headed poisonous dragon's body covered with black scales was quickly covered with thick layers of frost. Seeing this scene, a trace of pride flashed in Xiannu's eyes. Watch how I freeze you completely. Oh, do you have this ability? Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the confident Xiannu, with a hint of disdain in his gloomy eyes. Taste the feeling of being bitten by 9 dragons. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes became even more gloomy and terrifying at this moment. The majestic aura on his body surged rapidly, followed by a quick pinch with his right hand. Roar! 9 shocking dragon roars resounded rapidly. Just see. As the roar of the dragon resounded, the body of the 9-headed poisonous dragon suddenly increased several times in size at this moment, and the billowing waves of demonic energy also filled the air, directly shattering the scales covering it. The ice blasted towards Arsenal again. This time, the speed and power of the 9-dragon poisonous dragon were even faster and more astonishing than the last time. Almost in an instant, he was in front of Xiannu. Not good! Xiannu was shocked. Almost at the same time, the war slave under her quickly flapped its wings and soared into the sky, trying to avoid the attack of the 9-headed poisonous dragon. However, Zhou Xiaoyan was still more skilled. When he noticed that Xiannu wanted to evade again, he knitted his hands again, and the 2 poisonous dragons among them suddenly let out a low roar. And in the blink of an eye, they had already pounced on Xiannu's body. In front of you. Without any hesitation, the big mouth full of dagger-like fangs bit directly forward, biting the war slave fiercely, biting this head that was more than 40 meters in size, like a mountain peak. On the bone dragon. Chapter 1083 is not enough. Click. The bones of the war slaves are like steel, and the smallest part is several meters long. After being bitten by the poisonous dragon's sharp teeth, a dense row of tooth marks appeared like a broken bamboo pole, and the horrifying sound of bone cracking continued to come from the void, making people couldn't help but tremble with teeth. And at the same time, after being bitten like this, John Slave's movement, which he was about to rush up to the sky, suddenly stalled and stopped in midair. Whirring, whirring! This moment, the terrifying whistling sound also resounded at the same time, and only a few remaining poisonous dragons were seen. They were already under the control of Zhou Xiaoyan, and they were chasing them faster and more violently than before. A big mouth full of sharp teeth, biting away fiercely, like a shark that refuses to let go after smelling the fishy smell. More at the same time. Zhou Xiaoyun sneered. He circled his right hand and squeezed it fiercely, as if he had caught something with his fingers. Immediately, the body of the nine-headed poisonous dragon squirmed and quickly clung to the body of the war slave. At the same time, the scaly bodies suddenly gathered together, and a terrifying and shocking force burst out at this moment. With a surge of power, John Slave's crystal-clear frame was crushed to pieces by the nine-headed poisonous dragon. "Get away from me!" Axiana's eyes widened angrily, and he swung the Mingyu battle spear in his hand. Buzz! The rolling waves of coal turned into a surging tide and quickly struck all around. Boom! 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 The poisonous dragons biting the war slave's body were directly blasted away by this terrifying force. The coldness contained in this power completely froze the poisonous dragons in an instant, turning them into pieces of ice. They fell directly from the air and hit the ground hard, splashing large amounts of dust. But immediately, Zhou Xiaoyun just squeezed a seal, and these poisonous dragons that were frozen into icy lumps broke free with a forceful tear. "It's simply impossible to kill!" Asiana looked at the 9 smooth bodies and the poisonous dragons with huge snake eyes, and felt that one head was as big as 2. She looked at the war slave distressfully. However, I saw that the war slave at this moment was no longer as majestic as before. Almost no part of the whole body's skeleton was intact. The leaky wings could not even keep its body suspended in midair. However, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the 9-headed poisonous dragon. "Leave it to me," Yang Mucheng said lightly. "Good." Axiana nodded, although she was a little unwilling. She understood that Zhou Xiaoyun in front of her was no longer a character she could deal with. "If you want to leave, there's no way. You all have to die here. No one can escape." Zhou Xiaoyun shouted sharply and pointed with his right hand. "Tongue!" The next moment, the 9-dragon poisonous dragon, which was entrenched on the ground and had been staring at the midair, suddenly tensed up at this moment and shot toward the Asianu in the midair like an arrow from a string. At the same time, Zhou Xiaoyun made a seal, and the size of the 9-headed poisonous dragon suddenly increased in size, and then it shot fiercely into the sky, as if the demon had swallowed up both the Asian slave and the war slave. Average. However, Yang Mucheng had already raised the Juzi Ling and included Axianu in it. 9 dragons and poisonous dragons passed by each other, only shattering a shadow. Zhou Xiaoyun looked at Axianu, who suddenly disappeared, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, which fell on Yang Mucheng. "Even if she escapes death, you may not be able to. Since you want to intervene, then I will kill you first." Zhou Xiaoyun sneered. While he was speaking, the 9-headed poisonous dragon entrenched in midair slowly flew down and stopped behind him. A pair of huge snake eyes stared at Yang Mucheng. The fangs that were drooling were shining brightly, and the look in his eyes was exactly the same as Zhou Xiaoyun's disdain. It seemed that the young man in front of him was not even qualified to fill the gap between their teeth. "Is this your strongest method?" However, faced with the gaze of the 9-headed poisonous dragon, Yang Mucheng showed no signs of panic. Instead, he asked calmly, "What do you mean?" Zhou Xiaoyun was stunned. "This 9-headed poisonous dragon is a self-contained entity. It can change 9 times with a single thought and attack like a ghost. Most people who encounter it will only end up being swallowed up." Listening to Yang Mucheng's analysis of the 9 poisonous dragons, Zhou Xiaoyun looked cold and dismissive. This magic weapon. It was a treasure he found in a cave when he was resisting Shui Yunwang. He also used this item to deal with him. After discovering that the 9-headed poisonous dragon could not bring any harm to Shui Yunwang, Zhou Xiaoyun wisely chose to surrender and sacrifice his life for the other party, thus saving his own life. Of course, except for dealing with masters like Shui Yunwang. This 9-headed poisonous dragon would be easy to deal with no matter who it was. "But this 9-dragon poisonous dragon is not enough to deal with me." Yang Mucheng spoke slowly. "What?" After hearing what the other party said, Zhou Xiaoyun's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. He had previously used the 9-dragon poisonous dragon to defeat a great ghost king with a Shinto cultivation level, and he was unable to fight back. Now, such a boy who has just reached the master level of Shenyan actually has the courage to ignore this treasure of his. Under Zhou Xiaoyun's incredible gaze, Yang Mucheng continued, "If you have any other trump cards, take them out as soon as possible. Otherwise you will have no chance." "Ha! I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you." Zhou Xiaoyun laughed angrily. He just felt that he was too stupid to waste so much words on such an idiot. If you have anything to argue with this kind of person, just slap him to death. He raised his head with a sneer and looked at Yang Mucheng. That's enough. The next step is your death. I'd better kill you with one strike first, and then go to the master to revive you. All I need to deal with someone like you is a poisonous dragon, Zhou Xiaoyan said, minding his own business. Suddenly, his expression turned cold, and his eyes became extremely gloomy. A poisonous dragon entrenched behind him immediately let out a roar, and its huge body surged out quickly. Its heavy body even crushed the ground into deep ravines. It brought with it a burst of extreme fishy wind and howled. In a moment, it rushed in front of Yang Mucheng, and at the same time, it opened its big mouth full of fangs and bit into it as if it were swallowing the sky and the earth. It's over! Zhou Xiaoyan raised the corner of his mouth lightly, and the scene of Yang Mucheng being completely devoured seemed to have appeared in his mind. However, facing the attack of this poisonous dragon, Yang Mucheng just waved his right hand. Chapter 1084, The Power of One Sleeve. Nine-headed poisonous dragon. Even if each head is lying on the ground, its huge body is as terrifying as a hill. Even if it is only half erected, it is still dozens of meters long. Compared with this kind of existence, anyone is as weak as an ant. This poisonous dragon flew towards it crazily, its terrifying body smashing against the ground, smashing everything in its path into pieces. However, even Yang Mucheng, who was as small as an ant, faced this poisonous dragon with just a wave of his hand. Call! At first glance, his move didn't have any power at all. It was as casual as driving away mosquitoes and flies. But after waving his sleeves, it seemed like an overwhelming force. A huge and terrifying invisible energy swept across the ground quickly, like a tiger charging straight at the poisonous dragon. On the raised wasteland, a piece of flying sand and rocks were brought up, and they directly hit the poisonous dragon's body. What? Seeing Yang Mucheng's casual wave, Zhou Xiaoyan immediately changed his expression. Boom! However, before he could react, he saw the invisible force colliding hard with the poisonous dragon. The poisonous dragon, which looked like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain, hit the strong energy, as if it hit an invisible wall, and suddenly stopped suddenly, and the sound of the impact was deafening. What? The attack of the poisonous dragon suddenly stopped. But the power unleashed by Yang Mucheng's casual wave had just begun. The terrifying energy stopped the poisonous dragon's momentum. Not only did it not slow down at all, but it was like a huge wave that had been blocked, and it struck again in a swift and violent sweep. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the entire ground was torn apart. The poisonous dragon was also quickly smashed into pieces under the sudden bombardment, and fell to the ground with a rumble of blood. Huh? A strong wind blew by, causing Zhou Xiaoyan's long hair to flutter, and his clothes to make a rustling sound. But the heart in his belly sank suddenly. Too strong. Zhou Xiaoyan was shocked. Being able to smash his own poisonous dragon with a wave of his hand was a strength that only Shuiyan Wang could achieve in the ancient tomb. However, Shuiyan Wang is a powerful person in the late stage of Shinto, so he should have this kind of strength. But how could this kid, who is just a master of Shinyan, have such strength? I don't believe you can withstand the rest of my attacks! Quickly coming back to his senses, Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity. He held up a sealed Ju with his right hand, and all 8 poisonous dragons behind him exploded at this moment. Boom! 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 The terrifying demonic energy surged and poured into the poisonous dragon's body desperately. Amidst the bursts of terrifying explosions, each poisonous dragon's body increased dozens of times in this instant, and its heavy and terrifying body pressed the entire ground to the point of bursting. Along the bodies of these poisonous dragons, huge cracks spread rapidly in all directions. Boom! These terrifying poisonous dragons quickly adapted to their sudden growth, and pairs of green snake eyes shot directly at Yang Mucheng. Then, each of these poisonous dragons, which were as terrifying as mountains, carried an astonishing pressure. The huge dragon's tail flicked hard, and the whole body moved towards Yang Mucheng's position like an arrow from the string. The position exploded. Boom! 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 The crazy momentum and the terrifying size of the 8-headed poisonous dragon crushed the air. The poisonous dragon rushing in midair suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and storms of extremely condensed demonic energy swept out. Die to me! Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes widened. Although he looked like a burly man, his hands were like a woman doing embroidery, moving quickly through the void, with every flash of a mark. the poisonous dragon would unleash an earth-shattering offensive. The countless demonic storms quickly condensed, almost forming several hurricanes that could destroy everything, and fiercely bombarded Yang Mucheng in a crazy manner. Boom! 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 In Zhou Xiaoyan's crazy shouting, the surrounding mountains and rivers were directly torn to pieces by this terrible impact. The entire ground exploded completely. Countless boulders crashed to the ground like rain, together with a violent force surging in the air. The demonic aura and internal energy plunged this world into incomparable chaos. Yang Mucheng's entire body was completely submerged in this space. Dead? Zhou Xiaoyan clenched his fists and looked forward. The 8 poisonous dragons in the sky also stopped attacking and hovered in midair. Their huge snake pupils narrowed into thin slits. Probably dead. 8 poisonous dragons attacked together. Even I can't bear it. This kid is only a Shinto master. Even if he is not dead, he will still be seriously injured. Just when Zhou Xiaoyan's heart was condensing, a terrifying hurricane suddenly opened up in the center of the world. It was like a terrifying big hand that completely tore apart all the dust covering this place on the spot. And the center of this dust was completely revealed. But they saw Yang Mucheng standing in the middle of a messy place. Everything around him had been completely blown to pieces, and even the ground had exploded. However, he stood there with his hands behind his back, looking unscathed. It was as if the previous attack had no deterrent effect on him, and it didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Kick! 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 Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaoyan trembled with fright and took several steps back. His expression instantly became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that he would use all his strength to take action. But in the end, someone would stand there and let you take action. How big is the difference? Do we need to continue talking about it? I said, if that's all you have, then everything is over, Yang Mucheng said lightly. Every time he uttered a word, he flicked it with his fingers. In just a short moment, he had blasted out 8 times. I saw 8 terrifying rays of energy roaring out, passing through the void like lightning, and directly hitting the huge poisonous dragons. No matter how fierce they were before, these poisonous dragons turned into loaches that escaped from the light in front of Yang Mucheng. They were so frightened that they fled in all directions. But Yang Mucheng was determined to kill. How could he let these 8 poisonous dragons escape? He only heard the muffled sound of bang, bang and bang. These poisonous dragons, which were bigger than the mountains, were already his head was shattered by the blast, and it crashed to the ground with blood all over the sky. And there was no more sound. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyan's face was as white as a sheet of paper. Chapter 1085. Lots of killings. Yang Mucheng killed his other 8 poisonous dragons with just a few flicks of his fingers from beginning to end. Such a terrifying method already made Zhou Xiaoyan's heart sink to the bottom. He looked at Yang Mucheng. His complexion turned from white to green, from green to purple, and finally he could only sigh. It seems that you do have the strength to kill Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu. Yang Mucheng smiled. There is no need for anyone to prove whether he has any strength. But soon, Zhou Xiaoyan, who was extremely frustrated, raised his head again. He looked at Yang Mucheng sinisterly and sneered. Fortunately, I was prepared. Before I came to kill you, I begged 3 talismans from the master. I originally thought I didn't need to use it to kill you, but I was really mistaken. But it's really time for everything to end. After he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly patted his waist with his right hand, and a black talisman flew away quickly. This talisman flew out, bursting out with endless electric light, followed by a terrifying dragon roar that resounded in all directions. Amidst this burst of dragon roar, the sky and the entire ancient tomb seemed to have completely dimmed at this moment. An infinite spiritual energy from all directions poured rapidly towards the talisman. At the same time, amidst the thick purple electric light, a 10-meter-long thunder and lightning dragon appeared in midair. This thunder and lightning dragon is smaller than any previous poisonous dragon, but its power is very shocking. Almost at the same time as it appeared, endless lightning was already sweeping across, with terrifying electric light, rushing towards Yang Mucheng. What kind of trick is this? Seeing the talisman burning and the lightning dragon appearing, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with suspicion. This is obviously not a method that Zhou Xiaoyan can possess. Could this be the backup plan left for him by the red-haired old man? As expected of someone who controls the entire ancient tomb. The power of this talisman is truly terrifying. Yang Mucheng quickly understood the reason. At the same time, the terrifying thunder and lightning dragon appeared in front of him in an instant, as if it had penetrated the void. Snort! The look in his eyes immediately turned calm, and the energy and blood in his body burst out rapidly. Clang! Yang Muchung swung the Xinyuan sword. The long black sword surged with endless divine light, and in an instant, he was facing the flying thunder and lightning dragon. Boom! The thunder and lightning dragon and the terrifying sword light exchanged fiercely, and in an instant, an endless spiritual light burst out. This shocking spiritual light made the entire ancient tomb seem to dim at this moment, and that arrogant thunder and lightning dragon was quickly and violently crushed under this sudden sword strike. In the endless lightning and thunder, Yang Muchung had already charged out with the Xinyuan sword, and came to Zhou Xiaoyun as if he had shrunk to an inch. A burst of blood light erupted, and before Zhou Xiaoyun could even react, a head was already rising up. A fountain of blood spurted out directly, and his headless body was smashed like a felled tree to the ground. It seems that the red-haired old man has noticed me. I must speed up my movements, otherwise I will definitely be at a disadvantage in the fight for the innate sacred tree. Looking at Zhou Xiaoyun's body, Yang Muchung condensed for a moment. Then, he groped around Zhou Xiaoyun's body again. Talisman! Yang Muchung immediately found 2 talismans in Zhou Xiaoyun's space ring. However, this talisman is one red and one dark black. Although it is the same as the talisman that inspired the thunder and lightning dragon before, it should be slightly different. In addition, there are several secret books. After taking these things, Yang Muchung immediately turned into an afterimage and flew away directly. Only Zhou Xiaoyun's head and his body were left on the spot, lying in a pool of blood. About 3 or 4 hours later, a figure found the battlefield. When the opponent saw the beheaded Zhou Xiaoyun, his face turned pale in an instant. Even Zhou Xiaoyun failed. The master will definitely be extremely angry now. Yang Muchung didn't know what was going on behind him. When the black shadow arrived at his previous location, he had already hid in a forest. He didn't stop until he confirmed that there was no danger around him. That red-haired old man is indeed powerful. Just the refined talisman has the power to penetrate the divine way. Now he has almost mastered the entire ancient tomb. If I want to get the innate sacred tree, I will have to confront him sooner or later. After finding a safe position, Yang Muchung sat down. He took out 2 charms and looked at them. The red one was slightly hot, with faint flames jumping out. The black one has cold tentacles. If you listen carefully, there seems to be the sound of surging water. I only have the only choice now. Before him, collect all the tokens from other people in the ancient tomb, and strive to enter enough caves and get enough spiritual treasures. Only then can we truly compete with him. With countless thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Muchung just rested for a moment, and then rushed out of the forest to find his next target. Half a day later, on the plateau. Bang! 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 There were waves of dull sounds, and several tied-up people had been thrown down. Owner! Shui Yuhuang's last subordinate, Muchuan, is back. He also brought several controlled warriors with him. If Yang Muchung were here, he would definitely recognize these warriors as those whom Sunny Jian and Zhao Dongyu planned to kill. These people were captured, and the process was obviously rough. They had missing arms and legs, and there were constant wailings. There were 2 others who only had 1 breath left. They were hanging on because of their cultivation. Didn't I ask you to bring them back alive? Shui Yunwang glanced at the 2 dying warriors and said calmly, Master, these people resisted too fiercely, so I had no choice but to be cruel. Mu Chuan quickly explained. He thought for a while and continued. When I went to arrest these people, I found that Zhou Xiaoyun was also killed. He was killed by that person. I already know. Original. Mu Chuan thought that Shui Yunwang would be furious, but he didn't expect that Shui Yunwang just nodded lightly. Let that boy be proud for a while. The most urgent task now is to kill those 3-headed pythons, said. Shui Yunwang glanced at the captured people, shook his head and said, These people are not enough. Go and capture all the other people in the ancient tomb. All the living people. Wait until I kill 3 first python Jiao Queen. Teach that boy a lesson. Shui Yunwang snorted coldly. A cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 1086, Arrest People? He practiced quietly for several days. Yang Muchung wandered around the ancient tomb for a while, and some warrior tokens were taken away by him. But unfortunately, because the red-haired old man Shui Yunwang had been in control of the ancient tomb for too long, most of the tokens had been collected by him long ago. As a result, Yang Muchung did not make many achievements in the next few days. In addition, he also discovered some very strange things. The warriors in the ancient tombs disappeared one by one. You want to see people when you are alive. You want to see corpses when you die. How come so many people suddenly disappeared? Yang Muchung was confused. Even if the body was blown to pieces during the fight, it was extremely accidental. Does anyone want to use these people for something? Thinking in mind, Yang Muchung began to investigate this matter. He had a vague hunch that behind this matter, it would definitely not be that simple. And maybe someone was planning something. Call. On the third day, while Yang Muchung was practicing, he suddenly saw a swift figure passing by in the sky. That must be the red-haired old man. Yang Muchung made a guess. Only the people on the side of the red-haired old man would be so arrogant and bold and fly unscrupulously in the ancient tomb. He is so anxious. Is there something wrong? Quickly restraining his breath, Yang Muchung jumped quickly on the ground like a nimble gazelle, carefully following behind the figure. Yang Muchung's guess was correct. This guy flying unscrupulously is Shui Yunhuang's last subordinate, Mu Chuan. In the past few days, warriors have been captured everywhere, and it was him who did it. Now Mu Chuan appears, also to capture other people. As for why he captured the remaining people in the ancient tomb instead of killing them directly, Shui Yunhuang simply mentioned that he wanted to use these people as a guide to kill the 3 pythons. Mu Chuan knew. Nowadays, in the ancient tomb, the biggest threat to Shui Yunhuang is the 3-headed python. As long as this ancient relic is killed, Shui Yunhuang can be unscrupulous in the ancient tomb. As for the guy who hid in the dark and killed Sun Yijian and then Zhou Xiaoyun, he was just a clown and there was no need to care about him at all. Over there! Mu Chuan flew through the air, turned his eyes, and quickly landed on the ground. He's down! Yang Muchung, who was following far behind, suddenly had his eyes lit up and immediately sped up. Tongue! 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 Jumping quickly in the forest, Yang Muchung quickly stopped at the edge of the forest. He saw Na Mu Chuan fall directly from the sky and land at a camp where 5 or 6 warriors gathered. Holding his breath and concentrating, Yang Muchung hid in the dark. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. Boom! Mu Shan suddenly turned and fell, like a javelin, straight into the camp, falling to the ground horribly, causing the whole earth to tremble suddenly. Several warriors in the camp were chatting and laughing, and were also frightened by this sudden scene. Who is it? Tongue! These warriors can survive to this day. Naturally, they have corresponding abilities. One of them quickly came to his senses after a brief moment of shock. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he stood up quickly and rushed towards Mu Chuan like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. So fast! Yang Muchung's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw the scene. However, this warrior is fast, and Mu Shan's speed is also very terrifying. The moment the warrior stood up, his right leg was swept away, as if sweeping across thousands of armies. With a hurricane force, it suddenly hit the opponent's waist and ribs hard. Click! 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 There was a sound of intensive bone cracking. And then, the warrior's ribs were all broken, dented in a neat row. A mouthful of blood spurted out on the spot, and the whole person flew out directly. However, at this time, Mu Shan's counterattack had just begun. But see! Mu Shan flicked his right hand, and 12 gray lights flew out quickly. A dense penetrating sound was heard, and 12 gray lights turned into bone spurs, directly piercing the 12 key points around the warrior's body. At this moment, the warrior's inner energy surged out like a burst balloon, pouring out crazily. Is this some form of control? Yang Muchung, who was hiding in the dark, saw the scene clearly. This method, even if he had 12 important acupoints sealed, he would still be like him, unable to use any internal energy. But Yang Muchung had no intention of taking action. First, he is not related to these people. Secondly, he also wanted to see what Mu Shan wanted to do. Stop struggling. I'm here to catch you on the master's orders. Mu Shan held his arms in his arms and looked high, as if he had everything in mind. The eyes of the remaining warriors flashed with fear. Escape! At this time, no one knew who suddenly shouted, and the 4 remaining warriors in the camp immediately fled in all directions, like cats whose tails were stepped on. This sudden scene also made Yang Muchung raise his eyebrows. He looked at Mu Shan with a smile. When things have reached this point, anyone who is not an idiot can deduce that the red-haired old man is planning to arrest everyone in the ancient tomb. He wanted to see how Mu Shan would deal with this situation. Want to escape? Facing the crowd fleeing in all directions, Mu Shan did not appear to be caught off guard at all. Instead, he seemed to have expected it. He shook his head slowly, with a trace of ridicule on his face. Now that I, Mushan, am here, it's not that easy to escape. If I don't capture you all, the master will blame me, he said calmly. His eyes suddenly became gloomy and terrifying. Boom! He stepped lightly on the ground with the sole of his foot, and the entire valley trembled at this moment. Then, he put his hands together, and at this moment the earth rolled like the sea. Countless hard soil and rocks quickly gathered together to form two huge palms, which were fiercely covered in the air. This blow is enough to kill the powerful Shinto people, and it is more than enough to catch these people. Only a terrifying shock was heard, and the few fleeing warriors were directly covered in it. It's over! Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung breathed a sigh of relief. The strength gap between the two sides was really too big. Ever since Muchuan appeared, it was destined that these warriors would not be able to escape this disaster. But, at the same time, Yang Muchung was even more confused. What on earth is that red-haired old man Shui Yunwang planning to do to catch these people? Chapter 1087, Killing Formation. Soon, Muchuan had arrested these people. During this process, Yang Muchung stood in the dark and watched coldly. Some of those warriors still refused to give up, and were still struggling. Muchuan was not polite, and directly broke the arms and legs of the warriors who resisted. This act of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys immediately made the other people dare not take any action. So they had no choice but to bite the bullet and be caught. Gone! After imprisoning these 5 people, Muchuan turned over and quickly rose into the sky. This unscrupulous flying sound caused a long and shrill roar to be heard throughout the sky. Muchuan turned into a rapid escaping light and swept forward. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, restrained his aura and followed from a distance. Until half a day later, Muchuan's figure landed on a plateau. At the same time, Yang Muchung also came here. As expected, when Yang Muchung arrived and saw the surroundings, he was stunned. He found all the warriors from the ancient tombs have been gathered here. These warriors had all been beheaded, and all the blood created a cruel pattern on the plateau. Because of the restrictions set up around him, Yang Muchung couldn't smell the slightest smell of blood even if he was not far away. Is that the real messenger behind Sunny Jian, Muchuan, and Zhou Xiaoyun? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. But see, Muchuan fell next to a red-haired old man. The old man was as thin as a skeleton, but the aura emanating from his body was very terrifying. Even just taking a breath caused waves of terrifying hurricanes to blow around. It was his idea to capture everyone in the entire ancient tomb. It was also his idea to kill these people and carve them into a formation. Does he want to use this formation to deal with a 3-headed python? Yang Muchung hid in the dark and watched all this quietly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Shui Yunwang, you really have a way to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to H.L., but you take it yourself. This is a perfect opportunity for me to know. In terms of true strength, Yang Muchung was no match for Shui Yunwang. After all, the other party is a late-stage Shinto existence. There is a difference of 4 or 5 small realms between the two sides. However, Shui Yunwang is now planning to deal with the 3 pythons first, giving Yang Muchung a chance. If I wait until he is fighting the 3 pythons before taking action, I will be able to make a profit. After making up my mind, Yang Muchung was still hiding quietly in the dark. But see, Shui Yunwang was so ruthless that he broke the necks of several warriors brought by Mu Shan and sprinkled their blood directly into the formation. The spurted blood did not flow randomly. Instead, under a strange force, it slowly surged along the formation, completing the unfinished formation. Then, Shui Yunwang casually threw the useless body aside. Master, that boy is the only one left in the entire ancient tomb. Should we kill the 3 pythons first? Or deal with that kid first? Muchuan stood aside coldly until Shui Yunwang finished all this. And then, he spoke. Just a spiritual master. Shui Yunwang smiled disdainfully. I can kill him anytime I want. The most urgent task is to kill the 3 pythons first. This blood spirit array can only last for a limited time. In my opinion, that guy is just an annoying fly. I just can't spare the time now. These 3 python psalms are the highlight. Moreover, that kid is like a rat in the gutter. He doesn't know where he has gone at this time. It will take at least several days to catch him out. By then, this blood spirit array, if the blood dries up, it won't be as powerful anymore. Muchuan nodded and stood aside respectfully. After thinking about it, he thought it was the same. That kid is just a spiritual master. If you want to kill him, you can do it anytime. Right now, these three pythons are the biggest enemies. When Shui Yunhuang said these words, he had no idea that Yang Mucheng was right under his nose. And his words were transmitted to Yang Mucheng's ears word for word. As expected, they really plan to deal with the three pythons. Well, I want to see how you will act. Yang Mucheng sneered. After learning about the other party's plan, he simply restrained all his aura and planned to sit back and watch the fight between tigers in peace. It's half a day again. Shui Yunhuang has been setting up the entire formation. Yang Mucheng can see that Shui Yunhuang has put a lot of effort into this formation. It must be Shui Yunhuang, a strong man in the late stage of Shinto. Facing the three-headed monster, the python Jiao also suffered from a severe headache and had to use all his strength. With the arrangement of the formation, a strong smell of blood gradually emitted from the entire plateau. It was as if tens of thousands of people had died, and the smell of blood almost reached the sky. However, this aura was condensed on the plateau and did not escape at all. At the same time, Yang Mucheng also felt that as Shui Yunhuang arranged the formation, the three pythons seemed to feel something and began to become more and more violent. The huge body ran rampant throughout the ancient tomb, looking for the existence that made it extremely frightening. But it is a pity that the three-headed python is a beast after all. Although it has the cultivation and strength of the great demon king, it is still far from a warrior in some aspects. Several times, the three pythons had sensed something and had even come towards the plateau. However, a phantom array had been set up all around, and the three pythons were unable to see through the phantom array, so they almost passed by them several times. However, it was these few encounters that made Yang Mucheng understand more and more why Shui Yunhuang would deal with the three pythons at all costs. Finally, after Yang Mucheng came to the plateau for a full day and night, Shui Yunhuang finally completed the entire formation at this time. At this time, the terrifying smell of blood on the entire plateau was also extremely strong. Even in the air, the bloody mist that condensed into substance was faintly visible. Here we go! When this bloody mist condenses to the extreme, the sticky blood streaks can even be seen at a glance. Even when I breathe, I can feel the rich blood. Shui Yunhuang's entire formation was finally completed, and he finally began to deal with the most terrifying existence in the entire ancient tomb, the guardian beast guarding the innate sacred tree. Three Pythons. Chapter 1088 Three Pythons vs. Lynx. Boom! The formation is activated. The illusion formation is broken, and all restrictions are opened. This moment, this smell of blood, which had been accumulated on the plateau for a long time and was even extremely rich, was like a flood from a broken embankment, pouring out crazily and sweeping in all directions. Even Yang Mucheng, who was hiding in this formation, could see the red smell spreading around like a tide. It's finally starting! Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes, knowing that there would be a fierce battle next. Shui Yunhuang controls the entire ancient tomb, the three pythons that have guarded the ancient tomb for countless years. The battle between these two beings is finally about to begin head-on. Roar! 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 Almost at the same time that the smell of blood was released, a roar of three consecutive sounds spread rapidly. However, this roaring sound actually came from the foot of the mountain. What? This beast didn't leave? Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. Of course, he was not the only one who was shocked. Even Shui Yunhuang and Muchuan were completely stunned, because they had no idea that these three pythons were actually hiding at the foot of the mountain. However, Yang Mucheng thought about it again and felt that it was normal. After all, these three pythons are the relics of the ancient times, and they have the strength of the great demon king. They knew something was wrong on this plateau, so how could they not investigate carefully? After checking twice and finding no abnormalities, he hid nearby, waiting for the situation to happen at any time. Tongue! Almost at the same time as the shouts resounded, I saw the huge and terrifying bodies of the three pythons tumbling rapidly, their huge tails slamming the ground heavily. And then the ridiculously huge bodies were as if they were out of the sea. Like a dragon, it flew directly to the plateau and landed next to Shui Yunhuang and Muchuan. This beast is so fast! Muchuan's eyes only felt blurred, followed by a trembling tremor that shattered the earth. When he opened his eyes, he found that the three pythons had appeared in front of him, and he suddenly cried out, Roar! The three pythons couldn't speak human language, but that didn't mean they couldn't understand Muchuan's words. One of them turned his head sharply, and two pairs of snake eyes stared straight at him. Not good! At this moment, Muchuan felt like a little guinea pig being targeted by a poisonous snake. His whole body felt like it was about to explode. Without any hesitation, he quickly rushed back. But no matter how fast he is, he can't compare to the three pythons. Phew! A sound of rushing wind resounded fiercely, and one of the heads of the three pythons flew past quickly, and swallowed Muchuan into it with a big mouth. Immediately afterwards, there was a crackling sound of bone cracking. So powerful! Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng's heart trembled. After all, Muchuan was a warrior in the middle stage of Shinto. Capturing 5 or 6 Shinto warriors was like picking something out of a bag. But such a being, when faced with 3 pythons, couldn't even resist at all. In an instant, he was swallowed into his belly. Chewed up and swallowed. How could this not make people feel frightened? Even Shui Yunhuang's eyes twitched when he saw this scene. However, this 3-headed python landed on the plateau and did not immediately launch an attack. Its 3 huge heads were rising up into the sky. The crimson blood mist that filled the air was turning into terrifying whirlpools as it breathed, constantly rushing towards its belly. Obviously, these 3 pythons are absorbing the blood evil energy in this space. And as the blood evil spirit increased, Yang Mucheng could feel that the strength of the 3 pythons was constantly improving. No! These 3 pythons are practicing! Yang Mucheng was shocked. As expected of a descendant of the ancient times, he can actually do this! At a certain time, Yang Mucheng looked at the 3 pythons that were frantically devouring the blood evil energy, and couldn't help but take action. He knows Shui Yunhuang, who has been setting up the blood spirit formation and preparing to deal with the 3 pythons, will never let this 3-headed beast kill him, and he can still practice peacefully on this plateau. Really, just when Yang Mucheng's thoughts came to his mind, Shui Yunhuang had already recovered from the threat of the sudden appearance of 3 pythons. When he saw the 3 pythons absorbing the blood evil energy that he had finally gathered, he became even more furious. You beast! How dare you ignore me? This is the killing plot I laid out for you! Shui Yunhuang gave a low shout and quickly formed a mark with his hands in front of him. In an instant, the churning blood mist, as if possessing spiritual consciousness at this moment, quickly gathered in a certain direction under a strange force. These countless bloodlines instantly formed a huge lynx in midair. Roar! This lynx looks like a cat and a tiger, and looks more like a leopard up close. Perhaps it was because it was originally condensed with blood, so it looked bloody. The mottled leopard-like pattern was vaguely visible, and at the same time it appeared. It quickly turned into a size as big as a hill, and fell directly from the midair. A big claw hit the 7 heads of the 3 pythons fiercely. On the inch. Boom! This crazy smash caused the entire plateau to collapse, as if the sky was falling apart. Hisses. The 3 heads of the 3 pythons let out a shrill scream at the same time. Because of the pain, the 3 heads were almost entangled together, forming a knot. But after all, he is a big demon king. The reaction speed of the 3 pythons is still very terrifying. One of the heads pounced straight at the lynx almost instantly, and the sharp fangs clicked up and down, penetrating the lynx neck. Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng was frightened. Fortunately, this lynx was summoned. If he were a real demon king, he would probably be bitten to death by these 3 pythons on the spot. With these 3 pythons, even if one is against 3, it won't be a problem. I don't know how Shui Yunhuang will fare in a battle with these 3 pythons. Yang Mucheng thought to himself while retreating quickly. At this time, both sides were paying attention to the battle and did not notice him. At the same time, the fierce battle between the lynx and the 3 pythons became more and more fierce, getting closer to a fever pitch. When the 2 behemoths fought, they looked like 2 wild beasts destroying the world, with an attitude of raising everything. Just when Yang Mucheng thought that the 2 giant beasts were likely to fight without end, the battle suddenly took a turn. The 3 pythons that had always been very fierce were actually pinned down by the lynx. At this moment, the lynx raised its huge claws and slashed downwards. The sound of flesh being torn apart resounded loudly. Chapter 1089 Yang Mucheng vs 3 pythons. No one expected this scene to happen. Not even Yang Mucheng. Hisses. The 3 pythons were pinned to the ground by the lynx's claws. Although they could not escape, the 3 heads were still fighting back. One of the heads was even more flashy and fast, biting towards the lynx's neck. In fact, in addition to Yang Mucheng, the 3-headed python also discovered that every time the lynx was killed, its recovery speed would be slower than before. But, at this moment, the lynx raised its huge claws and slashed downwards. The sound of flesh being torn apart resounded loudly. The sharp giant claws of the lynx suddenly slashed down, ignoring everything and being invincible. Under Yang Muqing's disbelieving gaze, one of the heads of the three pythons was cut off by the lynx's claws. Roar! Roar! The loud sound of pain came from the other two heads of the python. At this moment, its incomplete body burst out with an astonishing force from nowhere, and it suddenly flipped up like a fish leaping. Under the shocked gaze of Yang Muqing, he flew up like a wild dragon out of the sea, and broke away from the lynx's suppression. At the same time, the big tail crashed down, hitting the lynx with a snap sound. Boom! The mountain-like lynx was directly smashed into pieces by the python, and a terrifying crack was pulled out of the entire ground. But after all, the lynx was an object summoned by the blood spirit formation. Although it was shattered, it was restored again by the infusion of Shui Yunhuang's inner energy. However, the lynx was blown to pieces several times, and each time the recovery time was longer than before. It seems that both these three pythons and Shui Yunhuang have reached their limit. In a while, I will be able to appear. Yang Muqing suppressed the murderous intention in his heart and stared at the battlefield with a pair of eyes. He even had the Xinyuan sword in his hand. As long as he got the chance, he would take action immediately. But, after all, man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation. Three pythons. I'm scared. Facing this lynx that could not be beaten to death. It consumed too much energy. Not only was one head cut off, but the other head was also caught by the lynx's giant claws. Even the bones were completely crushed, leaving only the skin hanging on. The entire plateau has been blasted with terrible ravines and cracks due to the battle between the two sides. This crack was filled with blood pouring from three pythons. Certainly, the lynx was also blasted to pieces. Although it recovered again, its body shape was only half of its previous size, and it also became particularly transparent. However, the three pythons were really unsure of Shui Yunhuang's bottom line, so they actually ran away while the lynx was recovering. Want to escape? Ha ha! You beast finally has your day! Seeing the three pythons escaping, Shui Yunhuang laughed proudly and made a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, the nearly transparent lynx let out a roar like a tiger or a cat. At this moment, the man stood up, his huge paws crisscrossed, and a sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded, and the extremely condensed evil spirit was heard. It turned into a sharp blade, like two giant blades cutting across each other in the air. Bah! A tearing sound resounded, and a ring of gas explosion clouds exploded in the space as the air was cut apart. Then, two irresistible blood blades struck the bodies of the three pythons heavily. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the bodies of the three python dragons were immediately severely slashed. A large piece of broken scales exploded. At the same time, the bloody blade that could crush everything slammed into the bodies of the three python dragons. There was a harsh sound of bone friction. However, due to the previous battle, Shui Yunhuang's strength was less than 30% of the previous one. This blow did not achieve any success, but only injured the python. Boom! When the blood blade struck, the huge power it brought violently flew the huge bodies of the three pythons away. The bodies of the three pythons crushed the hills, and finally hit a mountain peak before coming to a halt. It spit out a mouthful of dirty blood with blood clots, and continued to turn around, trying to escape. However, just when the three pythons were about to flee, they suddenly saw the young man standing in front of them, and a trace of despair suddenly flashed in the huge snake eyes. This time, a moment ago, he was still on the plateau of fighting, and he suddenly fell into a strange, death-like state. Both the three pythons and Shui Yunhuang looked at the young man who suddenly appeared. Presumably, you are the one who killed my subordinate Sunny Jian, Zhao Dongyu, and Zhou Xiaoyan. Shui Yunhuang's deep eyes kept scanning Yang Muqing's body. When he found that the other party was only the master of Shenyan, when he reached his cultivation level, the shock on his face suddenly turned into a trace of disdain and ridicule. You must have been hiding here for a long time. Do you want to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight? Wait until I and the three pythons are both injured, and then come out to take advantage? Older gingers are more spicy. Since Yang Muqing appeared, Shui Yunhuang had already guessed Yang Muqing's intentions and plans without even saying a word. That's right. Yang Muqing nodded. The three pythons let out bursts of roars. Faced with this sudden change, it was like a wild beast whose territory had been violated. The muscles in its body were tense to the extreme. A pair of blood-red pupils were constantly glaring at Yang Mucheng and Shui Yunhuang's eyes, sweeping his body back and forth. If it were the 3 python dragons before, it would definitely not take Yang Mucheng seriously. But now 2 of its 3 heads have been chopped off, and it is seriously injured, and its strength is not at its peak. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, had been sitting on the mountain watching the tiger fight, and only appeared after they were both injured. This made the 3 pythons very afraid. "Ha ha! Boy, you are quite smart," Yang Mucheng affirmed simply and neatly, which made Shui Yunhuang stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. "You are the first person who dares to take advantage of me, Shui Yunhuang, but you will definitely be the last one. If you have been like a mouse, hiding in the dark and not showing up, it will give me a headache. Now that you have come to my door, then I will kill you and these 3 pythons together." Boom! As soon as Shui Yunhuang finished speaking, his eyes shone with cold light. At the same time, the huge lynx stepped forward, and once again let out that weird tiger-like cat-like cry from its throat. Apparently, Shui Yunhuang had a plan. He was going to kill Yang Mucheng and the 3 pythons at once. Hisses. Shui Yunhuang's posture immediately made the 3 pythons feel as if their tails had been stepped on. They immediately let out a hissing sound, turned their huge bodies violently, and at this moment, they swung their giant tails towards Yang Mucheng came crashing down. Chapter 1090 Take Action. Yang Mucheng compared with Shui Yunhuang. Obviously, Yang Mucheng is weaker. Even though this young man had been sitting on the mountain watching the fight between tigers and only appeared after both sides were defeated. He only had the cultivation level of a master of Shen Yin after all. As for Shui Yunhuang, although his strength was also reduced a lot due to a fierce battle, he still had the strength of the late Shinto. In this case, as long as the brain is not broken, one can tell who is weaker between the two. The 3 pythons were sandwiched between Yang Mucheng and Shui Yunhuang. Once the 2 sides fought, it would definitely be the first to suffer. So, it had to escape. But, if you want to escape, you must defeat one party. Between Yang Mucheng and Shui Yunhuang. From the perspective of the 3 pythons, Yang Mucheng is obviously weaker. So it planned to launch an attack at this moment. Kill Yang Mucheng and then escape from here. Oh! Seeing this scene, Shui Yunhuang raised his eyebrows, and the look of ridicule on his face became even worse. "Even the 3-headed python. This beast thinks you are weaker. Maybe this injured beast can kill you without me taking action." In Shui Yunhuang's cynicism, the tails of the 3 pythons, which were like giant sticks, were already slamming down. Although, I had seen the battle between the 3 pythons and the lynx before, but after all, I didn't personally intervene. Now when I face it, I realize how terrible it is. The giant tail slashed straight down, with a sharp whistling sound, which seemed to shatter the entire space. Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. Clang! The Xinyuan sword, which was as deep as the night, was drawn out by Yang Mucheng, and a thick black flash appeared in the void. A terrifying sword light suddenly erupted to its extreme. Yang Mucheng slashed with his right hand, bringing out a sword light of tens of feet. The sword light was as condensed as a sword. From bottom to top, it seemed to split the entire sky into 2 halves. Suddenly, it struck heavily on the tails of 3 pythons. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue. This 3-headed python is worthy of being the great demon king in the later stage of Shinto. Even though its body was seriously injured, this one actually smashed Yang Mucheng's sword light alive. But it itself was bounced back by the force of the explosion, and its huge body rolled backwards along the ground. This fierce battle caused the wounds of the 3 pythons to open even more, and they rained down like rain. "Hey, you're not dead?" Shui Yunhuang showed a hint of surprise. He obviously did not expect that Yang Mucheng could not only withstand the full blow of the 3 pythons, but also be able to repel them. However, this kid may not be so lucky next. The 3-headed python has no way to escape. Instead, it will be forced into a fight between trapped beasts. The next attack from the 3-headed python will definitely be more powerful and terrifying than before. Really? As soon as Shui Yunhuang's thoughts came to his mind, he saw that the 3 pythons that had been pushed back rolled on the ground and raised their bodies again. Its body trembled, and all the muscles and bones in its body crackled at this moment. At the same time, the 3 python dragons let out a low roar. At this moment, the inner energy contained in the body swept out like a tide, and the rolling waves of monster energy directly covered its body. The terrifying surging demonic energy actually exploded the surrounding ground. Originally, After a fierce battle, the aura of the three pythons had dropped to the lowest point. But now its aura has surged again, even more terrifying than when it had 3 heads. This beast is going to fight to the death. Seeing this scene, the amusement on Shui Yunhuang's face disappeared. He knows. A big demon king's belief in survival is so strong. If you prevent it from surviving, you will kill it, and it will definitely fight you desperately. Obviously, these 3 pythons are trying their best. However, even if this beast escaped this time, I am afraid that his vitality will be greatly damaged. Even if it takes thousands of years, he may not be able to recover, unless he has some extremely valuable heavenly and earthly treasures. Shui Yunhuang squinted his eyes and looked at the 3 pythons that had completely erupted. He had secretly determined the final death path for Yang Mucheng in his heart. Bang! 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 The breath of the 3 pythons once again reached its peak. The terrifying breath exploded the air, crushing and exploding the surrounding ground. In the rolling monster aura, it's only the remaining 2 huge snake eyes were fixed on Yang Mucheng's body. Their gazes were like steel nails, as if they were trying to penetrate Yang Mucheng's body. At the next moment, the 3 pythons swung violently, and their huge tails slapped heavily on the ground. With a shock that shook the ground, 3 pythons flew up and rushed towards Yang Mucheng's position. At this moment, the 3 pythons seemed to have transformed into real dragons. There was even a faint sound of shocking dragon roars in the void. The billowing demonic aura and the terrifying bodies of the 3 pythons seemed to be attacking with unrivaled force. This kid is dead! Seeing this move, Shui Yunhuang raised his lips. At the same time, he took a step forward, ready to take action at any time to clean up the mess. At this moment, Shui Yunhuang seemed to have seen the scene where Yang Mucheng was crushed and killed by the 3-headed python. But, when he looked forward, he couldn't help but be stunned. Facing the 3 pythons' desperate attacks, Yang Mucheng didn't show any timidity at all. Instead, he stepped forward at this moment, just when the 3 pythons were about to charge. A sword light that was darker than before suddenly lit up in the void. This sword light is as bright as ink, like night, without any light, but it gives people an indescribable feeling of brilliance. The force of this sword burst out with infinite spiritual light. At this moment, Shui Yunhuang felt that his inner energy suddenly stopped. Then, the terrifying sword light exploded out quickly, and with an astonishing gesture, it quickly and completely enveloped the 3 pythons. Chang! The sword light circulates, and thousands of swords dance. At this moment, the terrifying sword light enveloped an area of hundreds of feet in radius, and even completely enveloped the 3 pythons. Die! As Yang Mucheng's shouts resounded, the countless black sword lights seemed to pause in midair for a moment. And then, they were like thousands of crossbow arrows aimed at the 3 pythons, and fired fiercely at them. Call! 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 The sound of breaking wind resounded loudly. Under Shui Yunhuang's shocked gaze, the sword rays turned into thousands of sharp arrows. At this moment, it was equivalent to thousands of powerful crossbows firing at once, locking the 3 pythons. Chapter 1091 Dragon and Tiger. Under Shui Yunhuang's shocked gaze, every scale on the 3 pythons, even the scales that the lynx had to hit with all its strength to break, was pierced in an instant by the blast of sword light. This scale armor, which is comparable to steel and can withstand the attack of a powerful Shinto warrior, is as fragile as paper under the light of this sword. Bang! 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 The scales exploded. Countless sword lights remained unabated, piercing through the scales and even blasting into the bodies of the 3 pythons. In almost an instant, the body of this big demon king was turned into a sieve. Chang! A louder and clearer sword cry resounded loudly than before. Then, he saw Yang Mucheng swing his right hand. Suddenly, the bodies of the 3 pythons could no longer bear the infinite sword energy. In fact, black sword light erupted from the wounds that were blasted out. Destroy! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. In an instant, the 3 pythons were killed into countless pieces. This moment, the shock on Shui Yunhuang's face turned into an unprecedented seriousness. Because Yang Mucheng's strength has exceeded his imagination. Call! Yang Mucheng, who was slowly falling, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and without any scruples, he activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique and absorbed the energy and blood of the 3 pythons into his body. It is worthy of being a legacy of ancient times. After this huge amount of energy and blood was poured into Yang Mucheng's body, the effect was comparable to the best elixir. It not only eliminated the fatigue caused by the previous sword, but also improved his cultivation by 10%. Shui Yunhuang looked at Yang Mucheng. He originally thought that this boy who was a master of spiritual thoughts was not worth mentioning at all. You can kill him anytime you want. Therefore, he did not take the other party into his heart at all. He even ignored Mu Chuan's several reminders, but chose to kill the 3 pythons first, and then Yang Mucheng. Now, he finally paid the price for his contempt for Yang Mucheng. I was wrong, Shui Yunhuang sighed. With your strength, you really have the ability to watch a tiger fight. After saying that, Shui Yunhuang raised his head. His gloomy gaze fell on Yang Mucheng, and said in a cold voice, A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. It's not that easy for you to deal with me. Although Yang Mucheng's battle with the 3-headed python was short, it also gave him time to breathe. Boom! With his fists clenched, Shui Yunhuang's momentum burst out again. And at the same time, the lynx that had been standing behind him also took a step forward and slowly lowered its body like a cheetah, staring at Yang Mucheng with its huge eyes. The muscles all over the body were tense to the extreme, as if as soon as Shui Yunhuang gave the order, it would rush out and tear Yang Mucheng into pieces. Since I dare to come out, I naturally have the confidence to kill you. Shui Yunhuang, you have controlled the entire ancient tomb for too long. Yang Mucheng clenched the Xinyuan sword tightly and closed his eyes. Boom! Facing Shui Yunhuang, his entire aura exploded at the same time. The next moment, the golden inner energy swept out like a vast tide, like a blooming divine light, covering a kilometer in radius. This astonishing momentum is no less than that of Shui Yunhuang. Go! Shui Yunhuang closed his eyes and made a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, the lynx roared, and its powerful limbs suddenly grabbed the ground, pulling the ground out of a terrifying pit. With the help of this ejection force, the lynx shot towards Yang Mucheng's position as quickly and fiercely as an arrow from a string. Boom! Just when the lynx was about to rush in front of Yang Mucheng, a fierce light burst out from the Juzi order, and Axiana was already driving the war slave to rush out quickly. Upbraid! The moment he rushed out, Axiana shouted angrily and waved the Mingyu war spear in his hand. The terrifying feeling of extreme cold was like a tide, sweeping out quickly and covering the spot, sweeping the lynx heavily. Roar! The lynx let out a strange cry, stretched out its giant claws and slashed fiercely, tearing the chill to pieces. But at the same time, the terrifying cold wave enveloped its body, completely freezing its right paw into icicles. At the same time, under the attack of this chill, the lynx was directly knocked down from the sky, and Axianu also trembled, and the war slaves swept back towards the rear. Mingyu battle spear! Damn it! You actually have a big ghost king as a helper! Shui Yunhuang's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw Ashian Nu. He knew how Yin and evil magic weapons, such as the Mingyu war spear, had a nourishing effect on the ghost clan. Miscalculation. It can be said to be a huge miscalculation. Only then did Shui Yunhuang know that the other party was well prepared this time. If he underestimated the enemy again, he might end up like the 3-headed python, being completely killed by his opponent. I didn't expect that a young boy who is a master of Shenyang could actually push me to this point. Shui Yunhuang sneered. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the stagnant aura on his body finally burst out. The blood-colored robe wrapped around the skeleton-like body was billowing up and down at this moment, and the blood-colored inner energy also emerged from the 18,000 pores on his body at this moment. With the surge of inner energy, a shocking sea of blood seemed to emerge in the sky above the plateau. A sea of blood. A divine light. In the ancient tomb, the last 2 people finally began their final battle. Boom! 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 The 2 terrifying auras squeezed crazily and collided fiercely, even causing the surrounding space to explode. The ground beneath their feet seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. Dense cracks swept crazily in all directions. Finally, under the increasing momentum of these 2 forces competing for the lead, Shui Yunhuang took the lead. He waved his hands, and a shocking sound erupted from the wide blood robe. A condensed blood evil energy swept out from his cuffs, quickly merged in midair, and melted into a ferocious blood dragon. The size of the blood dragon was even larger than the previous 3 python dragons. When its terrifying giant claws hit the ground, the entire earth collapsed and exploded. It even caused a terrible earthquake. Then, the blood dragon let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Mucheng quickly. At the same time, the lynx also let out a roar, and the blood glow on its body also released at the same time. It rushed out again and rushed towards Yang Mucheng. This time, the lynx and the blood dragon joined forces, like a dragon and tiger attacking together. And in an instant, they had already attacked and killed Yang Mucheng. Chapter 1092 Battle of the Ancient Tomb. "Leave this lynx to me!" Axiana shouted loudly, and took the lead in driving the war slave to rush out. The battle slave's figure of more than 40 meters was no less than that of a lynx. With his wings spread out and a strong wind blowing, he fiercely charged towards the lynx. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the two sides fought together. With the strength of the war slave, he is naturally no match for the lynx. But there is also an Ashian slave by his side. Since the lynx had experienced a fierce battle with the three pythons, its vitality had been severely damaged. At the moment when the two sides crossed paths, it was actually suppressed by Xianu. The terrifying and extremely cold aura carried by Mingyu's war gun exploded crazily, blasting away patches of mottled frost on the lynx's huge body. Just when Arsenal and Lynx were fighting, the terrifying blood dragon had already rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly, patted his waist with his right hand, and immediately two talismans, one red and one black, rose into the sky. The talismans exploded into the sky. One of them ignited without fire, while the other talisman spurted out a large amount of black water. At the same time, two shocking dragon roars resounded in the void. In this earth-shattering dragon roar, in the red talisman, in the rolling spiritual energy, a fire dragon with its whole body tumbling with flames quickly formed. The black talisman turned into a wild dragon made entirely of black water. Who? Who? Then, at the same time that the two mad dragons were formed, they rushed out quickly and fiercely blasted towards the blood dragon. In an instant, they collided fiercely. There was only an endless burst of spiritual energy, and the terrifying blood dragon died together on the spot under the impact of the water dragon and the fire dragon. At this moment, the terrifying power spread out even more rapidly, forming a storm visible to the naked eye, sweeping in all directions. "That's my talisman!" Shui Yanhuang closed his eyes, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. "How dare you use my talisman against me? Not only will I use your talisman, I will also kill you!" Yang Mucheng shouted coldly. In the battlefield, that terrible explosion caused water and fire to surge at this moment, and chaotic power was everywhere. The whole person seemed to be in the extreme cold and heat, mixed with the stirring dust. The space seemed to explode. As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, Shui Yuhuang's second blow had already arrived. Phew! A terrifying whistling sound suddenly came, and then he saw the dust being shredded to pieces by a huge bloody hand. "Come here!" Shui Yuhuang shouted in a low voice and retracted his fingers. At the same time, the terrifying giant bloody palm quickly flew over Yang Mucheng. Between the retracted fingers, it seemed to be enveloped like Optimus Prime. Yang Mucheng must be caught among them. "Break!" Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his right hand, and the Xinyuan sword erupted with a sword sound. In an instant, it cut out a half-moon sword mark and struck the giant palm. There was just a bang sound, and the bloody giant palm suddenly exploded like a water ball that had been cut open, and countless bloody spiritual energy rolled away. "Boy! You fell into a trap! You are still as old as you are old. If you fight me, you are far behind." Seeing his huge bloody palm being chopped into pieces, Shui Yanhuang laughed. But I saw him turning his hands, as if he were drawing a circle in front of him. At the same time, a cold force quickly passed through the field. In a whistling wind, the bloody aura was about to disperse. Under this force, it quickly condensed again. The endless blood evil energy formed a bloody storm and directly engulfed Yang Mucheng. "Let's see how you resist this time." Shui Yanhuang laughed wildly and clenched his hands. Time. Just then, he saw that in the bloody storm, the bloody evil energy condensed rapidly. At the same time, countless blood-colored feather arrows also formed rapidly at this moment. A handle, shining with blood, was suspended above Yang Mucheng's head, and a terrifying sense of murder quietly filled the air at this moment. "Die!" A cold light erupted in the pupils, and then the fists that had been clenched suddenly clenched. Boom! At this moment, the thousands of blood-colored feather arrows were like floods from a broken embankment, like an erupting volcano, pouring out without any scruples. Call! 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 Waves of tearing sounds completely erupted at this moment, shooting madly towards Yang Mucheng's position. The dense blood arrows were like a torrent composed entirely of a sea of blood. Almost in an instant, they completely swallowed Yang Mucheng from all directions. "Di Yang?" Seeing this scene, Axiana cried out. She slapped the war slave. and the bone dragon quickly signaled and dodged the lynx's attack. At the same time, the huge wings suddenly retracted, and like an arrow from the string, they shot wildly towards Yang Muqing's position. Shang! She closed her eyes, tightened her grip on the Mingyu war spear, and blasted forward. The extreme coldness swirled like a tide at this moment. At the same time, it condensed into a war gun hundreds of feet long, and then blasted towards the center of the bloody storm. It seemed as if this bloody storm was going to be completely shattered. Just because you want to intervene? Shui Yunhuang snorted coldly and waved his right hand. Suddenly, the rotating bloody storm suddenly trembled, and a large swath of blood arrows flew out quickly, like a swarm of migratory locusts, fiercely hitting the war gun. Ding! 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 A burst of dense collisions resounded loudly, and then they saw that the war gun was shattered to pieces by the countless blood arrows. What? Arsenal was shocked. However, before she could continue to take action, the lynx that he had blasted away earlier roared and pounced forward quickly. As a last resort, Axiana could only bite the bullet and fight with the lynx. No one gets in the way now! Let me see how you die! Looking at Xian Nu, who could no longer intervene, Shui Yunhuang turned his eyes and landed at the center of the storm. Countless sharp arrows completely tore apart the surrounding space at this moment. No matter who was at that position, they would be completely killed and blown to pieces by this terrifying killing scene. However, it didn't matter when he looked at it, but his pupils suddenly narrowed. Yang Muqing suddenly disappeared when thousands of blood arrows were blasted at him. And this move is Yang Muqing's void transit. Not good! At this moment, Shui Yunhuang's heart stopped, and he felt an unprecedented death crisis rushing toward him crazily. Chapter 1093. The Devil Raises Its Head. Clang! The ultimate sword sound resounded in an instant. Shui Yunhuang had just turned his head when he saw an extremely bright sword light coming from behind him, stabbing him madly. Tear! Wherever this terrifying sword light passed, the surrounding space was torn apart. Boom! At the moment of life and death, Shui Yunhuang quickly mobilized all his inner energy. I saw that the blood-colored inner energy hovering above his head, surging like a sea of boiling blood, shrank rapidly at an incredible speed at this moment. At the same time, it quickly converged and transformed into a pair of blood-colored armor that was necessary for fiber patterns around him. In just an instant, Shui Yunhuang transformed into a killing god who seemed to have stepped out of the sea of blood. He was wearing blood-colored armor, and 4 blood-colored flags were stuck behind him, fluttering in the wind and making a hunting sound. Then, Shui Yunhuang clasped his hands together. Call out! The extreme sword light streaked through the void, but it stopped in front of Shui Yunhuang's forehead. Even if Shen Yuan's sword advances even a fraction further, it will be able to pierce the center of his eyebrows, but it will still not be able to move forward one step. This Shui Yunhuang is worthy of being a strong man in the late stage of Shinto. Even after a fierce battle with 3 pythons, when faced with Yang Muqing's sword using void transit, he still grabbed the white blade with his bare hands and stopped him. Attack. What? Yang Muqing also didn't expect this scene to happen. Sure enough, as Shui Yunhuang said, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. He, a powerful Shinto man, has too many trump cards. Certainly, the one who was most frightened was Shui Yunhuang. He knew it better than anyone else as he was trembling in his heart. If he had not been able to stop Yang Muqing's sword, he would have been struck through the head by the opponent's sword. Looking at the young man who was so close to him, Shui Yunhuang's cloudy eyes suddenly opened, and his purest spiritual thoughts immediately shot out. Boom! The formless and intangible divine thoughts, because they were so huge, actually triggered the real world. A turbulent ripple could be seen in the void, sweeping forward rapidly. The twisting space even makes the sight of the past become distorted and blurred at this moment. Then, this purest spiritual thought hit the mind of the astonished Yang Muqing. The bombardment of spiritual thoughts made Yang Muqing's body tremble, and thousands of thunders sounded in his mind. He was severely injured on the spot, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards. Ha ha! Boy! I finally found your weak spot! Take another strike for my divine mind! Shui Yunhuang laughed loudly, gathered his thoughts again, and blasted forward. I saw the red light in his eyes bursting out, almost condensing into substance, turning into 2 beams of light, crackling the space, and the huge spiritual energy blasted directly through his eyes again, attacking Yang Muqing. The last time he was hit, Yang Muqing didn't take any precautions, so he was hit hard. Although his spiritual thoughts were not as huge as Shui Yunhuang's, They were extremely condensed. The level of concentration was even comparable to that of Jin Liang. Shui Yunhuang dared to attack with his spiritual thoughts again. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Raised his head suddenly. And the light in his eyes burst out at this moment. The bright light was like the stars in the sky. Roar! At this moment, the dragon pattern between Yang Muqing's eyebrows also shone brightly. And a sacred whistle erupted. The roar of the dragon, mixed with his spiritual thoughts, flew directly towards Shui Yunhuang's spiritual thoughts. Boom! When the two spiritual thoughts collided, a shocking loud noise suddenly erupted, and the surrounding space was twisted and torn apart. Wow! Shui Yunhuang spat out a mouthful of blood, as if struck by lightning, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. His body flew upside down in the violent collision, like a kite with its string broken. Although Shui Yunhuang's spiritual consciousness was huge, it was like a puffy balloon. Although Yang Muqing's spiritual thoughts were slightly smaller, they were extremely condensed, like steel needles. In addition, it was mixed with a trace of the dragon power of the stone dragon mountains, making it more penetrating. It tore Shui Yunhuang's spiritual thoughts into pieces on the spot, and severely injured his whole body. Boom! Shui Yunhuang flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. The rising blood-colored aura also decreased a lot at this moment. Shui Yunhuang, it seems that you don't have many trump cards left. Looking at Shui Yunhuang, who wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. I'm not defeated yet. Shui Yunhuang roared, clenched his fists, and his inner energy surged out again. The blood-colored armor that had originally become dim due to the spiritual attack became shiny again. A trace of strange blood-light continued to float slowly along the armor. It's not that easy to kill me. Shui Yunhuang narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Muqing, the anger in his eyes almost surging out. Even in his dreams, he never thought that he would be forced to this extent by a being who was only a spiritual master. If he was given another chance, Shui Yunhuang would definitely choose to kill Yang Muqing first, and then kill the three pythons. This existence that he had always ignored finally caused a huge wave in this ancient tomb. Death is imminent, and you don't know it. Yang Muqing looked at the sky. At this moment, Axiana was already suppressing the lynx and fighting again. The figure of this lynx had become extremely weak, almost becoming transparent, with streaks of ice hanging all over its body. After hearing what the other party said, he slowly withdrew his gaze, shook his head slowly and said, It seems that you haven't given up yet. If that's the case, then I will let you give up completely. I have said before that if I dare to kill you, I will have absolute means. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muqing's eyes opened angrily. An infinite light suddenly shot through his eyes. The demon god festival is in motion. At this moment, the air in the ancient tomb seemed to have completely solidified, and a monstrous demonic shadow rose from behind Yang Muqing. After Yang Muqing's death, the originally golden aura quickly transformed into a monstrous demonic aura in a terrifying manner as the demonic shadow appeared. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Shui Yunhuang stepped back several steps, almost unable to believe his eyes. One moment, it was still that awe-inspiring righteousness, but the next moment, it had turned into billowing demonic energy. If Shui Yunhuang hadn't seen these two completely different auras with his own eyes, he would never have believed that they could appear so perfectly on the same person. Chi. The terrifying demonic energy spread crazily in all directions in a manner that cannibalizes everything. Under Shui Yunhuang's shocked gaze, Yang Muqing slowly raised his head. Laugh. At this moment, the terrifying demon god behind Yang Muqing also raised his head at this moment. The scarlet pupils of the demon god also shot out a frightening light at this moment. Chapter 1094 10 Deaths and No Life? Boom! 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 When the demon god raised his head, the accumulated demonic energy exploded crazily at this moment, and the entire surrounding space was torn apart in an instant. The next moment, Yang Muqing was already carrying this terrifying demon, floating quickly and violently like billowing dark clouds, bringing up a line of dust hundreds of meters long on the plateau. This long wave of dust spread from where Yang Muqing stood up to under Shui Yunhuang. Call! This terrifying flash was like a black shadow flickering in Shui Yunhuang's eyes. Before he could recover, Yang Muqing was already flying over him. Boom! With a loud noise, Shui Yunhuang flew up, and the ground beneath his feet collapsed completely with Yang Muqing's palm. No! Run away quickly! Shui Yunhuang closed his eyes. At this moment, he did not have the courage to face the demon like Yang Muqing. He stretched out his hands and flew out close to the ground. gliding like a big bird to avoid the blow. Before he could stop, he stepped heavily on the ground with the sole of his foot, and the next moment it shot out like an arrow from a string. Boom! Shui Yuhuang's blood-colored robe was rolled up, and his whole person immediately turned into a blood-colored light. The terrifying bloody light almost reached the sky for thousands of meters. But before he burst out his breath to kill Yang Mucheng, now he burst out his breath again to escape. Want to leave? Yang Mucheng, who was flying in the sky, couldn't help but close his eyes and sneered when he saw Shui Yuhuang's movements. Clang! With a shake of his right hand, Shen Yuanjian brought up a sword light that was so rich that it could not be washed away. The infinite sword energy swept forward quickly and blocked a space of several thousand feet on the spot. Each ray of sword light was like a black lightning, slashing directly from midair, as if it was going to blast Shui Yuhuang into pieces. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sword light struck the ground hard. Each ray of sword light blasted a pit of tens of meters into the ground. Shui Yuhuang had no intention of resisting at all. He turned around and faced the pouring sword light, and his whole aura actually started to curl up again. The bloody escaping light almost condensed into substance, like the long tail feathers behind a comet, and just like the calligraphy and painting masters who scolded Fang Qiu in one stroke. This bloody ray of light penetrated the entire plateau in an instant. Bang! 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 The sword lights that blocked one after another were directly smashed into pieces by Shui Yuhuang on the spot. Under the terrifying bloody light, Shui Yuhuang's entire body seemed to transform into a blood dragon rising into the sky. If I let you go, wouldn't my innate sacred tree be ruined? A hint of joking flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. Seeing Shui Yuhuang, who had swept out of the plateau almost instantly and fled towards the ancient tomb, he grabbed it with his big hand. In an instant, countless demonic swords condensed in the void, and then they shot out fiercely, striking Shui Yuhuang's body heavily. Every long sword condensed with demonic energy, like an indestructible dragon-slaying sword, struck Shui Yuhuang's body, dimming the bright blood light on his body. When the demonic energy was exhausted and the demonic swords disappeared into the void, the blood light on Shui Yuhuang's body was completely exhausted at this time. Die to me! Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his big hands. The sword of demonic energy that had just disappeared stirred up again. This time, there were even more than before. Thousands of handles appeared directly in the void. Boy! You forced me to do this! Seeing this terrifying attack, Shui Yuhuang's heart sank to the bottom of his heart. He knows Yang Mucheng will never let him leave alive. If he doesn't fight back desperately, he may die without a burial place. Looking at the infinite demon sword that was attacking towards him, Shui Yuhuang took a deep breath. At this moment, the flow of the air around him seemed to have completely changed because of him. The endless air flow mixed with the rich spiritual energy turned into a terrifying whirlpool at this moment, rolling towards his belly. This moment, Shui Yuhuang's skeleton-like body seemed to transform into an infinite black hole. In the entire ancient tomb, whether it was the evil spirit, the spiritual energy, or even the churning demonic energy on Yang Mucheng's body, they were all swallowed up by Shui Yuhuang at this moment. Almost at the same time, his withered chest also rose high at this moment. Crackling. This shocking surge of power even made the surrounding space tremble. Even Shui Yuhuang himself was unable to withstand this astonishing power, and the entire frame of his body was being torn apart crazily. His whole aura was decreasing crazily at an extreme speed. At the same time, the power in his chest continued to increase in an astonishing manner. This increasing attitude even frightened Yang Mucheng. Roar! When this power reached its extreme, Shui Yuhuang spat out loudly. The power gathered in his chest was already blasted out fiercely. Boom! A ray of extremely condensed blood quickly rose into the sky, and at the same time it appeared in an extreme posture. It rushed towards Yang Mucheng crazily. After spitting out this mouthful of condensed blood, Shui Yuhuang's aura was reduced to the extreme, and his whole body was like a rag bag that was directly dropped from the air. There was a sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Shui Yuhuang spurted out a mouthful of blood mist, and the whole body's skeleton crackled and exploded. Apparently, his body was used as a container, and when he used this power that could destroy everyone, he also received a terrifying impact. Although he possesses the cultivation of late Shinto, at this moment, he doesn't even have the strength to lift his arm. Even if he is lucky enough to survive today, it will be difficult for him to return to his peak strength, and his cultivation may be greatly reduced. But at this moment, Shui Yuhuang's eyes widened, staring at the midair. staring at Yang Muchung, who was about to be locked by the blood light. It was as if he wanted to see with his own eyes that Yang Muchung was killed in a cave. Call. The terrible tearing sound resounded rapidly. The sword of infinite demonic energy that was blasted toward Shui Yunhuang was hit by the bloody light in an instant. This demonic sword, which was condensed with infinite demonic energy, was completely shattered into powder by the blood light on the spot. Clang! A shocking sword sound resounded rapidly. The terrifying blood light transformed into a red blood gun as it flew past. This terrifying blow that condensed the spiritual energy, evil energy, and blood evil power of the entire ancient tomb immediately put Yang Muchung into a dangerous situation. Chapter 1095. Obtain the innate sacred tree. It's over! Shui Yunhuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even in his dreams, he never imagined that he would be forced by a master of spiritual thought to use such a trick of mutual destruction. Although he hated it in his heart, he was the one who defeated him. If he could get the innate sacred tree, he might be able to recover from his injuries. Lying on the ground, Shui Yunhuang stared at the sky without blinking. He wanted to see with his own eyes the scene where Yang Muchung was beheaded. Boom! The terrifying blood-colored war gun penetrated almost the entire space at this moment. It's more like the world is connected by this gun. Even though Yang Muchung had clearly anticipated the direction of the blood spear's attack as early as when it was formed, he still felt a sense of inability to avoid and hide at this moment. What to do? How to hide? Are you really going to fall at this last moment? Looking at the bloody gun shooting out of the hole, a trace of determination flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes. He got a lot of things in the ancient tomb. Whether it was the Thousand Layers Mountain Formation or the Blood God's sword, they were not enough to resist Shui Yunhuang's most powerful blow. The only one who can deal with him is the Shilong Mountain Range. Boom! With almost no hesitation, Yang Muchung quickly poured his spiritual thoughts into the dragon pattern between his eyebrows. In that vast space, a huge mountain range is lying there quietly, as if it has stayed there since ancient times. As Yang Muchung's spiritual thoughts poured in, the mountain range suddenly began to churn like an earthquake. Boom! 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 This moment, the whole world seemed to have stopped completely. And even time stopped at this moment. The dragon mark between Yang Muchung's brows erupted into a flame-like light pattern, and then turned into a purple electric light. The electric light quickly formed ripples, like a tidal wave before it stopped. This dragon pattern is only a finger long and sticks to Yang Muchung's eyebrows, like a tattoo. But at this moment, it seemed like the two worlds were connected. Roar! The roar of the dragon resounded loudly, and resounded throughout the world. The Shilong Mountain Range, which covered the sky and blocked out the sun, as if it had existed since the prehistoric times, emerged from the center of Yang Muchung's eyebrows. And the next moment it fiercely rushed towards the terrifying blood gun. If this blood gun is the surging torrent that can destroy everything, then the Stone Dragon Mountain Range is the terrifying sea of stars that drowns everything. Boom! No one can describe the horror of this Shilong Mountain Range. Even the giant dragon transformed into a dragon was not as good as the Stone Dragon Mountain Range. It was as if the Stone Dragon Mountain Range had existed since ancient times. The entire ancient tomb crushed by its huge body burst into pieces almost instantly. In an instant, the terrifying blood gun exploded with a bang. Shui Yunhuang's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what he saw. In order to kill Yang Muchung, he put all his thousands of years of cultivation into this blow. But in the end, he was completely shattered by this Stone Dragon Mountain Range. Boom! Exploding blood guns scattered in the void. Countless rays of blood slid down, like a curtain of fireflies. This made the Shilong Mountain Range even more mysterious. Under Shui Yunhuang's incredible gaze, the Stone Dragon Mountain Range gradually became transparent, and gradually disappeared into the void. Since there are only 2 dragon tail bracelets, all the spiritual energy can only be used to make the Stone Dragon Mountain Range send out one blow. Call! Yang Muchung in midair was also exhausted of his spiritual energy, and the remaining strength could not even support him to fly. The whole person crashed down on the spot like a javelin, hitting Shui Yunhuang's side, and in front of Shui Yunhuang's eyes hard. Boom! The shocking sound of hitting the ground shook the entire earth, as if a small earthquake had erupted. Where it fell to the ground, a large amount of dust rose up. The shrouded dust obscured everything. Shui Yunhuang, who was staring at the dust, suddenly felt a horrified gaze sweep over him. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, with all his bones broken. He didn't know where a burst of power came from. He stood up and crawled toward the distance desperately. The dignified late-stage Shinto warrior actually ran away like a dead dog at this moment. Call. A gust of desolate wind blew, and the dust dispersed, revealing Yang Muqing's figure. The boy with determined eyes took a step forward. His speed increased to the extreme at this moment, and he stepped down hard with a raised foot, crushing Shui Yunhuang, who was trying to escape under his feet. At this moment, the terrifying power also burst out rapidly at this moment. Boom! Shui Yunhuang's back hit the ground hard, and the entire ground was stamped with a crash, leaving a terrifying pit. The terrifying power caused Shui Yunhuang's internal organs to completely shift at this moment. Blood poured out crazily from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, staining the ground beneath him red. It's over! The young man holding the Xinyuan sword looked at the man at his feet with a pair of emotionless eyes. No! You can't kill me! I am a Shinto warrior! No! Amidst a burst of unwilling howling, Xinyuan's sword brought a burst of cold light and penetrated straight down. The blade of the sword pierced Shui Yunhuang's forehead and nailed him to the ground. Shui Yunhuang's eyes were still staring, full of disbelief, as if until his death, he could not believe that he actually died in Yang Muqing's hands. Die in the hands of this young man who has never been in his eyes. Phew! As Shui Yunhuang's last breath of life dissipated, a gray light immediately flew out of his body. Yang Muqing subconsciously reached out to grab it, and after grabbing the light in his hand, he discovered that it was a token. Boom! At the same time, the token on Yang Muqing also flew out at this moment. At this point, all 128 tokens in the entire ancient tomb were gathered in Yang Muqing's hands. Under Yang Muqing's gaze, these tokens quickly merged into one. The fused token suddenly shot into the void. Under the puzzled looks of Yang Muqing and Axianu, the token exploded as if it had touched something. Then, in the void, something seemed to be opened. A golden piece of wood shot out from the void and flew into Yang Muqing's palm. This golden wood was so heavy that Yang Muqing couldn't hold it when he held it in his palm. It was like an ear of wheat weighing dozens of kilograms of fine gold. This golden wood is only half an arm long, but the power emanating from it is terrifying. Although Yang Muqing didn't know what it was, he immediately guessed its identity. Innate Sacred Tree. Chapter 1096. Shocking Changes in the Erosion Wind Territory. Yang Di. What is this? Arsenal looked shocked. Naturally, she could also feel the surging spiritual energy slowly pouring out from this piece of wood. However, she could guess what was extraordinary about it. After all, this is the treasure released when 128 tokens are combined. This weird piece of wood must be the most shocking thing in the entire ancient tomb. The innate sacred tree. The tree demon who has reached the Tai realm. Yang Muqing held this piece of wood, and after just a moment, he felt that the fatigue caused by the fierce battle between himself and Shui Yunhuang was reduced a lot. This sacred tree is exactly the nascent soul of the tree demon. What? Axiana looked over quickly. Sure enough, that half piece of wood looked like a nascent soul. The purest spiritual energy emanating from it even made her feel an unprecedented nourishing feeling. The tree demons in the Tai realm are all existences that transcend the stars. They are all called the Great Sky Demon. Often one can occupy a star. If it is powerful, it can even control a galaxy. This kind of it exists. And who killed it? Arsenal looked horrified. I'm afraid he's the strongest person in the immortal world. Yang Muqing guessed. That's right. Yang Muqing's guess was correct. This tree demon was killed by Kuzai. This tree demon was the guardian of a heavenly and earthly treasure. Kuzai killed it and took away its nascent soul. It also used its nascent soul to lay out this suspicious tomb and set up a shocking killing plan. I don't know how many powerful beings of the immortal sect were killed. I wonder how big this tree demon was when it was alive. Is it even bigger than a mountain? Yang Muqing thought secretly. Although, this piece of wood is probably a drop in the ocean compared to the tree demon itself. But this piece of wood contained more than half of the tree demon's spiritual energy and life essence. If Kuzai hadn't completely wiped out the vitality in the nascent soul, this piece of wood would have taken root and sprouted immediately once it came into contact with the soil. In just a short moment, it grew into a tree tens of thousands of meters tall, with a canopy that could cover the sky and the sun. Compared with orcs and humans, although it is difficult for trees to produce spiritual intelligence, God has also given the dryads unparalleled and powerful resilience. This point is unmatched by warriors and beasts. Certainly, now, there is no breath left in this innate sacred tree. For Yang Muqing, it is a panacea that can be swallowed at any time. However, Yang Muqing did not dare to do it rashly. Although this piece of innate sacred wood has been placed for tens of thousands of years, a lot of its spiritual energy has passed away. It can be said that the wind and sand outside the erosion wind domain that are enough to kill the strong nascent soul were all caused by this piece of wood. The power contained in it is already less than 1/10 of what it once was. But the energy within it is still very terrifying. I need a safe enough place to absorb this innate sacred tree. Now that the innate sacred tree is in hand, the entire ancient tomb has been destroyed. Hu Yunliang and others should also be released. And my trip is worth it. I can return to Wandao Sword Sect. Thinking in mind, Yang Mucheng took back the innate sacred wood into the dragon pattern space between his eyebrows. Boom! Almost the moment the innate sacred tree was brought into the space, the entire huge ancient tomb seemed to be torn apart by a pair of hands. The ancient tomb world, which was as huge as the entire territory, suddenly collapsed, and Yang Mucheng, who was in the ancient tomb, felt a terrible scene of spinning heaven and earth. When his consciousness returned to clarity again, Yang Mucheng found himself in a desert. And here, it's the outside of the ancient tomb, the Eclipse Wind Domain. At the same time, in another area of the Eclipse Wind Domain, the three Imoluo from Imoluo Tianxiang Temple also came to the Erosion Wind territory. In fact, they had been searching in this area for a long time, but they never found Yang Mucheng. Even the traces of Yang Mucheng were completely lost. If it weren't for some special tracking method in Maluo Tianxiang Temple that guided Yang Mucheng to this area, they would even suspect that Yang Mucheng suddenly disappeared from this world. At this time, these three Maras quickly came from three directions again and gathered on a certain towering sand dune. Lobby Master. He is not here. A war demon spoke up. I didn't find him either. Another war demon Luo paused for a moment and then spoke at the same time. The last one, John Maluo, who was called the Hall Master, did not speak, but the confusion on his face was already full of confusion about the situation. The three war demons attacked at the same time, and could easily kill even a small first-line sect. But now they were forced to stop in the Erosion Wind Domain, and they didn't even see the target they were chasing. Lobby Master. Has Master Yang left here? The first war demon Luo pondered for a moment and couldn't help but ask. Won't. The Lobby Master was covered in a black robe. When he heard his companion's words, he was just slightly startled and then shook his head. He opened his palm, and there was a strange inscription floating on the right palm of the dark-gloved right palm. At this time, the inscription was spinning in an irregular manner. The inscription indicates that Master Yang is in this area, but it is just because he entered a certain secret realm, which affected his tracking. We are here to guard him. As soon as Master Yang appears, we will be able to discover him as soon as possible. The other two people looked at each other and nodded. Boom! However, at this moment, a strange aura suddenly emerged from the center of the Eclipse Wind Domain. A surging spiritual energy surged out from a certain place uncontrollably, like a tide breaking down a dam. It was so powerful that even these three powerful men in the Shinto realm could not hide their heart palpitations. This, almost subconsciously, the three people's eyes quickly looked towards the place where the spiritual energy was leaking. In the void, it was like something exploded. The smooth space seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands, followed by countless space explosions. The eclipse wind that was originally capable of tearing everything apart suddenly disappeared as the space cracked. This is? The wind and sand in the erosion wind territory lasted for tens of thousands of years and actually stopped. What on earth is it? The three war demons looked at each other, unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. To them, this is as absurd as the eternal laws of nature that have changed. There is no longer the sun during the day, and there is no longer the moon at night. However, what shocked the three war demons even more was that the inscription that had been used to chase the murderer, but could not find the direction, suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light. And this beam of light pointed exactly at the erosion wind domain. Center. Chapter 1097 Three War Demons. Have I left the tomb? After Yang Mucheng's consciousness regained clarity from the dizziness, he found that he had appeared in a piece of yellow sand. What else could this be if it wasn't the eclipse wind domain? In addition to Yang Mucheng, Hu Yunliang and more than a dozen elders, Meng Qi, and golden-haired rat also completely recovered from their daze and teleportation dizziness. But at this time, these people were looking at Yang Mucheng with frightened eyes. They saw everything clearly in the ancient tomb. Yang Mucheng completely single-handedly stirred up the world, killed three seemingly unkillable pythons, and even killed Shui Yunwang, who controlled everything in the ancient tomb. At the same time, He also obtained the most precious innate sacred tree in the entire ancient tomb. This is simply incredible.
So this is all.
Hu Yuliang looked around at the wind and sand that had completely stopped, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise.
According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, the erosion wind territory was a lush forest sea. But something suddenly happened one day. From the void, an infinite strong wind mixed with spiritual energy emitted. The strong wind swept the sand and dust, and this vast area was destroyed. It has become a desolate place. Countless warriors have come one after another to explore this vast area, but they still don't know why. It turns out that what caused this wind and sand was actually this piece of innate sacred tree. Uncle Master, you have finally obtained a treasure,
Hu Yuliang said excitedly. A piece of innate sacred tree can even affect the entire region. One can imagine how terrifying the power contained in this sacred tree is. However, Yang Muchung smiled and said,
this innate sacred tree has existed for who knows how many thousands of years. A full 99% of its spiritual energy has been lost, and it is only equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual treasure of the heaven level. But this innate sacred tree has killed more than tens of thousands of warriors. Why not?
Since the entire eclipse region became a place of death, it has become a desperate situation. Many warriors were killed by this biting wind and sand, and were eventually turned into ashes of bones and buried here. I am afraid that these people would never imagine that the thing that affects the existence of this area is actually just a piece of wood. While sighing, Yang Muchung could not hide his shock. Is this the terrifying thing about the powerful Tai? It seems that in the legend, the powerful Tai destroyed the heaven and the earth with one hand. This is not just an empty talk, but a real existence. Even a star like this, if the Tai powerhouse is willing, can be completely shattered with a single move.
I must break away from the shackles and leave Kyushu.
Yang Muchung clenched his fists. The spiritual energy of Kyushu has been exhausted. Even if all the spiritual energy is sucked out, it will not be enough to produce a warrior of a higher realm. If you stay in Kyushu, you will have no hope of breaking through the Nirvana realm in this life, let alone reaching the legendary Tai cultivation level.
Tai is a strong man. This is someone who can really attack and shake things up with every move he makes.
All the elders felt dizzy and yearning for it. But in their hearts, there is no one who can reach this level more than Yang Muchung. And no one is more capable than the great uncle in front of him.
Uncle Master, now that the innate sacred tree has been obtained, are you ready to follow us back to the Sword Sect? The Demon Shura Temple has not given up on chasing you. Although, now you are strong enough to be one of those platoons in Kyushu. There are people on the list, but if those people take action, I'm afraid there will still be danger.
Hu Yuliang asked respectfully.
It's time to go back.
Yang Muchung waved his hand with a smile. Although he has a higher seniority, he can't help but have a group of old guys who are thousands of years old hanging around behind him. Every time he left the palace in the Dakian dynasty, there were no eunuchs to follow him. However, when he entered the Wandao Sword Sect, he was protected like this, which made Yang Muchung dumbfounded for a while. But this time it was considered a complete success. Not only did he obtain the innate sacred tree, his cultivation also reached the level of a master of spiritual thoughts. And the time agreed with Mr. Elegance has only been 4 months. In the remaining 6 months, it may not be too difficult to reach the Shahai stage.
That's great.
Hu Yuliang was overjoyed.
Let's leave quickly. I heard that the 3 war demons of Tianma Shura Temple have been dispatched. These 3 war demons are all powerful Shinto warriors. Among them,
the most powerful Hall Master, War Demon. I know. My ears are almost calloused by you.
Yang Muchung dug his ears and shook his head helplessly. This group of elders had told him countless times how terrifying the War Demon was. If we talk about the entire Law Enforcement Hall, Blood Demon Luo is the skeleton of the Law Enforcement Hall, and Een Demon Luo is the flower with branches and leaves. Then these 3 War Demon Luo are the core of the entire Law Enforcement Hall. At the same time, these 3 war demons are also the 3 heads of the Law Enforcement Hall. The 3 of them will never take action until the Maoyuo Tianxiang Temple is in crisis. But now, they all mobilize to attack and kill Yang Muchung. It can be seen that Yang Muchung killed hundreds of Blood Demon Luo and had a huge impact on the Demon Luo Tianxiang Temple. The master of the lobby fought against Mara, and his cultivation reached the peak of Shinto. Even more terrifying than Shuiyun Wang. The second Hall Master was a demon in World War II, and his cultivation reached the late stage of Shinto. The master of the 3 halls, 3 battles with Mo Luo, and his cultivation level has also reached the late stage of Shinto. These 3 people attacked and killed, and even the entire group of elders couldn't protect Yang Maicheng. Therefore, they thought of leaving here quickly and returning to Wandao Sword Sect. Only after returning to Wandao Sword Sect would they be completely safe.
Call out.
However, just when everyone was about to turn around and leave the Eclipse Wind territory, a sharp whistling sound resounded quickly and violently. Just saw a swift black war spear, at an extreme speed, like lightning tearing through the void, roaring towards him in an instant. The target of this battle spear is none other than Hu Yunliang, who has the highest level of cultivation and the most powerful strength among the entire team. Puff! A sound of flesh piercing and tearing resounded rapidly, and at the same time, the black war gun was seen passing through Hu Yunliang's shoulder, and the powerful force continuously penetrated his body, and even hit him hard. On the ground. Boom! The terrifying and shocking sound of falling to the ground resounded loudly. This sudden scene made several people who were about to leave couldn't help but stop. When they looked at the position where the black gun blasted with astonishment, they wanted to see who had done it. Let's see who has the ability to severely injure Hu Yunliang, who has reached the late stage of Shinto cultivation. But when everyone turned their eyes and saw the figure that appeared, they were suddenly shocked. These 3 war demons have actually come to kill them. Chapter 1098, Intimidation. No one expected that the 3 war demons they were talking about before would now appear in front of them. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he gave such a big gift to everyone, and even severely injured Hu Yunliang, who was the most powerful and the most advanced among them. They did this precisely to cut off all hope for everyone. The people here are not idiots. They understood the reason why these 3 war demons targeted Hu Yunliang as soon as they took action. Now that they saw the other party succeed, their expression suddenly changed. They had just escaped from the tiger's mouth of the ancient tomb, but ended up falling into the wolf's den of 3 war demons. Wearing a gold-plated robe, War Demon took a step forward and laughed proudly.
I didn't expect that Master Yang, who stirred up the evil turmoil, was actually the great uncle of the 36th sect of the Righteous Way. Old Demon Yang and Old Monster Yang were actually the same person. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that the Righteous Way actually had you or such a genius.
He held his fists, and the Buddha light and blood light behind his head rotated strangely, turning into a 2-color halo, creating a magical scene. His eyes swept over everyone's faces, and finally fell on Yang Maicheng. Then he shook his head and said with regret,
"Pity. No matter how genius you are, a person who dies is no longer a genius."
Boom! As soon as he said these words, his murderous intention suddenly appeared crazily.
Tongue! 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 When they felt the murderous intent, everyone quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Maicheng, blocking the murderous intent. But the murderous intention of the peak powerhouse of Shinto was so terrifying. At this moment, the bodies of more than 10 elders in Hong's group of elders trembled, and they involuntarily took several steps back. Even an elder who stood in front of Yang Maicheng in the middle stage of Shinto spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards under the crazy impact of this killing intent. This scene, it made everyone feel startled. Although, Yang Muching sighed, plus Meng Qi, Golden Rat, Ashian Nu, and the elders, totaled more than 20 people. But at this moment, they were suppressed by Zhang Maluo, who only had 3 people, because Hu Yunliang, the most powerful one, has been severely injured, and the rest are basically only the existences of the middle stage of Shinto. If the war demon suddenly attacks, no one can stop the opponent. Seeing such a situation, everyone turned pale. They never expected that they would encounter such a situation just after leaving the ancient tomb. These 3 beings, who can become war demons, are definitely not easy to compete with. Not only are they terrifying in strength, but their methods are also unparalleled in cruelty. Among these people, they are all powerful beings outside, but in the Eclipse domain where strong men gather now, their strength is indeed not enough.
I still want to resist, but it's not that easy.
John M. Luo squinted his eyes, stared at Yang Maicheng with a pair of scarlet pupils, and marveled.
Yang Laomo, it's all over now. Thanks to you. After wandering around the evil path, I discovered so many treasures that have never been discovered before. You just destroy your Dantian and follow us back to the Maruitian Xiang Temple. I might be able to spare your lives.
Boom! The words of fighting against him Luo made everyone present couldn't help but become furious.
Fighting against Mara and trying to make us destroy our cultivation is simply a daydream.
At this time, one of the elders shouted loudly. Under the aura of Jean Imoluo, his whole body was suppressed and his face turned pale. However, at this moment, he wildly burst out with his mid-level cultivation of Shinto, preparing to take action.
The mayfly shakes the tree.
Jean Imoluo uttered a few words lightly, snorted disdainfully, and then flicked his right hand. There was just a bang sound, and a fingerprint suddenly hit the elder's body. Immediately, the middle-stage Shinto elder, who had exploded with all his cultivation, was vomited blood by Jean Imoluo, flew backwards, and crashed to the ground. Even the location where it was hit was completely dented, and the surrounding bones, with the fingerprint as the center, were completely shattered. One move severely injured a middle-stage Shinto elder. This battle with Mara is really terrifying. Not to mention, there are two other Mara beside him, and the cultivation of these two demons is also the existence that crushes everyone. After severely injuring the elder, Jean Imoluo showed no intention of stopping. He looked at the crowd and said with a smile,
"It seems that you don't intend to destroy your Dantian willingly. If that's the case, then I'll be the only one to do it myself."
Finished. This fighting devil is walking forward step by step. This scene immediately shocked everyone present. It deserves to be the evil way. It deserves to be the law enforcement hall of Mara Tianxiang Temple. It deserves to fight Mara. It is indeed ruthless and decisive. At the same time, all the muscles in the elder group could not help but tighten up. As long as the great devil made any move, they would take action immediately.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Jean Imoluo walked step by step, and every step was like a big drum, hitting everyone's hearts heavily. The terrifying aura made everyone's complexion turn pale. It doesn't matter if they die, but Yang Mucheng is their great uncle, so he can't be buried here.
Uncle Master, you go first. Let's stop these three people. That's right. Hurry back to the sect. Once you return to the sect, not to mention the 3 war demons, not even the 300 will be able to do anything to you.
Waves of shouts continued, and the elders blocked Yang Mucheng with their bodies. See them like this? The Second World War demon and the Third War demon also moved their steps slightly, as if to prevent Yang Mucheng from escaping. Once Yang Mucheng escapes, they will take action immediately.
Escape?
After hearing what the elder said, Yang Mucheng was heartbroken. It is simply impossible for him to destroy his cultivation by himself. But the other party is the fighting demon at the pinnacle of Shinto, and a terrifying existence on the earth ranking. Faced with such a powerful being, he, the 10th on the yellow list, was like a baby. It was impossible to defeat the opponent. However, this does not mean that Yang Mu will give up. Seeing the Jean Imoluo walking towards them step by step, as well as the other 2 Jean Imoluo who were on guard, Yang Mucheng had already made a decision in his heart in an instant.
I'm here to lure these 3 people away. You run away first.
What? Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone in the elders group suddenly widened their eyes and couldn't believe their ears. However, the next moment, Yang Mucheng made a choice that shocked everyone. Chapter 1099 Take Action.
I'm afraid it won't be that easy if we want to destroy our Dantian and go back to Maluo Tianxiang Temple with you. If you want to catch me, you must have that ability.
At this time, a cold voice resounded. Jean Imoluo looked at it with a sneer and found that the person speaking was Yang Mucheng, the target they came to capture this time.
Isn't your target me? If you have the ability, come and catch me and try.
In Yang Mucheng's voice, he grabbed Shen Yuanjian on the spot. The demon god sacrifice was released at this moment, and his momentum reached its peak with almost no buffer. At the same time, a bright sword light exploded like a flying rain and a meteor. With an astonishing gesture, he shot towards the location of Jean Imoluo. Yang Mucheng actually launched the first attack on this pinnacle of Shinto. The elders were stunned. The 3 war demons were also stunned. They couldn't believe that Yang Mucheng, who was only the master of Shenyan, actually dared to take action against the pinnacle of Shindao. This is simply hitting an egg with an egg against a stone. But this is really happening, and Yang Mucheng has really taken action. The moment Jean Imoluo was stunned, the infinite sword light struck in front of everyone. The sword light that erupted at this moment even made everyone's hearts tremble, making them feel a little incredible. But, after all, his opponent was a being at the pinnacle of the divine way, a being more terrifying than Shui Yin Wang, and a being more terrifying than the 3-headed python. After a brief moment of shock, Jean Imoluo quickly came to his senses, smiled coldly, and waved his right hand forward in an understated manner, as if to ward off flies. In an instant, a terrifying energy quickly swept across the void. Crackling. At this moment, endless ripples exploded in the void. The sword light that hit him was easily deflected by it.
Chong!
However, Yang Muchung had no intention of giving up. He failed to achieve success with one move, and Shen Yuan's sword continued to move. The rolling demonic energy all over his body poured in quickly and violently in an instant. And amidst a shocking sound of swords, a pure black long sword slowly formed. From the appearance, this long sword is no different from the Shen Yuan sword, and is even smaller, but it was made by Yang Muchung's use of this demonic energy. The moment the magic sword was formed, it was already shooting towards Zhan Imoluo like lightning. Zhan Imoluo closed his eyes, unable to conceal his shock. Yang Muchung's sword has already reached the level of Shinto cultivation. Even the true Shinto realm here would be killed by him with one sword.
What a good old demon, Yang. I can't keep you here today.
The battle with Mara was extremely shocking. This sword was fatal to ordinary Shinto warriors, but to him, it was not worth mentioning. He snorted coldly, stretched out his right hand, and pinched his two fingers forward. He just heard a ding sound, and the magic sword that could kill a powerful Shinto man was caught between his fingertips. Then, with a strong flick, the magic sword broke.
Ha ha! I fell into the trap.
Just when everyone was shocked that Zhan Muchung could easily smash Yang Muchung's attack. Just when Zhan Moluo looked at Yang Muchung with a sneer. Just when everyone thought that Yang Muchung had no other means. A burst of proud laughter burst out. It came at this moment.
What?
Zhan Moluo looked forward with slightly shocked eyes. Immediately, he saw a pair of eyes as deep as the starry sky. In those pair of black and white eyes, there was a light like stars flashing. A gaze that almost condensed into substance burst out in astonishment at this moment. And at the same time, the magical dragon pattern between Yang Muchung's eyebrows also erupted into a shocking dragon roar.
No! Spiritual attack!
Zhan Imoluo's heart trembled, and he was suddenly stunned. However, the moment he came back to his senses, that concentrated spiritual thought was already fiercely bombarded in his mind.
Clang!
It was like the sound of a yellow scarf warrior using a giant hammer weighing tens of millions to hit Hongzhong de Lu. However, this voice could not be heard by others, but resounded directly in Zhan Moluo's mind.
Kick! 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 Kick!
His body trembled. Zhan Moluo's face flushed. He lost his balance and took several steps back. This sudden scene made the other two war demons open their mouths in disbelief, and even made the eyes of other members of the elder group almost bulge out. In their view, Yang Muchung's move was completely an attempt to strike a stone with an egg. After all, even Hu Yunliang, the most powerful among them, may not be his opponent in the battle against Imoluo. However, this invincible being was actually knocked back several steps by Yang Muchung.
If you want to kill me, just go ahead. I won't let you down.
Tongue! Before he finished speaking, Yang Muchung had already turned around, quickly stepped into the void, turned around, and quickly flew out towards the depths of the Eclipse Wind territory. From Yang Muchung's attack, to repelling the war demons, to breaking through the blockade of the three war demons, it was just a blink of an eye. But what happened in the blink of an eye was something that no one could have imagined.
Asshole! I am going to kill you!
The proud face of Zhan Moluo suddenly turned gloomy. And at this moment, it became extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that after a lifetime of hunting eagles, Yang Muchung's eyes would be pecked out by this young chick. Yang Muchung, a spiritual warrior, could easily kill him if he wanted to. But this existence, which in his own eyes was like an ant, was repulsed by the other party. This is simply the biggest shame in his life.
Uncle Protector.
At this moment, the elders quickly came to their senses and hurriedly formed a human wall, trying to stop the pursuers behind Yang Muchung. However, at this moment of fighting against Imoluo, his whole body was already occupied by this roiling rage, and all his rationality was taken over. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yang Muchung. As soon as his body turned, with a piece of black and gold escaping light, the whole person quickly rose into the sky, like a black meteor that reversed the sky. In an instant, it was already carrying endless wind, chasing Yang Muchung. As for the elders who wanted to stop Yang Muchung from fighting against Imoluo, they were simply ignored as if they were nothing. The eyes of this fighting demon were filled with horrifying murderous intent. Only Yang Muchung could be seen in a pair of scarlet eyes. Chapter 1100 Chase. Boom! This rushing out of the battle demon brought with it a shocking wind. This strong wind even blew away the elders, who were cultivators of the Shinto, and fell heavily to the ground. How terrifying is a strong man at the pinnacle of Shinto? Notice. Even when Yang Mucheng faced Shui Wang, who was in the late stage of Shinto, he had to wait until both sides were injured in the battle between him and the three pythons before he appeared. Now, he was facing the peak powerhouse of Shinto in his heyday. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion that tore through the void. And then he saw John Luo flying swiftly into the sky above Yang Mucheng.
Die to me!
Letting out a low roar, John Luo suddenly raised his right hand. The skinny palm brought up an afterimage, and with all kinds of dexterity, as if ignoring the space, he slapped Yang Mucheng's head directly.
Master Uncle!
Seeing this scene, the elders all shouted in unison. Although this palm was not aimed at them, they all felt frightened. Even they may not be able to survive this palm, let alone Yang Mucheng, who is the only master of Shinyan. Call! With a palm strike, the entire space was shattered. Terrifying ripples quickly moved towards the turbulence in all directions, causing cracks and cracks. The ferocious light in John Maluo's eyes was even stronger at this moment. And the Buddha's light and blood light behind him were also emitting thousands of rays of light at this moment, as if he was cheering for being able to kill Yang Mucheng in the next moment. However, just when this palm was about to hit Yang Mucheng's head, Yang Mucheng suddenly disappeared in the void. Boom! John Maluo's unreserved palm hit the ground hard. In an instant, an earth-shattering earthquake was triggered, and the rolling wind set off a terrifying gust of sand and rocks.
What?
John Luo looked at the figure that suddenly disappeared in front of him, as if he still couldn't believe it. After a brief shock, he quickly came to his senses and looked forward. Only then did he realize that Yang Mucheng had appeared 10 miles away. Almost immediately, John Maluo's eyes turned cold. Under their own noses, the existence of themselves as ants not only drove them away, but even escaped from the encirclement. This is a shame that cannot be washed away for the three of them. But, after a brief moment of rage, the fighting demon also calmed down. He looked back at his two companions who were still in shock, and shouted in a deep voice.
You two! Clean up the mess here! I'll go after Mr. Yang!
Then, in the midst of this angry roar, John Luo's whole body was already shot out with great force, and rushed towards Yang Mucheng's position. The elders who stayed in place were still in a daze looking at the scene in front of them. But when they came back to their senses, they saw the Second World War demon and the Third War demon who had quickly stopped in front of them, completely separating them from Yang Mucheng. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts sinking. With their current combat power, it would be a problem to barely resist the attacks of these two war demons, let alone break through their blockade. That is to say, today, Yang Mucheng must face this being at the pinnacle of Shinto alone. Boom! 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 John Luo's figure almost turned into a terrifying black escaping light. From a distance, it looked like a black gold war dragon attacking crazily against the desert. The flat desert seemed to have been torn apart by his own strength. The terrifying strong wind stirred up a shocking cloud of sand and dust. From a distance, it looked like a sandstorm covering the sky and the sun. In front of John Luo, there was a black shadow that was flying rapidly. Nature. He is Yang Mucheng. The two sides swept forward one after another, and the terrifying speed even caused a shocking sound of sonic boom. Originally, it would take 7 or 8 days to cross the penetrating eclipse domain. However, due to the extreme speed of the two of them, they had already crossed over in just half a day.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
John Maluo, who was chasing after him, almost burst out of flames from his eyes. He didn't expect that even though he used all his strength, he still couldn't catch up with the kid in front of him despite such a crazy pursuit. Furious, he attacked crazily from behind. Every crazy attack will blast out a large amount of mud and rocks. No matter how ferocious or sudden his attack is, every time when it is about to hit Yang Mucheng can always use his incredible ability to posture, quickly dodge away, look from afar. The area set off by the sandstorm was filled with endless bombardments. However, in the midst of this bombardment, Yang Mucheng was dodging quickly. With his strength, how could he avoid being attacked by a powerful man at the pinnacle of Shinto? He is now completely using Void Transit to dodge. With Yang Mucheng's strength, he would reach his limit after using Void Transit 2 or 3 times. But at this moment, he didn't relax at all, and didn't dare to be lazy at all. Even though his spiritual thoughts have been exhausted to the extreme, He is still stimulating his spiritual thoughts and flying rapidly through the void using instantaneous transformations. Because he knew that once his speed slowed down, he would be caught by Jean Maluo and be killed instantly without any leeway.
I don't believe how long you can hide.
Jean Maluo, who had always only teased others, had never experienced such humiliation. In the midst of his furious roar, the Buddha light and blood light behind Jean Maluo exploded violently. The two completely different lights seemed to blend together at this moment, forming a round of extremely evil intent. The blood light Buddha wheel. This huge Buddha wheel was slowly spinning behind Jean Maluo's head, like a bloody sun. With the appearance of the Buddha wheel, Jean Maluo's whole aura surged rapidly. And he surged again, reaching the extreme.
Boom!
He waved his hands and played with his fingers in the void as if playing a piano. Immediately, Shou Tian's infinite spiritual energy surged rapidly. And under the control of this strange power, it quickly transformed into black war guns. There are thousands of these. Each one is exactly the same as the war gun that pierced Hu Yuliang's body. After suspended in the air for a moment, it suddenly shot out like a heavy rain in the sky. Boom! 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 A terrifying war spear, with a roaring wind, and a terrifying posture that penetrated everything, instantly shot at Yang Mucheng, who was flying ahead. Chapter 1101 The Ultimate Chase. Boom! 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 This pitch-black war spear, under the control of Jean Luo, was extremely powerful. Without hitting Yang Mucheng, it directly blasted the earth into pieces and created deep pits of 100 meters. It even sent rocks flying around the mountain peaks. And loud noises like thunder kept coming. Some war spears even penetrated the entire mountain peak, flattening the mountain peaks until the power on the war spears was consumed, and then dissipated into the air. If these war spears hit a person, even if you are a powerful Shinto warrior, you will be killed in an instant. Yang Mucheng, who was in the midst of this torrential rain-like war spear, was extremely flexible and was able to dodge this extreme blast every time. During the flyby, Yang Mucheng kept using the void transit, and every time he seemed to fly through space, he flew dozens of miles ahead. Yang Mucheng, who was constantly flashing, had all the 18,000 pores in his body completely opened. At the same time, the huge spiritual energy contained in the innate sacred tree was also flowing towards his body at this time. Using the void, the internal energy consumed by the transit is also quickly restored. And even in this situation of extreme use of spiritual thoughts, even Yang Mucheng felt that his thinking seemed to be frozen. And he only knew that he was relying on his body's instinct to constantly avoid the attacks coming from behind. But in this situation, his spiritual thoughts were tempered once again, and the divine thoughts that were originally condensed to the extreme were operating again. Boom! 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 Yang Mucheng kept flying over. As for the battle with Mara, he was constantly being chased from behind. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Erosion Wind Territory, Tianming Territory, Great Desolate Territory. Large areas kept passing by one after another. Between the two sides, wherever the breath of a spiritual master, a peak powerhouse of the divine way passes, it is as dazzling as the sun to the warriors in this large area. Even if you close your eyes, you can feel the other person's presence. Especially when they saw this extreme chase scene. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned.
What's going on?
A peak powerhouse of Shinto is actually chasing and killing a master of divine mind?
Bloodlight Buddha wheel.
That's the battle between Mara and Mara at Mara Tianxiang Temple.
Didn't Jean Maluo go to the Erosion Wind Territory to hunt down old monster Yang? Who is that young man?
Such a huge movement can be regarded as earth-shattering, and it is impossible for people to know where it passes. Especially when some people had already recognized Jean Maluo. They became even more confused, wondering who he was going after. After all, although Yang Mucheng has been in the evil path for so long, he has never shown his true face, always wearing a mask. Now that he takes off the mask, he has the face of a teenager. This made everyone extremely confused. Some people even kept chasing forward in order to find out the situation. However, how can these people catch up with the peak powerhouse of Shinto? And how can they catch up with Yang Mucheng, who uses void transit? Soon many people were left behind. These people who were left behind were extremely shocked, because they also have the cultivation of Shinto. Even the powerful Shinto masters, like them, couldn't catch up with the speed of Jean Luo. How on earth did the young man who was only a master of Shinyan survive from Jean Luo and escape for so long? When fighting against Mara, the more he pursues him, the more furious he becomes. By the end, His murderous intent was clear and undisguised. Even hundreds of miles away, people could feel his terrifying killing intent. He vowed not to give up until he caught up with Yang Mucheng and crushed him to ashes. Such a horrific scene completely shocked many people. Everyone is speculating on the mission pursued by Jean Maluo. But no one can connect Yang Mucheng with the old monster Yang who disrupted the whole evil situation some time ago. And they don't even dare to think about it. But,
damn it! It's been 7 days. It's been 7 days since we chased him from the Eclipse region. In these 7 days, I was enough to kill hundreds of powerful Shinto warriors. But unfortunately, I couldn't even catch up with such a boy in the Divine Mind realm. His movement skills are really weird. Just relying on me alone, I can't catch up with him. There's no way to catch him. It seems like this is the only way.
Boom! Looking at the continuously attacking figure in front of him, Jean Maluo immediately waved his right hand. And in an instant thousands of rays of light shot out in all directions. These rays of light did not shoot towards Yang Mucheng, but turned into tokens and flew towards the warriors closest to him. These warriors were all busy with their own affairs. When they got the token, they immediately received the surge of consciousness in the token and were completely shocked on the spot.
What? How can this be? The one whom Demon Lu is chasing is actually Old Monster Yang. It turns out that Old Monster Yang and Old Devil Yang are the same person. This person is the great uncle of the 36th sect. He actually came to our evil path.
Everyone who received the token opened their eyes in disbelief. Original. No one dares to interfere in this matter. But now, when Lien Zhan and Mo Luo took the initiative to ask for assistance, these warriors who received the tokens one by one, like suckling swallows returning to their nest, quickly flew towards Yang Mucheng's location.
Old Monster Yang, let me see how you die.
Zhan and Mo Luo, who was 30 miles away behind Yang Mucheng, could not help but raise the corners of his mouth with pride when he felt the warriors killing Yang Mucheng from all directions. The pursuit for 7 consecutive days was too much for him. A strong man at the pinnacle of the divine way. But it seems that Yang Mucheng has not reached the bottom yet, and does not show any signs of slowing down. On the contrary, his speed is getting faster and faster.
Let these people stop Yang Lama first, and I'll recover the energy I've spent here first.
Sit cross-legged. After fighting against Mara for 7 full days, he could no longer hold on, and began the first round of rest. But Yang Mucheng did not, because the warriors who received the token were already rushing towards his location from all directions.
Kill old Demon Yang. As long as I kill him, I can become famous among the evil ways. That's right. If you carry his head and enter the Mara Celestial Temple in the future, you can get the true story of the battle with Mara and the abbot. Old Demon Yang, you can't escape.
10 miles. 20 miles. 30 miles. 50 miles. Finally, a full 100 miles away from Zhan and Mo Luo, Yang Mucheng was surrounded by hundreds of evil warriors, tightly surrounding him. Chapter 1102 Divine Thought arrives.
There is no way out.
Looking in all directions, Yang Mucheng was surrounded tightly, and a cold light flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. However, when he felt the aura of Zhan and Mo Luo, who was still 100 miles away from here, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. And this time, the evil warrior who received the order to fight against Mo Luo also looked at Yang Mucheng with daggers drawn. Phew! Suddenly, a huge spiritual thought surged rapidly in the sky. This spiritual thought stirred up a blue cloud, gathering in midair, and even gathering more and more.
How is this going? This is...
Both the warriors around and Yang Mucheng looked at the strange changes in the blue cloud. And in that large blue cloud, there was laughter.
Ha! Mr. Yang, let me see how you escaped today. This is your burial place.
In this laughter, endless clouds gathered rapidly, forming a thin human face. Everyone looked at that face and couldn't help but be stunned. Because this human face is the battle against Mara.
The battle against Mo Luo extended his spiritual thoughts. He is worthy of being a strong man at the pinnacle of the divine way. His spiritual thoughts extend 100 miles, and they are still so condensed and huge. Terrifying.
Everyone speculated. That's right. These people's guess was correct. The real person who fought against Mara was still 100 miles away, since he chased Yang Mucheng for 7 days and 7 nights. His own consumption was equally serious, and he had to stop 100 miles away to recover. At this moment, he was doing 2 things at once, spreading his spiritual thoughts to control the battlefield. Even if he was 100 miles away, he could still observe Yang Mucheng's location. Seeing this face, Yang Muqing's expression suddenly darkened. Certainly, he could easily do this method of fighting against Mara. However, in this posture, other than peeking, there is no other function. As long as he strikes with his spiritual thoughts, he can easily smash the opponent's transformed human face.
Battle against Mara.
Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes and sneered.
You said the same thing when you were in the Eclipse region, but you chased me for 7 days and 7 nights without even touching the corner of my clothes. Do you still have the nerve to say such a thing?
John Mo Luo was so gloomy to the extreme. Even if his spiritual thoughts were transformed, everyone present could feel the anger contained in the owner of that face at this moment.
Old Mo Yang, I admit that your strength has exceeded my imagination. You are the first person that I have tried so hard to hunt down. I can't catch you alone. So I mobilized these powerful people from thousands of miles away. Even if they can't kill you, they can still stop you. And it only takes 3 hours for me to return to my full strength. By then, I can come and kill you again. Listen to the warriors present. Whoever can stop old Demon Yang, I will give him half of all the treasures on old Demon Yang, and give him the opportunity to choose first.
Boom. These words about fighting against Mo Luo immediately made everyone present excited. The evil Jade Staff, the secret realm of the Immortal Palace, the Stone Dragon Mountains, countless spiritual treasures. These are just the things everyone knows. In addition, Yang Muqing is the uncle of the 36th Master, so he must have treasures that they don't know about. Not to mention getting half of it. Even getting one of them is a very rare thing. There must be a brave man under the heavy reward. Suddenly, many warriors want a piece of the pie. Boom, boom, boom. What's more, some impatient warriors unleashed all their inner energy on the spot, and the terrifying aura turned into huge beams of light in an instant. From a distance, this area was shrouded in mottled light pillars, and Yang Muqing was in the center of this light pillar. Seeing this scene, John Mo Luo raised his lips proudly. However, Yang Muqing, who was under siege, did not look as frightened as everyone imagined. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth and swept his disdainful eyes around, scanning those who were eager to fight as long as they fought against Mo Luo. The face of the warrior who rushes towards him as soon as he opens his mouth.
Do you think you can stop me just by finding all this rubbish from all around?
What? Everyone was shocked when they heard Yang Muqing's words. Their eyes widened and they couldn't believe their ears. And John Mo Luo, who was extremely proud, his face turned gloomy at this moment.
I chased you like a lost dog, and you ran away in embarrassment for 7 days and 7 nights. How much strength do you still have? Even one of these people can spit at you. If I drown you, what else do you have to be arrogant in front of me?
That's right. The battle against Mara is now complete. Even he couldn't stand a crazy pursuit for 7 days and 7 nights. Not to mention the kid in front of me. In his opinion, Yang Muqing was just a stern person, and he was even more capable on the outside. Maybe, without having to recover at all, just relying on these warriors would be enough to kill Yang Muqing. However, what John Mo Luo didn't know was that Yang Muqing kept using the ancient heaven-swallowing technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish himself along the way, coupled with the innate sacred trees in the dragon pattern space. These 7 days and 7 nights of pursuit not only did not weaken Yang Muqing's strength, but actually increased his cultivation level to 70% of the Master of Divine Mind. If it weren't for his inability to calm down and absorb the innate sacred tree, his cultivation might have already reached half step of the divine way.
Yeah.
Yang Muqing slowly raised his head and fixed his cold eyes on John Mo Luo.
If I escape today's disaster, I will definitely crush your Maluo Tianxiang temple in the future. I will definitely make your Maluo Tianxiang temple flow like a river of blood.
Boom. Yang Muqing's words completely shocked everyone. However, no one suspected it was fake, because the person standing in front of them was Yang Muqing, Lao Mo Yang, the master uncle of the 36th sect. If he could escape today, the 36th sect would definitely launch a massive attack on evil under his leadership in the future. At that time, the entire evil path will inevitably give up the Maluo Tianxiang temple in order to preserve itself.
Do you think you can leave here alive?
Looking at Yang Muqing, John Mo Luo's expression gradually turned cold. He slowly shook his head and said in a cold voice,
That's it. It's over, Yang Lao Ma. Die!
Boom! Almost as soon as John Mo Luo finished speaking, the evil warriors, who had already been at war with each other, and with overwhelming momentum were like tigers descending from the mountain. The floods poured out in an instant, rushing out crazily and heading towards them desperately. Yang Muchung pounced, as if he was going to completely submerge Yang Muchung at this moment. Yang Muchung, on the other hand, stood there, watching coldly as the warriors coming from all directions slowly raised their heads. But the killing intent hidden behind his eyes completely exploded in the next moment. Chapter 1103. I remember it.
Fight against Mara. You are so smart, but you are confused for a moment.
Yang Muchung drank attentively, as the murderous intention was revealed. A terrifying aura also emerged from his body crazily at this moment. The monstrous demon suddenly rose up behind him. In this instant, a monstrous demonic shadow appeared for miles around. For Yang Muchung, these evil warriors are just supplements.
Drink!
Shocking shouts resounded quickly and violently. Facing the bombardment of countless warriors, stars flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes, and he suddenly shot out his arms.
Boom!
In an instant, condensed in his body, the extremely pure inner energy mixed with the surging demonic energy all around swept out in all directions. From a distance, it looks like a black tide, sweeping across all directions with overwhelming force. And I am the only one who dominates.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Countless bombardments, at this moment, were shattered into nothingness by this terrifying demonic energy. The overbearing and scornful power continued to attack the bodies of the evil warriors. Just crush them alive. This moment, in the void, blood mist flashed, hisses, midair. The figure that John Moluo gathered his divine thoughts was directly torn apart by this piece of demonic energy, and then quickly condensed into shape. Almost at the same time, he was already looking around. But see, with Yang Mu as the center, the space for several miles was directly raised to the ground. Everywhere you look, there is even more chaos. Whether it's a forest or a mountain rock, everything turns into a smooth road. Wow! Yang Muchung's robes fluttered and hunted. Looking like a master, Jean Maluo stood in the void. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. A moment ago, he was still vowing that even if these people could not kill Yang Muchung, they could still stop Yang Muchung here until his inner strength recovered. But who would have thought that the other party would kill so many people in just one blow? Only then did John Moluo understand why Yang Muchung, the uncle of the 36th righteous master, actually had the title of Old Demon Yang.
Battle with Mara. It seems you can't kill me today.
Yang Mu turned his sleeves and looked into the air with a smile.
I am going to kill you.
John Moluo let out a roar and suddenly fell from the sky towards Yang Muchung.
Snort.
Yang Muchung snorted coldly and raised his head suddenly. A burst of starlight suddenly burst out from his eyes as he looked at John Moluo. This piece of starlight almost condensed into substance. Like two shocking beams of light, they shot forward fiercely, making the air crackle. And suddenly they shot fiercely towards John Moluo.
Boom!
A burst of explosions resounded loudly, and John Moluo screamed, and his body turned into countless fragments and disappeared quietly.
Moluo Tianxiang Temple. I remember.
Yang Muchung looked at the John Moluo's body that had turned into countless fragments. He turned around and quietly disappeared on the spot, hundreds of miles away. Boom! John Moluo, who was crossing his legs to regain his strength, suddenly trembled, and streams of blood flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose at this moment, since the incarnation of Divine Mind was blasted to pieces. John Moluo also suffered a certain backlash. His cultivation level has not yet been restored, and his spiritual sense is damaged. Not to mention that Yang Muchung is still 100 miles away. Even if he pursues him now, it will be too late.
Laugh!
John Moluo suddenly opened his eyes. Those bloodshot eyes contained unimaginable killing intent.
Old Demon Yang, I swear, you will never leave the evil path alive.
He clenched his fists.
The entire evil will attack you,
said. John Moluo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly took out something from his arms. That thing was a palm-sized statue. If you look carefully, you will definitely find that this statue is like a Mara, with a green face and fangs, which is extremely terrifying and frightening. He gathered the blood in his mouth and blasted it forward. Ding! Immediately, this drop of blood gently hit the image of Mara. Suddenly, the statue of Mara actually seemed to come alive at this moment. His hands kept making various weird gestures in midair. Every time a gesture is formed, one can feel a faint ripple slowly surging through the void. As a frontline sect, Moluo Tianxiang Temple naturally has unique communication methods. Many big cities in the evil world have the gathering points of the law enforcement hall of the Mara Celestial Elephant Temple. Through this Mara, he can transmit his thoughts immediately, and at the same time back to the headquarters. Almost at this moment, the entire evil path was completely boiling.
How can this be? Old Monster Yang is actually him. This news is absolutely false. But the news came from the battle between Emo Luo Tianxiang Temple and Emo Luo. How could it be false? He saw it with his own eyes.
For a while, the news that Yang Macheng was Old Monster Yang immediately spread like a hurricane throughout the evil sect. After hearing the news, no matter who it was, the first reaction was that it was absolutely impossible. Because, if this news is true, it will be considered a big chaos. And even the world will be in chaos. You have to think about it. A master uncle of the 36 sects of the righteous path came to the evil path openly, and even defeated several sects and took away many treasures. Many people even regarded him as a belief-like existence. But now this person actually comes from the righteous path. But it's impossible not to believe this news. This is the message conveyed by the peak powerhouse of Shinto, the master of the law enforcement hall of Marua Tianxiang Temple, and the battle with Mara. For a time, the entire evil sect was in complete uproar. Certainly, after the uproar, everyone was even more furious. This news was also spread to other first-line evil sects without any surprise. You know, other first-line sects have already known about this matter. But because this matter does not concern them, they did not intervene. But now that Yang Mucheng's identity is exposed, it's different. It can be said that today Yang Macheng has almost become the public enemy of the entire evil. If Yang Macheng was just a small character that no one cared about, naturally no one would deal with him. But unfortunately, he happened to be the great uncle of the 36 sects, and could be said to be the highest status being in the entire righteous path. How could an evil person allow him to appear on his own territory? Almost at the same time, many frontline sects have already set people to take action, and powerful beings have come out one after another, wanting to meet this old demon Yang for a while. Chapter 1104, Turbulence.
What? Old Monster Yang is Yang Macheng? Is he the great uncle of Wandao Sword Sect? This is the news from the battle between Maluo Tianxiang Temple and Maluo. How could it be false? Now the whole world knows it. Everyone in the evil way is ready to kill him. Why don't you go? Ha ha. It's just a joke. He has the cultivation of a master of Shenyan. He ran for 7 days, and 7 days under the pursuit of Jean Emo Luo. Jean Emo Luo not only failed to kill him, but actually let him escape. He has no Shinto cultivation. You dare to go? Yes. Now Yang Lamo has reached the first place on the Xian list and the top 20 on the black list.
That's right. Yang Macheng was probably the first warrior whose ranking on the mysterious ranking list was not lowered due to pursuit, but was directly promoted. You must know that the rankings on the Xian Bang are also comprehensive. Even some strong men in the Shinto realm may not be able to survive the pursuit of Jean Emo Luo. Therefore, when Yang Macheng ran for 7 days and 7 nights with his spiritual power, he also killed the warriors who came to encircle and suppress him. This shocked everyone. Based on his comprehensive strength, there is no doubt that Yang Macheng ranks first on the Xuanzang list. As for the promotion to the top 20 on the black list, this was also the reason why his identity was exposed. After all, Yang Mucheng's identity is here, as the master uncle of the 36 sects. His status is several steps higher than that of Jin Liang and other sect leaders of the 36 sects. What's more, he carries the wanted warrants of several evil sects, so his ranking will naturally rise.
Number 1 on the mysterious list? Since old Demon Yang entered the mysterious ranking list, he has never fought against a powerful person on the mysterious ranking list. Is he also qualified to be ranked number 1 on the mysterious ranking list?
In a luxurious building, a young man slowly opened his eyes after listening to the servant's report. Clang! The exclamation in the young man's eyes condensed into substance, like the cold light of a sword, breaking out of its sheath. In an instant, the air in the entire building seemed to turn into icy sword rays at this moment, causing the air around to become bitingly cold.
Owner!
The servant felt the shocking and sharp aura, and said with a hint of trembling,
Lao Emo Yang can run wildly for 7 days and 7 nights in the hands of Jean Emo Luo. His strength is extraordinary. Snort!
The young man's voice became cold. The air around him suddenly became turbulent and turned into an invisible sword energy, directly blasting into the servant's head and then blasting out from the back of the head. Just hearing a bang, there was already a headless corpse in the building. This scene made everyone in the building tremble with fear.
Do you mean to say that I am not as good as Mr. Yang? Don't dare! Don't dare!
As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly fell silent and kept saying. The young man put his hands behind his back, unable to conceal the anger in his eyes.
Nowadays, everyone in the world thinks that I am not as good as that old demon Yang. Okay, I will go meet that old demon Yang for a while and regain the #1 position on my mysterious ranking list.
Shinwu Immortal Sect. Although it is called the Immortal Sect, but it is actually an evil sect.
Unexpectedly, this old weirdo Yang is Yang Machung. Originally, I thought that old weirdo Yang was just a small role, and it was not our Shinwu Immortal Sect's turn to take action. However, since he is Yang Machung, it is different. We cannot tolerate a righteous patriarch stirring up trouble in our evil way.
Among the Immortal Sect, an old man with a broken arm looked grim.
Law Enforcement Hall, you go! Bring back Yang Muching's head to serve as a warning to others, so that the righteous people know that we evil people are not to be trifled with.
This moment, almost all the evil sects, after learning that Yang Machung was behind him, sent their strong men to hunt down Yang Machung. Certainly, some small sects also wanted to get involved, but they didn't have the guts. After all, Yang Muching's strength lies there. Even if you are a powerful person in the Shinto, you may not be Yang Muching's opponent. With your spiritual cultivation, even if you go, you will only die. Just because of his status as the strongest person on the Xianbang list. He has already wiped out many warriors from the evil ways. Although there are many evil ways among casual cultivators, the real masters come from first and second tier sects. So, these beings who came to hunt Yang Machung were either the law enforcement hall, elders, and figures of the first tier sects, or the sect leaders of the second tier sects. Each sect sent 1 or 2 people, and finally they gathered in Yang Machung. The number of these people reached a very terrifying level. Not to mention, there are some casual warriors who also want a piece of the pie. In order to hunt down Yang Machung, almost the entire evil has been mobilized. Erosion Wind Domain.
Ancestor!
Ming Chi looked at the old man in front of him with surprise and shouted loudly. This old man, covered in a cloak, looked slightly taller than a normal person, and his skin exposed to the air was still covered in scales. A trace of escaping power made Hu Yunyang and others tremble. Turn out to be, after Yang Machung attracted the war demons that day. In this area, the group of elders and others started fighting with the remaining 2 war demons here. But the 2 war demons relied on their cultivation and strength, and the group of elders themselves had no intention of joining the fight. They wanted to break through the blockade and find Yang Machung, but they were naturally defeated by the 2 war demons. 7 or 8 days. At this time, the 2 war demons also received the news from the war demons. When they learned that Yang Machung had actually escaped from the hands of the war demons and ascended to heaven, they were so angry that they immediately attacked and prepared to kill this group of people. Right at the last minute, the ancestor of the Mingchi clan actually came in person.
Is this a being with true dragon blood?
The mysterious old man clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the golden-haired mouse. It could feel the surging true dragon bloodline surging within the golden-haired rat's body.
Mingchi, you have made great achievements. I will take you back to the clan right now. Ancestor, there is one more thing,
Mingchi said quickly.
I want you to save someone.
Then, Mingchi suppressed himself in the secret realm of the Immortal Palace, and then met Yang Machung and was rescued. Until now, in this area of Eclipse Wind, Yang Machung took the initiative to lure away the most powerful war demon Luo. Although they have been saved now, Yang Machung is still facing the evil pursuit. The ancestor pondered for a moment, and then slowly said,
He is the eldest brother of the sky-devouring dragon rat, and your savior. I will naturally come to the rescue. However, this will take some time. After all, the spiritual energy on this star is Paiza. My strength has been affected. Finding a master of Shenyan is like finding a needle in a haystack. But don't worry. Since I have spoken, I will definitely save him.
Chapter 1105 Upgrading the Talisman. Just when the entire evil world was shaken by this, Yang Machung also got a rare moment of respite after escaping from Jean Mo Luo. But this respite does not mean escaping to heaven. In the past few days, he could feel that the number of warriors coming to investigate from all directions was increasing. It was obvious that Jean Mo Luo had used some method to notify the entire evil path, so it attracted so many strong men. But what really surprised Yang Machung was not the endless number of warriors, but the completion of his mission. Open the taskbar. Yang Machung could hardly believe that his ranking on the Xianbang had been directly promoted to the first place.
I haven't done anything in the past few days. I'm just being chased by Jean Mo Luo. How come my ranking has been inexplicably improved? Could it be that I have killed some powerful person from the Xian Bang in the past few days? Yang Mucheng himself didn't know. With the cultivation of a spiritual mind master, he ran wildly for 7 days and 7 nights in the mad pursuit of Mo Luo, and finally escaped and ascended to heaven. This kind of strength has been recognized enough. So it was ranked first on the mysterious ranking. Certainly, the biggest benefit after ranking first on the mysterious list is that you will be rewarded with a lottery opportunity. Lottery! Yang Mucheng started the lottery without any hesitation. He is now facing the pursuit of the entire evil world and urgently needs something to change his current situation. Ding! Congratulations on getting the miscellaneous item upgrade talisman. Upgrade the talisman? Yang Mucheng felt happy and quickly looked at what he had pulled out. The current strength and cultivation level is what gives Yang Mucheng the most headache, because he was being chased all the way. He simply could not calm down and absorb the innate sacred tree. So his cultivation was still at the level of a Shinto master. However, due to killing many warriors who were chasing him, he was barely promoted to about half a step of the divine way. But obviously, it is still too difficult to resist the entire evil way with half a step of spiritual cultivation. I wonder if this talisman can help my cultivation reach the true Shinto realm. Huh? When Yang Mucheng looked at this upgraded talisman, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because this talisman is not an item that can improve his cultivation as he imagined, but can only improve the level of some fixed items. Upgrade talisman, after use. You can specify the host's skills, martial arts, weapons, and magic weapons to upgrade by 1 level. He was stunned for a long time. Only then did Yang Mucheng come back to his senses. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood the importance of this talisman. It can be said that if the upgraded talisman is used in the right place, it will increase one's strength to a great level. But if used incorrectly, it is a complete waste. To give the simplest example, the martial arts Yang Mucheng has learned now range from the lowest spiritual level to the heavenly level. If this upgrade talisman is used on spiritual level martial arts, even if this martial skill is upgraded to Xian level, it will be wasted. If it is used in heaven level martial arts, the effect will naturally be greatly different. This upgraded talisman can be used on weapons and magic weapons. The highest level existence in me right now is naturally the Shurlong Mountain Range. Wanting to understand the function of this upgraded talisman, Yang Mucheng immediately thought of the Shurlong Mountains between his eyebrows. This magic weapon was something that even the strong Tai could not conquer, and he could only barely communicate with it by relying on 2 dragon tail bracelets. If the Shurlong Mountain Range could be raised to another level, even Yang Mucheng couldn't imagine how powerful the Shurlong Mountain Range would be. However, just when Yang Mucheng was about to use the upgraded talisman on Shurlong Mountain, something unexpected happened. Ding! Warning, the level of this item has reached the upper limit and cannot be improved with system items. This sudden system prompt caught Yang Mucheng off guard for a moment, and he couldn't believe his ears. The Stone Dragon Mountain Range between my eyebrows has actually reached the upper limit of the level. What does that mean? The most powerful being in this world? No wonder it's like this. Yang Mucheng nodded, understanding in his heart. Even the powerful Tai couldn't conquer it. You can imagine how terrifying it is. But is it really a dragon? How did it come to Kyushu? Suppress the reverie in my heart. He knows that the world he lives in is really too big. And now he is only limited to Kyushu and the Xiaozhan Star. Even the Tai strongman at the time was not able to learn the details of this Shurlong Mountain Range. After I leave this star, maybe I can find the secret. Since Shurlong Mountain Range cannot use upgrade talismans to improve its level, then the only way is to use other ones. Void Transit is a low-grade heaven-level product, while Demon God Sacrifice is a mid-level heaven-level product. I chose the Demon God Festival. Say use silently in your mind. Ding! Using the upgraded talisman successfully, the level of the Demonic God Sacrifice has been improved. The current level is high-grade heaven level. As the prompt sounds, Yang Mucheng just saw that the talisman in his hand disappeared quietly. And at this moment, there seemed to be something more in his mind. And at the same time, some information was quietly changed. Trying hard to feel the changed content, Yang Mucheng discovered that this content came entirely from the Demon God Sacrifice. Because of the improvement in level, the imperfections in this technique have been improved again. At the same time, some weak areas have also been improved here. For Yang Mucheng, the most intuitive aspect is that due to the improvement in level, the side effects of using the Demon God Sacrifice are no longer as strong as before.
After a short rest, Yang Muchung set off again. His goal now is clear. That is to cross the blockade and return to the 36th sect.
What a pity. There's not a lot of time. There's no safe place. If you have enough time and can absorb the power in the innate sacred tree and reach the late stage of Shinto, or even the peak of Shinto, you won't need to take such trouble to deal with these pursuers.
He shook his head helplessly. After all, the warriors from all evil ways came to pursue them. Even Yang Muchung did not dare to neglect them. Nor did he dare to completely immerse himself in using the ancient heaven-swallowing technique to collect spiritual energy directly from the innate sacred trees. The spiritual energy content in the innate sacred tree is so huge that even using the ancient heaven-swallowing technique would take a full month. It is impossible for Jean Mo Luo to just watch and let Yang Muchung improve like this. Chapter 1106 Coiling Dragon Formation? On the border of Zhongzhou territory, there is a wine shop in a small town. There was a young man sitting in the corner of the wine shop, slowly drinking wine. The huge wine shop was almost full of warriors. But at this moment it was silent, and almost no one made a sound. Everyone's eyes were looking at this young man. He is Yang Muchung. After entering the Zhongzhou territory, it was no longer as sparsely populated as before, but instead there were many cities. The warriors coming from all around knew that this was the main road in Zhongzhou, and completely blocked all roads. If you want to get to Zhongzhou, you have to pass through these cities. These evil warriors all thought that Yang Muchung might disguise himself and sneak past. So, many sects have already made arrangements to strictly investigate men under the age of 20. But no one expected that Yang Muchung would appear openly. And it also appears among the liveliest and most prosperous wine shops. For a moment, the warriors who were having fun in the wine shop all looked at the young man, who was drinking by himself with wide eyes. There were also some warriors, who had just entered the wine shop, who were frightened when they saw Yang Muchung for the first time, thinking that they had made a mistake. After confirming Yang Muchung's identity, he walked towards Yang Muchung with a grin on his face. However, this warrior is often pulled by others, and points to the ground cautiously. Until then, only those warriors would see that there was a sword marked 10 steps away from Yang Muchung. Turn out to be. Yang Muchung did enter this wine shop in disguise. But he didn't expect to be discovered. He simply cut out this sword mark and said boldly,
"Those who cross the boundary will die."
That's why this scene happened now.
Is this really Mr. Yang?
Someone asked in fear.
Other than him, who else can have such momentum?
An evil warrior looked at Yang Muchung and felt horrified.
If I were hunted by the whole evil world, I might not be able to eat or drink. I didn't expect that he would still be in the mood to come here to drink.
Everyone around laughed bitterly when they heard this. That's because Yang Muchung didn't take evil warriors like them at all. Certainly, although these evil warriors present were not angry, there was nothing they could do about it, because those first-line sects were too far away from the Zhongzhou territory, including the Jean Mo Luo, who had been chasing Yang Muchung. It would take a day to get here. Naturally, no one dares to touch the bad luck of the most powerful man on the mysterious list. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in front of the door. But I saw several warriors walking into the wine shop aggressively. After the leading evil warrior came in, his eyes looked around eagerly. When his eyes fell on Yang Muchung, they suddenly lit up, and several of his companions beside him kept shouting. As expected, Old Demon Yang is here.
Old Emo Yang, I heard people outside talking about your appearance in the town. I couldn't believe it at first, but you really had the guts to come.
The leading warrior sneered coldly.
This town is not a dragon's den. Why can't I come?
Yang Muchung said with an indifferent expression.
Go away. Don't disturb my interest in drinking, or I will kill you.
The leading warrior was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. He shook his head and looked at Yang Muchung as if he was looking at an idiot.
Yang Lamo, you really can't shed tears until you see the coffin. This town is called Panlong Formation. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil your body for me here. I know you want to escape back to the 36th sect of the righteous path. So I have set up the Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger formation here early to wait for you. I'm afraid you don't know your situation yet. As long as I give the order, the formation will be activated directly. No matter how great your cultivation is, you will still die here.
Speaking of which, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the leading warrior, and he said,
My place is the dragon's den and the tiger's den. And this is your burial place.
Oh! Yang Muchung turned his head slightly, and glanced at the warrior with a hint of surprise. He was indeed going all the way east, preparing to return to the 36th sect. But after arriving in this area, I discovered that this town had been set up with a certain formation. This formation could only be entered but not exited. Moreover, this town is also extremely closed, with few outsiders. The first time an outsider like him stepped into the town, he was discovered by others. Therefore, Yang Muchung simply stayed here and wanted to see who had arranged this formation. Now, after hearing what this warrior said, he was naturally a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the mastermind behind the arrangement of the great formation actually came to him.
It turns out you were the one setting up the formation.
Yang Muchung sneered.
I was thinking before that I should kill all the warriors in the entire town. Now that you are here, I don't have to do that. I just need to kill you and break the formation.
Boom. These words made the leading warrior look stern, and his whole expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. His pupils shrank, and he sneered.
Old Demon Yang, you are the first person who dares to speak against me, Qin Yuan, in the Coiling Dragon formation. However, you are definitely the last one. In this case, I will let you know how powerful I am.
The man named Qin Yuan looked at the muscular man next to him, who was half naked, and then glanced at the sword marks Yang Muchung had drawn on the ground. He couldn't help but sneer.
Zheng Long, take this Yan catch the old devil for me, and I will let him know that the entire Panlong formation is my territory. Yes,
the muscular man responded angrily. Although it is a town, but this town is also full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In the righteous path, most powerful warriors gather in sections. This is because only famous and authentic sects have the most complete inheritance of martial arts. But this is not the case for the evil way, because the kung fu of the evil way is uncertain, and most of the kung fu of the evil way are extreme and quick. Even a casual cultivator without a sect may be a poisonous wolf that cannot be underestimated. But this is true for others, but not necessarily so for Yang Muchung.
Those who cross the line die.
The man named Zheng Long sneered and strode over. He has a burly figure, and every step he takes is as if he is being pressed down by a mountain. But when he lands on the ground, he is light and effortless. Such a strange posture made the warriors around him feel dizzy and feel cold all over. However, Zheng Long glanced at the sword marks in front of him, snorted disdainfully, and still strode forward.
Old Demon Yang, I want to see how you kill me.
When he spoke, he had already stepped over the sword marks and walked towards Yang Muchung. But Yang Muchung sat on the spot and chopped lightly with his right hand.
Chong!
A sharp sword sound resounded loudly. Chapter 1107, former number 1 on the mysterious list? The sound of swords resounded. At this moment, the bright sword light exploded, illuminating the dim wine shop. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously. After a moment, everyone's eyes slowly opened. However, when a bunch of doubtful eyes looked forward, they were filled with endless horror. But see, Zheng Long still maintained his posture of striding forward, but his eyes were bulging, as if he had seen something incredible. At the same time, his trembling hands grabbed his throat tightly. Under those big hands, blood spurted out from the sword marks uncontrollably. In the end, he still couldn't hold on, and his body fell to the ground with a crash. And there was no more sound. Quiet. There was a dead silence at the entrance of the entire tavern. Everyone's eyes fell on Zheng Long, who fell to the ground. Although Zheng Long didn't come from a major evil sect, but he was also a warrior with a dignified spiritual practice. And he died like this? And he was still killed by such a quick sword, without even the ability to resist? Hiss. 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 For a while, the sound of gasping for air in the wine shop filled everyone's ears crazily. Kick. 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 After coming back to their senses, everyone subconsciously took a step back, staying away from the inconspicuous sword mark on the ground. Yang Muchung had made a sword mark before, but the warning that everyone was not allowed to cross was still in his ears. No one doubted that Yang Muchung had this ability, but after everyone saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but be shocked.
Qin Yuan, don't worry. When I finish drinking this glass of wine, I will break your Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger formation. Since you dare to set up a formation in Coiling Dragon Town to stop me, you must know the consequences of daring to stop me.
Just when everyone was shocked, Yang Muchung's plain voice slowly sounded. This calm and confident voice made everyone present feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It seems that as long as this young man is willing, he can break the formation and kill the people who set it up. Even if other people like them dared to interfere in this matter, they would probably be implicated on the spot.
As expected of old Demon Yang, Killing a powerful Shinto man is like chopping melons and vegetables. Although I have known for a long time that his strength is terrifying, I never expected that his strength would be so powerful. Only half a step in the divine way is enough to kill a strong spiritual master. Yes, before I could see clearly how he drew his sword. Zheng Long's throat was sealed with his sword. The speed was too fast and terrifying. Everyone present looked at Zheng Long, who had lost all his breath, and then at Yang Macheng, who was standing there, seemingly never moving. Their words and conversations were filled with endless fear. After all, how can it be so easy to deal with an existence that can stir up the entire evil turmoil and even escape from the hands of the war demon Luo with his own power? Amidst the bursts of discussion, Qin Yuan's expression was extremely cold. Zheng Long is his subordinate, and even he has no confidence that he can kill Zheng Long with one sword. But the other party can. Doesn't this mean that Yang Macheng is more powerful than himself? It seems that we can only activate the large formation to deal with him. Qin Yuan's heart moved secretly. However, at this moment, a burst of laughter came from outside the wine shop. Oldemo Yang, I finally found you. Someone is coming again. Hearing the laughter, everyone was shocked and looked outside. However, they saw that the person who came was a long-haired young man, wearing a golden robe, standing there quietly, giving people a domineering look. It's you? Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Why is he here? As soon as this young man appeared, everyone was whispering. Some people looked at the young man blankly, not knowing who he was. But the young man's eyes were fixed on Yang Macheng, as if nothing was in his eyes. Old Demon Yang, what qualifications do you have to replace me and win the first place on the mysterious list? I came to you today just to regain my first place on the mysterious list. Boom. Only then did everyone realize that this young man was Cheng Huajian, the former number 1 on the Xianbang. But because Yang Macheng escaped from Zhan Mo Luo, Yang Muqing's position on the mysterious list was directly promoted to the first place. And this also made the strong men on the mysterious list very dissatisfied. However, many powerful people in Xianbang secretly evaluated whether they would be able to run wildly for 7 days and 7 nights in the hands of Zhan Maoyuo, and then chose to cease their activities. But no one expected that he, the former number 1 on the mysterious ranking list, would not only be unconvinced, but would actually take the initiative to kill him in order to regain his position on the mysterious ranking list. Oh! Who are you? Yang Macheng slowly raised his head, raised his eyebrows at the sudden appearance of the young man, and asked lightly. Boom! Cheng Huajian's complexion suddenly turned livid. His place was snatched away by the other party. And the other party didn't even know his name. What does this mean? It means that Yang Macheng has never had him in his heart. This is definitely a shame enough for him. You are too arrogant. Yes, although he is currently ranked first on the mysterious ranking. In fact, he has never fought against Cheng Huajian. It's only been a long time since you've been ranked number 1 on the mysterious ranking. Doesn't it mean that you no longer take Cheng Huajian seriously? Yang Muqing's words immediately made everyone around him unable to help but start talking. Certainly, these people all wrongly blamed Yang Macheng. In fact, since the moment he decided to come to the evil path to find the innate sacred tree, he had given up the fight for the Xianbang. This meant that he could not find a strong person from Xianbang to fight at any time. So he never paid attention to the situation in Xianbang. But who knew that under the pursuit of Zhan Mo Luo, he was a blessing in disguise, and won the first place on the Xian ranking. Not to mention Cheng Huajian. Yang Macheng had no idea who the other members of Xianbang were. And it is this kind of person who has reached the top of the mysterious ranking without fighting. Even if Yang Macheng has enough strength, some people will question him, saying that he is not so justified. Old Demon Yang. Cheng Huajian clenched his fists, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. A terrifying invisible sword energy crazily swept from his body in all directions with a horrifying attitude. Boom! 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 Terrible tearing sounds resounded loudly, with Cheng Huajian's body as the center. In this area, whether it was tables, chairs, benches, or beam decorations, they were directly chopped into pieces by the sword energy. Feeling this terrifying sword energy, the warriors around them all retreated back with horrified expressions. But Yang Macheng was still sitting there, no matter how terrifying this invisible sword energy was. Before he could get close to Yang Macheng, it melted away like the spring snow and the scorching sun. And he couldn't even get close to him. Chapter 11081 Finger. Although Yang Macheng just sat there quietly, his whole person gave people a natural feeling.
Those invisible sword energies that could split gold, cut jade, and cut everything apart quietly disappeared before they even got close to him. Especially Yang Muqing's leisurely and contented attitude, as if nothing had happened, made Cheng Huajian furious. Snort! With a cold snort, Cheng Huajian took a step forward. In an instant, the invisible sword energy spread out in all directions without any pattern, turned into a torrent at this moment, and rushed towards Yang Muqing. This terrifying invisible sword energy distorted the void, and even caused a white wave of air in the wine shop. Like the sea dragon king breaking through the waves of the water, this terrifying sword energy caused a wave of tens of meters to rise in the void, slamming towards Yang Muqing.
With your abilities alone, do you qualify to be number 1 on the mysterious ranking?
Yang Muqing slowly raised his head, the disdain in his eyes growing stronger.
You should thank me. If you had met me earlier, you might have been killed by me.
Shake his head slowly. Yang Muqing looked at the condensed invisible sword energy and flicked his right hand.
Call out!
A fingerprint struck away. Just hearing a bang, the air wave exploded directly. After the air wave dissipated, everyone discovered that Yang Muqing's fingerprint hit the invisible sword energy. This air wave was originally set off by the invisible sword energy. But now that the invisible sword energy has been restrained, it will naturally disappear completely.
What?
Hearing Yang Muqing's words, Cheng Huajian's expression became so gloomy that he could shed tears.
It seems this battle is inevitable.
Seeing Cheng Huajian's expression, everyone present understood that there would be an inevitable battle next.
Grown-ups?
Certainly. Some people seemed a little dissatisfied with Cheng Huajian, who suddenly appeared and interfered. These people are naturally the group of Qin Yuan who set up the Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger formation. Now, these people all looked towards Qin Yuan.
Let them fight.
Qin Yuan squinted his eyes and looked at Cheng Huajian, who had a gloomy look on his face.
When 2 tigers fight, one of them will be injured. You and I will sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, and wait until the result comes out. Then we can take advantage.
Under the gaze of a bunch of eyes, Cheng Huajian, whose face was extremely gloomy, slowly put his hand on the 8-sided Han sword at his waist.
Old Mo Yang, you are too arrogant. Do you think that because you are the uncle of the 36th master, you can ignore everyone? Don't forget, this is an evil way. There are countless people who want to kill you and can kill you, and you will eventually die in my hands.
Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Huajian took a step forward, and the 8-sided Han sword in his hand quickly swung out a brilliant sword light. Then, the sword light, which was comparable to the falling golden crow, drew a dazzling arc in the void and struck towards the location of Yang Muqing.
So fast!
At this moment, everyone in the wine shop exclaimed. This sword was even comparable to the sword Yang Muqing used to kill Zheng Long.
As expected of being number 1 on the mysterious list. Yes, Cheng Huajian might be able to kill old Demon Yang this time and regain the number 1 spot on the mysterious ranking.
A bunch of eyes are looking forward.
How should old Demon Yang resist this move?
Qin Yuan also closed his eyes when he saw this sword. He speculated that if it were him, he would have to retreat quickly to avoid its sharp edge. But in this case, they would have to face Cheng Huajian's next mercury-dropping offensive. Cheng Huajian was on the Xian Bang. He killed people step by step with his sword. His strongest skill was his sword moves. Once you fall under his sword, no matter who it is, you will be completely strangled. However, Yang Muqing, who was sitting there, shattered the sword light with just one finger.
Snort!
Cheng Huajian snorted coldly.
Come again!
He was so angry that he even drew his sword to kill Yang Muqing. But the other party was sitting there drinking leisurely, as if he didn't take himself seriously. This was the biggest shame for Cheng Huajian. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to completely kill the young man in front of him.
Shang! 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 Shang!
With a movement of his wrist, the 8-sided Han sword swayed with a dazzling sword aura. There are hundreds of these sword energies, each of which is extremely condensed and powerful. If thousands of swords are fired at the same time, it is enough to completely crush a powerful Shinto man into pieces. But it was such a flawless attack that Yang Muqing sat there, still not even leaving his position, and blocked it with one hand.
Oops!
Seeing this scene, everyone present felt their hearts sinking. Although, they all supported Qin Yuan in their hearts. But the scene before them made everyone know that the strength gap between the two sides was too big. At this time, everyone's support for Cheng Huajian gradually became quieter.
It seems that Yang Mucheng truly deserves the top spot on the mysterious ranking list. After this battle, no one will doubt his strength anymore.
Many people thought secretly in their hearts.
I gave you so many opportunities and let you use so many swords. But you couldn't even hurt me. In that case, how about you take my move?
Yang Mucheng looked at Cheng Huajian and flexed his right hand. This could not be more simple. But it is like the Buddha holding a flower. And the fingertips become the center of the world. Countless Haofeng's spiritual energy turned into thousands of strands at this moment, pouring towards Yang Mucheng's fingertips. His white jade-like fingertips formed a high-speed rotating airflow. This scene is a long story. But it only took Yang Mucheng a snap of his fingers. Then, he flicked his fingertips.
Call out!
A sharp whistling sound resounded rapidly. The high-speed rotating airflow brought with it the sound of passing wind. And then I saw this fingerprint blasting out, crackling the air out of thin air, and erupting into a sharp explosion, tearing apart all obstacles. Cheng Huajian felt an extreme crisis even before Yang Mucheng spoke. For him, the strongest defense was offense. So without any hesitation, he fired a sword and pointed it directly at Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. He planned to kill Yang Mucheng before the opponent did. But when the sword was blasted out, the terrifying cyclone rotating at high speed arrived in an instant, and hit his sword with a ding sound. At this moment, Cheng Huajian's expression turned extremely ugly. Chapter 1109 Do you want to die? Cheng Huajian knew that Yang Mucheng was very strong. After all, even he was not sure that he would be able to escape from the hands of Mara for 7 days and 7 nights. Or even survive. But he didn't know that Yang Mucheng was so powerful. Although his sword was blasted with all his strength, Yang Mucheng's finger was too fast and too powerful. Hearing a dang sound, it hit his 8-sided Han sword hard. Both are half-steps of the Shinto. With Yang Mucheng's current strength, he can easily kill even those in the middle stage of the Shinto. How come he can't do anything to this former number 1 on the mysterious ranking?
Clang!
A crisp crashing sound suddenly resounded. Then, there was sight. Under this terrifying fingerprint, the 8-sided Han sword in Cheng Huajian's hand was bent to the extreme. After enduring to the extreme, there was a ding sound, and it was smashed on the spot and turned into countless fragments. The hurricane brought by the fingerprints stagnated for a moment, then blasted towards Cheng Huajian with a more terrifying attitude than before. Tongue! Cheng Huajian turned his body. At this extreme moment, he twisted his body strangely and avoided the finger light with his extreme posture. Boom! The finger light flew out against his body, blasting a hole in the wall of the wine shop, into the void amidst the flying dust. There was silence. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that the power of Yang Mucheng's casual finger could be so huge. What would happen if he really took action?
So strong!
Cheng Huajian's heart sank to the bottom in an instant.
With such little ability, you dare to act wild in front of me?
Yang Mucheng drank the wine in the cup and looked at Cheng Huajian, who dodged his finger with indifferent eyes.
I won't cause trouble for you. You should be asking for happiness, but you are proud enough to be able to dodge my attack.
As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, he slowly stood up. With just such a simple movement, Yang Mucheng's demeanor changed instantly. His whole person was like a magic weapon unsheathed, with an edge that made people afraid to look directly at him.
Kick! Kick! Kick!
And this moment, under the sharp edge, Cheng Huajian took a few steps back with a complex look on his face.
Time!
His eyes moved slightly. Cheng Huajian tiptoed, and he rushed towards the outside of the wine shop.
Yang Lamo, if things don't change, let's just wait and see. Just because I'm not as good as you today doesn't mean that I won't be as good as you in my whole life. I've been defeated by you today,
but I will definitely regain my place in your hands in the future.
As it flew by, Cheng Huajian's voice echoed throughout the wine shop. Ever since he discovered that he couldn't even resist Yang Mucheng's moves, he knew the gap between the two sides. Even if you continue to stay here, you are just looking for death.
Tomorrow?
After hearing Cheng Huajian's words, Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, with a look of disdain in his eyes.
Do you think you can survive today? Today, you have to die here.
Looking at Cheng Huajian, who was running away quickly, Yang Mucheng pointed with his right hand, and suddenly a strong wind swept through the wine shop. And at the same time, a strange force quickly passed through the venue. The fragments of the 8-sided Han sword were mobilized by this strange force at this moment, and they flew up quickly and fiercely. Under the infusion of this force, each fragment erupted with a sharp sword sound. Then, Yang Mucheng pointed with his right hand. Call! The next moment, countless fragments exploded out, turning into a bright rain curtain. Everyone felt a flash of light before their eyes, and the rain curtain composed of broken sword fragments had already enveloped Cheng Huajian's body. No! At the last moment, Cheng Huajian let out a scream and raised his hands to protect himself. At the same time, he used all his inner strength to resist Yang Muqing's blow. However, the shield formed by his huge inner strength was as fragile as white paper under the attack of the broken sword fragments, and was easily pierced on the spot. Then, the fragment of the broken sword flew out with unabated force, and penetrated Cheng Huajian's body on the spot. This powerful man, who was once the number 1 on the Xuanzang list, only resisted one move from Yang Muqing. Yang Muqing's second move killed him. To kill Cheng Huajian so easily, doesn't that mean that old demon Yang now deserves the top spot on the Xian ranking? When everyone saw the body that was torn apart by the fragments of the broken sword in midair, this was the first thought that came to their minds. Some warriors whose strength did not reach the level of divine consciousness trembled in fear and hurriedly retreated. They are neither famous beings on the mysterious list, nor do they have the cultivation of Shinto. Even Cheng Huajian was killed. Doesn't this mean that even if the warriors under the Shinto go up, they won't be enough to fill the gap between the opponent's teeth? All the evil warriors looked horrified. Of course, the most shocking thing is Qin Yuan. He originally waited for the two sides to fight, so that he could sit on the mountain and watch the fight, and take advantage of it. But who would have thought that Cheng Huajian was easily killed, and Yang Muqing's true strength was not even revealed? Yang Muqing looked around calmly. Who else wants to give it a try? No one around the warriors spoke. No matter how dissatisfied they were, no one dared to challenge the strongest man on the list. Moreover, the opponent is only half-step to the divine way. If the opponent breaks through the shackles, he may be promoted to the earth ranking immediately. Since there is no one, forget it. Yang Muqing shook his head and looked at Qin Yuan Dao. Unlock the formation. Don't force me to go on a killing spree. If you piss me off, I'll make your town a river of blood. Don't think that your coiling dragon and crouching tiger formation can challenge me. If I want killing you will only take a lot of effort. This formation can't stop me. Qin Yuan's eyes filled with anger when he heard these confident words. You can tell how arrogant and confident he is if he dares to set up a formation in the town to wait for Yang Muqing. But now Yang Muqing said that if he wanted to break this formation, it would only take a lot of effort at most. These words did not take him seriously at all. However, Qin Yuan didn't know that Yang Muqing dared to appear in this town openly. So naturally he didn't take the people here seriously. In Yang Muqing's view, these people are nothing more than ants. Although he killed Cheng Huajian, he only took away the opponent's soul. But he didn't take away the opponent's qi and blood at all. He couldn't care less about such a small amount of qi and blood now. The reason why Yang Muqing appeared here was just to find out about the evil ways. Oldemo Yang, you are too arrogant. Qin Yuan clenched his fists. His eyes filled with anger. Do you want to die? Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Yuan with awe in his eyes. Chapter 11:10, Array Confrontation. For Yang Muqing, he can let you untie this formation and leave you a way to survive, which is already considered a mercy. But you are so ungrateful. In his opinion, this is seeking death. Boom! The words just fell. Yang Muqing waved his hand, and an invisible energy suddenly surged out. This wave of sleeves seemed to be an understatement. But in the eyes of everyone, it was like a strong wind passing by. Even if this energy is not directed at everyone, but at Qin Yuan, everyone present feels as if they have become a piece of grass in a hurricane. As if they are about to be uprooted. Boom! 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 Wherever this piece of energy passed, the stone slabs exploded inch by inch, turning into dust and powder. It's over! Qin Yuan is dead! Seeing this scene, everyone felt like they were about to lose their minds. Yang Muqing's strength is really terrifying. Some people even secretly thought that Qin Yuan was ungrateful. Yang Laoma was already ready to let you go. But you provoked him. Isn't this looking for death? But when everyone looked at him, they found that Qin Yuan had a resolute attitude, without any fear, but his eyes were full of hysterical and crazy light. Just when the hurricane-like energy was about to swallow Qin Yuan took a step forward and let out a roar. Oldemo Yang, you look down on others. Today I will let you take a good look at the killing array I have set up for you. Boom! A burst of divine light erupted from his eyes, and the sound of roaring dragons and tigers faintly resounded in the void. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying force of heaven
and earth seemed to come from the sky. This force came so fast and came so mightily. Boom! Under the crushing force of this force, the energy that Yang Muchung brought with his sleeves was directly exploded. At the same time, this terrifying force seemed to be like a giant claw smashing down from the 9 heavens, crushing down with an attitude of destroying everything and being unstoppable. Feeling this shocking power, the evil warriors around them all shot back with frightened expressions. When they retreated to a safe area, they quickly looked towards the wine shop. Boom! This majestic force smashed down like crazy, and the entire wine shop was razed to the ground in an instant. There was a cloud of dust hundreds of feet high rising from the ground. Feeling the terrifying tremors, like the earth shaking and the mountain shaking, every evil warrior's face was filled with horror and disbelief.
This is the power of the formation. Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger formation. This is with the help of the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles of Panlong Town is concentrated here under the call of this formation. With this sudden blow, I am afraid that old demon Yang will be killed directly.
Waves of exclamations continued to reverberate. Feeling the power, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. They didn't expect that Qin Yuan would actually set up such a large formation in order to kill Yang Muchung. Notice, the formation is a medium. It is very rare for an ordinary warrior to be able to mobilize the spiritual energy within 100 miles for his own use during battle. But the formation has no such limitation. It can increase the range of the warrior's control of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by 10 times or 100 times. With the blessing of the formation, the power of the warrior's attacks also increases 100-fold. Apparently, under the influence of the Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger formation, Qin Yuan's attack also reached an unimaginable level.
Is old demon Yang dead?
Everyone stared forward with wide eyes.
He must be dead. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of miles converged into one blow. No matter how high his cultivation level or how strong his strength was, he would still be killed in an instant.
Someone vowed. However, at this moment, a burst of faint laughter came from the raised wine shop.
Qin Yuan, is this your formation? It's nothing more than that.
Call. At this time, a gust of wind swept in and blew away the dust, revealing the situation on the scene. However, they saw that with the wine shop as the center, the buildings and rocks within a radius of several hundred feet were not only razed to the ground, but also blasted into a deep crater. In this crater, Yang Muchung stood there with his hands behind his back, seemingly unscathed. The warriors around him all stared wide-eyed and couldn't believe it.
Kick! Kick! Kick!
Seeing this scene, Qin Yuan's face suddenly turned pale, and he took a few steps back. In order to kill Yang Muchung, he set up a large formation in a 1,000-mile radius, which could be said to have put all his family's wealth on the line. But under his mighty blow, the opponent was unharmed, which he really couldn't accept.
As for the formation, I have it too.
Yang Muchung smiled faintly and flicked his fingers. Call out. In an instant, 72 flags flew out quickly and fell down with poof, poof, and poof, surrounding Qin Yuan and others in the center.
I don't know who is more powerful compared to your formation of Coiling Dragons and Crouching Tigers with a radius of thousands of miles, and my formation of thousands of mountains. If you can withstand this formation of thousands of mountains, I will spare your life.
As he spoke, Yang Muchung waved his right hand downward. Boom! In an instant, the 72 flags seemed to be blown by the strong wind, and the flags made a roaring sound. Everyone present only felt the illusion of a dark cloud, and when they looked up with horror on their faces, their eyes almost bulged out. A mountain peak transformed from spiritual energy suddenly appeared above their heads, and the entire town was enveloped in exclamations. In a brief moment, the mountain peak suddenly crashed down. The mountain peaks fell, bringing with them a vast squally wind. The warriors present were all blown away by the strong wind and fell violently. And where the mountain peak fell, only Qin Yuan and others were left. This moment, everyone's eyes widened. This was a collision between two large formations. Which one is more powerful? The Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger formation laid out by Qin Yuan and covering 1,000 miles. Or the 1,000-layer mountain formation that Yang Muchung casually blasted out is more terrifying.
Oldemo Yang, you just set up a formation and you want to compete with me?
After a brief period of shock, Qin Yuan regained consciousness in an instant. He looked at the mountain peaks above his head, and then at the young man with his hands behind his back and a calm face, his eyes radiating infinite light. And at the same time, Qin Yuan stamped his foot fiercely, and countless beams of light burst out rapidly, surging out one after another with the entire Panlong town as the center. At this moment, the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles was drained on the spot and gathered in front of Qin Yuan.
Today I will use Jinli's spiritual energy to kill you, old demon Yang, to rectify my evil ways.
This moment, a shocking dragon roar also resounded in the void. Chapter 11:11 Knowing the Encounter. Boom! Countless rolling spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged rapidly in an awe-inspiring manner at this moment. The rich spiritual energy even transformed into a vast cloud of smoke in everyone's eyes, and it gathered in front of Qin Yuan in an instant.
Roar!
The shocking dragon roar resounded crazily. In the void, a terrifying giant dragon phantom also appeared at this moment. The majestic dragon body hovers in the void, and is formed by the rolling spiritual energy. Although it was a spiritual transformation, everyone had a terrifying appearance of a real dragon appearing and soaring in the sky. The deafening roar of the dragon seemed to echo through the mountains and rivers. Then, this huge real dragon collided hard with a mountain peak that crashed down from the air. Boom! 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 In the small town, countless evil warriors saw a shocking scene. A mountain peak crashed down from the air, as if it was being carried by a god, and fell, slamming down towards the roaring dragon. And that giant dragon, like a divine beast that controls the world, crashed towards the mountain peak desperately. The terrifying sound of the crash made everyone cover their ears. Then, under everyone's shocked eyes, these two terrifying formations collided fiercely. This crazy collision was like two forces that destroyed the world and exploded together. The surrounding space was distorted and shattered, causing everyone's sight and gaze to become distorted. It arose from the terrible collision and swept across all directions desperately. It even blasted out terrifying cracks in the surrounding earth, causing the surrounding mountain peaks and giant trees to snap into pieces. The warriors watching the battle around were violently swept away by the terrifying hurricane generated by the impact, and were directly blown away. What a powerful collision of formations! Everyone looked towards the sky above the town. They wanted to see who would win in the most direct collision of formations. Seeing this, everyone opened their mouths in surprise. The mountain peak that crashed down from top to bottom suddenly hit the dragon's body hard. The force of this smashing was so huge that when it hit the giant dragon's body, it didn't even show any signs of stopping. It directly smashed the giant dragon into pieces. Amidst a burst of terrifying explosions, even more power was left behind, falling unabated. Finally, under the shocking gazes, the mountain peak suddenly pressed down and landed on Qin Yuan. It even suppressed the earth until it collapsed completely. And only then did the shocking force from above stop.
Powerful! It's simply too powerful! Not only did he break the great formation set up by Qin Yuan, but he also suppressed Qin Yuan. Isn't it possible that Qin Yuan's body will be wiped out under such horrific suppression?
Everyone watching this scene exclaimed in disbelief. And in a small town, the evil warrior who had previously thought of taking action against Yang Mucheng saw the smashed dragon and the suppressed Qin Yuan, and his heart jumped wildly. They echoed Yang Mucheng's previous words. Earlier Yang Mucheng said, "Don't force me to go on a killing spree. If you offend me, I will make your town a river of blood." They just felt Yang Mucheng's domineering power. But now, they feel Yang Mucheng's terrifying strength. If they dare to confront Yang Mucheng, they might really be killed. Yang Mucheng's understatement of the 1,000 layers mountain formation was shocking in all directions, allowing everyone to see his strength and how terrifying he was.
Lifted.
At the moment when Qin Yuan was suppressed and killed, the large formation that blocked this space was like a torn fishing net, with pieces torn apart. Feeling all these changes, Yang Mucheng nodded secretly.
It's finally over, but before it passes, there's one more thing.
Muttering secretly, Yang Mucheng turned his eyes and aimed his right hand at the void. Suddenly, those evil warriors, who were still looking horrified, felt that they were being pulled by a terrifying force, and they flew in front of Yang Mucheng involuntarily. Seeing Yang Mucheng so close at hand, these evil warriors suddenly turned pale with fear, and all of them fell silent.
Tell me about the current situation of evil.
Yang Mucheng looked at everyone. These warriors who were attracted did not dare to hide anything. They immediately told the story one by one that the second-tier sects and the first-tier sects had launched a large-scale pursuit of Yang Mucheng.
It's not just the Mara Tianxiang Temple. Many sects have already joined in this pursuit. There is no movement below the second-tier sections. It's not that they don't want to pursue, but they don't have the strength to join in. With your strength, Some weaker second-tier sects can't even deal with it.
Everyone knows everything and tells everything. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows slightly. He had long known that after his identity was exposed, evil would not give up so easily. But he didn't expect that the entire evil sect would join in.
The location leading to the 36 domains of the righteous path has been completely blocked. So what if you are the uncle of the 36th master? The entire evil sect has started to hunt you down. Do you think you can leave alive?
The evil warriors looked at the silent Yang Muchung, and each of them hid their thoughts. In their view, Yang Muchung has become a turtle in the urn. So many evil powerful people are all attacking. Not to mention you. Even if Jin Liang comes to the evil way, he has to get out alive.
Is that so?
Just when everyone thought that Yang Muchung would panic after learning about his situation, Yang Muchung smiled lightly. Listening to this laughter, everyone's scalp was numb. Because everyone could feel the murderous intent hidden under the laughter.
In order to kill me, have all the evil spirits been mobilized? Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Even the sect leader has already taken action?
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes.
Maluo Tianxiang Temple. I said that once I escape this disaster, I will destroy your sect. I don't know if you have forgotten this sentence, but I have not forgotten it. You dare to pursue me with the entire evil sect, and block my way back to the 36 sects of the righteous path. In that case, I will start with you first.
With a faint laugh, Yang Muchung's eyes dimmed. But at the same time, the killing intent in him only increased instead of decreasing. Ignoring the warriors kneeling in front of him, Yang Muchung strode away. There were tens of thousands of evil warriors present, but no one dared to stop them. Looking at the faraway figure, an inexplicable thought emerged in everyone's mind. This time, the evil will definitely flow into a river of blood. Chapter 1112 Shintufeng? Yang Muchung has never been a person willing to be suppressed by the other party. Especially now. The entire evil sect has already launched a hunt for him. Under such circumstances, Yang Muchung himself would find it difficult to accept that he would quietly and dejectedly escape back to the 36 sects of the righteous path. Since these sects chose to attack him, they must suffer the consequences. After much selection, Yang Muchung chose to prepare to deal with the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Maluo Tianxiang Temple is actually a Buddhist sect. But what they believe in is not Tathagata, but Mara. Contrary to Yang Muchung's understanding of Buddhism, Maluo Tianxiang Temple is a sect that focuses on killing. Their sect's morality only has one word: kill. Moreover, they call themselves Mara. Mara kills people to save the world. In Yang Muchung's opinion, this is nothing more than a cult. It is precisely for this reason that Maluo Tianxiang Temple was turned into evil. But they themselves refused to admit it, and always regarded themselves as Buddhist orthodoxy. Unlike other first-line sects, Maluo Tianxiang Temple is not located in a remote cave heaven paradise. Nor does it live in seclusion in the sky like the Wandao Sword sect. This sect is located in a very prosperous area of the evil path. There are many residents around, as well as many kingdoms and sects, who pay tribute to Mara Tianxiang Temple every day. The status of the abbot is the same as that of the 36 sect leaders. Demonic Realm. After Yang Muchung left Panlong Town, he went all the way to the Maluo domain where the Maluo Tianxiang Temple is located. In the Maluo realm, you can see a Maluo temple almost every few miles, and every temple is full of incense.
Why are these evil ways so popular here?
Axiana looked at the situation around him in surprise. After being nourished by infinite souls, and with the help of Juzi Ling, Axian Nu's strength was actually enabled by Yang Muchung to reach the Shinto realm earlier. After possessing this level of cultivation, even the spiritual warriors would not be able to discover that she has a ghost body. So at this time, there was no need to hide in the Juzi order, but to follow Yang Muchung openly.
Do you think that the evil way wants to completely destroy the world? Even a tyrant will not kill everyone. However, I did not expect that in Maluo Tianxiang Temple. It has such a high popularity.
Yang Muchung looked surprised, looked around. But see, among the people, there were ordinary people with no cultivation at all, as well as some warriors in the realm of chi training and elixir formation. They counted every 3 steps and bowed every 9 steps. Axiana raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly.
It's nothing more than the tricks of some foolish people. Look at these people. They look extremely fanatical, and they are obviously completely bewitched by the Mara Tianxiang Temple. Now, it is Mara. If Tianxiang Temple asked them to die, they won't even frown. Let's go!
Yang Muchung said lightly. Here. It's just a branch of the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Even if it is destroyed, it will be of no use. The real headquarters is in the center of the Malua realm. Only by destroying the headquarters can it be considered a heavy blow to the entire evil. At this moment, a burst of noise came from the front. Feeling the movement, Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards the source of the sound. But see, a man with a scar on his face was running away in terror.
Go away! Go away!
This man had a ferocious face and was running madly through the streets. Any pedestrian who dared to block his way was killed by his sword, leaving a trail of blood wherever he passed. And behind that man were several demons.
Dong dong! Dong dong! Dong dong!
These demons, riding black panthers, shuttled rapidly like black lightning.
Inemo Luo!
Seeing this scene, Axiana frowned slightly and moved his steps slightly, preparing to take action. But before she could take action, Yang Muchung was already holding her shoulders. Facing Axianu's confused gaze, Yang Muchung shook his head and signaled her to be calm. After all, these are just Maluo, and the two of them have now used magic to change their appearance. With Maluo's cultivation level, it is impossible to discover their original faces.
Take a look and then talk,
Yang Muchung whispered. After all, these demons are not here for them. In addition, this is the headquarters of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, so there is no need to reveal your identity. Amid the chaos among the surrounding believers, Yang Muchung pulled Axianu and retreated to the street.
Roar!
A roar resounded, and one saw one of the demon Luo directly controlling the Black Panther on his crotch. With a rapid twist, he suddenly came to the front of the scarred man and blocked his way. At the same time, the Black Panther raised its sharp claws and struck down hard.
Tongue!
The scarred man tiptoed and quickly retreated. However, he saw that the Black Panther's huge claws hit the ground, and there was a loud noise. The entire earth exploded from the bombardment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the remaining Enemo Luo immediately drove the Black Panthers and rushed over quickly, surrounding the scarred man.
Who is this scarred man?
Yang Muchung asked in a low voice.
You don't even know him?
A warrior who was asked by Yang Muchung looked at Yang Muchung with contempt.
The other party is Shintafeng in the blacklist. He has a feud with Maluo Tianxiang Temple. This time, he must have destroyed many branches of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Therefore, this time, Maluo Tianxiang Temple simply sent out Mara comes to kill him. However, Shintufeng's strength is not bad. There are so many demons. I'm afraid they won't be able to deal with him. If Blood Demon Luo hadn't been killed by Old Demon Yang.
And all three War Demon Luo had gone to hunt down Old Demon Yang. How could Shintufeng be allowed to make any mistakes?
The warrior's face was full of anger. And at the end, he glanced at Yang Muchung sarcastically. Because Yang Muchung's aura is very weak. Only nascent soul. However, he didn't know that the man asking questions in front of him was the Old Demon Yang he mentioned.
It seems like dog bites dog,
Axiana whispered to Yang Muchung.
This Shintufeng doesn't look like a good guy. Let's go, and don't worry about this matter.
Wait. Yang Muchung shook his head. Shintufeng is naturally not a good person. This can be seen from the fact that he killed innocent people indiscriminately when he was on the run. Looking at Shintufeng, who was surrounded by 7 or 8 Black Panthers, Yang Muchung suddenly had an idea and said,
I have a way to deal with the Maluo Tianxiang Temple.
What is it? Axiana asked hurriedly.
Wait a minute. I have to see how strong Shintufeng is.
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked forward.
Is there any value in using it?
Chapter 11:13 Shintufeng's Strength. Certainly. According to the original plan, Yang Muchung planned to take Axiana directly into the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. But, after all, Maluo Tianxiang Temple is a first-line sect. Even the weakest one among the first-line sects must have its own trump card. If he just kills it mindlessly like this, he might not only be unable to defeat the Mara Celestial Elephant Temple, but he might be trapped in it instead. Therefore, the best way is to find a guy who has a grudge against Maluo Tianxiang Temple. This Shintufeng is the best choice. He is not only a wanted criminal on the blacklist, but also has a feud with Maluo Tianxiang Temple. By using him as a gun and hiding in the dark, you can test out the real trump card of the Mara Tianxiang Temple. But, if Shintufeng's strength is too low, he will naturally be used to make up for it. Therefore, Yang Muchung planned to take a look at Shintufeng's strength.
Shintufeng.
A Demon Luo pointed at the scarred man and shouted in a deep voice.
This time, let's see where you run away.
Roar. As the Demon Luo finished speaking, The remaining people all grabbed the reins. At this moment, the Black Panthers leaned down, their muscles all tensed up, and their bloodthirsty pupils fell on Shen Tufeng's body. Obviously, Shen Tufeng has been regarded as prey. As long as Yin Maluo gives the order, they will pounce suddenly. At the same time, the Yin demons were also holding weapons, and all their eyes were fixed on Shen Tufeng. Shen Tufeng gave a strange laugh. If you want to catch me, you guys can't do it. At least a few blood demons are needed. However, all the blood demons in Maluo Tianxiang Temple have been killed by Yang Lama. Is it light? A few of us are enough to kill you. The leading Yin Mo Luo roared angrily, and pulled the reins with his right hand. The Black Panther under him suddenly rolled up, and rushed toward Shen Tufeng like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. Shen Tufeng chuckled, grabbed his right hand, and suddenly a blood-red scimitar appeared in his palm. The scimitar was so scarlet that it looked like it was made of blood jade. The blade of the sword, which is as pure as nature, exudes the roars of ghosts and wolves. Even if you just take a look, your whole mind seems to be completely swallowed up. That's a magic weapon. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. But see, with Shen Tufeng's magic weapon in hand, his eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy. Facing Yin Mo Luo's impact, he snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. The scimitar in his hand gave off a strange and evil light. There was a loud sound of body tearing, and Shen Tufeng's knife actually split the Black Panther in half. What? Yin Maluo closed his eyes and looked at the shining blade. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis coming in quickly. Tongue! The figure that was originally rushing towards Shen Tufeng twisted in midair and avoided the sword light that struck him head-on. Want to escape? Shen Tufeng sneered, and shook his right hand fiercely. Suddenly, the sword light bloomed in midair like a flower. At this moment, with an extremely dexterous posture, it was like a flower. The open net flew towards Yin Mo Luo. The shattering sound resounded loudly. Then came seeing. The Yin Mo Luo who retreated quickly was killed on the spot. Blood splattered, and Shen Tufeng appeared with extremely ferocious eyes. Good! Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. Although this Shen Tufeng only has the cultivation level of the early stage of spiritual consciousness, his strength is a little inferior, but his sword skills are superb. But that's not enough. Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng looked forward again. Because, for him, the stronger Shen Tufeng is, the better. What? This? Too strong. Seeing that Shen Tufeng actually killed a companion with one move, the other Yin Demon Luo took a breath of air. Hee hee. Even you guys dare to chase me. If that's the case, then just leave me here. Shen Tufeng glanced around, saw everyone's faces, and suddenly laughed ferociously. Chang! He held the knife in both hands, and the blood-colored knife light drew a bright semicircle in midair, like a blood moon hanging in the sky. At this moment, the whole world was covered with a bright red color. Not good! Run away! Under this bloody light, a pressing sense of suffocation came quickly. Immediately, the Yin demons looked horrified, and they shot back one after another. Although, their reaction speed was already very fast, but compared with Shen Tufeng, it was still obviously much slower. Phew! This piece of bloody light flashed quickly and receded quickly. Even some warriors with low cultivation levels did not notice the coverage of this bloody light. When everyone stood up in panic and looked again, they were shocked to find that the 7 or 8 Yin Mo Luo who were retreating quickly seemed to be frozen in place, as if they had been cast on a body-holding technique. Hey, you guys! A bunch of losers! Do you dare to come after me? Shen Tufeng sneered, put away the blood knife with a clang, and turned around to leave in a dignified manner under the watch of several Yin demons. He just left. Those Yin demons felt as if they were being electrocuted. They trembled violently, and a crack opened in their throats. Then large amounts of blood spurted out like springs, and they fell to the ground under a series of horrified eyes. What did he just do? Has Shen Tufeng made a move? How is this going? Seeing the Yin Demon Luo who suddenly fell to the ground, all the warriors around them exclaimed. The scene just now was so fast that they had no idea what was happening, and as a result, these people died in an instant. So fast! At this time, among the crowd, a spiritual warrior said with a frightened face, under everyone's doubtful gazes, he slowly recounted what happened at that moment before. Shen Tufeng made a move, and it wasn't just one move. At that moment, he struck out 36 times in total, because the sword was too fast and too fierce. The entire sky was stained with blood by the blade. This is why there was a sudden flash of blood in the void earlier.
36 knives. The sword lights are all connected into one piece. The warriors around him were stunned and silent. They didn't expect that at the previous moment. Shin Tufeng not only made a move, but also made so many moves. In just a short moment, he killed 17 demons. This kind of strength is really terrifying.
Stop looking. Let's go!
Yang Mucheng withdrew his gaze from the beheaded In Imoluo and fell on Ashian Nu.
Shin Tufeng has left. If he runs away, my plan will not work. Come here, and I will tell you my next arrangements.
Yang Mucheng whispered a few words in a low voice. Axiana raised his eyebrows, his face full of shock, as if he couldn't believe it.
Is this okay?
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and nodded with great confidence.
Of course you can.
Chapter 1114. Do you have a grudge against Maluo Tianxiang Temple? The crowd was still roaring. People only noticed that Shin Tufeng left, but they did not notice that Yang Mucheng and Axianu also left. After Shin Tufeng left, he was seen swimming back and forth like a swimming fish. Although he had the ability to kill In Imoluo, he never dared to stay there openly. After all, this was the territory of Imoluo Tianxiang Temple, and his family had a great business. If you really offend the other party, the Maluo Tianxiang Temple will send out a few elders to crush you. But Yang Mucheng had already cast his spiritual thoughts on Shin Tufeng. He and Axiana seemed to be following slowly, but they could cover hundreds of meters in one step, even faster than Shin Tufeng.
He's speeding up!
After chasing for about 7 or 8 miles, Axiana suddenly said,
The alert one is quite quick. Go and stop him. I don't have much time to spend with the boy.
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly.
Good.
Arsenal was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face, obviously looking forward to Yang Mucheng's plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Axiana flashed and stepped forward. At this moment, she seemed to have stepped into the void and traveled through a time and space tunnel. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Shin Tufeng.
Who are you?
Shin Tufeng's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Axiana warily.
My master wants to see you.
Axiana said according to Yang Mucheng's previous arrangement.
Humph. I don't care who your master is or not. If you want me, Shin Tufeng, to meet you. Dream.
Shin Tufeng was extremely vigilant. After he escaped from killing those demons, he had a vague feeling that someone was following him. Now that he saw Axiana showing up, he was even more fearful. Before he finished speaking, the whole person was already retreating quickly towards the back.
My master wants to see you. How can he allow you to leave just as he says?
Arsenal sneered and grabbed forward with his right hand. At this moment, the sinister energy gathered rapidly in the void, mixed with waves of terrifying wolf cries and ghost howls. And countless evil ghost-like shadows appeared, rushing towards Shin Tufeng. As soon as Axiana took action, his cultivation level immediately appeared without any concealment. This burst of cultivation made Shin Tufeng's expression extremely ugly. He never expected that the great ghost king who appeared in front of him would actually reach the level of Shinto cultivation. So, what kind of strength and identity does the master mentioned by the great ghost king have? However, before Shin Tufeng could react, the terrifying evil energy had transformed into 2 huge ghost claws, which immediately grabbed his shoulders.
Not good!
Shin Tufeng felt that his whole body had been lifted up. He even experienced a period of terrifying spinning. After his mind returned to clarity, it was violently smashed down from midair.
Escape!
He is truly a desperado, being grabbed by Arsenal and taken away such a long distance. After leaving Arsenal's control, he immediately stood up and fled towards the distance. But as soon as he stood up, Arsenal slapped him with his right hand. Suddenly, the huge ghost claw was shot from the air and knocked Shin Tufeng to the ground. Shin Tufeng still wanted to struggle, when Axiana's cold voice slowly came.
If you run away, I will kill you.
There was no emotion in his voice, which made Shin Tufeng, a strong man on the blacklist who had killed countless people, tremble. He knew that if the powerful Shinto man wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had 2 more legs. Raising his head tremblingly, he found that in front of him, apart from the great ghost King Axianu who had captured him, there were already more figures in front of him.
Could this be the master that the great ghost king said?
Thinking in mind, Shin Tufeng looked at the other party. But see, the other person had his back to him, was wearing a big black robe, and had his hands behind his back. He stood there quietly. He looked like he was full of flaws. Even when he sensed the past, He didn't notice it on the other person's body. A little bit of cultivation. The other person's entire body was like a terrifying black hole, devouring everything crazily. You know, there are often only two situations when you cannot sense the other party's cultivation level. First, the other party is just an ordinary person, without any cultivation. Second, the opponent's strength is too strong and has exceeded the range of one's perception. And in Shen Tufeng's heart, the other party is obviously the second type.
Shen Tufeng, I want to see you, but you still want to run away?
Yang Mucheng turned around slowly and looked at Shen Tufeng quietly. Shen Tufeng subconsciously raised his head to look, and at this moment he met Yang Mucheng's eyes. Suddenly, he felt an unimaginable surge of pure spiritual thoughts. This spiritual thought turned into awe-inspiring pressure. Shen Tufeng felt his whole body tremble. Under the gaze of these eyes, his whole body felt an indescribable sense of fear. This kind of fear is like the natural trembling that mortals have when facing gods. Boom! With almost no hesitation, Shen Tufeng's knees trembled. He couldn't bear it anymore and knelt heavily on the ground.
Senior!
Shen Tufeng was trembling all over. The moment they looked at each other, he felt as if hundreds of years had passed. What a huge spiritual idea this is. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down his chaotic and shocked mind, Shen Tufeng said strongly and calmly,
I didn't know that Senior was here, so I missed you from afar. Please forgive me.
After he finished speaking, he respectfully knelt down in front of Yang Mucheng and bowed to the ground. Without even daring to raise his head. Surrendered so quickly? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows secretly. The previous spiritual impact was naturally mixed with the power of the Shirlong mountain range. Although his spiritual thoughts can damage Shen Tufeng, if he wants to create this kind of godlike coercion, he has to use the Shirlong mountain range. Yang Mucheng was prepared for Shen Tufeng to resist vigorously, but he didn't expect that the other party would surrender so easily. However, Yang Mucheng didn't know that although Shen Tufeng was only a spiritual powerhouse, he had experienced strange encounters. The spiritual thoughts are several times stronger than those of warriors of the same level. Not only are they huge, they are also extremely condensed. Under the crushing force of Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts, he was unable to resist. So Shen Tufeng subconsciously thought that Yang Mucheng's strength was so powerful that even he could not imagine it. However, Shen Tufeng's simple surrender naturally saved Yang Mucheng a lot of effort.
Senior, I don't know why you are looking for me.
Seeing that Yang Mucheng was silent, Shen Tufeng dared to ask. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and said,
Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?
Shen Tufeng smiled coquettishly and said,
Senior, if you wanted to kill me, you could have knocked my soul out with just one glance. I must have something to do with you coming to me.
Yang Mucheng laughed when he heard this. And under Shen Tufeng's puzzled eyes, he slowly said,
Do you have a grudge against Maluo Tianxiang Temple?
Chapter 11:15 Senior. Shen Tufeng was stunned. Although he didn't know why Yang Mucheng would ask such a question, he didn't dare to hide it, and honestly told the story about the relationship between himself and Maluo Tianxiang Temple. It turns out that this is what happened. The battle between Shen Tufeng and Maluo Tianxiang Temple was naturally about competing for spiritual treasures at first. In the Maluo realm, Shen Tufeng got a treasure, but the branch of the Maluo Tianxiang Temple found out. For Maluo Tianxiang Temple, the entire Maluo domain is their territory, and the treasures you get from here will naturally be handed over to them. How could Shen Tufeng be willing? Because of this, the two sides started fighting. Shen Tufeng was also considered powerful. With the help of that spiritual treasure, he directly destroyed several branches of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Therefore, he was taken note of by Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Therefore, he began to face the endless pursuit of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. According to normal circumstances, the people who came to hunt down Shen Tufeng this time should be 3 or 4 blood demons. It's a pity that all the blood demon Luo died in the hands of Yang Mucheng, and the 3 fighting demon Luo were not at the demon Luo Tianxiang Temple. Therefore, only 7 or 8 demon Luos were sent to hunt down Shen Tufeng. Next was the scene that Yang Mucheng had seen before.
Yang Emperor, what should we do next?
Axiana looked at Shen Tufeng, who had been kneeling on the ground motionless after finishing speaking honestly, and asked via voice transmission.
This Shen Tufeng is not a good guy. He killed innocent people indiscriminately before, even ordinary passers-by. So this kind of person can just be used.
Yang Mucheng replied calmly, looking at Shen Tufeng. Yang Mucheng smiled coldly and said,
It just so happens that I also have some grudges against Maluo Tianxiang Temple.
Shen Tufeng couldn't believe it and said,
Senior, who are you?
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked at him far and long.
Back then, I had a martial arts discussion with that old guy from Maluo Tianxiang Temple. In the end, we were defeated by the opponent with only half a move, so we were forced to leave the Maluo domain. I don't know how many years have passed. I have achieved great success recently, and I want to avenge my shame. As for my name, I secretly vowed not to destroy the Maluo Tianxiang Temple in one day. I won't reveal my true identity for a day.
Shen Tufeng was horrified. He had no idea about this history. But looking at Yang Muqing's appearance, he didn't dare to question it, so he could only make a smart guess. Jiuzhou is so big that many powerful people don't want to reveal their names. It's like the existence of the Tianbang. I only know that there is such a thing as the Tianbang, but I don't know who is on the Tianbang. This senior, who can have a great ghost king in the Shinto realm respectfully call him master, is probably also a figure on the heavenly list. Right? Thinking of this, Shen Tufeng continued.
Senior, are you going out this time? I came out of the mountain this time. Naturally, to destroy the Demono Celestial Elephant Temple. I was passing by here and happened to see you killing in Maluo, so I wanted to capture you.
Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes and looked at Shen Tufeng.
I have been in seclusion for too long, and I don't know as much about Maluo Tianxiang Temple as I once did. So I want to catch you and ask about Maluo Tianxiang Temple. I don't know if you are willing. Of course, it would be great if you could lead me to the headquarters of Maluo Tianxiang Temple.
Call out. Yang Mucheng flicked his right hand, and a silver light shot out from his hand. There was a clang sound, and a delicate knife the size of a palm was pierced in front of Shen Tufeng. Shen Tufeng looked over in confusion, his eyes almost bulging out at this glance. He couldn't see through the grade of this delicate knife.
This is the Blood God Sword, a low-grade weapon of the heavenly level. Once the deed is accomplished, I will reward you greatly,
Yang Mucheng said calmly, holding his hands behind his back.
I do.
As soon as Yang Mucheng finished speaking, Shen Tufeng said excitedly, rewarding a heavenly weapon casually. No matter how wealthy a first-line sect is, they cannot be so wasteful. But Yang Mucheng rewarded him casually, and he seemed to have a lot of background in his appearance. Originally, Shen Tufeng had some doubts about Yang Muqing's identity, but after seeing the other party's bold methods, he no longer dared to have any doubts. Quickly accepting the blood divine sword, Shen Tufeng looked respectful and wished he could support Yang Mucheng as his ancestor.
In that case, let's set off,
Yang Mucheng said. After that, Shen Tufeng led the way, and the three of them went to the headquarters of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. According to Shen Tufeng's idea, Yang Mu became avenger of the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. In order to avenge his expulsion, he should flatten all the branches of the Maluo Tianxiang Temple one by one, and then move towards the Maluo Tianxiang Temple step by step. Headquarters. As for any opponents sent by the headquarters, just kill them. Certainly, Yang Mucheng was also a little helpless. If he was really a powerful man from Tai, a man who achieved half-step to Nirvana, he could have killed him directly like Shen Tufeng said. But Yang Mucheng only had half a step in the divine way, not to mention the inability to deal with the demon and the abbot. If he kills him with such a big fanfare, I am afraid that within 2 or 3 days, his identity will be completely exposed. And then all the powerful people in the evil way will smell the smell of blood. The sharks came upon hearing the news, not to mention crushing the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Leaving alive is probably a problem.
Do I still need you to direct me when I do things?
Yang Mucheng scolded unceremoniously.
Don't dare,
Shen Tufeng replied tremblingly.
If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you.
Yang Mucheng looked at Shen Tufeng. This is the advantage of pretending to be a senior. Yang Mucheng only scolded, but Shen Tufeng didn't dare to reply at all. After asking too many questions, Shen Tufeng could only keep his doubts in his stomach. But for Shen Tufeng, it was normal for Yang Mucheng to be so arrogant and domineering. After all, an old man like him cannot have the submissive temper of a junior. So the more arrogant and domineering he is, the more in line with his identity. Certainly, Yang Mucheng also gave a reasonable explanation.
As the saying goes, every wrongdoer has his own debtor. This time, I went to Maluo Tianxiang Temple just to kill the former existence. I don't want to cause too many extraneous things. If that former existence knew that I was out of the mountain, maybe he would join other people. Several major sects are here to deal with me. Although I have achieved my magical skills, I can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists.
Hearing this, Shen Tufeng understood clearly and said smartly,
Senior's concerns are right. After all, Maluo Tianxiang Temple is a first-line sect and has many allies in the evil way. If they knew that Senior was coming, they would definitely make preparations in advance. Don't worry. I will definitely bring Senior to the headquarters of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Nothing will happen out of the blue.
Chapter 11:16 Zhang Xian in Lecture Hall. It has to be said that Yang Muqing's sudden idea when he saw the Shen Tufeng was very useful. After all, Shen Tufeng and Maluo Tianxiang Temple have been fighting for who knows how long. Their understanding of Maluo Tianxiang Temple is definitely more familiar than that of Yang Muqing, an outsider who only came from the righteous path not long ago. Shen Tufeng immediately identified any absolutely safe route along the way, avoided the ambushes set by Maluo Tianxiang Temple, and led Yang Muqing directly towards the headquarters of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Since the pursuers before and after him were cut off, Yang Muqing also safely activated the ancient heaven-swallowing technique, increasing his devouring power and continuously pulling the innate divine with spiritual energy in the dragon pattern and pouring it into his dantian. When Shen Tufeng saw Yang Muqing's race against time, he couldn't hide his shock. Yang Muqing's whole person was like a black hole, whether it's spiritual energy or spiritual thoughts. As long as you get close, you will be swallowed up by this terrifying power. Not only that, even the sight of it seemed to be swallowed up. So, along the way, Shen Tufeng was even more frightened and did not dare to disobey Yang Muqing's orders.
Senior, we're here.
When a huge city appeared in Yang Muqing's field of vision, Shen Tufeng finally showed a hint of joy in his eyes.
Oh!
Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes slightly. But see, this city is majestic and stretches for thousands of miles. The city gates are open to welcome all directions, and vehicles passing by pass by. From a distance, this huge city looks like a ferocious beast that chooses people to devour, giving people an invisible pressure.
Hey, what is that?
Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. I saw that in the center of the entire city, there was a statue of Maru that was more than 100 feet high. The statue of the Mara god has 3 heads and 1,000 arms, each holding a weapon, which is slowly unfolded in turn. No matter which angle you look at it, you will have the feeling that the green-faced and fanged statue of Maru is looking at you. Of course, what surprised Yang Muqing was not the statue of Maru, but the bloody Buddha wheel on the head of the statue.
Senior, that is the statue of the great god king of Moroa built by the Moroa Tianxiang Temple with a lot of money 3,000 years ago. This statue of the god king has withstood 3,000 years of people kneeling down day and night.
And it has already channeled spirits. The bloody Buddha wheel. It only appeared in recent years.
Shen Tufeng lowered his voice and looked at the statue of the god king, unable to hide the greed in his eyes.
I'm afraid there's a lot of power of faith condensed in it.
Axiano on the side interjected. Yang Muqing nodded. How could he not know that this statue of the great demon king had endured 3,000 years of worship and had already channeled spirits? It's a pity that the god king statue itself is inanimate and cannot awaken its intelligence as easily as beasts and trees. Otherwise, it might have already spoken by now.
After crushing the Maruo Tianxiang Temple, we must find a way to get this statue of the god king.
Yang Muqing thought to himself. Present, a group of people entered the city. Perhaps because the headquarters of Maluo Tianxiang Temple is in this city. The city is not as strict as Yang Muqing imagined, but is very lax. There were also many believers coming and going, and they all knelt and kowtowed towards the statue of Mara in the center of the city, showing great piety. As he approached the headquarters, Yang Muqing also heard waves of majestic reading sounds coming from melodiously.
I'm afraid I'm giving a lecture.
Seeing Yang Muqing's confused eyes, Shen Tufeng explained in a low voice.
In order to attract followers and spread its power and status among the evil ways, the Maruo Tianxiang Temple lectures on sutras every day. Those who listen to the lectures will be completely brainwashed and become the most devout believers of the Maruo Tianxiang Temple. Even if you let them die, they won't refuse or hesitate at all.
Pick up the pace. The group of people arrived in front of the headquarters. I saw that the entire Maluo Tianxiang Temple was a magnificent ancient temple. From the appearance alone, it was difficult to guess that it was an evil sect. Outside the gate of the ancient temple, an old monk was sitting cross-legged and preaching scriptures. The believers on the ground all around knelt in a circle. Yang Muqing glanced around. With his eyebrows raised secretly, he discovered that the believers around him were not only ordinary people, but also some incomparable warriors. They are all kneeling in a pious posture.
I heard that the great demon is the only one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yes, only the great demon is the only true God in the world.
Just as Yang Muqing was looking around, the old monk who had been preaching Buddhist scriptures suddenly raised his voice. The sound was loud and clear. but it made Yang Muchung tremble. I see. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Muchung looked at the old monk.
I have long felt that there is something wrong with this old monk's voice, and it seems to contain some bewitching meaning. If he didn't take the initiative to provoke me, I still don't know what happened. What's going on?
Axianu asked quickly.
He mixed his spiritual thoughts into his voice. Those who are not firm-minded will be completely brainwashed by his words under the impact of his spiritual thoughts. Didn't you listen just now? This old monk kept saying that the great Mara is the only god in the whole world. The first time he said it, these people naturally didn't believe it. The second and third time, these people's original belief was I started to waver. After the fourth time, I started to believe it. After 5 or 6 times, I became convinced.
As Yang Muchung spoke, he looked at the old monk who was reading the scriptures. Shen Tufeng was shocked. After hearing Yang Muchung's words, he no longer dared to listen to the old monk's sermon.
Senior, I was still wondering why these people were so stupid, and why the people of Malyua Tianxiang Temple said something. They didn't believe anything. But they didn't expect that there was such a connection. Senior, do you want me to kill that old monk?
Shen Tufeng stared at the old monk, with a hint of chill in his eyes. Yang Muchung shook his head and said,
He has already discovered us.
The old monk who lectured was Zhang Xian from the lecture hall. Unlike the law enforcement hall, the lecture hall is responsible for preaching scriptures. It is their mission to expand the territory of Malyua Tianxiang Temple and increase the number of believers. Other members of the lecture hall will even leave the Mara realm and travel,
constantly reading scriptures and teachings. Generally speaking, the lower the strength, the easier it is to be brainwashed. The higher the strength, the more difficult it is. Of course, subduing 10 or 100 ordinary people with no cultivation as believers is not as good as subduing one warrior. The 3 battles of Malyua Tianxiang Temple. Malyua was a strong man of the right path who gained great enlightenment because of Zhang Xian's lectures. He betrayed his sect and joined the Malyua Tianxiang Temple. Zhang Xian is confident that under his lectures, no matter how high your cultivation level is, you will still be shaken. Today, when he was lecturing as usual, he glanced at Yang Muchung, Shen Tufeng, and Axiana standing outside the crowd. At this moment, a bright star-like light flashed in Zhang Xian's cloudy pupils. Chapter 11:17 Mahayana's 100 Dharma Magic Techniques of Mara. Buzz. As the divine light flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes, his voice actually increased again at this moment.
I wish to live in all worlds and practice Bodhisattva practice. All sentient beings will see that everything is true. I will never turn back when I have Bodhisattva. I will not be able to change my true meaning.
As the sound resounded, suddenly, every word that came out of his mouth seemed to condense into a substantial existence at this moment, transforming into countless golden patterns, quickly floating in midair. At the same time, the loud sound turned into invisible sound waves, becoming ripples and quickly spreading in all directions. Boom! 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 As Zhang Xian's voice resounded, some warriors inside and outside the square who were still very steadfast in their minds felt a sense of great enlightenment at this moment, and they all knelt down on the ground with pious and respectful expressions on their faces.
This is Elder Zhang Xian actually used the Fahua magic technique. Is there any strong person who has come to Malyua Tianxiang Temple?
When the monks in Malyua Tianxiang Temple heard the content of Zhang Xian's sermon, their expressions changed drastically. Immediately, the curious monks rushed out of the temple. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. I saw. The huge square was already on its knees, except for the 3 people standing there like flagpoles, which looked very eye-catching. These 3 people were clearly Yang Muchung, Axianu and Shen Tufeng.
Senior, this voice.
Shen Tufeng was shocked, and his face turned extremely pale in an instant. He felt that the sound was because he was covering his ears not to listen, and it was like a drill trying to drill into his scalp. Axiana was also hit by this voice that contained infinite spiritual thoughts, and his whole person actually became transparent.
Is that Shen Tufeng?
At this time, the people from Malyua Tianxiang Temple discovered Shen Tufeng's identity.
That woman is actually a great ghost king. Moreover, she is also a great ghost king in the Shinto realm.
Someone also discovered Axiana's identity.
Elder Zhang Xian has done a great job this time. Not only did he capture Shen Tufeng, he was also able to subdue a big ghost king.
Many people secretly cheered.
Who is this again?
Many people looked towards Yang Muchung. But see, Yang Muchung stood in the middle. And whether it was Shen Tufeng or Ashian knew, he seemed to be the leader, wearing a black robe, His face is shrouded in a divine light. Even if you look over, your eyes cannot penetrate that divine light. Instead, you are involuntarily attracted by his eyes, as if you are about to fall into an eternal depth at this moment.
No matter who he is, he will definitely bow to Elder Zhang Xian's Fawa technique to confuse gods.
Everyone thought. However, just when everyone's eyes were looking towards Yang Maicheng, they saw that Yang Maicheng suddenly took a step forward at this moment. He took a deep breath. His chest swelled high, and then he opened his mouth and shouted,
"Upbraid!"
The sound was like an enlightenment, and like a bolt from the blue, it suddenly fell on the field. In an instant, Shin Tufeng and Axianu, who were still struggling to hold on, and even their knees softened, felt that the shouting turned into a thread and poured into their ears. At this moment, they straightened their backs suddenly, their eyes clear, as if the people who were almost bewitched before were not them. Zhang Xian, who had announced the devil's name, also closed his mouth under the burst of shouts. He looked up in surprise. A pair of eyes with silver spots like Yang Mucheng's looked towards Yang Maicheng with a shocked face. At this time, the monks around him also widened their eyes with shock on their faces.
How can it be? He actually cracked the Fawa technique to confuse gods? This kind of strength is probably very terrifying.
Amid the murmurs of discussion around him, Zhang Xian closed his eyes, wanting to see the other party's true face. But like everyone else, as soon as his line of sight was close to Yang Maicheng, it seemed as if he had entered a black hole, and even began to distort.
You are definitely the first one who can break my Fawa Jutsu dive. However, I don't know if you can break my magic of Mahayana 100 Dharmas.
Call. While speaking, Zhang Xian slowly stood up. This skinny old monk didn't look abnormal at all when he was sitting on the ground. But as he stood slowly, his spiritual thoughts exploded rapidly at this moment. In the eyes of countless believers, he seemed to have turned into a great devil who stood tall and majestic. Just when Yang Maicheng thought that the other party might repeat the demonic slogans and talk eloquently like before, Zhang Xian made a strange seal with his right hand.
Drink!
What shocked Yang Maicheng was that the sound did not come from Zhang Xian's body, but sounded seriously from the void. But see! At this moment, the space was vibrating. The originally smooth space seemed to have turned into a big drum at this moment. And the inner energy and spiritual thoughts released by Zhang Xian were like drumsticks. Every strike will cause the space to vibrate, resounding with one syllable. As the syllable sounded, the surrounding light quickly formed a dense whirlpool, and a vast rainbow seemed to span across the sky.
This is...
Yang Mucheng's heart trembled. The syllables that sounded continuously in the void were vigorous and powerful, like an enlightened monk reading scriptures. The sound that sounded in the void was even more mysterious and profound than the previous Fawa technique to confuse gods.
This is the magic of Mahayana 100 Dharmas.
Zhang Xian stood quietly in front of Yang Maicheng and said,
using spiritual thoughts, inner energy, and the void to create a chain of resonance. As long as I open one head, it will continue continuously. The Mahayana 100 Dharma magic technique is better than the Fawa magic technique. 100 times more profound. The fact that you were able to crack my Fawa confusion technique proves that your strength is not bad. But you should never come to our Mara Tengxiang temple.
Zhang Xian looked at Yang Maicheng with disdain and ridicule in his expression. Maluo Tianxiang Temple is an evil sect, although its strength belongs to the lowest sect in the front line. Why can it survive in the evil sect that values martial arts and strength first, and not be swallowed up by other evil sects? It is completely based on this Mahayana 100 Dharma magic. No matter how strong your strength and cultivation level are, there will always be a flaw in the mind. And once there is a flaw, it will be invaded and brainwashed by the magic of Mahayana by Dharma. At that time, no matter who you are, you will have to become a member of the Mara Celestial Elephant Temple. There are thousands of evil warriors. And there are of course some warriors who are not afraid of the magic of the Mahayana 100 Dharmas. But there are very few sects in Maluo Tianxiang Temple that challenge it. Precisely because of this technique, the moment the voice sounded almost in the void, the colors of Shin Tufeng and Axiana changed drastically. Their bodies were trembling, and they were covered in cold sweat. They used their infinite spiritual thoughts to frantically resist the magical sound that sounded in the void. Also at the same time, even Yang Maicheng couldn't help but frown. Chapter 11:18 Tear apart divine thoughts. A first-line sect is a first-line sect, even if he is the last one. Chunyang Yi's sect, which was once wiped out by Yang Maicheng in one fell swoop, was a second-tier sect. But compared with the Maruo Tianxiang Temple, it was not even worthy of carrying shoes.
Even just this Mahayana 100 Dharma magic is enough to stop tens of millions of soldiers and horses. This sound is completely caused by the resonance of heaven and earth, and goes straight into the soul. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you can't resist it. If Maluo Tianxiang Temple were not afraid of being attacked by evil people, they would only need to walk around each sect and throw down this technique to forcibly subdue a strongman. Enter my Mara Tianxiang Temple. I allow you to be the guardian of the law. Zhang Xian looked at Yang Mucheng quietly. His voice was full of endless temptation. Look! At this moment, a low voice came from the Maluo Tianxiang Temple. But see! Zhang Xian clasped his hands together. But the momentum of his whole body rose majestically in a calm manner, transforming into a majestic figure in the void. The bloodlight Buddha wheel rotated, giving birth to endless visions. And Yang Mucheng in front of Zhang Xian, supported by this magnificent momentum, was suppressed like a weak candlelight, being able to have the same star-filled pupils as Yang Mucheng. His spiritual thoughts can be said to be on the same level as Yang Mucheng. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Xian used the 100 magic techniques of Mahayana to suppress you. No matter how high your spiritual consciousness is, you will still be suppressed. As for spiritual thought, to put it bluntly, it is a person's thinking. Once it is suppressed, let alone being brainwashed, even the thoughts will be controlled by others. That candle-like aura is the opponent's spiritual thoughts. His spiritual thoughts have been completely suppressed by Elder Zhang Xian. When his spiritual thoughts are suppressed to an extremely low level, he will completely surrender. The monks from the surrounding Maluo Tianxiang Temple saw this, and talked about it one after another. In their eyes, the spiritual gap between the two sides is equivalent to a giant mountain and an ant. Being the guardian of the left and right? Under Zhang Xian's endlessly bewitching voice, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head. Yes! Zhang Xian nodded. Ha ha! Just you, are you worthy? Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. What? Zhang Xian's face was full of shock. If other people's spiritual thoughts were reduced to this level, it would be difficult for them to speak. For example, Shinta Feng and Axianu. I am afraid that after a while, they will even forget their own names, and they will be completely devoted to Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Because of this, Yang Mucheng's reaction made Zhang Xian stunned. Break it for me! In the eyes of everyone else, Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts, which had been suppressed to the limit, were as weak as a candle flame, and surged out like a volcano erupting at this moment. At this moment, it surged into the void. Roar! The dragon pattern between the eyebrows erupted into a frightening dragon roar. At this moment, Yang Mucheng involved a trace of the spiritual thoughts of the Shurlong Mountains and poured them into his attack. He looked towards Zhang Xian. His eyes condensed into substance. At this moment, the void was crackling, and he rushed out like a wild dragon, and bombarded Zhang Xian fiercely. This, oh my god! This divine thought is so huge! Seeing the mad dragon condensed into substance, the distortion that bombarded the void, and the spiritual attack that caused large ripples, the warriors in the surrounding Maluo Tianxiang Temple were completely stunned. They never imagined that Yang Mucheng's divine will could be so terrifying. In the Maluo Tianxiang Temple, Zhang Xian's strength may not be ranked high, but his divine will is definitely huge enough. But this existence that suddenly appeared, his spiritual thoughts were actually more terrifying than Zhang Xian. This situation simply reversed all of their perceptions. Certainly, the most shocking person is naturally Zhang Xian. Yang Mucheng's incredible counterattack made Zhang Xian's expression change drastically. He never thought in his wildest dreams that Yang Mucheng would not only be able to move freely, but could even use his spiritual thoughts to fight back when he was suppressed to the extreme. I don't believe that your spiritual thoughts are really that powerful. Seeing Yang Mucheng's counterattack, a trace of ferocity flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. He formed a sealed Ju with his right hand, and the huge majestic figure behind him suddenly turned into a terrifying demon, and then slammed towards the mad dragon. This spiritual attack condensed into substance made everyone widen their eyes. Notice, the attack of spiritual thoughts is the most original power of the mind. It is not like the use of martial arts to turn the world upside down and reverse the power of the sun, moon, heaven and earth. But the danger involved exceeds any kind of competition. Now these two people use their spiritual thoughts to bombard everyone, causing everyone to widen their eyes and look forward. They want to see who wins in this situation. I wonder if Elder Zhang Xian is his opponent, some monks thought secretly. Even though Zhang Xian was like a god in their hearts, Yang Mucheng's strength still shocked everyone. Humph! For someone like him, it would be easy for Elder Zhang Xian to kill him. In the entire Maluo Tianxiang Temple, Elder Zhang Xian's spiritual will is only inferior to that of the abbot.
A monk yelled angrily. In the field, two spiritual thoughts collided fiercely amidst everyone's discussion. Boom! An invisible explosion sounded instantly, and everyone was immediately divided. In an instant, Zhang Xian felt like he was struck by lightning, and the shadow floating behind him was torn to pieces by the mad dragon in an instant. He screamed on the spot, flew backwards, and fell heavily to the ground.
Elder! Elder!
At this time, all the monks panicked and rushed over one after another. However, when they looked at Zhang Xian, they found that Zhang Xian's breath was normal, but his eyes were hazy, and blood was pouring out of his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. No matter how much he shouted, there was no answer.
Although he is not dead, his spiritual consciousness has been completely torn to pieces by me.
When everyone was panicking, Yang Muqing's faint voice came to their ears. These words made everyone present look horrified. Being torn apart by his spiritual thoughts means that he has no consciousness at all and has completely become a living dead. Although Zhang Xian is still alive, he doesn't respond to calls and doesn't reply. What's the difference between this attitude and that of a dead person?
How dare you commit such a crime in front of our Maluo Tianxiang Temple?
Boom! At this time, the monks of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, who had come back to their senses, were already churning rapidly, coming like a tide, and surrounded Yang Mucheng, Shen Tufeng, and Axianu on the spot. Yang Mucheng didn't bother to argue. After taking a look at the warriors gathered around him, he turned his gaze and landed on Shen Tufeng beside him, and said with a half-smile,
Shen Tufeng, didn't you want to defeat me as your master before? If you can break into Maluo Tianxiang Temple, I will accept you as my disciple.
Chapter 11:19 A Master Appears? Have to say, Yang Muqing's words made Shen Tufeng tempted. Ever since he led Yang Mucheng all the way to Maluo Tianxiang Temple, this thought had never left his mind. In his opinion, Yang Mucheng was an old senior who could easily destroy the Maluo Tianxiang Temple, and was a mysterious being who could easily reward him with a low-grade heaven-level weapon. If you could become Yang Muqing's disciple, wouldn't you be able to obtain all of Yang Muqing's true teachings? So, along the way to Shinta Peak, everyone wanted to serve Yang Mucheng and become his disciple. Certainly, naturally, Yang Mucheng would not agree. If he agreed, the secret would be exposed. It can be said that Shen Tufeng was extremely disappointed. Now that Yang Mucheng finally relented, Shen Tufeng was naturally extremely excited. He quickly bowed to Yang Mucheng and said,
Senior, no! Master, I will definitely not let you down. You are not qualified to call me master yet. Wait until you enter the Maluo Tianxiang Temple.
Yang Mucheng said calmly. Shen Tufeng's expression suddenly became determined. He nodded heavily and walked towards Maluo Tianxiang Temple. Yang Mucheng stood there with his hands behind his back. Arsenal also looked solemn. She knows. Shen Tufeng was just a death squad recruited by Yang Mucheng, just to make him in Maluo Tianxiang Temple dog-eat-dog. The biggest role of Shinta Peak is to test the reality of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. If it is true that the abbot of Maluo Tianxiang Temple is not in the temple as rumored by the outside world, then Yang Mucheng will naturally take this opportunity to destroy Maluo Tianxiang Temple. If Shen Tufeng attracts any powerful opponent, Yang Mucheng will leave without hesitation. Although he had made bold promises to destroy the Maluo Tianxiang Temple, Yang Mucheng would not be stupid enough to risk his own life.
Catch him!
At this time, a burst of angry shouts resounded, and the large group of monks rushed towards Shinta Peak like an overwhelming mountain. Shen Tufeng is a powerful spiritual being. He was able to live happily for so long under the pursuit of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, and he was even able to counterattack many branches, which means that he is strong enough. In the past few days with Yang Mucheng, although Yang Mucheng did not give him any instructions, he gave him the blood magic sword that could extract life and turn it into an attack. This blood god sword is even more terrifying than the blood jade sword used by Shen Tufeng before. As soon as he took out the blood divine sword, the monks around him felt a gloomy cold air sweep out quickly. This Maluo Tianxiang Temple was originally an evil demon sect. The sect was filled with evil spirits, and the most and evil plants grew within thousands of meters. Now the evil spirits are even worse, as if they have fallen into an ice cellar.
Chang!
Shen Tufeng took action immediately. He was originally a ruthless person, but now in order for Yang Mucheng to accept him as his disciple, he naturally had to show off in front of Yang Mucheng. The silver knife was held in his hand, and blood lines appeared on the blade. like veins surging. Every time it squirmed, infinite life was sucked into the blood god knife.
Chong!
As soon as the sword was slashed out, a sharp edge flashed out. This frightening sword light was like a big snake rushing out and piercing the crowd. There was a tearing sound, and several monks who rushed forward were cut into two pieces on the spot. For a moment, blood splashed.
Ah!
Seeing this scene, the warriors watching the battle all around felt their scalps go numb. Many people from the Maluo Tianxiang temple were trembling with fear and fled towards the temple, shouting for help. Obviously, they were going to ask for reinforcements. Shen Tufeng even laughed ferociously and rushed forward to catch up with the fleeing monks, killing them all with one blow. Then, he went directly towards the Maluo Tianxiang temple to kill.
It seems that the Maluo Tianxiang temple is really badly damaged.
Seeing Shen Tufeng entering the gate so easily, Axiana couldn't help but whisper,
"Be careful. After all, it is a first-line sect. Even if the three war demons and the abbot are not here, there must still be some warriors with good strength."
Yang Mucheng shook his head, but kept walking without slowing down, following Shen Tufeng towards the interior of Maluo Tianxiang temple. But see, Shen Tufeng holds the blood magic sword, and it feels like he is in a deserted place, more like chopping melons and vegetables. No one among the monks at Maluo Tianxiang temple could catch Shen Tufeng's second move. Yang Mucheng and Axiana followed. The entire Maluo Tianxiang temple was in chaos, with panic scenes of monks running wildly and calling for help everywhere. Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng and Axiana all shook their heads. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the Maluo Tianxiang temple, because this ancient temple is their headquarters. On weekdays, the abbot and the three war demons gather here and sit here. No matter how powerful someone is, they do not dare to attack the headquarters. But what about now? The three war demons were not here, and the abbot also left. If some monks who can still speak can unite as soon as possible, they can stop Shen Tufeng and prevent him from even entering. But Shen Tufeng had the blood god sword given to him by Yang Mucheng. And in addition, Yang Mucheng had previously used his spiritual thoughts to tear apart the consciousness of Zhang Xian, the great elder of the lecture hall, without moving his expression. This sudden change made everyone unable to recover. Come! However, after all, it is a first-line sect. If it is crushed so easily, it will not be able to stand in the evil way for such a long time.
Who dares to act so arrogantly in the Maluo Tianxiang temple?
Just when Shen Tufeng was killing everyone from the front door to the backyard, almost killing the entire Maluo Tianxiang temple, a roaring sound came.
It's your grandpa!
The rise of Shen Tufeng killer. Regardless of the karma, he swung the bloody magic sword and slashed forward. When the sword was slashed out, a strange force surged up quickly. The blood of the monks on the ground was actually drawn out by this force, turning into thousands of strands, gathering in the sky, forming a huge bloody knife slashed forward without even looking. This huge blood knife was more than 10 feet long. It was extremely condensed and completely solidified by blood. It flew close to the ground and cut the entire earth in half, spreading out from Shen Tufeng's feet. A deep knife mark was cut. All the monks present were frightened and their expressions changed, and they all retreated around.
Humph! How presumptuous!
A burst of angry shouts suddenly came from behind. At this time, suddenly, a fierce roar of wind came, and everyone quickly looked at it. But they were shocked. It was a Buddhist bead the size of a fingernail. When it flew out, it hit Shen Tufeng's sword hard.
Boom!
There was a loud explosion. That small Buddhist bead actually shattered the blood light that Shen Tufeng had struck.
This is...
Shen Tufeng was shocked.
It seems that a master is about to take action.
Yang Mucheng also narrowed his eyes at the same time, became alert, and quickly looked forward. Chapter 1120 Old Abbot. I saw. The place where the bead shot out was actually a very ordinary Zen room. Although the location of this Zen room is excellent, it gives people a very cold feeling. Not only does there not be any light in the dark Zen room, but all the light falling from the sky seems to be swallowed up by this Zen room.
Old Abbot! Did the old abbot take action? Old Abbot!
Da-da-da. Amidst the burst of shouts, gentle footsteps sounded. But see, in the dark Zen room, an old monk walked out. The old monk's breath was disordered. His complexion was sallow, and he was coughing violently when he walked out. The whole person looked like he was 70 years old, as if he would fall over if the wind blew. But it was such an old monk. With his appearance, the originally chaotic Maluo Tianxiang temple calmed down at this moment. The monks who were still frightened before seemed to have taken a reassurance at this moment.
Old abbot?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He had also fought against Maluo Tianxiang Temple for quite some time, and he knew a little bit about the inside story of the other sect. The old monk in front of him was the previous generation abbot of Maluo Tianxiang Temple, and he was also the most powerful person in Maluo Tianxiang Temple. During the battle between good and evil, the old abbot directly faced the enemy Jin Liang, but was killed by Jin Liang. 3 palms shattered the heart. Although the old abbot was not dead, but his heart was broken and his cultivation had regressed. Later, not long after returning to Maluo Tianxiang Temple, he stepped down as the abbot. There have been rumors that he was dead, but Yang Mucheng didn't expect that the old abbot was still alive.
Are you Shen Tufeng?
The old abbot narrowed his eyes and looked at Shen Tufeng. This look, Shen Tufeng was startled. His heart trembled, and he took a few steps back. However, after taking a look at Yang Mucheng, who was standing not far behind him, Shen Tufeng seemed to be confident again.
Yes, I am Shen Tufeng,
Shen Tufeng shouted.
You old and immortal abbot. You'd better hide in your Zen room. Today, I will destroy your Maluo Tianxiang Temple with my seniors. Senior?
The old abbot looked at Yang Mucheng with doubtful eyes. He is worthy of being an old abbot from the previous generation, although his cultivation has been greatly reduced due to the damage to his heart. His strength is still terrifying. The manipulations that Yang Mucheng had made on his appearance, with his spiritual thoughts, and the ancient heaven-swallowing technique were shattered on the spot at his casual glance. Just hearing a bang sound erupted in the void. Yang Mucheng's original appearance was completely revealed.
You are so young. You must be old Mo Yang.
When the old abbot saw Yang Mucheng's face clearly, his eyes suddenly closed. What? Everyone also looked at it.
Old Mo Yang? Uncle of the 36th Master? Abbot, the 3 war demons are going to kill him. Now! All the powerful men of the evil path are looking for him all over the world. He actually came to our Maluo Tianxiang Temple?
Suddenly, waves of discussion continued.
That's right. It's me!
Now that his identity was revealed, Yang Mucheng did not hide it and admitted it openly. In the shocked eyes of everyone, he simply took a step forward and said,
At the beginning, Jean Mo Luo started to hunt me from the Eclipse Wind territory for 7 days and 7 nights. I swore at that time that if I could survive, I would definitely destroy the entire Maluo Tianxiang Temple.
Under the shock of gazes, Yang Mucheng's voice suddenly rose.
I came here today just to bloodbath the entire Maluo Tianxiang Temple.
Boom! Yang Mucheng's words immediately shocked everyone around him. Naturally, they had heard of this kind of thing, but no one took it seriously. They just thought that it was Yang Mucheng's harsh words. But who would have thought that such a thing would happen? That Yang Mucheng would actually come to the Maluo Tianxiang Temple.
Do you think it's possible?
The old abbot narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Mucheng with a sneer on his face.
Whether you can, you'll know after you try it.
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his hands and smiled. Yang Mucheng is not afraid. But that does not mean that Shen Tufeng is not afraid. As early as when he saw the illusion on Yang Mucheng's face being shattered, Shen Tufeng realized that something was wrong. Now that he learned Yang Mucheng's identity, he turned pale with fright on the spot. His legs were trembling, and he could no longer stand still.
Old Mo Yang, you lied to me so miserably.
Shen Tufeng screamed and flew up, not daring to stay any longer, and fled frantically into the distance. To know, for a person like Shen Tufeng, if you give him 8 courages, he would not dare to come to the headquarters of Maluo Tianxiang Temple. The reason why I am standing here today is simply because Yang Mucheng pretended to be a senior and promised him various benefits. And Shen Tufeng also regarded Yang Mucheng as a strong man from the Divine Sea. But now that Yang Mucheng's identity was revealed, Shen Tufeng's dream was completely shattered. He discovered that the senior in front of him was not a super powerful being at all, but a kid with only half a step in the divine way. Not only was he being hunted by the entire Maluo Tianxiang Temple, but he was also hunted by the entire evil way. If he doesn't escape, will he still stay here waiting to die?
Now that you are here, please stay. You have killed so many people in our Maluo Tianxiang Temple. If you were to leave in such a swagger, wouldn't it make people laugh at me that there is no one in Maluo Tianxiang Temple?
The old abbot said, grabbing forward with his big hand. His skinny palm was actually extremely magical, and when he grasped it slowly, it actually brought up billowing winds. In the strong wind, a giant black palm suddenly formed and grabbed Shen Tufeng. This stretch of the hand caused a terrible scream, and the strong wind caused the surrounding monks to stagger.
and suddenly they flew in front of Shen Tufeng. A trace of horror flashed in Shen Tufeng's eyes. He felt a death crisis pressing into his heart. He turned around and swung the bloody sword. He was terrified at this moment, and just wanted to escape. With one strike, he felt as if the blood god sword in his hand had turned into a terrifying black hole, devouring his life force desperately. Clang! The shocking sound of the sword resounded loudly, and immediately he saw an unprecedented sword slashing at him. The power was comparable to that of the old abbot's palm. But after the sword was struck, Shen Tufeng's face began to age crazily at a terrifying speed. A moment ago, he still had a middle-aged face. But after the knife fell, he looked like an old man with a gray beard. Snort! Although Shen Tufeng sacrificed his life force to strike out with this knife, but his strength was still far behind the old abbot. The old abbot dared to challenge Jin Liang back then. How could he not have the strength? Facing the blood divine sword coming towards him, the old abbot snorted coldly and reached out to grab it. Suddenly, the giant black palm flying towards Shen Tufeng surged violently at this moment, grew to several times in size, and pounced forward.